The man sat in a cold office, staring at his broken-screen cell phone with a frown on his face. The Chinese New Year was approaching, but he couldn't even take out 100 yuan. How was he going to go home for the Spring Festival? No money to go home for the New Year, no money to buy a new phone, no money to pay the rent, and no money to chase beautiful girls. This fucked up life, let's all go to hell. The man couldn't help but scream to the sky. At this moment, a crisp AI female voice sounded. Ding, loading progress 100%. The 0 yuan shopping mall system was successfully activated. A system? I have a system. Chen Dong was so excited that he almost squatted down. After all, in online novels, the appearance of a system usually meant a major reversal in life. The system continued. This mall has an automatic upgrade function. The upgrade conditions and products sold at each level are as follows. Level 1. Provides daily necessities and various consumer cashback coupons before reaching 1 billion yuan. Level 2. Provides advanced information on stocks, funds, and film and television scripts. Level 3. Provides high-tech invention patents, blueprints, and manufacturing technology. Level 4. Provides heavy industries such as mining, energy, military, and aerospace, with a wealth of 100 billion yuan. After hearing the introduction, Chen Dong quickly took out his phone and found a new app called 0 Yuan Shopping Mall. He clicked on the app and saw only one item for sale. Douyin Live Broadcast Reward 10x Cashback Coupon, priced at 0 yuan. Description: virtual item, valid for 12 hours, maximum cashback amount 1 million Chinese yuan. The host's reward on the Douyin platform will automatically be rebated 10 times the amount. Following the instructions, Chen Dong clicked to purchase. A few seconds later, the purchased item page showed that the Douyin Live Reward 10 times cashback coupon had been successfully added. As he was about to click to use it, the AI female voice sounded again. Given the host's smooth operation, a newbie gift pack is being awarded. The 4 evil arts require a pair of sharp eyes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of clairvoyance. This skill will help the host identify a person's true age, appearance, number of relationships, and other key information. Chen Dong carefully clicked the Click to Use icon. The cashback coupon was valid for 12 hours. He didn't dare to waste any time and immediately opened Douyin and recharged $1 to test the waters. Chen Dong used his clairvoyance to browse several female anchors and found that everyone's true appearance score was less than 90 points. The lowest number of their relationships was 3, and the highest was a whopping 649. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in a live streaming room called I Want to Be Quiet. It was Li Jingwen. Chen Dong couldn't help but squint. Li Jingwen had actually learned how to live stream. Li Jingwen was the daughter of the neighboring Li family. Because of her sweet looks, she was once called Village Flower by the boys in the village. Because he was too familiar with her, Chen Dong was not very interested in her. He sighed and sent out 10 little red hearts. The next second, a text message popped up on his phone screen. A 10 yuan deposit has been made into your ICBC account ending in 4667. The available balance is 88.23 yuan. 10 times cashback. Has it arrived? Chen Dong rubbed his eyes and read the message again to confirm it was correct. He was so excited that he couldn't help but slap his thigh. Haha, the endless wealth is finally mine. Chen Dong then recharged the entire 88 yuan on his card into Douyin, and 880 Douyin coins were instantly credited to his account. At this moment, the bank's text message popped up again. 880 yuan was deposited into your ICBC account with the last number 4667, and the available balance is 890.23 yuan. The speed of making money is simply 666. Chapter 3. Chen Dong had no plans to change the live broadcast room. Although Li Jingwen was not his biological sister, the relationship they had grown up together made him feel that it was natural for a brother to help his sister when he became successful. At this time, Chen Dong kept converting his balance into Dubi and giving Li Jingwen gifts. In the live broadcast room he was following, Li Jingwen was holding 2 knives and preparing to slaughter a pig. She said, "Thank you for the little hearts, big brother. Jingjing is going to slaughter the New Year pig for everyone. Family members who want to eat pork, come and watch." She didn't know that it was Chen Dong who was giving gifts, and the knife-wielding action attracted a lot of attention in the live broadcast room. Seeing this extremely contrasting scene, the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. The audience commented, "A beautiful woman is killing a pig. The contrast of this scene is so cute that I almost laughed like a pig." Immediately, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room increased sharply, and Li Jingwen's pig-killing live broadcast attracted thousands of people to watch. Her movements were smooth and natural. She held the boning knife and slowly cut into the pork along the grain of the meat. The pink and white pork were separated skillfully under her slender hands, as if it were an artistic performance. While giving out gifts, Shandong kept his eyes on Li Jingwen. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for half a year, her technique of cutting pork had become more skillful. The gifts on the screen jumped one by one. Dong Minqing gave the anchor a hot air balloon ×1. Dong Minqing gave the anchor a sports car ×1. Dong Minqing gave the anchor a little heart ×520. The deposit balance soared as the gifts continued to be given away, and before she knew it, it had exceeded 300,000. 20 minutes later, Li Jingwen, sweating profusely, returned to the camera. "I'm so tired, my family. Has anyone sent me a gift?" she asked. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Jingwen saw the astonishing Dubi income on the screen, and her eyes widened. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 not. Brother Dong Minqing. Li Jingwen was so shocked she was speechless. She was just a new live streamer who had just started live streaming, with a few thousand followers and a total Dubi income of less than 200 yuan. Unexpectedly, someone tipped her tens of thousands of yuan during today's live broadcast. She couldn't believe it and wondered what was wrong with this person. She clenched the butcher knife in her hand, her cherry lips pouting slightly, and a hint of anger flashed between her brows. Suddenly, Shandong's name appeared on her gift list again. Dong Minqing gave the anchor Douyin number 1 ×1. Dong Minqing gave the anchor Carnival ×1. Shandong decided to go all out and took advantage of the system's tenfold cashback opportunity to fill Li Jingwen's live broadcast room with gifts. The cashback amount also reached the maximum amount, 1 million. A few minutes later, Shandong received a text message from the bank. 200,000 yuan has been deposited into your ICBC account with the last number 4667. The available balance is 1,087.23 yuan. Shandong almost laughed out loud when he saw this message. Becoming a millionaire before the age of 23 was such a great feeling. Although 1 million may not sound like a lot, it is not uncommon to see millions of dollars on the Douyin platform. However, in reality, many people cannot save such a large sum in their entire lives. Moreover, he earned this million with just $1, and the return on investment was surprisingly high. Even Buffett would call him grandpa. I have been wandering around for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your godfather. If the system could hear him, Shandong would definitely kowtow to it, of course, as a godmother, because the system's voice is female. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to bustle. Fuck. Big Brother is awesome. Excuse me, Big Brother, what is your relationship with Xi Minqing? Big Brother, please send me a lucky bag. I will put up a light board for the anchor. With so many gifts, it's enough to buy 10 pigs. What a waste. Faced with the noisy barrage, Li Jingwen couldn't stand it anymore. She shook her little hand and directly closed the live broadcast room. Shandong saw the live broadcast room suddenly go dark and frowned in confusion. What's wrong with this girl? She turned off the live broadcast for no reason? Fortunately, he had already used up his 1 million cashback quota. Otherwise, it would have been a bargain for outsiders. When Shandong was about to quit Douyin, he suddenly received a private message. I am Jingjing. Excuse me, who are you? Why are you giving me so many gifts? I am Jingjing. I warn you, if you dare to have any improper thoughts about me, be careful of the butcher knife in my hand. I am Jingjing. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you regret it, tell me quickly and I'll return all the Dubi coins I received to you. If you don't say anything after 3 minutes, it means no refund. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Seeing this message, Shandong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Li Jingwen, who looks fair, sweet, and beautiful. How could she speak so arrogantly? What a savage village girl. She actually treated Big Brother so rudely. It would be a wonder she could make money from live streaming. Shandong decided to tell Li Jingwen the truth directly to prevent her from being disturbed by this unexpected wealth. I'm Jingjing, get lost. I only have one brother, and he's my ideal man, not a playboy like you. Dong Minqing, I'm your brother Shandong. I'm Jingjing. You're not lying to me. Are you? What's my nickname? Dong Minqing. One. I'm Jingjing. Xiaodong brother, you scare me to death. I thought the number 1 on the list was some idiot who wanted to take advantage of me. I'm so scared. Dong Minqing, the way you just cut up a pig with a knife, what man would dare to do anything bad to you? I am Jingjing. Actually, I have felt it for a long time. Xiaodong brother, when will you come back for the new year? I have a gift for you. Dong Minqing, it depends on the situation, probably around the 28th of the 12th lunar month. I am Jingjing. It's so late, but it doesn't matter. I'll wait for you at home. Dong Minqing, if you want something, I'll bring it back to you when I go back. I'm Jingjing. I don't want anything. I just want to see you soon. Dong Minqing, Okay, let's stop talking for now. I'll buy myself some new clothes for the new year. I'm Jingjing. I know, Xiaodong brother, come back soon, bye. Chen Dong exited Douyin and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jingwen actually said she liked him. What a joke. What man would fall for a pig-killing girl unless he was completely insane? Just as Chen Dong was about to stand up, the system's voice entered his mind again. Congratulations to the host for completing the first 0 yuan purchase of goods. Special reward, an extra 0 yuan purchase of goods. Chen Dong immediately opened the 0 yuan shopping mall app, and sure enough, another item popped up. Rebirth Slice, quantity 1, price 0 yuan. Instructions: this tablet is an oral medication. After use, it will cause permanent changes in the patient's body, making them taller, stronger, and more handsome. This pill was truly miraculous, and Chen Dong paid for it in full without hesitation. He filled in the landlord's house as the delivery address and chose to have it delivered at 6 p.m. tonight. Chen Dong decided to celebrate with a big meal, throwing away half a box of fried rice and preparing to embrace his new life. Goodbye, my poor old life. From now on, please call me Brother Millionaire. Chapter 4. Chen Dong opened his phone and saw a photo sent by Li Jingwen. In the photo, Li Jingwen had 2 ponytails, a white shirt with an exquisite bow tie at the collar, and a blue pleated skirt slightly lifted. Her straight and slender legs, wrapped in white over-the-knee stockings and paired with black leather shoes, make her look like a pure high school girl who walked out of a Japanese comic. Chen Dong took a look and couldn't help thinking that this girl looked so young. He could feel the youthfulness coming from her even through the photo. His eyes could not help but stay on her face. If he did not know that Li Jingwen was a pig-killing girl, his first impression would definitely be that she was a typical sweet girl. She has fair skin, long eyelashes, bright and clear eyes, a cherry-like delicate mouth under her high nose bridge, and slightly upturned corners of her mouth with a sweet smile that makes people's hearts beat faster. What was this girl's intention in sending the photo? Was she trying to prove that she wasn't just some shrewd village girl, but a sweet college girl? Chen Dong smiled and ignored her. It was almost evening. He had eaten half a box of fried rice at noon and was already very hungry. He opened the WeChat mini program and ordered a 39 yuan beef burger deluxe meal for one person. With the care of his godmother, his life became low-key yet luxurious. After eating KFC, Chen Dong returned to the apartment complex where his landlady lived. It was already 5:55 in the evening. After waiting at the entrance of the residential complex for a few minutes, Chen Dong received a package from SF Express at 6 o'clock. He tore open the package and found a white pill in a transparent plastic box. It looked no different from ordinary pills. Is this the legendary pill that can transform one's body? Chen Dong's heart moved, and he couldn't help but put the pill in his pocket. After walking a few steps, he felt uneasy. What if he dropped it? He decided to take it directly to avoid any problems. He stopped, took out the pill, and put it in his mouth. It tasted a bit bitter, but he swallowed it quickly. Although he didn't feel any discomfort, Chen Dong still felt that since it was such a high-end pill, the side effects shouldn't be too serious. He continued walking towards the residential complex, which was an upscale community in Shanghai with good greenery and an elegant environment. Although winter had arrived, the evergreen plants were still full of vitality. Chen Dong rents a small studio in a 3-bedroom apartment in this residential complex. The monthly rent is 1,000 yuan, far below the market price. As for why she was able to get a good deal, the landlady said that she was afraid of living alone, so she rented out a room on purpose, not to make money, but to find a companion. Chen Dong was lucky enough to become the first male tenant of the small studio apartment. After entering the room, Chen Dong had just taken off his cotton coat and changed into loose sportswear when he heard the voice of the landlord, Yu Xiaoqian. Xiaodong, you're back? The landlord's wife, Yu Xiaoqian, was about 25 or 26 years old, with long hair and delicate features. She was wearing a silk nightgown with a slightly open neckline revealing her delicate collarbone, and her fair skin exuded a hidden charm. She took the winter sweet flowers that Chen Dong brought with a smile, sniffed them, and said, "Don't pick wild flowers on the roadside. Don't pick them next time, but they are really fragrant." Chen Dong smiled and nodded. "I understand, Sister Yu. I'll go back to my room first." Back in the small room, Chen Dong transferred 105,000 yuan to his mother, 50,000 of which was for his aunt, 5,000 to his mother, and the remaining 50,000 was for the new year. After returning home for the new year, I will take good care of my parents. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Dong opened the door and saw Yu Xiaoqian standing at the door holding a cardboard box. "Is there something wrong, Sister Qian?" Chen Dong asked. "This is for you." Yu Xiaoqian handed over the cardboard box with a smile. Chen Dong opened it and saw two pairs of men's trousers inside, one black and one white. He was stunned. What does this mean? Yu Shaoqian didn't hide anything and said with a smile, boys should be nice to themselves too. I saw your underwear on the balcony was torn, so I bought you new ones. Try them on after you take a shower to see if they fit. This was the first time someone gave him underwear, and it was a beautiful young woman. Chen Dong felt a little embarrassed. Thank you, Sister Qian. You are so kind to me. I don't know how to repay you. Don't be so formal, Xiaodong, Yu Shaoqian said with a smile. You've helped me a lot, fixing the water pipes, changing light bulbs, and picking up packages. I really appreciate you. Looking at Yu Shaoqian's slightly flushed face, Chen Dong couldn't help but feel something in his heart. He couldn't help but turn on the perspective skill and check her information. Name, Yu Shaoqian. Age, 28. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 91. Love number, 0.5. Chen Dong was stunned when he saw Yu Shaoqian's appearance value. He watched several female anchors today, and none of them had a beauty rating of over 80, while Yu Shaoqian was directly 91. This was completely without makeup. No wonder she looked so beautiful. As for the love number 0.5, he was a little confused. For a married woman, the love number should be at least 1. What does 0.5 mean? Chapter 5. Chen Dong's eyes unconsciously stayed on Yu Shaoqian's face, and Yu Shaoqian felt uncomfortable. Her face suddenly flushed, and the atmosphere became a little subtle. She subconsciously touched her face and felt a heat, even a slight sweat on her body. Is there something on my face? Yu Shaoqian asked awkwardly. Chen Dong quickly shook his head and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. No, Sister Yu. Your makeup is so beautiful today, I was just stunned. He couldn't help but smile slightly as he spoke. In the past, Chen Dong had always been a bit shy and evasive when facing the enthusiastic landlady, but today he was suddenly different and seemed much bolder. Perhaps it was because of the help of the system that he felt more confident. You naughty boy, have you been single for too long? Are you looking for a girlfriend? Yu Shaoqian suddenly laughed and teased. How about I introduce you to one later? She walked over to Chen Dong's bed and sat down, revealing a pair of smooth white legs under her slightly lifted nightgown. Chen Dong's heart was moved, and his eyes could not help but stay on her legs. He thought to himself, these legs are really good. I can play with them for at least a month without getting tired of them. Chen Dong sat opposite her and waved his hands awkwardly. Sister Qian, I don't want to find a girlfriend. Why? Yu Shaoqian raised an eyebrow, clearly curious. Didn't you say last time that you'd support me? No girlfriend is as attractive as you, Sister Qian. Chen Dong's lips curled up slightly, deliberately adding a hint of playfulness. Yu Shaoqian was stunned, her ears actually starting to burn. She hadn't expected Chen Dong to be so direct, and his words also made her a little flustered. She suddenly realized that Chen Dong had changed. The simple and honest boy before could actually say such cheesy words today, which made her heart beat faster for no apparent reason. I was just kidding you. She lowered her head shyly. You didn't agree to me either. What? Have you figured it out now? Chen Dong looked directly at her with a burning look in his eyes. Yes, I figured it out. I wonder if Sister Qian has figured it out too. Yu Shaoqian bit her red lips tightly, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? She lowered her head slightly, her heart beating faster. Hee hee. Sorry, Sister Qian. I saw that you were bored, so I tried to cheer you up on purpose. Chen Dong smiled wickedly again, trying to ease the atmosphere. I knew it. Huh. Yu Shaoqian glared at him in pretended anger, but the smile in her eyes made the atmosphere more relaxed. But, Sister Qian, I really don't need to live off others, Chen Dong suddenly said seriously. I have money now. I will transfer the rent I owe to you first. As he spoke, he took out his new mobile phone and quickly transferred the money. Yu Shaoqian took the phone and looked at the transferred amount, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Has your company given out year-end bonuses? No, Chen Dong answered with a relaxed look. I secretly bought a stock. It hit the daily limit, and I made a small profit. He lied casually, thinking that he didn't intend to reveal the fact that he owned the system for the time being. You're quite capable professionally, Xiaodong. Please help me pick a few stocks someday, Yu Shaoqian complained. Interest rates on deposits are too low these days. Money in the bank won't hold its value at all. Chen Dong agreed without hesitation. No problem, Sister Qian. We can discuss how to make money someday. Okay, then go take a shower and try on the underwear. Yu Shaoqian smiled gently and handed him the underwear she had bought before. Okay, Sister Qian, thank you for your underwear. Chen Dong said gratefully. However, Yu Shaoqian suddenly reached out and poked Chen Dong's chest muscle, snorted, glared at him, and then left. Looking at her graceful back, Chun Dong couldn't help swallowing his saliva, thinking to himself, such a top-notch woman is willing to divorce. Is her ex-husband a eunuch? After taking a shower, Chun Dong changed into the CK underwear that Yu Xiaoqian gave him. After putting them on, he couldn't help but admire that the brand really makes a difference. The underwear is soft and breathable, and feels very comfortable to wear. Next time, he plans to buy her a pair of lace panties as a gift. He believes she will like them. Chun Dong hummed a little tune as he walked out of the bathroom. Yu Xiaoqian was watching TV in the living room. Seeing him come out, she quickly waved and said, "Xiaodong, come and sit for a while." "Okay, Sister Qian, what TV do you want to watch?" Chun Dong walked over and sat next to her. The TV series The Story of Rose is being played on the TV screen, starring Fairy Sister, and the plot is romantic and moving. "Have a drink with me." Yu Xiaoqian handed Chun Dong a glass of red wine, her tone gentle. Chun Dong took the glass, took a big sip, put it down, looked back, and was stunned. He couldn't help but stare at Yu Xiaoqian's charming figure, his gaze fixed on her. Immediately, a feeling of heat quickly spread throughout his body, and sweat flowed down his forehead. Chun Dong felt dizzy and panicked, and fell directly into Yu Xiaoqian's arms. "Xiaodong!" Yu Xiaoqian called out in panic and hugged him. Chun Dong became dizzy and lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in Yu Xiaoqian's arms. She looked at him nervously. "Xiaodong, are you awake?" Chun Dong frowned slightly, and his memory gradually returned. He seemed to have had a dream in which a pair of gentle hands were massaging him. It must be Yu Xiaoqian who was taking care of him. "Xiaodong, you scare me to death. You suddenly fainted last night, and I didn't sleep the whole night, staying by your side." Yu Xiaoqian asked worriedly, rubbing her sore right wrist. Chun Dong sat up and stretched his arms, feeling stronger than before. When he clenched his fists, he felt as if he had gained tremendous strength. "I'm fine, Sister Qian. I'm sorry for making you worry, thank you," Chun Dong said softly. Yu Xiaoqian lowered her head and smiled, understanding what he meant. Although she felt a little shy, she did lend a helping hand at that moment. "Xiaodong, go look in the mirror. You seem to have become more handsome." Yu Xiaoqian stared at him and found that his muscles had become stronger and felt full of power to the touch. Chun Dong walked to the mirror and looked at himself. He was not only more handsome, but also more muscular. His 8 abdominal muscles were clearly visible and his muscles were well defined. It seems that the effect of the rebirth tablet has taken effect, he muttered to himself. Yu Xiaoqian stood behind him, looking at him in the mirror, her heart awestruck. This man was exactly her ideal type. Handsome, strong, sunny, steady. A strange thought came to her mind. If she could be with Xiaodong. She quickly dismissed the idea and dared not think about it anymore. She hugged herself nervously. Her face turned red and her breathing became rapid. "Sister Qian, are you okay?" Chun Dong noticed from the mirror that Yu Xiaoqian seemed to be a little abnormal, so he turned around and supported her. "No, it's okay, I'm going to sleep." Yu Xiaoqian hurriedly broke free from his arms and ran into the master bedroom. A few minutes later, the sound of running water came from the master bedroom bathroom. At the same time, Chun Dong walked to the second bedroom, washed up, and opened the System Mall. 10 times cashback card from Shanghai IFC Shopping Center, priced at 0 yuan. He saw the products updated today and clicked the purchase button. Chapter 6. Chun Dong stood in front of the mirror, feeling excited. Today, he had the opportunity to use the good luck brought by the system to buy his favorite products and enjoy cashback. He quickly calculated that the maximum cashback amount was 5 million, which means that as long as he spent 500,000 in the shopping mall, he could get a cashback equivalent to 5 million. This is the benefit of having a system, Chun Dong thought to himself and couldn't help smiling. He found a coat from the closet, put it on, and looked in the mirror. He looked confident and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the male god favored by the system godmother, he is so handsome. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Dong walked to the master bedroom door and knocked on the door of the landlord's wife, Yu Xiaoqian. He knew that going to the mall alone would be a bit boring, and it would be more interesting to find someone to go with him. After all, women are talented in shopping, and they can give themselves some advice to avoid unnecessary pitfalls. "Come in," Yu Xiaoqian's soft voice came from inside the house. Chun Dong pushed the door open and walked in. He saw the landlady had changed into a comfortable nightgown and was lying on her side on the bed covered with a thin quilt. Her snow-white calves and crystal-clear feet were particularly attractive. Why hadn't Chun Dong noticed the beauty of his landlord's wife before? Was it because poverty had allowed him to maintain his noble character? "Sister Qian, are you feeling unwell?" Chun Dong saw Yu Xiaoqian's red face, walked over and sat on the head of the bed, reached out and touched her forehead. "It's not hot." "I'm fine, Xiaodong," Yu Xiaoqian smiled. "Maybe I'm a little tired after taking a shower." Chun Dong nodded. "Oh, then you should have a good rest." If I have nothing to do today, I'll go shopping. Yeah, okay. Yu Xiaoqian looked at Chun Dong and smiled softly. Chun Dong tucked the quilt in and said softly, "You get some rest, I'll be out." After leaving the master bedroom, Chun Dong put on his coat and thought to himself, life would really be different if I had the help of a system. Today he is no longer the poor boy wearing a 9.9 yuan t-shirt, but a rich man with a 1,000,000 yuan deposit and is about to receive a 5 million yuan cashback. IFC Shopping Center is a famous high-end mall in Shanghai. Chun Dong has passed by it many times, but never been inside. He always liked to buy things online, and the t-shirts on Pinduoduo 9.9 became his favorite choice. But today is different. I have to do something for the cashback, Chun Dong thought, and walked quickly towards the mall. On the way to the mall, he looked through his WeChat contacts, hoping to find a girl to go shopping with. Going shopping alone is a bit awkward, especially for a guy. He flipped through his address book and realized that, aside from Lin Yutong, he had no other suitable friends. Several of his female classmates either already had boyfriends or weren't close enough to him. Lin Yutong, who knew him but didn't have a boyfriend, was the obvious choice. Chun Dong sent a message to Lin Yutong without hesitation. "Xiaodong, are you free today? I want to go shopping, but I feel bored alone. Can you come with me?" In the past, Chun Dong never had the courage to ask Lin Yutong out. Lin Yutong was a local from Shanghai, beautiful and smart, while he was just an ordinary boy from the countryside and felt that he was not worthy of her. But now, with the system and 1,000,000 in savings, his mindset has changed. Lin Yutong quickly replied, "Okay, brother Dong, I'm looking for someone to go shopping with too. When do we leave?" When Chun Dong saw the reply, the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily, and he quickly replied, "See you at the entrance of IFC Shopping Center at 10 o'clock. "Okay, brother Dong, see you at 10 o'clock /" Lin Yutong replied in seconds. As expected, women are born to love shopping. Seeing the schoolgirl so excited, Chun Dong was also a little happy. So, he opened Didi and called a car. Half an hour later, Chun Dong arrived at the entrance of the IFC Shopping Center. The sun was shining brightly, and he immediately spotted Lin Yutong standing in the crowd. Today, the schoolgirl changed into a sports-style cotton coat, paired with tight jeans, and her slightly raised hips outlined a perfect curve. When Chun Dong saw her, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl is really flawless. "Xiaodong, I'm sorry I'm late." Chun Dong walked over and apologized to her. Lin Yutong smiled slightly, looking in a good mood. "It's okay, brother Dong. I just arrived too." Her outfit today was simple, but it showed off her youthfulness to the fullest. Chun Dong thought to himself, "This schoolgirl is really perfect, but it's a pity that she is not his girlfriend. Let's go in," Chun Dong said to his schoolmate with a smile. "Yeah," Lin Yutong nodded and walked into the mall with Chun Dong shoulder to shoulder. As they walked, she couldn't help but glance at Chun Dong a few more times, wondering, Senior seems to be different from before, not only looks more handsome, but also has a stronger body, as if he has become more manly. "Brother Dong, what are you planning to buy?" Lin Yutong asked suddenly. "Chinese New Year is coming soon, and I want to buy some clothes for myself and my parents as well. I wonder if this mall sells clothes for the elderly." Chun Dong answered as they walked. Lin Yutong was slightly stunned, a little confused. Is the senior rich? The clothes in the IFC are very expensive, and any piece costs thousands or even tens of thousands. However, the senior usually looks very frugal and does not seem like a wealthy person. "Okay, let's go choose clothes first." Lin Yutong agreed and took Chun Dong to the Adidas store. "Brother Dong, this down jacket looks great. Would you like to try it?" Lin Yutong pointed to a down jacket in the men's clothing area. Chun Dong shrugged and said with a smile, "I think the clothes here are a bit childish. Are there any brand name stores that specialize in men's clothing?" "Yes, but they're quite expensive," Lin Yutong said hesitantly. She knew Chun Dong was usually frugal and reluctant to spend money. This down jacket was over 1,000 yuan, and she was afraid he wouldn't be able to afford anything more expensive. "It doesn't matter if it's a little expensive, as long as it suits my temperament." Chun Dong smiled, a hint of confidence in his tone. Lin Yutong was a little surprised, but still agreed. "Okay, let's go check out other shops." Then, Lin Yutong took Chun Dong to the Armani counter. This is a luxury brand, and the prices are relatively high, but they are barely acceptable. With the help of the shopping guide, Chun Dong took a fancy to a down jacket, which was priced at 8,600 yuan after discount. In the past, Chun Dong didn't even dare to hope to wear clothes of this price, but now, he feels that nothing is impossible. This is just the beginning. Chun Dong stood in front of the locker room, put on a new down jacket, and the self in the mirror made him smile confidently. Chapter 7. Chun Dong stood in front of the mirror and asked Lin Yutong behind him, "Xiaodong, how do you think this down jacket looks on me?" Lin Yutong didn't answer immediately, seemingly distracted. Xiaotong, Chen Dong called again. Lin Yutong came to her senses, blushing, and quickly replied, "Oh, it looks beautiful." She had just been looking at Chen Dong, unconsciously a little dazed. The senior looked so handsome in his new clothes, like a model, even ready to walk the runway for a brand. Chen Dong smiled after hearing this, thinking that his down jacket was indeed good. "I think it's good too. I'll pack it up first and look at the others." So he handed the down jacket to the salesperson and looked around. Then he tried on a pair of trousers priced at 2,300 yuan and a pair of casual leather shoes priced at 4,800 yuan. "Invoice," Chen Dong said casually. The salesperson's eyes lit up, and her smile grew even warmer. She busied herself preparing to check out, already calculating the moment she'd complete her sales quota. However, at this moment, Chen Dong suddenly said, "Wait, Xiaodong, do you have any clothes you like? I'll buy them for you." Lin Yutong was stunned. This caught her off guard. She and Chen Dong were just ordinary senior students. How could she let him buy such an expensive thing for her? "No need." Lin Yutong quickly shook her head and refused. "Really, Brother Dong." Seeing her like this, Chen Dong smiled and said, "You don't have to be polite to me, Xiaotong. It's nothing for me to give you a piece of clothing when you accompany me shopping." Lin Yutong was still a little embarrassed. "Really? No need, Brother Dong. I don't like the styles of clothes in this store." "Okay then, I'll buy you something I like later." Seeing that she insisted, Chen Dong didn't try to persuade her anymore. The two walked to the checkout counter together. The shopping guide quickly calculated the price and handed over the receipt. A total of 15,700 yuan. Chen Dong swiped the card without thinking and at the same time used his mobile phone to call up a tenfold cashback coupon. After the payment was successful, Chen Dong's phone immediately received 2 text message notifications. "Your ICBC account with the last number 4667 has spent 15,700 yuan, and the available balance is 921,358.23 yuan. Your ICBC account with the last number 4667 has 157,000 yuan deposited into it, and the available balance is 1,078,358.23 yuan. Chen Dong secretly chuckled at the notice. "Haha, my godmother is awesome. I spent 15,700 yuan and immediately received a cashback of 157,000 yuan. I made more than 100,000 yuan in one go. It felt so great." He put away his phone, took the clothes and shoes he had just bought, and left the Armani store with Lin Yutong. After walking a few steps, they arrived at the LV store. "Xiaodong, let's go check out LV," Chen Dong suggested casually. Lin Yutong was startled. She'd already spent over 10,000 yuan at Armani, so why was he still buying more? Was he really some second-generation rich kid? "Senior, LV products aren't very cost-effective. Why don't we go to another store?" Lin Yutong tentatively suggested. Chen Dong smiled and replied, "That's fine. Let's go in and take a look. I've never been to an LV store before. Actually, I've only been there a few times. Let's go, Brother Dong." Lin Yutong relaxed. What the senior said was right. She had never been there anyway. So, the two walked into the LV store together. Without holding hands or standing too far apart, Chen Dong and Lin Yutong looked like a couple who had just started dating. After browsing for a while, Chen Dong picked out a cashmere coat and a casual suit. He felt that today's shopping experience was completely different. He no longer felt the same nervousness as before when shopping at LV. "Miss, this bag suits your temperament very well. Would you like to try it?" A shopping guide saw Lin Yutong choosing a bag and immediately came over to recommend it. Lin Yutong took a look at the bag and still felt that it was not suitable for her, so she refused. "Oh no, thank you." However, Chen Dong came over and said with a smile, "Try it, Xiaotong. If you like it, I will buy it for you." The salesgirl immediately seized the opportunity and handed the bag to Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong hesitated, but in order not to appear too resistant, she had to put the bag on her shoulder. At this time, the shopping guide and Chen Dong both praised Lin Yutong. "Miss, you are so beautiful. This bag makes you look even more elegant." "She is indeed very pretty." Chen Dong also agreed. He secretly thought in his heart that his schoolmate was really beautiful. Lin Yutong lowered her head, feeling a little shy. She looked in the mirror and saw that the bag was indeed nice, the right size and the right color. "Excuse me, how much is this bag? Is there a discount?" Lin Yutong asked. The salesperson professionally pulled out a calculator and calculated. This bag is a new arrival for the spring of 2025. The original price was 46,000 yuan, but now it's on sale for the Spring Festival with a 5 discount, so the discounted price is 43,700 yuan. Lin Yutong was a little surprised. The price was beyond her budget. She took off the bag awkwardly and said, "Oh, let me take a look." Okay, miss. We have a 24-year autumn shoulder bag here, and we can offer a discount of up to 20. Would you like to take a look? Seeing this, the shopping guide immediately recommended another bag. Okay. Lin Yutong just agreed, but Chen Dong spoke again. No, I think this bag is great. If you like it, I'll buy it as a New Year's gift for you. Forget it, I don't really like it that much. Lin Yutong's refusal tone seemed less firm. Who could refuse an LV bag? Chen Dong smiled inwardly. The shy look of the schoolgirl was so charming. So he said to the salesperson, then give us the invoice. Sir, you are so nice to your girlfriend. I am so happy to be your girlfriend. The shopping guide offered compliments. When Lin Yutong heard this, she panicked and wanted to explain, but felt it was a bit inconvenient, so she had to remain silent. Chen Dong didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, he thought to himself, if this schoolgirl is really my girlfriend, that wouldn't be bad either. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Chen Dong and Lin Yutong stopped talking, but occasionally smiled at each other. The relationship between the two seemed to be quietly changing. At this moment, suddenly, a harsh voice broke their atmosphere. Yutong, why are you here? Chapter 8. Chen Dong turned around unhappily and saw a young man in a suit walking towards him with a walkie-talkie in his hand. Yutong, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming shopping? I work here, so I can take a leave to accompany you. The young man said while smiling at Lin Yutong, completely ignoring Chen Dong. Chen Dong frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied, but he didn't speak immediately. He stared at the young man coldly. Lin Yutong ignored the man and leaned closer to Chen Dong. She said to the young man coldly, Jiang Chun, please call me by my full name from now on. We are not familiar with each other. Okay. Jiang Chun was obviously stunned, then awkwardly changed the subject. Lin Yutong, are you here shopping? Chen Dong couldn't help laughing. He jokingly said, this is the LV store. Are you here to apply for a shopping guide position? Jiang Chen's face darkened, clearly dissatisfied. Chen Dong's words were both direct and harsh, completely ignoring his respect. Yutong, who is he? Jiang Chen suddenly asked, his anger evident. He had obviously not expected Lin Yutong to go shopping with a strange boy. Lin Yutong glanced at Jiang Chen indifferently and replied bluntly, Jiang Chen, please call me by my full name from now on. Chen Dong couldn't help but secretly admire these words. This schoolgirl had a temper and was quite decisive. Lin Yutong's dominance made him feel an inexplicable emotion in his heart, which seemed a little unusual. Jiang Chun was clearly still angry. He emphasized his tone. Lin Yutong, you've never been in a relationship in 4 years of college. Why are you suddenly shopping with him now? Are you deliberately looking for someone to accompany you to put on an act for me? I don't want to answer what you said. Lin Yutong didn't want to argue with him anymore and turned her head away. You have to give me an explanation. Jiang Chun roared uncontrollably. I've liked you for 3.5 years. I've confessed my feelings every semester, but you've rejected me every time. Now you're shopping with him. Tell me what's going on. Chen Dong could see that Jiang Chun had clearly been in love with Lin Yutong and had pursued her for a long time, only to be rejected every time. This time, he had lost his mind and was no longer afraid of anything. When Lin Yutong heard Jiang Chen's roar, she just looked at him helplessly and said in a cold tone, Jiang Chun, I don't want to answer any more questions from you today. Seeing this, Jiang Chun became even angrier. You must give me an explanation today. Jiang Chun, you have too many questions, I don't want to answer them. Lin Yutong ignored him. Chen Dong stood aside, watching Jiang Chen's behavior. He already understood what was going on. This guy was clearly dissatisfied with his schoolmate and had even pursued her before, but had always been rejected. Now that he saw Lin Yutong shopping with him, he naturally felt indignant. Jiang Chun, stop bothering Xiaodong. Don't forget that she's made it clear that she doesn't want to talk to you. Chen Dong said coldly and impatiently. If you don't want to be humiliated, get out of here. Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect Chen Dong to say that. His face flushed crimson, his eyes filled with anger. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Chen Dong chuckled and ignored him. He casually pushed Jiang Chun, and Jiang Chun almost fell down. He obviously didn't expect Chen Dong to be so direct. Brother Dong, this guy is so boring. He already has a girlfriend, but still comes to harass me. Don't pay attention to him. Let's go. Lin Yutong pulled Chen Dong's sleeve angrily. Obviously, she had no patience with Jiang Chun. As they walked toward the cashier, they were met by a salesperson. Sir, your 2 dresses are 26,500 yuan, and your girlfriend's bag is 43,700 yuan, for a total of 70,200 yuan. The salesperson politely reminded them. Chen Dong took out his bank card and handed it to the cashier. Okay, swipe it. After the payment was successful, 2 text messages popped up on Chen Dong's phone. Your ICBC account with the last number 4667 has been debited 70,200 yuan. The available balance is 929,887.23 yuan. Your ICBC account with the last number 4667 has 702,000 yuan deposited into it, and the available balance is 1,631,887.23 yuan. The shopping cashback was successfully received, and the tenfold cashback brought in another 700,000 yuan. Chen Dong was secretly happy. This way of making money was really satisfying. Thank you, Brother Dong. I will transfer the money to you later. Lin Yutong's hands trembled slightly. Holding this valuable bag, her heart was filled with joy, but she didn't want to take it for free. After all, everyone's money doesn't come from the wind. You're being too polite, Xiao Dong. Don't even think about transferring money to me. This bag is my New Year's gift to you. Chen Dong's tone was overbearing yet warm. Did you hear that? Lin Yutong was a little embarrassed, but nodded. I see, Brother Dong. Chen Dong smiled. That's right. Come on, walk around with me again. Lin Yutong nodded gently and suddenly took Chen Dong's arm. As they walked side by side, Chen Dong felt an inexplicable sense of happiness well up in his heart. Wait a moment, sir. Just then, the shopping guide called Chen Dong. Sir, you have spent more than 60,000 yuan in our store today, so you can apply for a free LV brand membership card. There is also a gift for you to get when you apply for the card today. Do you want one? The shopping guide smiled expectantly. Chen Dong nodded. Okay, then I'll get one. After he filled in the basic information, the shopping guide handed him a black card and immediately activated the electronic membership card. Sir, congratulations on becoming a distinguished LV member. This is the membership gift we prepared for you. Which one would you like? The shopping guide took out a wallet and an exquisite silk scarf and placed them in front of Chen Dong. This one. Chen Dong pointed to the scarf without hesitation and said with a smile, who needs a wallet? Scarves can be given as gifts. Okay, Mr. Chen, would you like to try it on for your girlfriend? The salesperson suggested tactfully. Sure, give it a try, Chen Dong replied with a smile. He opened the package, carefully took out the silk scarf, and gently wrapped it around Lin Yutong's neck. Although the bow was a little irregular, Lin Yutong's face was still full of happiness. Lin Yutong looked down at herself and smiled faintly. Thank you, Dong Go. Oh, so beautiful. This schoolgirl skin, so smooth that it can be blown away. This little mouth, so smooth. Chen Dong's fingers couldn't hold back and slid across Lin Yutong's face. Lin Yutong didn't dodge. She was sure that the senior must not have done it on purpose and was definitely not taking advantage of her. The two of them were staring at each other. That's enough. An incompetent roar interrupted the eye contact between Chen Dong and Lin Yutong. Chapter 9. Jiang Chen's voice was filled with sourness. He walked to Lin Yutong's side, his eyes full of contempt. Lin Yutong, you are the campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics, but you are willing to sell your soul for a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan. I am really disappointed. His words were full of malice and jealousy, and his eyes were filled with a foul smell. After hearing these words, Chen Dong couldn't help but look at Lin Yutong a few times. Is this schoolgirl really the school belle? No wonder she looks so perfect and fresh. Chen Dong couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Jiang Chen's words. He looked at Lin Yutong and couldn't help but feel a trace of tenderness in his heart. She was really a beautiful girl, with such a pure appearance and extraordinary temperament. Unfortunately, he was so focused on his work that he completely ignored the amazing intern he had. He was still poor at the time and didn't dare to hope for anything close to her. Jiang Chen, if you are blind, go to an eye hospital. If you have a brain disease, go to a mental hospital. Talking nonsense here will only prove that you are a clown. Chen Dong's tone was full of coldness, and he fought back against Jiang Chen mercilessly. Lin Yutong glared at Jiang Chen angrily, her cheeks puffed with anger. Her temperament was like a rose with thorns, noble and cold, and she could not be violated. Why is this guy still hanging around? Chen Dong was surprised by Jiang Chen's behavior, and then looked at the salesperson in black silk stockings next to him. The salesgirl reacted instantly and stepped forward. Please leave immediately and stop harassing our VIPs, otherwise I will call security. Jiang Chen immediately became arrogant when he heard this. Call security? You probably don't know that I'm the manager of them all. You don't have the qualifications to tell me to leave. The salesperson was unhurried and took out her phone to make a call. Your name is Jiang Chen? From the logistics department? I'm calling to complain about you right now. Hit me. Can't I just leave? Jiang Chen lowered his head immediately when he saw that the situation was not right, and his tone softened instantly. He wasn't actually a senior executive in the logistics department, just an intern. If he was actually complained about, his internship qualification would likely be revoked, so he decided to get out of the way. Jiang Chun glared at Chen Dong angrily. I'll settle this with you later. He turned and left in anger. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden and noisy voice rang out. Jiang Chun, the toilet in the women's bathroom on the 4th floor is blocked by a sanitary napkin. Go clear it quickly. Got it. Jiang Chun hurriedly grabbed the intercom and trotted away without looking back. Lin Yutong and Chen Dong looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. This Jiang Chun was really a weirdo. I don't know how to describe how funny he was. I'm sorry, sir. The salesgirl looked at Chen Dong with an apologetic look on her face. I handled the situation improperly just now, and it's affected your shopping mood. To express our apology, we'd like to offer you 10,000 LV membership points. What do you think? Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Immediately, he received a text message on his phone confirming he had earned extra points. Let's go, Xiaotong. Let's go upstairs and pick out some clothes for my parents. Chen Dong said, and then he took Lin Yutong out of the LV counter and took the elevator upstairs. They shopped for about half an hour and bought a few coats for Chen Dong's parents. Although they spent less than 20,000 yuan, Chen Dong received a cashback of over 100,000 yuan. Overall, this shopping trip not only satisfied his shopping needs, but also made him a lot of money. It's getting late, and we've only spent less than a third of the budget. Chen Dong was a little anxious, thinking about speeding up the process. So he turned to Lin Yutong and said, Xiaotong, let's go to Chanel. Lin Yutong often carried a Chanel bag, and Chen Dong suspected she might be interested in the brand, so he thought of buying her a few pieces of clothing as a reward. Okay, Lin Yutong thought, and followed Chen Dong to the Chanel counter. Welcome to Chanel. The Chanel salesperson, also wearing black stockings, looked professional and elegant. Help me choose some women's clothing, Chen Dong said directly to the saleswoman. Lin Yutong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Brother Dong was going to buy her some clothes? Okay, miss, this way please. The salesperson assumed it was Lin Yutong who was choosing clothes. Lin Yutong quickly looked at Chen Dong and asked, Brother Dong, go ahead, Xiaotong, pick a few pieces you like. Don't worry about the price. Chen Dong's tone was domineering and warm. Lin Yutong knew she couldn't refuse, so she followed the salesperson to pick out clothes. A moment later, Lin Yutong, dressed in a Chanel outfit, walked up to Chen Dong. Brother Dong, do you think this outfit looks good? Lin Yutong asked. Chen Dong looked up and was stunned. Lin Yutong was wearing a classic Chanel tweed jacket, its black and gold textures making her look even more alluring. The short skirt perfectly showcased her slender legs. The black Chanel ankle boots on her feet perfectly matched the entire outfit. Beautiful, so beautiful. Chen Dong praised repeatedly. He couldn't help but pick up his phone and see Lin Yutong. Name, Lin Yutong. Age, 22. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 97. Seeing this data, Chen Dong was instantly overjoyed. This schoolgirl was indeed a campus beauty, flawless. Brother Dong, I'm going to change. Lin Yutong blushed as she returned to the fitting room. Get the invoice. Chen Dong took out his bank card without hesitation and bought the Chanel dress and boots that Lin Yutong was wearing for a total of 57,000 yuan. With the tenfold cashback, 570,000 yuan arrived instantly, and Chen Dong felt like he had made a lot of money. However, he was still a little troubled about how to spend the remaining amount. Chapter 10. When Lin Yutong changed and walked out of the fitting room, Chen Dong had already checked out. He was packing his shopping bags, preparing to leave. Brother Dong, why didn't you discuss this with me before buying these things? Lin Yutong felt a little embarrassed, feeling as if she had been forced to accept these things, but she didn't reject them. Instead, she felt happy and even a little excited. These latest Chanel fashions, even luxury goods she hadn't even dared to dream of, were now easily within her grasp, filling her with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Add to that the LV bag Chen Dong had just bought for her, and for a moment, she found it difficult to digest the enormous expense. What's wrong with Senior today? Does he like me? Lin Yutong blushed, her heartbeat quickening. Chen Dong noticed her expression and deliberately teased. What's wrong? Don't you like it? He smiled at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. No. Lin Yutong hurriedly shook her head, her blush deepening. I like it, of course I do, but it's too expensive. Although she felt conflicted, she was more grateful and delighted with Chen Dong. Chen Dong smiled and said in a domineering tone, money can't buy happiness. As long as you like it, no matter how high the price is, it's not expensive. His tone and demeanor couldn't help but remind people of the typical image of a domineering CEO. Thank you, Brother Dong, Lin Yutong said gratefully. Although she felt a little complicated, she was mostly filled with the happiness of being pampered. It's almost Chinese New Year. What else do you need? I'll buy you some more. Chen Dong spoke with a powerful yet gentle tone, like a qualified, overbearing CEO. I don't need anything, Brother Dong. Lin Yutong felt a little embarrassed. She held the shopping bags, feeling uneasy. You spent so much money on me. I'm embarrassed. How about we go back? There was a hint of reluctance in her words, and a fear that she would become a burden to Chen Dong. She simply couldn't afford so many luxury goods. Her daily consumption was equivalent to the average person's annual income. Chen Dong didn't take it to heart. He said casually, "What favor when you gave me the phone yesterday? You didn't ask me to return the favor." He smiled calmly, his heart filled with gratitude. That phone gave him hope when he was at his lowest point. How could he forget Lin Yutong's help? Didn't you give me a braised chicken drumstick? Lin Yutong said softly, a hint of shyness on her face. Chen Dong couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Haha, what did you do with that chicken drumstick? Did you just throw it in the trash can? He had a mischievous smile in his eyes. No, I heated it up when I got home and ate it. It was quite delicious. Lin Yutong smiled, her beautiful features even more charming in her smile. Her words made Chen Dong feel warm inside, as if a furry little tail was gently tickling his heart. Hearing you say that, I'm suddenly a little hungry. Let's go get something to eat, Chen Dong suggested. Lin Yutong nodded, and the two of them walked out of the Chanel counter, shopping bags in hand, and arrived at a Western restaurant on the 5th floor of the mall. They sat down by the window, ordered a few simple dishes, and chatted while they ate. When Chen Dong saw the 1,280 yuan bill after dinner, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Even though he was a millionaire, he couldn't help but be shocked by the price. These days, I can't take anyone shopping without some money on my card, Chen Dong thought to himself. Fortunately, with the tenfold cashback, the meal was completely worth it. After dinner, Chen Dong took Lin Yutong shopping. They first went to the Nike store on the 4th floor, where they bought limited edition Air Jordans for 16,200 yuan, earning a tenfold cashback of 162,000 yuan. Then they went to the electronics section on the 3rd floor, where they bought a pair of Sony Couples headphones for 9,300 yuan, earning a 93,000 yuan cashback. They then bought an Alienware M18 top-of-the-line gaming laptop for 66,000 yuan, receiving a 660,000 yuan cashback. Finally, they purchased a pair of Transformation Master Sapphire smartwatches for 47,998 yuan, receiving a 449,980 yuan cashback. Lin Yutong nearly choked. She couldn't understand why her senior was so generous. He never asked if she wanted anything, just kept buying her things. And every time he bought something, it was almost always a pair. She felt a mixture of happiness and unease. After all, she wasn't his girlfriend yet, though she began to wonder if he was planning on making her his. Brother Dong, let's go back. I really can't carry any more, Lin Yutong said coquettishly, a hint of complaint in her tone. Okay, let's go to the 1st floor, Chen Dong suggested. He was also carrying a pile of shopping bags, and it was clear that he had completely disregarded the cost. He felt that as long as it was necessary, just buying some gold would be enough to complete the task. They took the elevator down to the 1st floor, attracting countless attention wherever they went. Customers in the mall looked at Chen Dong and Lin Yutong's shopping and realized that they were truly wealthy people. Even in the economic downturn, they were still so generous and extravagant. At the Chow Tat Fu counter, Chen Dong picked out a gold necklace and a gold bracelet for Lin Yutong, and bought himself a gold chain, finally using up the remaining spending limit. The two left the counter and sat down on a bench in the customer lounge. Chen Dong opened his phone and checked his cashback status. He found that he had received a total of 5 million yuan in cashback. After deducting the original 500,000 yuan, the remaining balance had reached over 5 million yuan. He was extremely happy and could hardly believe that he had become a millionaire. That's great. Thank you, godmother. Chen Dong knelt down in his heart to thank his godmother again for her help. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang with a ding sound. Immediately afterwards, the godmother's gentle voice appeared in my ears. Congratulations to the host for completing an excellent shopping experience and cashback. As a special reward, you can purchase an item for free. Chen Dong's eyes widened when he heard this. He quickly opened the 0 Yuan shopping mall app on his phone and saw a Rolls-Royce Cullinan appear on the shopping page with the price marked as 0 Yuan. He could hardly believe his eyes, shaking with excitement as he clicked the buy button. This was a luxury car worth tens of millions, and he could get it for nothing. He quickly filled in the delivery information, selected the shopping mall entrance as the delivery address, and submitted the order after confirming it. Haha, this is awesome. Even better than winning the lottery. Chen Dong practically jumped up, his mouth wide open in laughter. Just as he was grinning from ear to ear, Lin Yutong reached out and gently poked his arm. Brother Dong, are you okay? Chen Dong closed his phone still with a smug smile on his face. Hey, it's okay. It's so fun shopping with you. Lin Yutong blushed instantly after hearing this, and she whispered, me too. Thank you, Brother Dong, for buying me so many things. You're welcome. You've already thanked me several times. Please buy me a cup of milk tea. Chen Dong chuckled. Lin Yutong nodded and prepared to go buy milk tea. Just as she stood up, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Yutong. Chapter 11. The blonde girl's eyes were filled with a hint of amusement. Yutong, I finally caught you. Jiang Chun told me you were shopping with a rich kid. Before she could finish her words, her gaze fell on the mountain of shopping bags behind Lin Yutong, and her eyes immediately lit up. Seeing those high-end brand shopping bags, the girl's mood became completely excited. Oh my god, LV, Chanel, Armani. Your boyfriend bought these for you. Her eyes were almost shining. Lin Yutong frowned and shook her head slightly. He's not my boyfriend, he's my senior. She said this, but she couldn't help but feel helpless. She knew the blonde girl wouldn't give up easily after asking this question. What senior? Don't lie to me. He must be your boyfriend, right? The girl became increasingly excited. She looked around, finally focusing her gaze on Chen Dong, who was sitting next to her. She suddenly felt the urge to go over and say hello. Wow, Yutong, your boyfriend is so handsome. No, I have to go say hello. Lin Yutong was speechless for a moment, feeling extremely embarrassed. She really couldn't understand why girls were always so direct and took the initiative to approach the boys around them. Seeing the girl almost approaching Chen Dong, she quickly said, Jin Yuan, I'm going to buy milk tea. Do you want to come with me? You go by yourself. I'll chat with Brother Dong for a while. Zheng Jinyuan obviously didn't want to miss this opportunity to connect with him. She ignored Lin Yutong's suggestion and walked straight towards Chen Dong. Okay, let's talk first. Lin Yutong left with a helpless look on her face. She really didn't want Zheng Jinyuan to seduce the senior, so she had to leave quickly to prevent her from getting too close to Chen Dong. Meanwhile, Zheng Jinyuan had already begun her offensive. As she walked towards Chen Dong, she spoke in a coquettish tone. Brother Dong, why aren't you talking? How did you and Yutong meet? She sat down, staring at Chen Dong with a smile. I thought she would be single until graduation, but I didn't expect she already has a boyfriend. Chen Dong raised his head and replied briefly. Xiaodong was interning at our company, so we met. He didn't seem to want to explain too much in detail. Zheng Jinyuan didn't give up. She continued, no wonder we didn't know. Yutong is the campus beauty of our school. She has many admirers. She always said that she didn't want to date during college, but I didn't expect that Brother Dong would win her over. It's really enviable. Before she finished speaking, Zheng Jinyuan began to make intimate gestures, deliberately rubbing Chen Dong's thigh with her elbow. She looked very proud and didn't seem to worry that Chen Dong would be disgusted. Brother Dong, you bought so many things, it must have cost a lot of money, right? Not much, maybe a few $100,000, Chen Dong replied calmly. He felt a little uncomfortable watching her movements. A few $100,000 isn't enough, Brother Dong. You really dote on Yutong. I wish my boyfriend could be as generous as you. Zheng Jinyuan slid closer to Chen Dong, practically touching his body. Chen Dong felt a little uncomfortable and moved back slightly, feeling a little irritated. I've met your boyfriend. He's young and promising, he said, trying to ease the awkward situation. Hey Donggu, stop joking. Jiang Chun is not worthy of carrying your shoes. Zheng Jinyuan disapproved, smiled lightly, and poked Chen Dong's chest with her finger. Her eyes were full of teasing, and she hooked her arm around Chen Dong's neck. Although Chen Dong didn't particularly appreciate such direct advances, he suppressed his dislike and maintained a calm demeanor. What's the exact sales target you mentioned? He already understood Zheng Jinyuan's intentions. It's only 30,000 yuan, which is just a drop in the bucket in Brother Dong's eyes. Can you help me finish it? Zheng Jinyuan's voice was a little sweet, and her eyes looked at Chen Dong with full of expectation. Chen Dong smiled slightly, with a gleam in his eyes. In that case, I will help you complete it. However, I still need to see your sincerity. He had already seen that the girl in front of him was just a typical gold digger. Zheng Jinyuan's eyes lit up instantly, revealing a satisfied smile. Really? Brother Dong, don't lie to me. I'm very innocent. Of course it's true, believe it or not. Chen Dong shrugged, looking somewhat helpless. Zheng Jinyuan immediately took Chen Dong's hand and said with a smile, come with me. She led Chen Dong to the small room next to the rest area. The room suddenly fell into darkness. Zheng Jinyuan whispered, it's safe here, we won't be discovered. Chen Dong didn't respond, but just closed his eyes silently. A few minutes later, they came out of the room. Zheng Jinyuan's face was full of smug smiles. Brother Dong, our counter is right next to you. You have to help me complete the sales. Don't worry, you've done a great job, Chen Dong agreed readily. Then, Chen Dong spent over 40,000 yuan at the Estee Lauder counter where Zheng Jinyuan worked, buying 4 New Year gift boxes. Brother Dong is truly generous. Zheng Jinyuan thanked him excitedly, picking up a gift box and handing it to Chen Dong. This is for you. I'll take the remaining 3. Thank you, Brother Dong. Zheng Jinyuan hugged Chen Dong tightly, almost jumping up with excitement. This gift box set was worth a lot of money in the market, and she could make a fortune by reselling it. For her, today's harvest was unexpectedly huge. Just then, when Zheng Jinyuan was about to talk to Chen Dong, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in front of her. He looked at Chen Dong with a gloomy face and anger. Yuan, why are you with this scumbag? Zheng Jinyuan sneered. What scumbag are you blind? Call him Brother Dong. Jiang Chen was stunned. His eyes widened, not understanding why Zheng Jinyuan was so supportive of Chen Dong. Zheng Jinyuan explained bluntly. Brother Dong just helped me complete my sales quota, spent over 40,000 yuan at the counter, and gave me a New Year gift box. Don't you think it's wrong to call him Brother Dong? Jiang Chen's expression changed instantly. His anger dissipated, and he revealed a flattering smile. Thank you, Brother Dong, for helping Yuan complete her sales target. Thank you, Brother Dong. Chen Dong smiled calmly and waved his hand. You're welcome. I'm leaving. He didn't dwell on this topic for too long. Zheng Jinyuan, holding the gift box, looked at Chen Dong's back happily, her heart full of satisfaction. Brother Dong, that's really great. Come find me next time you need me. Chapter 12. When we returned to the rest area, Lin Yutong was holding 2 cups of milk tea, looking around, as if looking for something. Chen Dong walked over and took the milk tea from her hand without any hesitation. Xiao Dong, he called softly. Lin Yutong looked at him, her lips curled up slightly. Brother Dong, where have you been? Aren't you afraid of losing your things if you leave them here? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. When she went to buy milk tea, she thought Chen Dong would be waiting for her, but when she came back, she found him gone and her new purchases unattended. If she lost any of them, she would be heartbroken. Chen Dong smiled slightly and replied, There are surveillance cameras here. No one dares to take it. Then he handed Lin Yutong a set of exquisite cosmetics gift boxes. I just bought a few sets. This is for you. Estee Lauder New Year gift box? Lin Yutong took the gift box, her eyes widening, the displeasure on her face instantly vanishing. She had heard about this gift box before, and it was quite expensive, costing 12,000 yuan per set. She had always wanted to buy it, but hadn't been able to. Unexpectedly, Chen Dong had just bought a set for her. Lin Yutong was a little stunned, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Brother Dong, you are spending money on me again. Chen Dong smiled. I am willing to spend money on you. He said it easily and naturally, as if it was the most ordinary thing. Lin Yutong's heart warmed, and she smiled sweetly. If a boy is willing to spend money on a girl, does that mean he likes her? She lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red, and suddenly saw a lipstick mark on Chen Dong's face. Brother Dong, did you buy these cosmetics from Zheng Jinyuan? Lin Yutong's heart tightened, and she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Chen Dong answered truthfully. Yes, she asked me to help her complete her sales, so I bought a few sets. He looked at Lin Yutong, as if he knew what she was thinking. Brother Dong, Zheng Jinyuan, she has a boyfriend now. You'd better not get too close to her. Lin Yutong said with a hint of concern. She knew Zheng Jinyuan's personality and was worried that she might have some plans for Chen Dong. Don't worry, I'll know my limits, Chen Dong said with a soothing smile. She's Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Of course, I won't get too close to her. Lin Yutong felt a little relieved, but the sight of the lipstick marks on Chen Dong's face still made her feel uncomfortable. She pulled a tissue from her bag and gently wiped the lipstick off Chen Dong's face, leaving some red marks on the white tissue. Seeing this, Chen Dong quickly explained, maybe because I helped her meet her monthly sales targets. Zheng Jinyuan got so excited that she hugged me and kissed me. Oh, Lin Yutong's face suddenly darkened. A complex emotion flashed through her mind. Although she knew that Chen Dong would not do anything beyond the line, she still couldn't suppress the uneasiness in her heart. Seeing that Lin Yutong was a little disappointed, Chen Dong asked softly, Why? Are you unhappy? No. Lin Yutong blushed as she pushed Chen Dong away and turned to pick up her shopping bags. Come on, Dong, let's go back. Her tone was a little anxious, as if she didn't want to continue the topic. Okay, I'll get them. Chen Dong stepped forward and helped her carry a few bags. The two of them walked out of the mall together, and the cold wind on the street made them feel a little chilly. Brother Dong, I'll use my phone to call a car. Lin Yutong took out her phone and prepared to call a car, but Chen Dong checked the time and gently advised, Wait a few minutes. The car I bought is almost here. You bought a car, Brother Dong. Lin Yutong looked at Chen Dong in confusion. Yes, I just bought it. Chen Dong smiled and nodded. Don't you have to go to the 4S store to pick up the car when you buy it? Lin Yutong was even more confused. How can the car be delivered to your door? Sometimes the car is delivered to your door. Chen Dong answered easily, but he was thinking about the 0 yuan discount for this car purchase. He didn't intend to explain too much. After all, this method was a bit special. Lin Yutong nodded. Although she didn't understand, she didn't ask any more questions. She felt a little uneasy, wondering what kind of car Dong Gu had bought that was actually delivered to her door. After a moment of silence, Lin Yutong mustered up the courage to ask, Dong Gu, I have a question I've been thinking about for a long time, and I don't know whether I should ask it. She looked at Chen Dong hesitantly. No problem, just ask. Chen Dong sipped his milk tea nonchalantly. Lin Yutong paused and whispered, Brother Dong, I want to know if you, like me. Chen Dong smiled softly, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Ha, what do you think? Lin Yutong was stunned for a moment, lowered her head, and was silent for a moment. I can't guess. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Then I'll ask you a question too. Do you like me? Chen Dong asked, his eyes blazing at her. Lin Yutong bit her lip lightly, lowered her head shyly, and said in a low voice, I don't know. Her heart was in turmoil. She had a good impression of Chen Dong, but she wasn't sure if it was love. She had never experienced this feeling before, and she felt both excited and nervous. Chen Dong looked at her and sighed inwardly. He knew Lin Yutong might be struggling, but he didn't rush to give an answer. Xiaodong, I've never been in a relationship, so I'm not sure if I like you. But what I can be sure of is that I want to treat you well, buy you things, and I'm very happy when I'm with you. He spoke sincerely, his eyes full of tenderness. Brother Dong, I'm the same as you. Lin Yutong finally raised her head, a shy smile on her lips, and she gently agreed. Hey, then do we like each other? Chen Dong looked at her mischievously, with a reluctant light in his eyes. Lin Yutong blushed and whispered, I guess so. She turned away, avoiding Chen Dong's fiery gaze. Her heart was beating fast, and the warmth in her cheeks made her feel a little overwhelmed. Just as the two were immersed in the sweet atmosphere, a semi-trailer truck used for transporting cars suddenly drove up. The truck was covered with a black curtain, making it impossible to tell what it was. The truck stopped at the side of the road, and several people began to busy themselves unloading the truck. One of the middle-aged men in a suit trotted up to Chen Dong and said, Hello, Mr. Chen. The car you ordered has arrived. Please come here to sign for it. Thank you. Chen Dong followed the man to the truck. This is the car purchase contract and vehicle documents. The invoice and vehicle license are all in it. Please keep them, Mr. Chen. Your car is a high-end version and enjoys lifetime free maintenance. If you have any problems during the use of the car, you can contact our 24-hour service hotline. The man handed Chen Dong a document bag. Chen Dong took the information bag and politely said, Thank you. As the black cloth was removed, revealing the body of the car, everyone exclaimed in amazement. What the hell is this car? It looks so high-end. The logo on the front looks like a Rolls-Royce statuette. Oh my god, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Lin Yutong looked at the car and couldn't help but pick up her phone and search Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The results showed that the car's price was close to 10 million. Shocked, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming the owner of a distinguished Rolls-Royce. I wish you a happy driving and a happy life. The middle-aged man politely shook hands with Chen Dong and turned to leave. Xiaodong, let's put the things in the car. Chen Dong opened the car door and put the shopping bags on the back seat. Although he was excited, he pretended to be calm. Lin Yutong followed Chen Dong in a daze and put the shopping bags away. Then she sat in the passenger seat, a little overwhelmed. Xiaodong, fasten your seatbelt. I'm going to drive. Chen Dong reminded. Lin Yutong didn't move, as if she hadn't heard him. Chen Dong had no choice but to turn around and help her fasten her seatbelt. As a faint fragrance filled his nose, he accidentally touched a soft spot. Suddenly, a word flashed through his mind. Tolerance is greatness. Chapter 13. Money is a man's courage. Get the first kiss of the school beauty. Amidst the crowd's onlookers, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove onto the main road and merged into the rolling traffic. Only then did Chen Dong gradually feel the nobility and luxury of this big toy. Rolls-Royce is known as the ceiling of luxury cars, and the top-of-the-line Cullinan demonstrates its unrivaled dominance. Chen Dong sat in the spacious leather seat. His body seemed to be wrapped in cream. The huge display screen on the center console and the chrome decorative strips showed the exquisite luxury of the interior. Men like cars like women like diamonds. Chen Dong held the steering wheel with one hand and lightly stepped on the accelerator with his right foot. The sturdy Cullinan was not bulky at all. It was powerful and accelerated smoothly, driving on the road like a flexible steel behemoth. Only men who love cars can experience this ultimate enjoyment. This is what life is all about. Feeling the surprise brought by Cullinan, Chun Dong felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. I thought I was destined to be a mediocre office worker in this life. Unexpectedly, the emergence of the Zero-Yuan shopping mall would completely change his life. Arrived at a crossroads. While waiting for the red light, Chun Dong turned and looked at Lin Yutong in the passenger seat. A beauty score of 97 should be considered the ceiling among beauties. Beautiful women and luxury cars are the standard features of a successful man. If I could win over my schoolgirl. At this moment, Chun Dong's mouth curled up, full of anticipation for the future. Xiaotong, where do you live? I'll take you home first. Oh. Lin Yutong, who was immersed in great shock, finally came to his senses and told Chun Dong the address. Brother Dong, I feel like I'm dreaming today. Why? The red light turned green. Chun Dong stepped on the accelerator and Cullinan continued to move forward. Because it feels so unreal. I never thought that one day I would be sitting in a luxury car worth millions. Lin Yutong raised her head to glance at the starry sky. The luxury she saw made her even feel a little inferior. How rich is Brother Dong's family to be able to drive such a luxury car right after graduation? Haha, Xiaodong, if I tell you that this is just the beginning, would you be even more shocked? Chun Dong said with a smile. Just started? Lin Yutong's mouth formed an O shape in shock. Brother Dong, how many secrets are you hiding? I am increasingly unable to understand you. Hey, don't worry, you can dig slowly. Humph, you're just teasing me. Looking at Chun Dong's smug smile, Lin Yutong curled her cherry-red lips and hummed softly. Xiaotong, what does your milk tea taste like? Let me have a taste. Chun Dong deliberately teased Lin Yutong. No drink for you. Guessing Chun Dong's little thoughts, Lin Yutong rejected Chun Dong verbally, but her body was very honest, and she obediently handed the milk tea straw to Chun Dong's mouth. Mine is red bean and coconut flavored. You can only try one bite. Chun Dong took a big sip. The taste was simply wonderful and sweet, almost like the sweetness of his schoolmate's mouth. I don't know what it would feel like to kiss a schoolgirl. Chun Dong suddenly had the wrong idea. Xiaodong, do you want to taste mine? No. Lin Yutong shyly refused, her rosy little face as pink as a rose bud, full of shyness. The way my junior sister seems to be hesitant to speak is really killing me. Chun Dong was so anxious that his teeth were itching. If he wasn't driving, he would have tasted his schoolmate's little mouth. After a while, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan arrived downstairs of Lin Yutong's house. This is an ordinary alley in Shanghai, with very old-fashioned residential buildings, and most of the residents are local working-class people. Brother Dong, thank you. I'm going back. Lin Yutong opened the passenger door and got out of the car. Chun Dong also got out of the car and handed the things he bought for Lin Yutong to Lin Yutong from the back seat. Brother Dong, you bought me so many things. How can I pay you back? Holding a full shopping bag in her hands, Lin Yutong was worried about happiness. It's very simple. Just let me kiss you. Standing in front of the Cullinan worth tens of millions, Chun Dong was no longer as timid as before. Money is a man's courage. In addition to Cullinan, he also has more than 5 million in deposits in his bank card. At this moment, Chun Dong's eyes were firm, exuding the infinite charm of a successful man. Brother Dong, you are so bad. Lin Yutong's face was flushed with shyness, from her cheeks to her ears. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Go back now. I'm leaving. Chun Dong turned around and prepared to return to the car. Wait a minute. Chun Dong turned around. Next second, a wet warmth pressed against his mouth. Lin Yutong stood on tiptoe and kissed Chun Dong. With her eyes closed, Lin Yutong felt an electric shock all over her body, and she gave him her first kiss. It feels like a dream. I wish I could keep dreaming and never wake up. Being attacked by a sudden kiss. Chun Dong was at a loss at first, then he was surprised, and finally he turned from passive to active and hugged Lin Yutong's slender waist tightly. Waves of sweetness go from the lips straight to the heart. It is no exaggeration to say that he can kiss his schoolmate's soft little mouth for the rest of his life. She was almost suffocated by Chun Dong's kiss. Lin Yutong, feeling weak all over, gently pushed Chun Dong away, her dazed eyes full of a girl's reserve. Brother Dong, I'm going back, 88. After saying that, Lin Yutong turned around and ran into the unit door. 88. Chun Dong wiped the hairline on his lips and raised the corners of his mouth to form a perfect arc. I thought it would be difficult to pursue my schoolmate. I didn't expect to get a kiss so soon. Winter is almost over. Is spring far behind? Chun Dong turned around, got into the car, and sped away in the Cullinan. This way. Lin Yutong just returned home. I was pulled into the bedroom by my mother Su Yakin. Xiaodong, where did you go today? Why did you buy so many things? Where did you get so much money? Facing my mother's 3 critical questions, Lin Yutong lay down on the bed and closed her eyes happily. Girl, your mother is asking you a question. Su Yakin couldn't help but rummage through her daughter's shopping bag. Oh my god, LV, Chanel, Chow Tai Fook, Estee Lauder. Who bought all these for you? As a woman from Shanghai, Su Yakin is no stranger to these luxury brands. The total value of the items in the shopping bag is at least 1 or 200,000. With their family conditions, they simply cannot afford it. Xiaodong, hurry up and tell mom. Who is that boy who just sent you back? I heard my mother say this. Lin Yutong sat up with a start, eyes wide open, and asked, Mom, did you see everything? Nonsense, my mom is drying clothes on the balcony. She can see it clearly, and you little bastard, you have no shame in kissing her. Mom. Lin Yutong acted coquettishly and leaned on her mother's shoulder. What's his name, and what's your relationship to him? His name is Chen Dong. He's my senior. He's the one who mentored me in the company. Your senior? That's pretty reliable. Su Yakin nodded approvingly, grabbed her daughter's hand and asked, Did he buy you all these famous brands? He confessed his love to you? No. Lin Yutong shook her head and explained, He didn't say anything, just took me shopping and bought me a lot of things. Then he must like you, but he's too embarrassed to say it. Xiaodong, you must take the initiative like you did just now and hold on to him tightly. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Yutong was too embarrassed to raise her head. Mom, what are you talking about? Don't think I don't know anything. He was driving a Rolls-Royce just now. Aunt Lou's daughter from our unit found a boyfriend who drives a Mercedes-Benz, and he's always showing off in front of me. If you and Chen Dong get together, I'm going to put a dent in old Lou's prestige, Lin Yutong was speechless. Before she and Chen Dong even started dating, her mother started thinking about revenge. It seems that she has to have this relationship. Chapter 14. The landlady in an apron looks like a cooking lady. Mom, didn't you and my dad tell me not to fall in love while I was studying? Lin Yutong tilted her head and used her mother's words to refute her. You stubborn fool. Su Yakin poked her daughter's forehead with her finger and frowned as she reasoned. Before, your parents didn't let you have a relationship because they were worried that you would be deceived and taken advantage of by those yellow-haired guys. Now that you are a senior, of course you can have a relationship. Why? Lin Yutong was puzzled. You can't have a relationship in your junior year, but you can in your senior year? What kind of nonsense is this, Mom? Because you and Chen Dong have been dating for a year, you can get married after graduation next year, which is a perfect transition. Mom, you are unreasonable. Mom's been through this before. If you miss out on a quality stock like Chen Dong, you'll never see one again. God only gives you one chance. If you don't seize it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Poor parents in the world. With such a beautiful daughter at home, Su Yakin and her husband were worried sick, fearing that their daughter would be abducted by Huang Mao. Now a handsome guy driving a Rolls-Royce has fallen from the sky and is so generous to his daughter. She must hold on to him tightly. Even if he is branded as a materialist, it is 1,000 times better than her daughter marrying a poor guy and having to make a fuss over money every other day. Let me think about it. Lin Yutong has never been in love. Even though she likes Chen Dong, she doesn't know what to do to hold Chen Dong like her mother said. Don't think about it, just do what Mom says. Ask Chen Dong to go on a trip these 2 days. You've always wanted to go to Urban to play in the snow, right? Let Chen Dong take you there. It's a good opportunity to deepen your relationship. Mom. Lin Yutong glared at her mother unhappily. This is just the beginning. Mom has even thought of a way to trick Chen Dong. Even if she likes Chen Dong also likes her. You have to take it step by step. When we travel together, we will definitely stay in the same hotel. If something happens in the meantime, wouldn't her 22 years of innocence be gone? Thinking of this, Lin Yutong let go of her mother and shyly lay on the bed. If you still have me as your mother in your eyes, then ask Chen Dong to go to Urban. I'm going to buy groceries. Think about it carefully. Su Yakin got up and left. In the bedroom, Lin Yutong rolled around on the bed for a while, still unable to figure out whether she should do what her mother said. Of course, she is willing to travel to Harbin with Chen Dong. But is Chen Dong willing to go? Don't think about it for now. Lin Yutong sat up and poured all the treasures in the shopping bag onto the bedsheet. Arranged neatly. Took pictures one by one. It is such a joy to own so many luxury brands at once. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. I like it very much. Love, love. After hesitating for a while, Lin Yutong couldn't help but post a circle of friends. She is not one to show off. But at this moment, she felt it necessary to let Chen Dong know. Chen Dong bought her so many things. She was really happy and loved them so much that she wanted to tell the whole world. After posting on Moments, Lin Yutong took off her clothes and put on black stockings. Then she changed into the Chanel dress that Chen Dong bought for her, as well as the pair of lambskin boots. looked in the mirror. Looks so good. As expected of the world's top luxury product, it really feels different when worn on the body. It seems like something is missing. Lin Yutong touched her empty neck, turned around, and looked at the bed, and saw the red Chow Tai Fook gift box at a glance. By the way, she is still missing the gold necklace that Chen Dong bought for her. Open the Chow Tai Fook gift box and take off the gold necklace and gold bracelet. Lin Yutong stood in front of the mirror again. Women really need golden things. After putting on the necklace, the neck immediately looks slender and delicate, and the collarbone becomes much more refined. Brother Dong must like this outfit, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yutong smiled, picked up her phone, and took a few selfies in front of the mirror. The other side of the Magic City. Chen Dong drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan back to the community where he rented. I went upstairs home carrying the shopping bags. The landlady was busy in the kitchen wearing a scarf. Sister Qian, are you cooking? Chen Dong put his things away, took the Estee Lauder gift box, and came behind the landlady. Well, but I seem to have failed again. After turning off the gas, Yu Shaoqian looked at the dark food in the wok and smiled awkwardly at Chen Dong. She has done this more than once. Every time she wants to cook a few dishes, she will show off her skills in front of Chen Dong. But without exception, not a single one was successful in the end. Sister Qian, you are born to enjoy a happy life, so don't make things difficult for yourself. Chen Dong jokingly handed the gift box to the landlady. What's this? Yu Shaoqian took the gift box and looked at Chen Dong curiously. In the past, Chen Dong would pick some wild flowers and give them to her, but this was the first time he gave her such expensive cosmetics. It's New Year's Eve. Thank you for taking care of me these past few months. I'll give you a box of cosmetics as a New Year's gift. Chen Dong said with a smile. Oh, thank you, Xiao Dong. Yu Shaoqian lowered her head as if she was lost. She thought Chen Dong was going to confess his feelings to her, and felt a little disappointed. You're welcome. Seeing the landlady's unhappy face, the considerate Chen Dong immediately coaxed her. Sister Qian, although you always fail at cooking, I still want you to try more. Why? Yu Shaoqian raised her head and frowned. Because when you wear an apron, you look just like the cooking girl in Japanese anime. You're both cute and pretty. Chen Dong had just finished speaking. Yu Shaoqian's defense broke down in an instant, and she smiled as brightly as a peach blossom. She raised her little pink fist and hit Chen Dong. You little bastard, you only know how to use sweet words to deceive your sister. No way, you look really good in this outfit. If you don't believe me, go look in the mirror. Chen Dong held the landlord's wife's shoulders, walked out of the kitchen, and came to the mirror in front of the sink. No, take a look for yourself. Isn't it very beautiful? After hearing what Chen Dong said, Yu Shaoqian looked at herself in the mirror carefully and found that she was indeed a little different. She was wearing a short silk pajamas today, with a translucent apron covering the outside. Her snow-white skin looked hazy and had a unique charm. The slightly exposed collarbone and the faintly visible shoulders exude an indescribable sexiness. Looking down, she was not wearing stockings on her legs, and her pajamas were shorter than the hem of her apron. If you didn't look carefully, it looked like she was not wearing anything under the apron. Her smooth legs were full of the ultimate charm of a mature woman. No wonder people say on the internet that men like women in uniforms. It turns out that an ordinary apron can also be worn in a different style. Yu Shaoqian was shy. Her pink lips were unconsciously pursed, and her rosy face was stained with an intoxicating blush. The blush on her cheeks gradually spread to her small earlobes, like a ripe cherry, fresh and juicy. Chen Dong, who was standing behind her, was almost stunned. The landlady is indeed different from the naive young girl like my schoolmate. The sexiness emanating from her body is simply irresistible. So beautiful. Chen Dongqing whispered in the landlady's ear. The warm air blew into her ears, and Yu Shaoqian was like a frightened deer, her chest heaving slightly and her breathing becoming rapid. Her hands were nervously folded in front of her, her fingers unconsciously rubbing against each other, as if she was trying her best to control the emotions surging in her heart. The blush on her cheeks became more and more intense, and her whole body seemed to be on fire. Chen Dong couldn't help but stretch out his arms and hug the landlady from behind. Xiaodong, don't do this. Yu Shaoqian's voice was trembling and coquettish. His body stiffened slightly, collapsed in Chen Dong's strong arms. Chapter 15 Lin Yutong's selfie, shocked landlady. It smells so good. Chen Dong breathed in the body fragrance of the landlord's wife. Like a greedy beast, wanting to devour the delicious prey in its arms. Xiaodong, let go. Yu Shaoqian used up the last bit of her rationality, pushed Chen Dong's arm away, and escaped from the fiery siege. It was a close call. I was almost eaten by that brat. Yu Shaoqian fled into the bedroom, still feeling a little scared. She couldn't let Xiaodong down. Xiaodong is a few years younger than her, has a promising youth and a bright future. In the future, Xiaodong will have a young and beautiful girlfriend. And she was already married. It is a withered rose, a despised young woman, an old woman. Washed his face at the sink. Also returned to his room. He was too impulsive just now and almost captured the landlady. After all, you are young. A surge of hot blood was suppressed in the body with nowhere to release. But he just clearly felt that the landlord's wife had an honest body, and he could take her for himself at any time as long as he wanted. Lying on the bedside, Chendong opened WeChat and browsed his circle of friends. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. I like it very much. Love, love. Seeing the status posted by Lin Yutong, Chendong couldn't help but feel happy. This schoolmate expressing her gratitude from a distance? Chendong clicked a thumbs up without hesitation, expressing his gratitude to Lin Yutong. I closed the moments and was about to exit WeChat. Suddenly appeared in the chat box. It was a message from Lin Yutong. Click to view. It is a selfie of Lin Yutong. She was wearing the Chanel fashion she had just bought today, short boots, and a golden necklace around her neck. After reading it, Chendong couldn't help licking his lips. This schoolgirl's outfit is really great. His focus was not on the expensive Chanel dress, but it's the body wrapped in the clothes. This pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings makes people's heart beat fast just by looking at the photo. Indeed, a pure and lustful school beauty, and it makes me feel itchy. Brother Dong, except for the stockings on my legs, everything on me is your reward today. Thank you, shy. Lin Yutong sent a message and 2 shy expressions. You're welcome. As my woman, you deserve it. Rushed forward directly. The bolder the people, the more productive the land. With 5 million in savings, Chendong will no longer be like the poor loser he was before, who only fantasized about goddesses by looking at their photos. This time, he is determined to win Lin Yutong. Percent appearance score is hard to come by. Hate it. I'm not your woman. Knock, knock. Lin Yutong responded quickly. Chendong grinned and sent a message. Not now, but sooner or later, sister, just obey me. Smirk, smirk. Shy, naughty. Lin Yutong sent a few emoticons. Looking at the playful minions sticking out their tongues, Chendong was overjoyed. This meant that Lin Yutong had already tacitly agreed to be his woman, and winning the school bell was just around the corner. Chendong stopped replying to Lin Yutong and played a game of PUBG while lying on the bed. Dong. There was a knock on the door. Chendong got up to open the door, and the landlady, who had changed her clothes and put on exquisite makeup, appeared in front of him. This young woman is really plump. Sister Qian, you are dressed so charmingly. Are you ready to go out? Hearing this, Yu Xiaoqian felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. Yu Xiaoqian looked at Chendong shyly. Xiaodong, let's go out for dinner. I'll treat you. Okay, but I'll treat you today. I've been living with you for half a year, and I've never treated you to a meal. Chendong used to not earn enough to spend, so he had to eat and drink for free at the landlady's house. Now that I have money, it's time to give back to the landlady. Okay, I'll eat yours today. Yu Xiaoqian did not argue with Chendong. It was just a meal. It didn't matter who treated her. Chendong put on his coat and went downstairs with the landlady. Xiaodong, give me the car keys. When they arrived at the parking lot downstairs, Yu Xiaoqian handed the keys of her Porsche Cayenne to Chendong as usual. In the past, Chendong always drove when they went out. Unexpectedly, Chendong did not answer this time. Sister Qian, drive my car today. Chendong smiled modestly. Did you buy a car? Yu Xiaoqian opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Yes, that's the one in front. Chendong pointed at his Rolls-Royce Cullinan and pressed the unlock button on the car key. Rolls-Royce. When Yu Xiaoqian saw the goddess logo standing on the front of Cullinan, she covered her mouth in shock. Xiaodong, you really got rich. Yu Xiaoqian was completely shocked. When she paid the rent yesterday, she thought Chendong had just made a little money. However, the Estee Lauder gift box he gave her today made her a little suspicious, because she checked online and found that this Estee Lauder New Year gift box cost 12,000 yuan, which ordinary office workers could not afford. Now Chendong performed another magic trick and produced a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It was as if she was going to be scared to death. Thanks to Sister Qian, I did make a little money. Chendong said lightly, opened the passenger door, and let the landlord's wife get in the car. Get in the car. The starry sky ceiling and ambient lighting of Rolls-Royce create a luxurious and romantic feeling. Although Yu Xiaoqian is a wealthy woman worth tens of millions, but it was also my first time riding in a Rolls-Royce. I couldn't help but look around. Xiaodong, pinch me. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Yu Xiaoqian, who was so shocked that she was trembling all over, turned sideways to look at Chendong. Haha, Sister Qian, you are not dreaming. I am really rich now. Chendong reached out, and touched the tip of the landlord's wife's nose. This little nose is quite pretty. You can tell it's natural just by touching it. Well, the devil is a paradise for making money. Since you are so smart and capable, it is reasonable for you to become rich. Although she couldn't understand why Chen Dong could make so much money in such a short time, Yu Xiaoqian still accepted the current fact. Chen Dong started the Cullinan, drove out of the community, and came to the main road outside. Sister Qian, let's go eat there tonight. Driving the Rolls-Royce with one hand, Chen Dong raised his left hand and pointed at the Oriental Pearl Tower with twinkling lights outside the window. You don't have to go that far, just eat something nearby. Yu Xiaoqian didn't want to trouble Chen Dong, and she was also worried about the safety of driving at night. Chen Dong explained with a smile, I've been in Shanghai for a few years now, and I've seen the Oriental Pearl Tower countless times. But don't worry, Sister Qian will laugh at me. I've never been up there. I heard there's a revolving restaurant up there, and I want to go see it. Actually, I haven't eaten there either. In that case, let's go. After hearing Chen Dong's words, Yu Xiaoqian readily agreed. Half an hour later, Chen Dong drove Yu Xiaoqian to the bottom of the Oriental Pearl Tower. After buying meal tickets, they took the elevator to the revolving restaurant. The restaurant is located at an altitude of 267 meters and is in buffet style. The dinner price is 418 per person. In the past, Chen Dong would definitely not be willing to spend more than 400 yuan on a meal. But now, he just thinks the price is so cheap. A restaurant with such an unbeatable view. Just sitting here and drinking a cup of coffee is worth 200 or 300 yuan. What's more, there is a beautiful young woman by his side. Holding the landlady's hand, Chen Dong smiled. Something was bound to happen this evening. Chapter 16 Women are made of water. The landlady is terrified. How does it feel? Everyone took some food and sat at a table by the window. Yu Xiaoqian looked at Chen Dong with her beautiful eyes and asked, the taste is okay, but the scenery is beautiful and the people are even more beautiful. Chen Dong responded to the landlady with a fiery look. So many delicious foods can't stop you from eating. Yu Xiaoqian pierced an abalone with a fork and stuffed it into Chen Dong's mouth. I've almost finished eating. Yu Xiaoqian stood up and stood in front of the window to look at the scenery. The Huangpu River flows beneath your feet, and the neon lights everywhere tell of the prosperity of this city. Unfortunately, none of this has anything to do with her. She is only 28 years old, but her mentality is already that of an old man. In this city full of leftover women, divorced women are destined to live out their lives alone. Think of this. Yu Xiaoqian felt inexplicably sad. Her eyes became hot, and she almost shed tears. Suddenly, a warm feeling came from behind. Looking back, she saw Chen Dong hugging her from behind. His breathtakingly handsome face instantly melted her wounded heart. Xiaodong, hold me tight. Yu Xiaoqian snuggled in Chen Dong's arms and murmured, Sister Qian, don't be sad. I'm here. Chen Dong tightened his arms and held the landlady in his arms. A low and gentle voice reached Yu Xiaoqian's ears. Her whole body suddenly became like a puddle of water, and her whole body became limp. Xiaodong, there are some things I really want to tell you, but I'm afraid that after I tell you, you will ignore me. Yu Xiaoqian raised her head slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Holy crap. The landlady looks so pretty when she cries. No wonder some people say women are made of water. It looks crystal clear, and one punch would surely make someone cry for a long time. Chen Dong reached out and wiped away the tears of the landlord's wife, and said with a look of distress in his eyes, Sister Qian, your crying makes me feel sad. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I promise I won't ignore you. Yu Xiaoqian turned half of her body and rested her head on Chen Dong's broad chest, like a little bird, treating Chen Dong as her support. Xiaodong, do you know? Ever since you moved into my house, everything has changed. I thought my heart had already become ashen and would no longer be moved by anyone, but you shone in like a ray of light. Yu Xiaoqian gently stroked Chen Dong's cheek and bit her lip. I know I'm a divorced woman and I'm not worthy of you in any way, so I've been suppressing my feelings. I jokingly said I wanted to support you, but I didn't dare get too close to you. After sniffing, Yu Xiaoqian continued to express her heart to Chen Dong. Xiaodong, you don't understand the pain in my heart. Every time I see you, my heart feels like it's being scratched by a kitten. It itches so badly. My eyes and heart are filled with you. No, I understand. Holding the beautiful young woman tightly in his arms, Chen Dong gave the landlady a powerful answer in a resounding voice. Sister Qian, please stop talking. I understand. Every woman needs a man's care. If you need me, I can be your flower protector. Faced with the landlord's wife's affectionate confession, even though Chen Dong was a bit of a blockhead, he knew how to make her happy. No, Xiaodong, that's not what I meant. Yu Xiaoqian stretched out her hand and blocked Chun Dong's mouth with her slender fingers. I don't expect to possess you alone. I don't have the qualifications. As long as you can accompany me for a little while when I am lonely, I will be satisfied. Xiaodong, please rest assured that I will never delay your future, let alone interfere with your life. Having said this, Yu Xiaoqian couldn't have made it any clearer. Divorced women are destined to be humble. She didn't desire any status from Chun Dong. The only thing I want is to be loved. Even if it's just 1 minute or 1 hour of love, she will be satisfied. I understand what you mean, Sister Qian. As long as I'm in the Magic City, I won't let the word loneliness appear in your dictionary again. Chun Dong has never been an empty talker, but a doer. After saying this, he hugged the landlady even tighter. He would not waste such a good resource as a divorced, beautiful young woman with a face value of 91. Xiaodong. Yu Xiaoqian folded her arms across her chest, trying her best to hide her embarrassment. This brat is quite considerate. Wonderful. Sister Qian, don't talk, just enjoy the scenery outside the window. Chun Dong whispered in the landlady's ear. The night scene of the Magic City with its dim lights will make you completely intoxicated. Yu Xiaoqian slowly closed her eyes. This night is destined to be beautiful. Finish the buffet. Chun Dong drove the landlord's wife home. No conversation along the way. Yu Xiaoqian swore that this meal was the most memorable one she had had in 28 years. So is Chun Dong. He will savor the feeling of jade-like smoothness for the rest of his life. Arrived home, Yu Xiaoqian took off her shoes, ran into the master bedroom, and hid in the private bathroom. Turn on the shower. The warm water flowed down my body. Only then did I feel a little relaxed. Just now in the revolving restaurant in the Oriental Pearl Tower, she was almost scared. Yu Xiaoqian's heart still beats fast when she thinks of that scene. This is just the beginning. Who knows what Chun Dong will do in the future? Young people are really open-minded. As an older woman, she is not used to. It's better for me to go out and hide for a while. Otherwise, before the new year, I will be eaten up by that brat. After calming herself down, Yu Xiaoqian's cheeks became hot again when she thought of Chun Dong's handsome face. In the second bedroom, separated by a wall, Chun Dong looked at his right hand under the light. I found nothing unusual. It just smells like a faint fragrance. Men become bad when they have money, and this statement is absolutely true for him. When he first moved into the house, Chun Dong was fascinated by the beautiful landlady. But after living there for half a year, he didn't dare to do anything. Not to mention taking advantage of the landlord's wife. He didn't even dare to touch her fingers. But today, he had just become a millionaire and had just bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. He dared to hug the landlady in the revolving restaurant. This shows that this world is indeed unfair. Living without money is called living, and having money is called living. Everyone wants to enjoy life, but without money, how can you enjoy it? Opening his phone and looking at the Zero Yuan shopping mall app, Chun Dong felt more at ease than ever before. If nothing unexpected happens, he will never have to worry about money again in his life. Haha, thank you godmother for your protection. After playing with his phone for a while, Chun Dong went to take a shower. Taking a shower and getting into bed to check his moments, Chun Dong saw a status posted by Lin Yutong. I really want to go to Urban to play in the snow. Looking for a partner. We'll split the cost. Seduction, seduction. Going to Urban to play in the snow? It seems pretty good. In the past 2 years, Southern Little Potatoes have made winter travel to Beijing popular. Chun Dong counted on his fingers and found that except for Sujiang province and Shanghai, he has never been to other places in China. There is still more than a week until the Chinese New Year. Why not take advantage of these days before the new year to travel to Beijing with my schoolmate? Forget it, let's see tomorrow. He replied as soon as his schoolmate posted a status, making him look like a bootlicker. After playing a few rounds of PUBG, Chun Dong fell into a deep sleep. The next day, it is the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. Before getting up, Chun Dong couldn't wait to open his mobile phone to check the Zero Yuan shopping mall. The product has been refreshed. Chapter 17 School Beauty invites me to Urban, Landlady's Black Stockings. Chun Dong clicked to view the product page. 10 times cashback coupon for travel expenses, quantity 1, price 0 yuan. Note, this voucher is a virtual product with a validity period of 5 days. There is no maximum cashback limit. However, the tenfold cashback is only available for valid travel expenses, including food, accommodation, and transportation. Do not make malicious purchases to obtain cashback. Nice. Isn't this equivalent to traveling at public expense, and you can get 10 times the reimbursement? My godmother is too arrogant. Looking at today's free purchases, Chun Dong immediately clicked to buy. It's just traveling, everyone can do it. Yesterday, my junior schoolmate was posting on WeChat Moments, planning to find someone to go to Harbin with, and I just happened to be her partner. Chen Dong was hesitating whether to take the initiative to flirt with his schoolmate. Beep. At this time, the cell phone rang. Brother Dong, when are you planning to go back home? I want to go to Urban, but I can't find anyone to go with. Can you go with me? Please, please. Lin Yutong sent a message with 2 please emojis. After reading it, Chen Dong narrowed his eyes into slits. Fortunately, he held back last night. Now the schoolgirl is actively trying to seduce him. It's too early to go home, and there's nothing to do except play cards. I plan to go back 2 days before the Spring Festival. Do you want to go to Urban? No problem, I'll go with you. Chen Dong agreed readily. To Urban, you can not only communicate with your schoolmates, but also enjoy a 10-fold cashback on your travel expenses. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Great, thank you Donggo. I'll check the air tickets and hotel first and contact you later. Lin Yutong sent another message. Chen Dong responded with an OJBK gesture. The trip was decided in such an amicable manner. Get up, pack your things, and go out for some fun. Thinking that he would be able to go out and play soon, Chen Dong quickly got up from the bed and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. After cleaning up, the door of the master bedroom opened and the landlady came out pulling a suitcase. She was wearing a long, dark burgundy woolen coat that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. She had an off-white woolen scarf tied around her neckline, one end of which hung down in front of her chest, making the scenery appear hazy. Her lower body was matched with a dark brown leather miniskirt, the length of which just covered the roots of her thighs. Under the skirt were 2 white and shiny legs, wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, which sparkled with a subtle luster. This outfit is wonderful. It makes my nose bleed early in the morning. Chen Dong stared at it. Xiaodong, are you up? Yu Xiaoqian came to Chen Dong with slightly dark circles under her eyes. She didn't sleep well last night, and her mind was always filled with all kinds of fantasies. She even had a dream in which she and Chen Dong did unspeakable things. She felt like she wouldn't be able to survive even a single day in Shanghai. I will probably knock on Chen Dong's door tonight. After much deliberation, Yu Xiaoqian decided to go to Sanya in advance. Sister Qian, are you going out? Seeing Yu Xiaoqian pulling the trolley case, Chen Dong looked curious. Yu Xiaoqian nodded and explained, I plan to go to Sanya for the new year this year. If I go any later, it will be hard to buy a plane ticket, so I plan to leave today. For divorced women, the concept of going home for the new year no longer exists. Her husband's family has nothing to do with her. I will be redundant if I go back to my husband's family. It's better to celebrate the new year alone. It may be lonely, but you don't have to suffer or be criticized by friends and family. Instead, you can have peace of mind. You're going to Sanya for the new year. I was thinking of asking you if you want to go to Urban with me. Chen Dong was not surprised. For a single rich woman like the landlady, he wouldn't think it's strange for her to go abroad for the new year, let alone Sanya. After all, if you have money, you can do whatever you want. It's too cold in Urban. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Thank you for your kindness, Xiaodong. If nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Remember to lock the door when you go out. Yu Xiaoqian gave a brief instruction and was about to go out with her suitcase. She was afraid that if she stopped for too long and talked to Chen Dong, the feeling in her heart would get out of control again. Sister Qian, wait a moment. Chen Dong called the landlady and hugged her with his arms. Sister Qian, have a good new year in Sanya and don't let your imagination run wild. Remember, from now on, you are no longer alone. Chen Dong hugged the landlady and whispered a few considerate words in her ear. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoqian felt warm in her heart. She dropped the suitcase in her hand and hugged Chen Dong tightly. Xiaodong. Yu Xiaoqian grabbed Chen Dong's clothes and looked at him with her almond-shaped eyes. What a handsome face, what a thoughtful little man. If she were 5 years younger, she would definitely marry Chen Dong regardless of the consequences. Yu Xiaoqian's eyes were full of love, and she looked as delicate as an 18-year-old girl. Chen Dong leaned slightly and slowly moved forward, his warm breath brushing Yu Xiaoqian's cheek. Gradually, both of their breathing became hot and erratic. Yu Xiaoqian's pretty face was flushed, her eyes sparkled like stars, and a hint of shyness and anticipation flowed through her. When the tips of their noses touched, time seemed to freeze. Yu Xiaoqian closed her eyes. A fair and tender face was completely exposed in front of Chen Dong. Who the hell can stand this? Bo. Chen Dong's mouth gently covered Yu Xiaoqian's lips, sweet and soft. In an instant, an electric shock-like feeling reached Yu Xiaoqian's heart. Chen Dong sucked gently and rubbed her, and Yu Xiaoqian responded with her lips, her hands unconsciously climbing up Chen Dong's shoulders. At this moment, time and space stopped. Only the heartbeats and breathing of the two remained. The love between them spread freely in the living room. No, she will die if you kiss her again. Yu Xiaoqian used the last bit of strength in her body and reluctantly pushed Shindong away. I'm leaving, Xiaodong. I'll take you to the airport. No, I called a taxi. Yu Xiaoqian didn't dare to look back. She pulled the suitcase and walked out. Is this the end? Shindong licked his lips with satisfaction. The landlady's lips were so sweet. It was a pity that he didn't kiss them enough. He must taste them well when he had the chance in the future. Young people don't know the benefits of young women and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. However, Shindong doesn't know how to answer multiple-choice questions. Young women and girls. He wants them all. I boiled some water and soaked a bag of oatmeal for breakfast. Shindong had just finished eating. Make money during the day. Make money at night. Make money when you sleep. Make money when you wake up. Make money when you eat. Make money when you walk. Make money every day. Make money every year. The cell phone rang. Shindong answered the call. Hey, Sister Qian, what's wrong? Xiaodong, I left a New Year's gift for you on the bedside table in the master bedroom. Yu Xiaoqian's voice came from the receiver. What gift? Let me go and see. Shindong came to the master bedroom while holding his cell phone and keeping it on. Sure enough, there was a red box on the bedside table. Open it and take a look. Damn it. It's a pair of black pantyhose. Sister Qian, is this what you wore? Shindong sat on the bed, touching the stockings with his hands. I held it to my nose and smelled it. There was no special smell, only a faint fragrance, like the lavender smell of laundry detergent. It smells quite nice. Yes, Xiaodong. I saw you often standing on the balcony looking at my stockings, so I thought I'd give you a pair. Don't worry, this one has been washed. I've only worn it once. Yu Xiaoqian's voice on the phone was full of shyness. It was the first time she gave someone her worn stockings. It's a bit embarrassing. Shindong smiled at the phone and said, Thank you, Sister Qian. I like this gift very much. However, it would be better if you didn't wash it, hee. You like the original flavor? I'll come back from Sanya after the new year. As Yu Xiaoqian spoke, she touched the black stockings on her legs. I should have left this to Xiaodong earlier. 18 Village Beauty video call. School beauty can't buy air ticket. Hang up the phone. Shindong returned to the second bedroom with the stockings. The landlady is a kind person, as she can come up with such a unique gift. If she didn't go to Sanya today, I guess I can get it tonight. What a pity, it's too late. Touching the landlord's wife's stockings in his hand, Shindong's mind popped up the landlord's wife's graceful figure. Suddenly, he thought of the landlord's wife's passenger capacity of 0.5 and wondered what it meant. It seems that the secret can only be revealed when the landlady comes back after the new year. Shindong was lost in thought. The phone rang again. I am Jingjing sent a video call request. Seeing Li Jingwen's large selfie profile picture, Shindong couldn't help but frown. Why was the village beauty posting a video so early in the morning? Click accept. 2 video images immediately popped up in the dialog box, one of Shindong sitting on the bed in the bedroom, and the other of Li Jingwen standing next to a large bucket at the entrance of the pig farm. Brother Xiaodong, aren't you going to work today? The sharp-eyed Li Jingwen could tell at a glance that Shindong was at home. Well, the company is closed for the next 2 days. Shindong didn't dare to tell the truth. If he told Li Jingwen that their boss had jumped off the building and the company could no longer operate, this girl would definitely tell his parents, and the news would soon spread throughout the village and become the headlines. It's okay to be gossiped about, but it's not good to make your parents worry. Oh, then when will you come back for the new year? Li Jingwen asked with a blink. Maybe in a week. It's okay to go back too early. Shindong answered truthfully. When I was a child, I looked forward to the Chinese New Year. But when I grew up, I didn't feel anything about it anymore, and I even hated it. In recent years, fireworks are not allowed, and there are no sketches by Uncle Benshan on the Spring Festival Gala. Apart from relatives, friends, and neighbors competing with each other, there is no atmosphere of the Spring Festival at all. All that's left is eating and drinking. The adults play mahjong and brag, and the children play games on their phones. Very boring. How can it be okay? I'm waiting for you to come back and play with you. Li Jingwen pouted. What to play? There's nothing fun to do at home. Shindong shrugged. We can go to the riverbank and roast sweet potatoes. And then I burned a big hole in your down jacket, causing your mother to chase you around the village and beat you up, right? How dare you say that, huh? Li Jingwen rolled her eyes at Shindong, and then her big eyes rolled around. Brother Xiaodong, there's a fishing tackle shop at the entrance of the village. We can buy some bait and go fishing in the river. Forget it. You caught a cold while fishing last year, and you didn't get out of bed for 7 days during the Lunar New Year. Speaking of this, Shindong laughed. During the winter vacation last year, the two were bored at home. They heard that it was easier to catch big crucian carp on snowy days. So on a light snowy day, Shindong took Li Jingwen to the river to fish. As a result, no fish was caught. Li Jingwen was so cold that her noses were covered with snot. She started to have a fever that night and spent the entire spring festival in bed. Well, we can go to the city and play. I heard there's a new amusement park in the city with a huge Ferris wheel. It looks like a lot of fun. Can you take me for a ride when you come back? Li Jingwen looked excited, and her eyes were full of anticipation even through the screen. Why does this girl keep pestering him to go back? Chen Dong couldn't bear to refuse this girl next door, but he had already agreed to go to Harbin with Lin Yutong, and there was a tenfold travel expense rebate coupon waiting for him to use. There is no way. I can only reject the village beauty for the time being. Let me see it when I get back. Chen Dong said helplessly. Oh, okay then. Li Jingwen drooped her eyelids unhappily, and she looked visibly disappointed. Chen Dong changed the subject. What are you doing? At the pig farm. Yeah, I come to help my dad feed the pigs. Li Jingwen took out her mobile phone, flipped the camera, and took a picture of the pig farm behind her. In the pig pen, pigs were grunting and scrambling for food. You're a college student, and you're still feeding pigs? Chen Dong joked in an appreciative tone. Of course, even if I go to college, I'm still my dad's little cotton-padded jacket. I'm happy to help him feed the pigs. Li Jingwen raised her head proudly. A pretty little face looks even smaller and more delicate in the phone. Jingjing is awesome. Give you a thumbs up. Chen Dong gave Li Jingwen a thumbs up. The village beauties are a bit rustic, but they are not as spoiled as the city girls. Forget about carrying pig food to feed pigs. If you let them enter a pig farm, I guess these spoiled white and rich beauties will cover their noses and vomit. Brother Xiaodong, I'm going to hang up now if nothing else. Please come back soon. Li Jingwen waved to Chen Dong and hung up the video. Chen Dong was about to put down his phone. Li Jingwen sent another message. I am Jingjing. Brother Xiaodong, I'm wearing makeup today, can't you tell? Dong Minqing, really? I was wondering why you look so good today. I am Jingjing. Huh, you liar. You didn't even notice. You don't care about me at all. Dong Minqing. It's unfair, Jingjing. I see it, but I'm just too embarrassed to say it. I am Jingjing. Okay, Xiaodong brother, stop trying to cheer me up. Maybe my makeup skills are not good enough, so my makeup is not very good. I just started learning makeup and need more practice. Dong Minqing. Well, practice makes perfect. Just apply it a few more times, and you'll be fine. I'll bring you a set of cosmetics when I get back. I am Jingjing. Really? Brother Xiaodong, don't lie to me. Hee, I'm really looking forward to it. Dong Minqing. Actually, you look good even without makeup. In my eyes, you will always be the most beautiful village girl. I am Jingjing. You are trying to make me happy again, Xiaodong brother. I am so shy, boo-hoo. Dong Minqing. You dare to cast a spell on me? I'll punch every crying monster. I am Jingjing. Hate you, you big bad guy. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. I am Jingjing. I'm going to give the pigs a bath. Bye, brother Xiaodong. I am Jingjing. Be sure to come back early, Xiaodong brother. Don't forget my cosmetics, hee. Dong Minqing. I know, 88. After closing his phone, Chen Dong closed his eyes and lay on his back on the bed. It feels quite strange to be remembered by the village beauty. The little girl grew up and became completely different after going to college. In the past, in his eyes, Li Jingwen was just an undeveloped, yellow-haired girl next door. She dresses casually and doesn't wear makeup. Whenever I had a holiday, I would either study at home and write endless test papers or come to play with him. The two of us would wander around the village, roast sweet potatoes, go fishing, steal strawberries, and spend the whole day carefree and silly. I miss the old days so much. Now that he has just graduated and started working, Chen Dong has felt the cruelty of society. Everyone is busy, getting up early and going to bed late every day for a few taels of silver, pretending to be a grandson, pretending to be a liar, saying one thing to one person and another thing to another, like a walking corpse without a soul. Even more tragic is that the overall economic environment is not good, and no matter how hard one works, one cannot make money. The boss jumped off the building and the employees lost their jobs. So miserable. Fortunately, he activated the system. Otherwise, he would probably still be out in the cold on the street. Chen Dong couldn't help but feel emotional. I picked up my phone and checked the time. There is one unread message. Open and look. Lin Yutong sent a WeChat message a few minutes ago. Brother Dong, I can't buy a ticket to Urban. All the tickets to Urban before the new year are sold out. It's so pitiful. Chapter 19, spending 1 million to charter a plane. Exclusive travel consultant Louis Yun. Can't buy a plane ticket? Chen Dong replied to Lin Yutong. Don't worry, I'll take a look first. I'll figure out the plane ticket issue. In the past 2 years, urban tours have been very popular, especially among the young people from the south. Like migratory birds, they begin to flock to urban as soon as winter comes. As the Chinese New Year is approaching, flights from Shanghai to Harbin will definitely be in short supply. Chen Dong opened the Meituan and Xieching apps and looked at the air tickets, and sure enough, all of them were sold out. What should I do? Traveling with my schoolmate is a small matter. Getting a tenfold cashback on travel expenses is the most important thing. I must get this money. Maybe you can become rich overnight. Chen Dong frowned and thought. I seem to have seen an advertisement for charter flights on Douyin before. Yes, it's a charter flight. Chen Dong immediately opened his mobile phone and searched for charter flight services. As expected, the first few results on Baidu search were advertisements for charter companies. There are really all kinds of services these days. Chen Dong clicked on the first advertisement, and a dialog box popped up, prompting him to call the consultation hotline if he needed charter services. Hello, I want to charter a plane. Chen Dong made a call, and the call was connected in almost 1 second. Hello, sir. Welcome to L Global Business. Would you like to charter a plane? A sweet female voice came from the phone, sounding very professional. Yes, beautiful lady. I want to charter a plane from Shanghai to Urban. Okay, sir, no problem. Please tell us your travel time, the number of people traveling, and any other requirements. Well, the sooner the better. Ideally, we can fly today. The number of people traveling is tentatively 2, but I don't have any other requirements. Okay, sir, we received your request. Please wait a moment, and I will check for you. About a minute passed. The operator replied to Chen Dong. Sir, I have checked your travel options. The first option is to share a charter flight with other passengers. The price from Shanghai to Urban is 40,000 yuan per person. The aircraft type is a 12-person mid-haul business jet. The departure time is 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The second option is to provide you with a small business jet that can carry 6 passengers and can take off around 10 o'clock tonight. The all-in fee is 300,000 yuan. After listening to the operator's 2 options, Chen Dong was not satisfied with either. The first option doesn't take off until tomorrow morning, and the price is too cheap. The second option is to take off at night and arrive in Urban at night, which affects your rest and the next day's sightseeing. Beautiful lady, do you have any other options? Don't worry about the price. As long as the service is good and the time is fast, money is not a problem. Chen Dong said domineeringly. Wait a moment, sir. I'll check for you. The operator was stunned for a moment. Usually, the 2 solutions she provided could meet the customer's needs. It seemed that she had met a rich man today. Report the demand to Supervisor Liu Yu. After hearing the report, Liu Yu picked up the phone and communicated directly with Chen Dong. Hello, sir. We at Air Global are a world-renowned charter service provider. We can meet any of your needs. We can arrange a flight from Shanghai to Urban right now, and it's ready to take off at 3 p.m. this afternoon. However, the price is a bit high because there's only one Gulfstream 550 luxury long-haul business jet on standby at Shanghai Airport. Okay, I'm very satisfied with this plan. How much is the total cost of the charter flight? Chen Dong asked the price directly. As long as he can land in Urban before dark, he will pay any price. Anyway, you don't have to pay out of pocket. With a tenfold cashback on his travel expenses, he would rather the price be as high as possible. The total cost is 1 million. The trip for 2 people cost 1 million, and it was not an international flight. Even Liu Yun, who had met many rich people, felt that the price was a bit expensive. No problem, it's only 1 million, no problem. Chen Dong said that he felt no pressure at all when he said that he could get a cashback of 10 million yuan if he spent 1 million yuan. 1 million is no big deal. Liu Yun took a deep breath. It seemed that she had met a super rich second generation today, because from the sound of the customer's voice, he didn't look very old. What a shame. You spend my money without feeling any regret. Okay, sir. I need to add your WeChat. Please approve it later. We will discuss the details on WeChat. Okay, I'll hang up now. Chen Dong hung up the phone. Soon I received a friend request. L Global Liu Yun. The name is not bad, and the profile picture is also a beautiful woman. I don't know if it is a photo scam. Chen Dong didn't have time to think about it, and accepted the friend request. Dong Menqing. When Liu Yu saw Chen Dong's online name, she almost laughed out loud. This was the first time she had seen someone take the initiative to establish a relationship with Xi Menqing. It seems that this person is indeed a rich second generation. Not only does he have a lot of money, but he is also a bit silly. Liu Yun added Chen Dong as a friend and sent him a quote and travel plan. After communication, the 2 parties agreed that at 3 p.m. today at the Shanghai International Airport, L Global would provide Chen Dong with a Gulfstream 550 luxury business jet flying directly to Urban. Ms. Liu, how do I pay? Can I transfer the money to you? After everything was settled, Chen Dong prepared to pay. Liu Yun replied, Mr. Chen, please transfer the 50% deposit to our company account. The account number is on the electronic service contract I just sent you. Pay 50% up front? That's too much trouble. Qindong asked. Can you pay it off in one lump sum? I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. I understand your ability and feelings, but we still have to follow the contract. You pay a 50% deposit first, and the remaining 50% after check-in. Okay, I'll transfer the money now. Qindong opened the contract and copied L Global's company account. Then exit WeChat and open the Zero Yuan shopping mall app. On the purchased items page, find the top coupon for 10 times your travel expenses and click to use it. Then he opened the mobile banking app and paid a deposit of 500,000 yuan to the L Global account. Beep. The text message reminded that Qindong's ICBC card received a transfer income of 5 million. Haha, the tenfold cashback coupon is awesome. 5 million in hand. Including the cashback he received from shopping at the IFC, Qindong already has nearly 10 million yuan on his card. Became a multi-millionaire so quickly. It's like a dream. Haha, so cool. At the same time, in the imperial capital, after receiving Qindong's deposit, L Global's finance department immediately fed back the news to Lu Yiyun, the head of the customer service department. After receiving the deposit information, Lu Yiyun quickly informed Qindong. Mr. Chun, we've received your 50% deposit. Please provide a photo of the ID card of the person traveling as soon as possible. We need to report this to the airport. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. From now on, I'm your exclusive travel consultant. Please remember my name, Lu Yiyun. Thank you. As a supervisor, Lu Yiyun's conversation was quite professional. It not only makes customers feel the considerate service, but also makes our business card known. In this way, when customers have similar charter travel needs in the future, they will think of her first. Okay, thank you, Miss Lu. If there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal. Qindong replied to Lu Yiyun. I found Lin Yutong's chat box and sent a message. Xiaodong, the flight is settled. The Shanghai International Airport will fly directly to Urban at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Send me your ID card, pack your luggage, and get ready to go. You're awesome, Donggu. I'll send it to you right away. Lin Yutong's hands were shaking with excitement. She took several photos for her ID card before she chose a satisfactory one and sent it to Qindong. Chapter 20. Encounter at the airport. Zheng Jinyuan hugs Qindong's thigh. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shanghai International Airport. Jiang Chun, what are you doing standing here? Go ask when the plane will take off. Zheng Jinyuan glared at her boyfriend with a look of disgust. Jiang Chun had originally agreed to take her to Urban for a trip, but the flight was delayed. If it had been any later, they would have arrived in Urban late at night, and she would have frozen to death by then. Yuan, don't be angry. I've already asked 3 times, and they said they'll make way for other flights. The plane will definitely be able to take off today. Jiang Chun put on a smile and reached out to hold Zheng Jinyuan's hand. Don't touch me. Zheng Jinyuan raised her arm and shook off Jiang Chen's hand. Although she agreed to Jiang Chen's pursuit, she had no intention of taking advantage of Jiang Chun. He wanted to hold her hand before spending any money. What a joke. Yuan, we're actually quite lucky. Many people want to travel to Urban but can't buy plane tickets. Luckily, I prepared for it and bought my ticket 20 days in advance. Wasn't I very wise? Jiang Chun licked his face and took credit. Zheng Jinyuan curled her lips and rolled her eyes at him. Smart? I'm embarrassed to expose you. You hesitated for so long. Wasn't it just to wait for a discounted ticket? You bought an economy class ticket and you still have the nerve to show off? Tisk. I'm just trying to save money so I can spend one more day in Beijing. Jiang Chun felt a flush on his face. These days, he really didn't dare to have a girlfriend without some money. Taking Zheng Jinyuan on a trip to Urban cost him several thousand yuan for the round-trip airfare alone. He had worked hard to save up his internship salary for several months, and he estimated that this trip to Urban would cost him nothing. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. Although Zheng Jinyuan has a bad temper, she is very beautiful and has a good figure. Among all the girls in the department, she is second only to the school belle Lin Yutong. If he could win over Zheng Jinyuan during this trip to Istanbul, he would make a fortune. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun felt much more comfortable instantly. After all, we're still poor. If you were as rich as Brother Dong's finger, I wouldn't be waiting here with you like an idiot. Zheng Jinyuan couldn't help but compare her boyfriend with Qindong. Thinking back to yesterday when Qindong spent lavishly at IFC Shopping Center and gave her an Estée Lauder New Year gift box with a wave of his hand, it makes people feel itchy. It would be nice if I could see Brother Dong again. Such a handsome and wealthy man. Just one look at him is a pleasure. Zheng Jinyuan's heart was filled with love, but when she glanced at her good-for-nothing boyfriend, she became furious again. Jiang Chun, have you booked a hotel? Let's make it clear first. We must book 2 rooms, 1 for each of us. Otherwise, I won't go to Urban. Don't worry about this, Yuan. Leave it to me. Jiang Chun said, patting his chest. When we get to Urban, We'll tell Zheng Jinyuan that we've only booked one room. She can't come back right away, hee. Brother Dong, are you there yet? I'm at the entrance. Okay, Xiaodong. I'm coming right away. Almost at the same time, Lin Yutong and Chen Dong also met at the airport and entered the waiting hall together. Brother Dong, I couldn't find a ticket to Urban after searching several websites. How did you manage to get one? That's amazing. Lin Yutong stared at Chen Dong's handsome face with admiring eyes. The more I look at him, the more masculine he becomes. Chen Dong laughed and said, I didn't buy a ticket either, hee. Huh? Then why are we at the airport? How do we get to Urban? Charter flight. Charter plane? You mean, you chartered a plane to Urban? Lin Yutong frowned. Chen Dong smiled and nodded. Yes, fly directly from Shanghai to Urban. Oh my god, how much is that going to cost? It's not expensive, only about 1 million. 1 million? Just the two of us? Brother Dong, you're too extravagant. Lin Yutong, who understood what was happening, was once again shocked by Chen Dong's lavish spending. Spend 1 million to charter a plane to Urban? Most people wouldn't even dare to think about it, but Brother Dong was so foolish as to do it. Does he want to go to Urban? No, he must be spending money like water just for himself. Ah, he loves me so much. Lin Yutong was so excited that she felt a warm current surge up in her. She pulled the suitcase with one hand and quietly held Chen Dong's arm with the other. She must hold on tightly to the man who loves her so much. The electronic charter contract was presented at the security checkpoint. The two went straight to the VIP boarding lounge. Brother Dong, Yutong. As they passed by the ordinary waiting room, someone suddenly called their names. Turn your head and look. Zheng Jinyuan was already jogging over, followed by her boyfriend Jiang Chun. Brother Dong, Yutong, where are you going? Wow, Brother Dong, you look so handsome today. Zheng Jinyuan only had eyes for Chen Dong, and she started saying sweet words to him right away. Jiang Chun on the side curled his lips and smoothed the hair on his forehead. Apart from being poor, how am I inferior to Chen Dong? We are going to Urban for fun. Are you waiting for the plane too? Lin Yutong spoke first. Chen Dong and Zheng Jinyuan were not given any chance to speak. Wow, Donggu, we are so destined to meet. I also plan to go to Urban for fun. Zheng Jinyuan almost jumped up with joy and asked quickly, Brother Dong, which flight are you on? Is it delayed too? We didn't buy tickets to Urban. Lin Yutong hadn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Chen quickly jumped out and took the opportunity to take credit in front of Zheng Jinyuan. See, Yuan is not here. They didn't even buy a plane ticket. They must have a second connection. Or I was foresight and bought the tickets in advance. Shut up. No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak. Zheng Jinyuan turned around and gave Jiang Chen a death stare. Then he looked at Chen Dong with a smile. Brother Dong, how are you going to Urban? If it is possible to exchange tickets, I will definitely transfer my ticket to you. Thank you for your kindness, Yuan. Brother Dong has chartered a plane to Urban, just the two of us. Lin Yutong couldn't help but show off a little. She also wanted to keep a low profile, but Chen Dong's love for her made it impossible for her to do so. This also made Zheng Jinyuan understand how much Chen Dong loved her, so that Zheng Jinyuan would not have to hook up with her brother Dong so blatantly. Oh my god, charter a plane. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jinyuan widened her eyes, trembled, and almost fell to the ground. We are both women. Why are our destinies so different? What? Charter a plane? Jiang Chen's face changed, and he was stunned on the spot. He waited for more than half a month to buy an economy class ticket before he found a discounted one. Chen Dong directly chartered a plane. What the hell? Are all the rich so free and unrestrained when they go out to play? It's really extravagant for you two to charter a plane. How much will it cost? Zheng Jinyuan calmed herself down, grabbed Chen Dong's hand, and asked. Brother Dong said he spent 1 million. Lin Yutong said this and walked forward to pull Zheng Jinyuan's hand away. Zheng Jinyuan is so shameless that he poaches people right in front of her. 1 million? Oh my god, that's too expensive. Zheng Jinyuan almost cried out that her worthless life was not even worth 1 million. If anyone gave her 1 million, she would stand upside down and call him daddy. Tyrant, please accept my knees. Jiang Chun knelt down immediately. He spent 1 million to charter a plane to go to Harbin. He would like to call this kind of person a super rich dad. Yeah, I think it's expensive too, but Donggu insisted on doing it, so I had no choice but to follow his lead. Lin Yutong looked up at Chen Dong, her eyes full of admiration. A woman's natural vanity made her unable to help but show off in front of Zheng Jinyuan. She used to think that this kind of behavior was full of green tea, but now, she suddenly understood why there were so many green tea girls. Because it feels really good. Woo woo woo, Donggu is so good to you. I'm a little jealous. Zheng Jinyuan cried and looked at Chen Dong eagerly. Brother Dong, can you take me with you on your chartered plane? I promise to be obedient. Yuan, I'm afraid this isn't very convenient, right? Lin Yutong quickly protected Chen Dong. Yes, Yuan, you can't leave me alone. I finally bought the plane ticket. It would be such a waste of money if you don't take it. Seeing his girlfriend hugging another man's thigh, Jiang Chen also became anxious. He spent so much money to take Zheng Jinyuan on a trip. If she was intercepted halfway, wouldn't he be a big victim? Waste your mother's head. Who cares about a lousy plane ticket? Zheng Jinyuan took out the plane ticket and threw it at Jiang Chen's head. She immediately turned around, squatted on the ground, hugged Chen Dong's thighs, and said with her eyes blinking, "Brother Dong, please, as long as you are willing to take me on the plane, I can serve you anytime and anywhere, okay?" Oh shit. Isn't this sentence too explicit? On the plane serving. Does that mean? Chen Dong couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay, let's take the chartered plane together." Chapter 21. Cowardly Jiang Chen. Lin Yutong figured it out. Thank you, Dong Ge Moi. Zheng Jinyuan was so excited that she lay on Chen Dong's thigh and took a bite. Oh my god. You're taking advantage of me in public. Once you get on the plane, see how the boss will deal with you. Thinking of the ultimate enjoyment he had in the mother and baby room of IFC last time, Chen Dong couldn't wait to board the plane. Yuan, you can't do this. Jiang Chen was really about to cry this time. His girlfriend was clinging to someone else in front of him. He was such a coward as a boyfriend. Yuan, what will I do if you leave? Didn't we agree to go to Urban together? Yuan, you can't do this. Facing Jiang Chen's entanglement, Zheng Jinyuan was so angry that she was shivering. Why did she agree to be Jiang Chen's girlfriend when she was blind to such an incompetent man? What should I do? Just chill. You take economy class, and I'll take Brother Dong's charter flight. Remember to bring my suitcase to Urban. You idiot. Can you please learn from Brother Dong? Zheng Jinyuan was so disappointed with her boyfriend that she glared at him. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chen's father is the operations manager of the IFC shopping center, I really want to get rid of this burden. Oh, okay then. You must answer my call when you get to Urban. Jiang Chen knew that he was not as strong as others, so he could only let his girlfriend do what she wanted. Why are you still following me? Go and look after the luggage. You don't have any eyesight at all. Zheng Jinyuan scolded her boyfriend with disgust. Oh, I'll go over there then, Yuan. Please be careful on the road. Jiang Chen looked at Zheng Jinyuan cautiously, then turned to Chen Dong. Brother Dong, I'll leave Yuan to you. Please take good care of her on the plane. Thank you, Brother Dong. Chen Dong nodded without saying anything. I just feel that the man in front of me is very pitiful. No money, that's it. If he hadn't activated the system, he might have ended up like Jiang Chen, without even the chance to be a woman's bootlicker. So, a man's first priority is to make money. If you have money, you will have women. If you have a lot of money, women will turn around and lick your ass. Thank you, Dongji. Jiang Chen thanked him again and left in disappointment. Brother Dong, you only submitted our IDs. Can Yuan get on the plane? Lin Yutong couldn't directly refute Chen Dong's decision. After all, she was not Chen Dong's girlfriend yet. She could only hint at it and try to persuade Zheng Jinyuan from other aspects. Oh, I almost forgot. I'll tell the people at the charter company. Chen Dong took out his cell phone to contact Louis Yu. Gotta reply quickly. As long as you submit your ID card 10 minutes before boarding, there is still half an hour before boarding, so there is still enough time. Chen Dong chartered a Gulfstream 550 luxury business jet, which could easily carry not only one more passenger, but even 10 more. Anyway, no matter how many people are flying, the price is the same. The charter fee for 2 people is 1 million, and the price for 3 people is the same. Chen Dong asked Zheng Jinyuan for photos of the front and back of his ID card, forwarded them to Louis Yu, and quickly completed the registration procedures. Arrived at the VIP lounge, Zheng Jinyuan looked around curiously, as happy as a restless little golden retriever. But Lin Yutong is just the opposite. Sitting there moping. She posted last night about looking for a date, was originally visible only to Chen Dong. To put it bluntly, she just wanted to ask Chen Dong out alone. Because her mother said that she must hold on to Chen Dong tightly. That's why she thought of asking Chen Dong to go traveling together. Just when she thought she could have a good time with Chen Dong in Harbin, she unexpectedly ran into the infatuated Zheng Jinyuan at the airport. When she sees Chen Dong, she acts like a green tea girl. He even shamelessly took a chartered flight with them. His face is thicker than the city wall. I'm so angry. How is this different from being a mistress? Lin Yutong was filled with anger and felt extremely uncomfortable, which was even more bitter than eating Coptis chinensis. Chen Dong saw all of this. He could see that Lin Yutong was unhappy. But he didn't want to comfort her now. 9 out of 10 men are lustful, and behind every successful man there is more than just one woman. He will not be an exception. Therefore, he couldn't guarantee that he would always be nice to Lin Yutong alone. There is already a system. Chen Dong will no longer be a loyal bootlicker. Compared to the endless supply of money, women are not rare. As for campus beauties, every university has one. As long as he wanted, it would not be difficult to chase after 10 or 8 school beauties. But he won't do that. After all, Lin Yutong gave him a mobile phone when he was at his lowest point, and he was willing to spend his whole life repaying this kindness, provided that Lin Yutong could accept his love. 2:40 in the afternoon. Chen Dong paid the remaining 50% of the charter fee. Spend 500,000 and get 5 million in cash back immediately with 10 times the amount. Haha, the more money you spend, the more money you make. It's so cool. Pay the final payment. Led by the exclusive flight attendant, Chen Dong and the other two boarded the plane. Wow, this plane is so luxurious. Sitting in the VIP seat, Zhang Jinyuan took out her cell phone and started taking a lot of photos. Such an opportunity might never come again in her life, so she had to seize the time to leave a testimony and post it on her moments to show off. Brother Dong, thank you. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to go to Urban. Looking at the luxuriously decorated cabin, Lin Yutong's mood gradually improved. Zhang Jinyuan was the one who was wrong, and Dong Gu took her in out of kindness. This can't be blamed on Brother Dong. Lin Yutong figured it out. You're welcome. I'm also very happy to go to Urban with you. Chen Dong stretched out his hand. Lin Yutong sensibly extended her little hand and placed it on Chen Dong's palm, with a rose shyly blooming on her face. Dear VIP friends, your exclusive charter flight is about to take off. Please double-check that your seat belts are fastened, turn off your cell phones, hold on to the handrails, and prepare for takeoff. Safety reminders came over the radio. 2 flight attendants in black silk uniforms checked the seat belts of the 3 people one by one, and the service was very thoughtful. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. With a slight shake, the plane took off on time. Brother Dong, we're taking off. Ah, this feeling is so wonderful. This is my first time on a chartered plane. It's so cool, haha. Zhang Jinyuan was shaking her head with excitement, as if it was her first time on a plane. Lin Yutong was also very excited, but she tried her best to hold it back and didn't show it. Her seat was right next to Chen Dong, and her hand was always held by Chen Dong. This sweet taste almost melted her. Although there was Zhang Jinyuan, a light bulb that spoiled her fun, she was still so happy that she almost suffocated when she sat on the private plane that Chen Dong chartered for her. Brother Dong, I like you and I want to be your girlfriend. Is that okay? Lin Yutong recited silently in her heart. She really wanted to say it out loud and tell Chen Dong that she liked him. However, she was still embarrassed and lacked the courage. Let's talk about it when we get to Urban. Maybe Brother Dong will take the initiative to confess his feelings to her. Lin Yutong's mind was full of random thoughts. She wondered how many rooms Dong Gu would book for her tonight. To fly from Shanghai to Binhai. After enjoying afternoon tea, Lin Yutong closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes for a while. Suddenly, he felt someone scratching his thigh. Open your eyes and take a look. Zhang Jinyuan was squatting at his feet, biting her lips and looking at him with ill intent. Chen Dong looked at Zhang Jinyuan in confusion. Zhang Jinyuan stretched out a finger and hooked it at Chen Dong, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. He glanced at the sleeping Lin Yutong. Chen Dong unbuckled his seat belt and followed. Chapter 22 Zhang Jinyuan's exclusive service. Chen Dong crossed the line. Dear VIP friends, in order to provide you with a more perfect flight experience, I will now provide you with exclusive services. Zhang Jinyuan said this and gave Chen Dong a knowing smile. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Dong walked out of the bathroom. The flight attendant standing at the door seemed not to hear anything and greeted Chen Dong politely with a smile. See, this is called professionalism. Chen Dong was very satisfied with this charter service. It was quiet and private. He was not disturbed by anyone and could do whatever he wanted. When he has money in the future, he must get a private jet for fun. Recruiting dozens of flight attendants to be on call 24 hours a day. He can fly wherever he wants, take as many women as he wants, and have fun however he wants. This is what life is all about. Return to your seat. Lin Yutong was still sleeping. Beautiful cheeks, so pretty that it looks unbelievable. Although it looks a little tired, it still attracts attention. If it was this face serving him just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to last even 5 minutes. However, Zhang Jinyuan, this little golden retriever, is not bad either, and her service attitude is very good. Chen Dong gave Lin Yutong a mischievous smile, closed his eyes, and dozed off. 5:45 p.m. Harbin Airport. The Gulfstream 550 luxury business jet slowly landed. After a period of turbulence, it came to a steady stop on the airport runway. Brother Dong, we're in Urban. Wow, it's so beautiful. Zhang Jinyuan looked out the window with a frivolous expression on her face. Chen Dong laughed. This chattering bad woman can provide emotional value, but there is nothing outside, so she is not beautiful at all. Lin Yutong seemed to be still asleep, leaning tightly on Chun Dong's shoulder like a little bird. She had been looking up flight tickets and travel guides last night and had hardly slept, so she just happened to catch up on some sleep on the plane. Got off the plane. The charter service company's business car is already on standby. Send the three of them to a hotel in the city. This is part of the charter service and there is no additional charge. Moreover, the driver will take care of all the luggage moving for you, so you don't need to do it yourself. Money makes the man the boss. Chun Dong has truly witnessed the charm of money. Almost anything he could think of, he could get with money. It's so damn convenient. Oops. On the way to the city, Lin Yutong suddenly shouted, "Brother Dong, what should I do? I forgot to book a hotel." Zheng Jinyuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head to watch the joke. "No way, Xiaotong. Donggu has already arrived in Urban, and you haven't booked a hotel yet? You are such an unreliable girlfriend. I had chosen a hotel, but because I couldn't book a plane ticket, I didn't book a hotel. Who knew that Brother Dong later chartered a plane to come to Beijing? I was so happy that I forgot about booking a hotel." After Lin Yutong explained, she couldn't help but blame herself. Although Zheng Jinyuan's words were unpleasant to hear. "What you said is true. Chun Dong even arranged the flight, but she didn't even book a hotel. It was really a dereliction of duty. Brother Dong, if I order now, I should still be able to get it." Lin Yutong opened her phone to book a hotel. After checking several apps, I found that almost all the star-rated hotels in the central city of Harbin were sold out, except for some with low ratings, which look very low at first glance. Brother Dong definitely can't stay in this kind of hotel, or it's a very remote place. This kind of hotel is not acceptable. We can't let Brother Dong live in the wilderness. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Brother Dong. Looking at Chun Dong eagerly, Lin Yutong was so anxious that tears were about to come out. "It's all right." Chun Dong reached out his hand, touched Lin Yutong's face, and said with a smile, "We can already arrange the plane tickets, so why worry about not being able to book a hotel?" "But the hotel is sold out online." Lin Yutong let Chun Dong touch her. Since Zheng Jinyuan said she was Chun Dong's girlfriend, she simply agreed to it to avoid Zheng Jinyuan poaching her. "Oh, what should we do? Xiaodong, you are too careless. It's freezing and snowy. You can't let Donggu sleep on the street, right?" Zheng Jinyuan took the opportunity to mock Lin Yutong. Although she is not as pretty as Lin Yutong, she is a good person and serves Brother Dong very well. "Brother Dong, how about we stay at a bathhouse?" I saw a short video someone posted on Douyin, saying that many bathhouses in Urban offer bathing and overnight stays, with food and drinks provided, and you can even play games and watch movies. It's so cool. Zheng Jinyuan has yellow hair and gives advice to Chun Dong. The two big eyes sparkled and shot electric sparks at Chun Dong. "Forget about staying at the bathhouse. It's hard to rest because there are so many people, and it will affect our outing tomorrow." Chun Dong had already thought of a way to find accommodation. As long as he has money, he doesn't believe that he can't book a hotel. "Master, do you know which is the most upscale 5-star hotel near Central Street?" Chun Dong asked the driver. The driver, a local from Urban, immediately replied, "The most upscale hotel near Central Street is definitely the Shangri-La Hotel, but there's also a hotel called Grand Mansion 1903 that's not bad either. It's a century-old building with an exotic interior. You can check it on your phone." Yes, I saw this hotel online. It's a popular check-in spot. It's very nice." As soon as the driver finished speaking, Zheng Jinyuan raised her hand and spoke up. "What do you think, Xiaodong?" Chun Dong lowered his head and asked Lin Yutong. I'll listen to Brother Dong." Lin Yutong, who was blaming herself, felt a warm feeling in her heart when she heard Chun Dong's words. She forgot to book a hotel, but Donggu not only didn't complain, he also asked for her opinion everywhere. He really loves me. Lin Yutong thought about it, raised her head, looked at the considerate and generous Chun Dong, and her eyes became moist. "Okay, then let's go to the Grand Mansion 1903 Hotel." Chun Dong immediately made a decision and asked the driver to take them to Central Avenue. The commercial vehicle is driving smoothly on the road. In the back seat, Lin Yutong quietly unbuckled her seatbelt, without saying a word, and snuggled quietly in Chun Dong's arms. Chun Dong didn't say anything either. One hand held Lin Yutong's little hand, and the other hand was placed on her body. Lin Yutong did not object to Chun Dong doing this. Instead, "I feel very happy. It is her honor to be loved so much by Brother Dong. In Shanghai can enjoy the privilege of chartering a plane to travel to Harbin, but she happened to be one of them." Thinking of this, she was willing to do whatever Chun Dong did to her. Chun Dong's hands were very well behaved at first, but as the faint fragrance of Lin Yutong came to his nose, waves of fragrance came to his nose. It's really unbearable. I can't help it. It crossed the line. Huh. It feels so magical. Just then, the fool is calling. The fool is calling. The fool is calling. A funny cell phone ringtone rang out. Excuse me, my phone is calling. Zheng Jinyuan in the front row explained awkwardly and then answered the phone. Hello, Jiang Chen, what are you calling for? Chapter 23. 58,800 yuan a night suite, Lin Yutong shy. Zheng Jinyuan answered her boyfriend's call. What? Your flight hasn't taken off yet? Then why are you still going to Beijing? You might as well go back home. Can you arrive before midnight? That's fine. By the way, which hotel did you book? Dong Gu and I have already arrived in Urban and are heading to Central Street. Please send me the name of the hotel. Fuck your mother. You idiot. You only booked one room? And it's a shabby hotel? Go to hell, Jiang Chun. If I answer your call again, I'll be a dog. With a roar, Zheng Jinyuan hung up the phone. The driver shivered and glanced at Zheng Jinyuan out of the corner of his eye. How come such a pretty little southern potato is more ferocious than the tigress in his family? I'm afraid it's a fake potato. Brother Dong, did you hear that? That bastard Jiang Chen only booked one room. He's determined to take advantage of me. Humph, he's dreaming. I won't stay in that crappy hotel he booked. Even if I freeze to death sleeping on the streets, I won't share a room with him. Zheng Jinyuan turned her head and cried to Chen Dong. Lin Yutong pretended to be asleep, lying motionless in Chen Dong's arms with her eyes closed. No matter how Zheng Jinyuan performs, it is her that Dong Gu likes, and it is also her that lies in Dong Ji's arms. No one can take Dong Gu away from her. Are you sure you want to sleep on the streets? The lowest temperature in Beijing right now is probably minus 20 degrees Celsius. Chen Dong asked Zheng Jinyuan with a smile. Won't I be frozen into an ice sculpture then? Zheng Jinyuan held her chin with her fists and acted coquettishly to Chen Dong. Brother Dong, please be kind and take me in for one night. You can't bear to see me frozen into an ice sculpture, right? Let's see later. I'm not sure how many rooms the hotel has. Chen Dong deliberately kept Zheng Jinyuan hanging. What can I say about this kind of woman? If you regard her as a girlfriend, she would get 0 points, or even negative points. However, if you treat her as a tool, then she can get 90 points. Anyway, Chen Dong was quite satisfied with her work. Hee, thank you Dong brother. Although Chen Dong did not give her a definite answer, Zheng Jinyuan knew that Chen Dong would definitely not abandon her tonight. Based on Chen Dong's strength, any hotel he chooses is better than the one booked by that poor guy Jiang Chen. Alas, why didn't God let me meet Brother Dong earlier? Zheng Jinyuan said with regret in her heart. Half an hour later, around 6:30 in the evening, the business car arrived at the Grand Mansion 1903 Hotel on Central Avenue. The driver opened the trunk, took the luggage to the hotel lobby, and drove away. Wow, it's so cold. I'm freezing to death. Zheng Jinyuan got off the car. She was shivering with cold and could hardly stand. She was wearing a short cotton coat on her upper body and black tights on her lower body. The thick clothes she had prepared were all in the suitcase, which was with Jiang Chen. He was probably still in Modu and had not yet boarded the plane. Looks like I won't be going out tonight. Lin Yutong was wearing a long woolen coat, wrapped like a slender corn, but she was still frozen by the cold wind coming from Urban, her teeth chattering, and she hugged Chen Dong tightly to keep warm. Come into the hotel, there's heating inside. Chen Dong hugged Lin Yutong. Zheng Jinyuan followed beside him, and the three of them walked into the hotel. Winter is the peak tourist season in Beijing. The hotel was bustling with tourists in groups of 3 or 4, carrying suitcases of various sizes. Some travelers who failed to book a room kept asking at the front desk if there were any vacancies. The building where the Grand Mansion 1903 Hotel is located is a century-old building. Although the room rate is not cheap, with the cheapest room costing more than 2,000 yuan a night, there are still many young people who want to stay here and check in for their trip to Binhai. Brother Dong, it looks like there are no rooms left in this hotel. Why don't we go somewhere else? Lin Yutong still looked guilty as she spoke. If she hadn't forgotten to book a hotel, she wouldn't have arrived in Urban without a place to stay. I think we should just stay at the bathhouse. It's a one-stop shop for eating, drinking, playing, and sleeping. Isn't it better than staying in a hotel? Zheng Jinyuan is still obsessed with her bath center. You guys wait here, I'll go ask. Chen Dong walked to the front desk. I'm sorry, sir, our hotel is fully booked today. Before Chen Dong could say anything, the receptionist politely informed him that the room was fully booked. Beauty, are you sure the room is full? Where's the presidential suite? Chen Dong asked with a smile. Oh, sorry, sir. Our hotel doesn't have a presidential suite. The lady at the front desk answered mechanically, then suddenly understood what Chen Dong meant. She quickly nodded and said sorry to Chen Dong. I'm sorry, sir. Our hotel doesn't have a presidential suite, but we do have a royal suite, which is our most upscale room. We only have one, and it's quite expensive. Would you like to reserve one? Okay, book this one for me. Chen Dong placed his hands on the marble table and tapped it lightly with his fingers. Sir, the price of our Royal Supreme Suite is now 58,800 yuan per night. Are you sure you want to check in? Because the price was too expensive, the lady at the front desk told Chen Dong the price again. Of course, you think I'm kidding you. Chen Dong felt a little uncomfortable with being questioned. The receptionist quickly apologized. I'm sorry, sir. That's not what I meant. More than a dozen guests inquired about the Royal Supreme Suite today, but all gave up because the price was too high, so I'm confirming this with you. Understood. Please help me check in. Chen Dong took out his ID card and handed it over. The lady at the front desk was just about to take it, etc. At this time, Zheng Jinyuan came to Chen Dong and snatched Chen Dong's ID card. Beauty, did you get the price wrong? Zheng Jinyuan held up her phone and questioned. I saw online that other people were staying in your hotel's Royal Supreme Suite for just over 10,000 yuan a night, and you're asking for over 50,000 yuan. Are you taking advantage of us? Yes, the price is indeed too expensive. Lin Yutong also came over, took Chen Dong's arm, and said. It was she who suggested traveling to Urban this time. She didn't want Chen Dong to spend too much money. Although Chen Dong didn't seem to be short of money, a hotel costing more than 50,000 yuan a night was too outrageous. According to her previous budget, it would cost less than 15,000 yuan for 2 people to travel around Urban. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. It's the peak tourist season in Urban now, and you didn't make a reservation in advance, so we can only check you in at the original price of the room. The lady at the front desk explained. It doesn't matter, just go with this price. It's just over 50,000. It's too cheap. Chen Dong smiled with a relaxed look on his face. If it were in the past, he would definitely call the guy an idiot for spending more than 50,000 yuan to stay in a hotel for one night. But now, he thinks the price is not high enough. 50,000 yuan can only return more than 500,000 yuan, which is only enough for a BMW. If it's 100,000 per night, I can buy a house in my hometown, haha. Brother Dong, are you okay? Do you think 50,000 is too cheap? Even though it didn't cost her a penny, Zheng Jinyuan still felt the pain. Brother Dong, it's too expensive. Lin Yutong also complained to Chen Dong in a coquettish tone. It doesn't matter. I'm willing to spend any amount of money for you. Chen Dong turned his head and looked at Lin Yutong affectionately. Brother Dong, you are so nice to me. Lin Yutong blushed shyly and put her head on Chen Dong obediently. Brother Dong has paid so much for her to come to Urban to play. The charter flight cost 1 million, and the hotel cost more than 50,000 per night. He really loves me. Lin Yutong's heart was filled with emotions, and she wanted to give Chen Dong a kiss right then and there, but unfortunately there were too many people here, and she didn't have the courage. Once she entered the room, she wanted to thank Brother Dong no matter what. Anyway, the two of them are staying in the same room tonight. Chapter 24, Becoming a Multimillionaire, a Perspective on Zheng Jinyuan. Sir, how many nights would you like to book? The lady at the front desk asked. Chen Dong looked at Lin Yutong. How many nights will we stay in Urban? 2 days, just 2 days will do, Dong go. Let's go to Xuexiang the day after tomorrow. Lin Yutong stretched out 2 fingers. Okay, then book 2 nights. Chen Dong took out his bank card and paid for 2 nights' room without a deposit, for a total of 117,600. Next second, I immediately received a text message reminder of 10 times the cash back, and 1,176,000 yuan was transferred into my ICBC account. Haha, another 1 million in hand. This speed of making money is too amazing. In just one day, his savings reached more than 15 million, making him a multi-millionaire. By the mall system YYDS for 0 yuan. Brother Dong, please take me in. As soon as Chen Dong paid the room fee, Zheng Jinyuan immediately hugged his thighs. Yuan, it seems that one room can only accommodate 2 people. Brother Dong can't help you even if he wants to. Before Chen Dong could express his opinion, Lin Yutong took the initiative to reject Zheng Jinyuan. Although she and Chen Dong have not confessed their feelings to each other, it is just a matter of words. She must now act like a girlfriend and not let any other girl get close to Chen Dong. Such an expensive room can definitely accommodate 3 people. Zheng Jinyuan, a social butterfly, immediately stood up and asked the receptionist, Hey, beautiful lady, can the room we just booked accommodate 3 people? Well, you can, but... The lady at the front desk paused and said, Our Royal Supreme Suite only has 1 double bed, and there's no room for an extra bed. It doesn't matter, as long as it's possible. Zheng Jinyuan thanked the receptionist and turned to Chen Dong and said, Brother Dong, if there's a sofa, I'll sleep on it. If there's no sofa, I'll sleep on the floor. I promise not to disturb you and shout on, okay? Please. Looking at Zheng Jinyuan's seductive eyes, Chen Dong hesitated for a moment. Would a night with 3 people be more exciting than a night with 2? Take a gamble. The chances of 2 are definitely greater than 1. Xiaodong, how about we stay in the same room? Chen Dong asked Lin Yutong. Okay. Although she was extremely reluctant, Lin Yutong had no choice but to agree. All the money was paid by Chen Dong alone, so naturally, he had the final say. Thank you, Donggu. Thank you, Xiaotong, hee. Zheng Jinyuan took advantage of the situation and acted cute. She hugged Chen Dong, and then leaned over and kissed Lin Yutong on the face. Lin Yutong was angry and helpless. The lady at the front desk registered the ID cards of 3 people, and then used the intercom to call a waiter to provide services specifically for Chen Dong. Hello, 3 distinguished guests. I am Xiao Hong, your exclusive customer service representative. Please follow me. A waitress named Xiao Hong led Chen Dong and the other 2 to the guest room. Another male waiter helped with the luggage. Just took a few steps. Suddenly, a spirited young man in his 20s yelled at the front desk. What a lousy hotel you are. I want to file a complaint against you. Didn't you say you had no rooms? How come they were able to book us? Are you bullying us because we're from out of town? I'm telling you, I studied law, and I'm going to sue you for bullying customers. Because it's very loud. All the customers in the lobby were attracted, and many of them pointed at Chen Dong and the other 2. The receptionist quickly explained, Excuse me, sir, that gentleman booked our hotel's Royal Supreme Suite. I don't care what kind of suite you have. You just have a room and you're not giving it to us. You're bullying us outsiders. I'm going to file a complaint against you. What? The spirited young man shouted in dissatisfaction. Why? I'll tell you why. Zheng Jinyuan couldn't stand it any longer. She walked over and glared at the energetic young man with her eyes like copper bells. This room costs 58,000 yuan a night. You poor bastard can't afford it. 58,000 a night. Upon hearing this, the energetic young man suddenly became dispirited and his face turned red. Not to mention 58,000. Even 5,800 would be considered too expensive for him. Yeah, 58,000, not a penny less. How can a poor idiot like you afford to live here? Apologize to us now. Zheng Jinyuan forced the young man to apologize. The spirited young man knew he had run into someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he could only say dejectedly, Sorry. I'm sorry. Damn, I wanted to show off in front of my girlfriend, but I ended up hitting a wall. No wonder a man took 2 beauties to check into a hotel. It turns out he is a rich second generation. Girl, don't be so blind when looking for a boyfriend next time. He has no money and has such a bad temper. Even dogs don't want such a man. Zheng Jinyuan kindly reminded the young man's girlfriend. After saying that, she returned to Chen Dong with a proud look on her face. Brother Dong, let's go. We can't indulge this kind of person. Chen Dong smiled, but said nothing. This little golden retriever really has a strong personality. At least when he goes out, he will never suffer any loss in an argument. Take the elevator upstairs. Exclusive customer service representative Xiao Hong brought the 3 of them to the Royal Supreme Suite on the top floor of the hotel. As soon as you enter the room, a breath of luxury hits you in the face. The decoration with red and gold as the main colors makes the whole house look magnificent and royal. The room has a layout of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms. Inside is a bedroom with a separate bathroom and a large double bed. Outside is a living room with sofas, TVs, refrigerators, and other furniture and appliances. There is also a public bathroom. Dear guests, if you have any needs, please feel free to call me. I won't disturb your rest. Xiao Hong left a few business cards, closed the door, and left. Wow, is this the legendary 58,000 yuan a night Royal Supreme Suite? I feel like I'm entering the palace and becoming a queen, huh? Zheng Jinyuan fell directly onto the sofa. Then he held up his phone and took pictures in every room. Brother Dong, this suite is so luxurious. This is my first time staying in such a high-end guest room. Lin Yutong was also very excited. If it weren't for Chen Dong, she probably would never have the chance to live in such a suite in her life. 5-star hotels are not rare, but 99% of people will never have the chance to stay in a presidential suite, let alone see one with their own eyes. When you're out having fun, don't be afraid to spend money. Enjoy yourself. Clean up, we'll go eat later. Chen Dong did not forget his main mission. During the 5-day validity period of the travel expenditure cashback coupon, spend as much money as possible to get more 10 times the cashback. Well, thank you, Dong brother. Lin Yutong suddenly stood on tiptoe. Bo kissed Chen Dong's face. Oh shit. What a sweet sneak attack. Chen Dong felt very happy. He didn't expect that the goddess would be so proactive. It seems that money is really a good thing. As long as you are willing to spend money, there is no girl you can't pursue. Girls may even pursue you in return. Come to the bedroom. Looking at the big bed in front of her, Lin Yutong blushed shyly. Do you want to sleep with Brother Dong tonight? Is this progressing too fast? It's all Zheng Jinyuan's fault. If she hadn't followed me so shamelessly, I wouldn't have such a strong sense of crisis. Lin Yutong's heart was pounding. What if Chen Dong made that kind of request to her at night? Would she agree or not? What if Dong Ge is made unhappy and he goes to find Zheng Jinyuan? If you miss such a good man, you will never find him again. Let Dong Ge have a little taste of sweetness first. As Lin Yutong was thinking about it, she felt uncomfortable and hurried into the bathroom. The reception room outside. Brother Dong, I'm sleeping on the sofa today. It won't interfere with your and Xiaodong's good time, right? Zheng Jinyuan sat on the sofa, looking at Chen Dong with her charming eyes. His 2 feet were deliberately placed on the sofa. Bend your knees. This sitting posture is very rogue. Haha, it seems that the little golden retriever is playing with fire blatantly. That being the case, don't waste money on a bad girl, just satisfy her. Chen Dong smiled evilly and said, Xiaodong and I haven't reached that point yet. If you want, I can sleep on the sofa with you. Brother Dong, what are you talking about? I'm not the bad girl you think I am. You may not believe it, but I still have my virginity. Zheng Jinyuan covered her face with her hands and acted shy. No way. The first time is still there? Chen Dong was a little surprised. He thought Zheng Jinyuan had already. Then use X-ray vision to see if Zheng Jinyuan is lying. Moment. A virtual panel appeared in front of Chen Dong, displaying Zheng Jinyuan's personal information. Chapter 25 Zheng Jinyuan's Confession. The schoolgirl's little mouth is so sweet. Name, Zheng Jinyuan. Age, 22. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Love number, 0. After reading Zheng Jinyuan's information panel, Chen Dong opened his mouth in surprise. This is too outrageous. I didn't expect that Zheng Jinyuan, who looks very bold, actually has a face value of 92, which is already considered a very beautiful beauty, and the fact that she has been in love for 0 times can prove that she is indeed a virgin. Chen Dong rubbed his nose. Good things will come to good people. It seems that he did the right thing by agreeing to bring Zheng Jinyuan to Urban. You can get a perfect little golden retriever. For a normal man, he would not give up such an opportunity. I don't believe it. What if you are lying to me? Chen Dong looked at Zheng Jinyuan and said deliberately, Don't believe it? Humph, you'll know if you try it tonight. Zheng Jinyuan pursed her lips and said, Of course you can try, but you should be able to see the relationship between Xiaotong and me. Let me be frank. Even if you give me your first time, I can't promise you anything. Since Zheng Jinyuan was not ashamed, Chen Dong did not hide it either. Haha, you men are all such selfish pigs. Zheng Jinyuan gave Chen Dong a resentful look. Chen Dong thought she had changed her mind. Zheng Jinyuan suddenly changed the subject and said, I'm willing to give it to you. No promises required. Oh, why? Chen Dong was very curious. Wouldn't a gold digger like this take the opportunity to ask for a huge sum of money from him and blackmail him? Zheng Jinyuan stared at Chen Dong with deep eyes. Because you have met my psychological expectations. I don't understand. Tell me about it. As for me, my family is not well off, and I've been living in poverty since I was a child, so I set a few thresholds for dating. If a man is willing to spend 10,000 yuan on me, I can agree to hold hands. If he spends 50,000 yuan on me, I can kiss him. If he spends more than 100,000 yuan, I can let him do whatever he wants. Haha, interesting. After hearing Zheng Jinyuan's views on love, Chen Dong was shocked. Curious. How far have you and Jiangchen come? Don't mention it. That poor guy, he hasn't even held my hand yet. Speaking of her worthless boyfriend, Zheng Jinyuan immediately became furious. When he arrives in Urban tomorrow, I will break up with him. He has no money and still wants to eat swan meat. You're dreaming. Chen Dong couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiangchen. When he woke up, the sky had fallen. Haha. 100,000 is a small matter. I'll transfer it to you now. Chen Dong took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer money to Zheng Jinyuan. No need, Dong. You just give me money like that. It makes me look like a nobody. You should spend money on me when you have the chance. That way I'll feel better. Besides, you spent 1 million on the charter flight when you came here. If we split it between the 3 of us, that means I spent more than 300,000 on you. So even if you don't spend a penny on me anymore, I'm willing to let you do whatever you want. Zheng Jinyuan confessed this. Chen Dong felt a little embarrassed. It seems that Zheng Jinyuan is not just a gold digger, but rather a chivalrous person. Yuan, aren't you jealous of Xiaotong when you're with us? Chen Dong called Zheng Jinyuan by her nickname for the first time. Hearing this, Zheng Jinyuan felt warm in her heart. She also likes the feeling of being respected. If her family was not poor, and she had a gambling mother and a playful father, she, a fairly pretty female college student, would not be willing to become a gold digger. Being jealous of Xiaotong? Haha, I don't have the qualifications. Zheng Jinyuan smiled self-deprecatingly. Xiaodong is the campus beauty. She's prettier than me. She's from Shanghai, and her family is 100 times better off than mine. Plus, she's gentle and like a clingy little bunny. Don't you guys all like that type? I can't compare to her in any way, so what right do I have to be jealous of her? The little golden retriever is sober now. Chen Dong nodded, indicating that what Zheng Jinyuan said was correct. Compared with the two, Lin Yutong is obviously more suitable to be a girlfriend. What are you talking about? I think I heard someone mention my name. At this time, Lin Yutong walked out of the bedroom and came to Chen Dong. Yuan is praising you. She said you are beautiful and have a good personality. You are very suitable to be my girlfriend. Chen Dong said shamelessly. You guys are so mean, talking about others behind their backs. Lin Yutong shyly stretched out her little pink fist and gently hit Chen Dong. Then you are willing? Chen Dong took the opportunity to make the fake play real and grabbed Lin Yutong's hand. Aye. Seeing Lin Yutong still hesitating. I do. Zheng Jinyuan stood up suddenly, walked over and hugged Chen Dong, and said coquettishly, Brother Dong, don't ask Xiao Dong any more questions. I am willing to be your girlfriend. Just accept me. You are so good, Zheng Jinyuan, poaching my people in front of me. Lin Yutong had no time to hesitate. She quickly raised her head and looked at Chen Dong and said, as long as Brother Dong has no objection to me, of course I am willing. I definitely have no objection, hee. Local girl like Lin Yutong, who has a 97-point appearance score in Shanghai, is considered a goddess in the eyes of many men, so Chen Dong is naturally happy to accept her. The two of them stared at each other, their eyes a little drawn. Hey, please stop showing off your love. I won't have room for dinner later. Zheng Jinyuan tactfully let go of Chen Dong and walked towards the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll ask Brother Dong to treat us to some authentic urban food later. Zheng Jinyuan just entered the bathroom. Bo. Lin Yutong immediately kissed Chen Dong on the mouth. Good boy, Xiao Dong. You sneak attack me again. This time I must kiss you back. Chen Dong held Lin Yutong's little face with both hands, lowered his head, and kissed Lin Yutong's red lips. Lin Yutong felt like she was electrocuted and couldn't help but let out a light hum. It turns out that kissing feels like this, so wonderful. As they kissed, Lin Yutong's body involuntarily fell into Chen Dong's arms. She hugged Chen Dong's broad body tightly with both hands and gave herself to him completely. The schoolgirl's mouth is so sweet. Chen Dong hugged Lin Yutong passionately. As the fragrance came in waves, Chen Dong felt his blood rushing to his brain, and he wanted to carry Lin Yutong into the big bed in the bedroom right then and there. Things that he had never dared to imagine before are now becoming reality one by one. As pure as Lin Yutong took the initiative to make friends with him. I have to say, money is a good thing. With money, you can really do whatever you want. Chen Dong felt emotional. Ahem, have you two kissed enough? When she walked out of the bathroom and saw the scene in front of her, Zheng Jinyuan, who had promised not to be jealous, couldn't help but feel jealous. Hearing Zheng Jinyuan's voice, Lin Yutong quickly pushed Chen Dong away. It was like a little white rabbit being caught eating carrots. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Chen Dong held Lin Yutong's hand and walked out the door. Zheng Jinyuan followed and took Chen Dong's arm without saying a word. Being pulled by two beauties, Chen Dong was in a good mood. Such happy days had just begun. He enjoyed a free bonus every day, and after just a few days he had become a millionaire. By buying more and more free-to-buy products, it is possible that he will reach the top and directly win the title of the richest man in China. Got off the elevator. Amid the envious eyes of many men, Chen Dong walked out of the hotel with women hugging him. A biting cold wind blew in their faces, and the three of them shivered at the same time. Brother Dong, it's so cold. Lin Yutong hugged Chen Dong tightly. Oh my god, I'm freezing to death. Zheng Jinyuan also hugged Chen Dong from the other side. Are you hungry? If not, let's go shopping and buy some thick clothes. Chen Dong suggested. Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Dong. Okay, I'm going to buy a pair of big cotton pants. The two girls unanimously agreed to go to the mall. Chapter 26. Invincible and pure Lin Yutong. Charming and enchanting Zheng Jinyuan. The three of them got into the hotel's special car at the hotel entrance and headed straight to the most upscale shopping mall near Central Avenue. Godmother, do I get 10 times the cash back when I buy things at Urban's Mall? Chen Dong asked in his mind. No response. Could it be that Godmother has already fallen asleep? Or the way to open it is wrong? System, does shopping at Urban's Mall count as travel expenses? Chen Dong asked again. To receive a tenfold cashback, the host must purchase travel-related items, such as down jackets and other clothing, shoes, and hats prepared for travel. Luxury goods and gold jewelry cannot be counted as travel expenses. This time the system answered clearly. I understand. Thank you, Godmother. Chen Dong felt at ease. As long as it was related to travel, he would get a tenfold cashback. Enter the mall. The heating was turned on very high, and the three people's frozen bodies gradually recovered. Beautiful lady, we are tourists from Shanghai. We want to buy some thick clothes that we can wear in Beijing, as well as shoes, hats, etc. Any recommendations? Zheng Jinyuan is worthy of her social status. She stopped a young lady wearing a shopping mall uniform and asked a question directly. Our mall has many brands selling down jackets, including Canada Goose, Arc'teryx, Boziding. These are all internationally renowned brands. The young lady hasn't finished speaking yet. These are too expensive. Is there a more common brand? Zheng Jinyuan smacked her lips and said, a Canada Goose down jacket costs tens of thousands of dollars, and she would never be able to afford it even if she was beaten to death. I'm here. No matter how expensive it is, I'll buy it for you. Chen Dong patted Zheng Jinyuan's shoulder proudly. He turned his head and looked at Lin Yutong again. At this moment, Zheng Jinyuan's eyes changed when she looked at Chen Dong. Oh my god, Donggu is so warm, rich and generous. Wow, I love him so much. Lin Yutong also felt warm in her heart and looked up at Chen Dong with a faint smile. Beauty, which floor is Canada Goose on? Chen Dong asked. It's on the first floor. I'll take you there. The young lady was very enthusiastic and took the three of them to the Canada Goose store. These two ladies are so beautiful. The southern little potato really lives up to its reputation. When she arrived at the Canada Goose counter, the young lady couldn't help but praise Lin Yutong and Zheng Jinyuan. She also wanted to praise Chen Dong for his handsomeness, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Thank you, beautiful lady. After thanking the young lady, the three of them walked into the Canada Goose counter. Go ahead and choose. Try to pick the bigger and thicker ones. Don't worry about the price. I have plenty of money, hee. Chen Dong patted his pockets and told the two girls to go and choose down jackets without worry. He would love to buy all the most expensive items in the store. After all, the more he spends, the more cash back he gets. Even a fool can do the math. Thank you, Brother Dong. You can go and choose as well. I'll give you some advice later. Lin Yutong said with a silly smile. Then I won't be polite, Dongge hee. Zheng Jinyuan shook the yellow hair on her head and followed the salesperson to choose a down jacket. Soon, following the salesperson's recommendation, all three of them chose down jackets. Chen Dong chose a mid-length gray dress. Lin Yutong chose a long white dress that reached her ankles, and she looked like a pure white angel when she wore it. Zheng Jinyuan chose a glossy black short down jacket, still wearing black tights underneath, and her legs were straight and slender. Yuan, won't you still be cold if you go out dressed like this? Lin Yutong kindly reminded. It's okay. I'll buy you another pair of big cotton pants later. The main thing is that this short pair can be worn when I go back to my hometown for the new year. Long pairs like yours can only be worn in urban. After you go back, they will be put in the bottom of the box. What a waste. Zheng Jinyuan explained with a smile. She would definitely wear clothes like this that cost more than 10,000 yuan each when she goes back to her hometown for the new year. How glorious it would be. In that case, go pick out another pair of down pants. Chen Dong said to Zheng Jinyuan. Okay, thank you, Brother Dong. Zheng Jinyuan quickly chose a pair of down pants. Checkout and payment. 3 down jackets and 1 pair of down pants, a total of 53,260 yuan. After paying, Chen Dong immediately received a tenfold cashback, which was credited to his account within 532,600 seconds. Haha, I got another BMW. It's so expensive. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought down pants. It's costing Brother Dong money again. Zheng Jinyuan felt embarrassed carrying the fragrant new clothes. Lin Yutong didn't say anything, but held Chen Dong's hand even tighter. Bought a down jacket. The three of them went to the nearby UGG store and each chose a pair of snow boots. It's not expensive. The total cost is less than 10,000 yuan. The cashback was less than 100,000 yuan. After buying the shoes, the three of them went to buy thermal underwear and cashmere sweaters. Cashmere sweaters are a little expensive. They are from the Yang brand, and the total cost for 3 of them was over 6,000 yuan. Finally, I bought accessories such as hats, gloves, and scarves. I spent a few thousand yuan and got tens of thousands of yuan in cash back. In this regard, Chen Dong just wanted to say that the price was too cheap. After shopping around the mall, he got less than 1 million in cash back, which was just a drop in the bucket. However, Zheng Jinyuan was almost moved to tears at this time. For the first time in her life, a man was so generous to her. He didn't look at the price tags when buying things. As long as he liked something, he would just buy it. This feeling is so great. Emotions surged like a tide. Brother Dong, I'm going to give birth to a baby for you tonight. Zheng Jinyuan made up her mind and looked at Chen Dong with strong love. The more she looked at him, the more she loved him. Back to the mall entrance. The three of them removed the tags from their Canada Goose down jackets and put them on directly. Brother Dong, it's so warm. Lin Yutong's charming little face looked at Chen Dong, her clear eyes sparkling, and her white down jacket highlighted her invincible purity. Brother Dong, look at me, am I good looking? Zheng Jinyuan, wearing new clothes, showed off her figure in front of Chen Dong. I have to say that Zheng Jinyuan is quite attractive. No wonder she likes to wear short tops, which just show off her perfect curves. Even though she was wearing a down jacket, her enchanting charm could not be concealed. It's okay. Chen Dong smiled. He was afraid that if he praised Zheng Jinyuan too much, Lin Yutong would become jealous. The three of them walked along Central Street for a while and found a local specialty restaurant on Meituan that had good reviews. Walk in and prepare to have a feast. Dear guests, please come in. Here is the menu. Order as much as you can eat. Don't waste anything. Thank you. The restaurant was very busy, and the waiter found a table for the three of them to sit down. Just order the dishes. Chen Dong let the two ladies go first. I want to eat stewed goose in an iron pot, sweet and sour pork, urban red sausage, sauerkraut stewed with vermicelli, and stewed chicken with mushrooms, braised pork cutlets, and 3 fresh delicacies. That's all. Zheng Jinyuan took the menu and wanted to order every special dish she saw. Yuan, you ordered so much. How can we finish it? Lin Yutong said coquettishly. Since we're in urban, we should try all the local specialties, right, Brother Dong? Zheng Jinyuan winked at Chen Dong mischievously. Beautiful lady, the portions here are huge. The first few dishes will be enough for the three of you. If you order too much, you won't be able to finish them. The waiter also kindly reminded us. Then order the first few dishes. If you don't have enough, you can add more later. We'll be here for a few days anyway, so it's not too late to enjoy the other dishes later. The meal didn't cost much, so there was no need to care about the cashback. Chen Dong asked the waiter to order the first few special dishes of Istanbul. After a while, hot urban dishes were served one after another. Oh my god, that's a lot. Almost dropped his jaw when he saw a huge iron pot of stewed goose. This dish can be divided into at least 3 parts and sold in Shanghai. It is no exaggeration to say that this pot of stewed goose, accompanied by some vegetables, is enough for the three of them to have a meal. In addition, the portions of sweet and sour pork and sauerkraut vermicelli stew are also very generous. It seems like I'm really going to have to eat so much that I have to walk with my hands on the wall. Lin Yutong said Alexander. Haha, it looks delicious. Hold on, I'm going to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. Zheng Jinyuan took out her mobile phone and took several photos of the food from different angles. Then I edited the photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Zheng Jinyuan scratched the golden hair on her head awkwardly. Brother Dong, try it first. Lin Yutong obediently picked up a piece of goose meat for Chen Dong. You can try it too and see how it tastes. Picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork for Lin Yutong. The three of them immediately started to eat with relish. At this time, the Magic City Airport is thousands of miles away. Jiang Chun couldn't help licking his lips when he saw the circle of friends posted by Zheng Jinyuan. What the hell, my flight hasn't even taken off yet, and you're already eating goose stewed in an iron pot. Chapter 27 Lin Yutong. Brother Dong, your hand. Wow, I'm so full, I want to drink some wine. Zheng Jinyuan was so engrossed in the meal that she clamored for a drink. Yuan, you'd better not drink when you're traveling. We still have to go out and play tomorrow. Lin Yutong advised from the side. Zheng Jinyuan didn't take it seriously and acted coquettishly towards Chen Dong. We're out to have fun. It's okay to drink less. Okay, Brother Dong. Okay, drink less then. Spending more means earning more, Chen Dong agreed. He called the waiter and ordered the most expensive wine in the restaurant, the merchant's homemade wild ginseng wine, which cost 680 yuan per cup. Chen Dong ordered 3 cups. Brother Dong, I can't drink. Looking at the wine brought by the waiter, Lin Yutong shook his head. Chen Dong smiled and said, It's okay, drink less, and let Yuan help you drink the rest. Yeah, Xiao Dong, I can drink half a caddy of ordinary liquor, so this cup is probably only 2 ounces, no problem. Zheng Jinyuan raised her glass as she spoke. Brother Dong, I toast you. Come on, Xiao Dong, let's go together. I wish we can have a happy trip this time. Chen Dong also picked up his wine glass. Lin Yutong hesitated for a moment and then raised his glass. The three of them clinked their glasses. Zheng Jinyuan took a big sip and smacked her lips. Wow, good wine. Chen Dong took a sip and found that it indeed had a faint medicinal flavor, but it also tasted mellow and rich. Hiss, so spicy. Lin Yutong dipped the tip of her tongue in the wine and immediately felt the spiciness. Haha, eat your food slowly. Seeing Lin Yutong's expression due to the spicy food, Chen Dong couldn't help laughing and quickly picked up some food for Lin Yutong. Brother Dong, let's drink. Come, I'll toast you again. Zheng Jinyuan has a generous personality and becomes even more carefree after drinking. She keeps toasting Chen Dong and quickly finishes a glass of wine. Xiaodong, if you don't want to drink, I'll drink this glass of wine for you. You drink it, I don't want to drink it, it's too spicy. Lin Yutong moved the wine glass in front of Zheng Jinyuan. Chen Dong reminded, Yuan, this wine has a strong after effect, don't drink too much. It's okay, Donggu, you have to trust my alcohol tolerance, hehe. Zheng Jinyuan picked up Lin Yutong's wine and took a sip alone. That's all. Chen Dong drank 1 glass. Zheng Jinyuan drank 2 glasses, and Lin Yutong drank 1 drop. After the meal, Chen Dong paid the bill. The total cost of the dishes and wine was 2,300 yuan. After 10 times cash back, 23,000 will be credited to your account. Chen Dong felt it was outrageous that one meal earned more than what he earned in half a year. Perhaps this is how the world is. The richer people are, the easier it is for them to make money, and the poorer people are, the harder it is for them to make money. Trying to get rich with your own hands is harder than climbing to the sky. It's just like the saying that goes around the internet. If you are willing to endure hardships, you will have endless hardships to endure in your life. Chen Dong thought it over and decided that from now on, he would not suffer a penny more. He wants to enjoy life to the fullest. Leave the restaurant. The 3 of them took a car back to the hotel. Brother Dong, I'm going to take a shower first. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Yutong went to the bathroom in the master bedroom to take a shower. The smell of wine and food on her body made her feel very uncomfortable. In the living room, Zheng Jinyuan acted as if no one was around and tried on the new clothes Chen Dong bought for her today. After putting it on, I looked at myself in the mirror. Brother Dong. Chen Dong, who was sitting on the bed in the master bedroom looking at his phone, heard Zheng Jinyuan calling him from outside. What's wrong? Chen Dong came out and asked. Zheng Jinyuan handed her phone to Chen Dong. Take some pictures for me. I really like the clothes you bought. Thank you, Brother Dong. Chen Dong went to answer the phone. Zheng Jinyuan suddenly hugged her, and the next second, a pair of gentle lips were pressed against his mouth. Damn it. Who said that beautiful girls are hard to pursue? They are obviously very proactive. Chen Dong was completely numb. Lin Yutong and Zheng Jinyuan attacked him one after another, making him very passive. Especially Zheng Jinyuan, who had been drinking. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes revealed a hint of confusion and intoxication, and her hot face irritated Chen Dong's skin. She tilted her little face slightly upwards, opened her almond-shaped lips slightly, and her breath carried a faint aroma of wine. Her hands unconsciously climbed up Chen Dong's neck, and her fingers stroked Chen Dong's skin. Girl, you are playing with fire. Chen Dong raised his hand, gently stroked Zheng Jinyuan's hair with his fingertips, and then slowly slid towards Zheng Jinyuan's cheek. He couldn't help but respond, caressing Zheng Jinyuan's red lips with dominance and tenderness, and gently inserting his tongue. Everything around them gradually became blurred, leaving only the sound of each other's heartbeats. Past. Zheng Jinyuan's lips finally left Chen Dong's mouth. She leaned shyly in Chen Dong's arms. Brother Dong, I want to sleep on the big bed in the master bedroom with Xiaotong tonight. Chen Dong was surprised. Why? So I can sneak out to find you in the middle of the night. Haha. Chen Dong couldn't help laughing. Zheng Jinyuan's calculations were clattering, and he couldn't help teasing her. But I plan to sleep with Xiaodong. Humph, Xiaodong is the campus beauty. All the students in our department know her temper. She has never been in a relationship before. Even if she agrees to sleep in the master bedroom with you, she won't let you do whatever you want. Then you are willing? Chen Dong lifted Zheng Jinyuan's chin and asked. Of course, you're so good to me. I'm willing to give you my first time. After Zheng Jinyuan finished speaking, she opened her mouth and bit Chen Dong's finger. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes. I told you I can't make any promises. Chen Dong spoke frankly. Zheng Jinyuan released Chen Dong's fingers and looked up at him. I also said that I don't care. I'll give my first time to you men sooner or later. If I don't give it to a tall, rich and handsome man like you, will I give it to a loser like Jiang Chun who's so stingy that he has to pay for a hotel room? Now that you put it that way, I understand. Chen Dong reached out and touched Zheng Jinyuan's face. This face is indeed not as good as Lin Yutong's, but it is also perfect. After all, it has a 92-point appearance, which is many times better than those so-called beauties who can only appear in public with makeup and beauty filters. Then it's settled. You sleep on the sofa tonight, and I'll come find you in the middle of the night. Zheng Jinyuan threw a coquettish glance at Chen Dong, turned around, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. This way. Lin Yutong walked out of the master bedroom after taking a shower, wrapped in a white bathrobe with half of her calves exposed, exuding a unique temptation. The heating in the room was on high enough that you wouldn't feel cold even without clothes. Lin Yutong, who had just finished taking a hot shower, was even sweating slightly. Yuan, when to take a shower? Hearing the sound of running water coming from the public bathroom, Lin Yutong walked towards Chen Dong and asked, "Well, come and sit down." Chen Dong sat on the sofa and patted the seat next to him. Lin Yutong obediently sat down next to Chen Dong, her shoulder resting naturally on Chen Dong's shoulder. Chen Dong took advantage of the situation and embraced Lin Yutong in his arms. The soft and tender Lin Yutong was like a big white rabbit, making Chen Dong feel warm. Looking down, Lin Yutong's face, which had just taken a bath, was still fair and translucent without any makeup covering it, as smooth and tender as a baby's skin. There is a hint of snow whiteness below the beautiful neck. She is worthy of being the school belle. She is so beautiful that one glance at her makes people restless. Brother Dong, don't be like this. Lin Yutong wanted to stop Chen Dong's hand, but she had no strength. She was not ready yet, and felt that the progress was too fast. This was only her first day in Urban. Was she going to hand over her innocence that she had guarded for 22 years to Brother Dong? Although Chen Dong loved her very much, she also loved Chen Dong very much. Brother Dong, your hand. Lin Yutong curled up and shivered like a kitten, breathing softly. Chapter 28. The two girls are equally matched, the beautiful photos of the landlady. Chen Dong suddenly stopped. Brother Dong, my relatives haven't gone there yet. Lin Yutong said shyly. Excuse me. Chen Dong's hand slowly placed on Lin Yutong's bathrobe. Since it's inconvenient for my junior schoolmate, I can only follow Zheng Jinyuan's advice and sleep on the sofa tonight. He doesn't want to be alone. Xiaodong, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight, and you and Zheng Jinyuan can sleep in the master bedroom. Chen Dong took the initiative to speak. Oh. Lin Yutong felt a little surprised. This Royal Supreme Suite only has a double bed. She thought Chen Dong would definitely sleep with her, but unexpectedly, Chen Dong gave up on his own initiative. Why? Is it because her period hasn't ended yet? Okay. Lin Yutong was puzzled, and there was a hint of disappointment in her tone. If love lasts forever, it doesn't matter if they are together day and night. Chen Dong chanted a poem, stroked Lin Yutong's, and said with a smile, There are still many days to come. I am not in a hurry. Well, thank you, Brother Dong. Lin Yutong suddenly understood Chen Dong's good intentions. Brother Dong must have been worried that he couldn't control himself, but he couldn't bear to hurt her body, so he offered to sleep on the sofa. He is really a sweet and good man. Lin Yutong felt warm in her heart, and her little face was pressed tightly against Chen Dong, feeling the warmth of her male god. A moment later, with a creaking sound, the bathroom door opened. Chen Dong acted as if nothing had happened, while Lin Yutong hurriedly sat up straight and adjusted her bathrobe. Yuan, are you done with your bath? Lin Yutong asked concealingly. The water is so hot. It feels so good to wash. Zheng Jinyuan wiped her hair with a bath towel. Her face is rosy, like a ripe peach, so beautiful and tempting. Chen Dong swallowed unconsciously. Yuan, you and Xiaotong sleep in the master bedroom tonight, and I can sleep on the sofa. Okay, thank you, Brother Dong. Zheng Jinyuan pretended to know nothing, walked to Lin Yutong, leaned over and whispered in her ear, Let's sleep together tonight, so that Dong Gu won't bully you. Oh, Lin Yutong didn't know what to say. It's not that she doesn't want to be bullied by Chen Dong. It's just that my physical condition doesn't allow it. I'm going to bed first. Brother Dong, you should get some rest early. Tomorrow we'll go to the Hagia Sophia in the morning and the ice and snow world in the afternoon. Lin Yutong arranged tomorrow's itinerary and went to the bedroom. The door just closed. In the living room outside, Zheng Jinyuan couldn't wait to sit on Chen Dong's lap. Brother Dong, have you thought it through? You actually took the initiative to ask Xiaotong to sleep with me. How can I not understand you when you look like this? Chen Dong said this with a mischievous look in his eyes, one hand around Zheng Jinyuan's slender waist and the other hand on her bathrobe. The two girls are equally matched. Don't be so impatient. I'll go blow dry my hair and wait until Xiaotong falls asleep. Zheng Jinyuan struggled to stand up and went to the bathroom to blow dry her hair. After drying her hair, Zheng Jinyuan went into the bedroom, chatted with Lin Yutong for a while, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. Outside, after taking a shower, Chen Dong wrapped himself in a quilt and lay on the sofa. There is sufficient heating so you won't feel cold even if you sleep on the sofa. He was just worried that the sofa wasn't big enough and he wouldn't be able to move around at night. But it doesn't matter. The floor of this Royal Supreme Suite is covered with thick carpet. If that doesn't work, you can just spread the quilt on the carpet. Thinking of this, Chen Dong couldn't help but smile and waited quietly for midnight to come. I browsed my phone for a while. Chen Dong saw the landlord's wife post a message on WeChat Moments. Landed in Sanya, started migratory bird mode, a person in the end of the world, but also to live happily. The accompanying picture is a road sign. It says, "I miss you so much in Sanya." Chen Dong casually gave a thumbs up. It seems that the landlady is not happy living in Sanya either. If possible, it would be nice to go to Sanya to spend the new year with my landlord's wife. It's a pity that he has to go back to his hometown to be with his parents, and Jingjing is still waiting for him. Just quit the friend zone. With a beep, the landlady sent a message. Xiaodong, have you arrived in Urban? Are you still awake? Here we are. Sister Qian hasn't slept yet, right? I can't sleep alone. It's warm here in Sanya, but is it cold in Urban? A little bit, but there are heaters in the rooms. After sending this message, Chen Dong took a photo of the interior and sent it to the landlord's wife. The room looks nice. You're not the only one living there, are you? No, there are 2 other women. 2. Are you sure you can handle it? Sister Qian, you're overthinking it. I won't get any. They'll both sleep in the bedroom, and I'll sleep on the sofa. You're so pitiful. Do you want to come to Sanya to accompany your sister? If I have time, I will definitely go and send you a photo. 2 minutes later. Sure enough, the landlady sent me a selfie. However, the face was not shown, and the focus was on the lower body. Under the pink silk pajamas is a pair of beautiful legs without stockings, thin, long, and white. The needle does not poke this leg. Just looking at the photos can make people fantasize. Chen Dong smiled and replied, "It's so beautiful, I want to touch it. Stinky boy, come find me if you want. No more talking, go to bed early, good night." Good night. Close your phone. Chen Dong was still not satisfied and couldn't help but open the photos of the landlord's wife's beautiful legs. The feeling of being able to see but not touch was really uncomfortable, like ants crawling on his body. Be patient a little longer. I guess the little golden retriever will be out soon. Chen Dong closed his phone, went to the bathroom, and turned off the headlights. About 20 minutes passed. Sure enough, a beautiful figure appeared before my eyes. Yuan. Shoo. Zheng Jinyuan put her finger between her lips to signal Chen Dong not to speak. Early the next morning, when I woke up, there was no one around me. Looking at the red plum blossoms printed on the white quilt cover, Chen Dong was convinced of the system's judgment. Zheng Jinyuan is indeed a perfect woman. At first I thought she was just a gold digger, but I didn't expect that she was still there for the first time. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Aftertaste. Chen Dong unplugged his charging phone, opened the Zero Yuan shopping mall app, and check today's Zero Yuan shopping products. Golden Kidney Treasure Tablets, Quantity 1, Price 0 Yuan. Instructions: this tablet is an oral medication. It will produce permanent changes in the patient's body, significantly improving kidney function. This tablet is highly potent and is recommended for bedtime use. Oh shit. Golden Kidney Tablets, this is too strong. Buy quickly. Chen Dong immediately clicked to purchase, selected the hotel front desk as the delivery address, and randomly chose 12 noon as the time. This time he asked the hotel front desk to collect the goods for him so that he could receive them even if he was not in the hotel. The last time I received the Reborn tablets, they were delivered by a guy who gave me a ride, and it should be the same this time. Anyway, just take it before bed. Don't expect super strong side effects like last time. The landlady couldn't sleep all night. All done. Chen Dong just turned off his phone and prepared to go wash up. Brother Dong, are you awake? Zheng Jinyuan walked out of the bedroom with a shy expression on her face, but her steps were a little unstable and she stumbled and fell into Chen Dong's arms. Chapter 29 Shai Lin Yutong, the most luxurious breakfast. Why don't you get some more sleep? Chen Dong asked. Zheng Jinyuan held Chen Dong's hand and pouted coquettishly. I don't want to sleep. I miss you. Real beep, fake beep? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, feel my heart. Zheng Jinyuan rested her head on Chen Dong's thigh. Haha. Chen Dong couldn't help but smile. I believe it, of course I believe it. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Are you not afraid anymore? Don't be afraid. Zheng Jinyuan was stubborn. Chen Dong couldn't help but pinch her lips. Emotional value is really amazing. Some people watch beautiful women's live broadcasts and will still give them gifts even though they know they can't touch or eat them. Some people cannot go out fishing, but they can still enjoy watching others fishing live. Some girls may not be the best in all aspects, but they have a way of making you feel very comfortable. In Chen Dong's opinion, Zheng Jinyuan is just like that. She is obviously very materialistic, has a bad temper, and is always foul-mouthed. But she is also very good at comforting people, as if the roundworm in the stomach can be relieved with just a little help. The emotional value is maximized. Chen Dong was very satisfied. Having such a girl by his side was a delicious change to his boring life. See you at the usual place tonight. Chen Dong lifted Zheng Jinyuan's chin. The more I look at this face, the more attractive it becomes. The golden hair also seems to be pleasing to the eye and even looks very cute. Yeah, I'm going to take a shower. Zheng Jinyuan's almond-shaped eyes were full of charm. She stood up, kissed Chen Dong, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Chen Dong also put on his clothes. She picked up a pair of torn black stockings from under the table and threw them into the trash can. Just finished. Lin Yutong walked out of the bedroom. Brother Dong, good morning. Lin Yutong had already washed up and had light makeup on her face. She had a pretty little face without any flaws. She was not wearing a coat. Her upper body was a tight thermal underwear that highlighted her perfectly developed curves. Her lower body was a pair of tight jeans. Her slender waist could be held by one arm. With a height of 1.72 meters, she was as graceful as a model. This world is indeed unfair. This face alone can make countless men bow down to her. Not to mention her curvy figure. Chen Dong was almost stunned. Isn't it uncomfortable to sleep on the sofa? Otherwise, why don't you sleep in the bedroom tonight? Walking to Chen Dong's side, Lin Yutong said with gentle concern. Chen Dong shook his head. It's okay, the sofa is pretty soft. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Dong. You brought us out to play, and I made you suffer. After Lin Yutong finished speaking, she leaned gently against Chen Dong. She raised her head and looked at Chen Dong with watery eyes. So beautiful. Chen Dong raised his hand, held Lin Yutong's face, and kissed her. Lin Yutong closed her eyes. Her body instantly became limp, and she couldn't help but hug Chen Dong. Sorry, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. After the kiss, Chen Dong smiled evilly. Lin Yutong smiled shyly and said, It's okay, I don't dislike you. I'm going to brush my teeth. Need not. Chen Dong was just wondering when Lin Yutong's red lips pressed against his mouth. Has my charm become so great? It really feels like a dream. If my schoolmate wasn't physically ill, he will wait for his schoolmate's relatives to come over someday. Sooner or later, he will have a taste of this school beauty. Thinking of this, Chen Dong couldn't help but feel excited. Yo, kissing so early in the morning? A voice came, scaring Lin Yutong into panic. She rubbed her mouth and quickly moved away from Chen Dong. Zheng Jinyuan, wearing a bathrobe, walked over with a giggle. You guys continue, I'll go in and change. After saying that, Zheng Jinyuan rolled her eyes at Chen Dong playfully, twisted her hips, and walked into the bedroom. Brother Dong, I'm going downstairs to buy breakfast. Lin Yutong was also embarrassed to be alone with Chen Dong anymore. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Dong stopped her and said, No need. I'll ask the hotel to bring breakfast over. We'll eat before we go out. Can I? Do they have a food delivery service? Lin Yutong had only seen the scene of food being delivered to the room in movies. Let me ask. Chen Dong picked up his phone and called Xiao Hong, his exclusive customer service representative. Some communication. Chen Dong put down his phone and said to Lin Yutong, It's done. They can deliver the food. Wait about 20 minutes. Brother Dong, I find it so easy to be with you. There's nothing you can't handle. I feel like a loser. I can only eat, drink, and live with you. Lin Yutong lowered her head shyly. Without Chen Dong, she would never have been able to travel to Urban. Following Chen Dong, she experienced many firsts in her life, including her first time on a chartered plane and her first time staying in a luxury suite costing tens of thousands of yuan a night. She only regretted that she could not repay Chen Dong, and she had relatives around her, and she also made Chen Dong feel disappointed. When the relatives come over, as long as Chen Dong proposes it, she will definitely agree to it. As she thought about it, Lin Yutong made up her mind that she would become Chen Dong's official girlfriend no matter what, and be Chen Dong's woman. I'm responsible for making money to support the family, and you're responsible for looking beautiful. That's fine, haha. Chen Dong smiled, took Lin Yutong's hand, and kissed it on his lips. Lin Yutong felt sweeter in her heart than drinking honey. Dong Ge was so gentle, considerate, and corny that her heart was about to melt. I really love him. Lin Yutong didn't dare to look directly into Chen Dong's eyes, with a shy smile on the corner of her mouth. I'm going to wash up, and we'll have breakfast together later. Chen Dong stopped flirting with Lin Yutong and went into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. 10 minutes later, the three of them had almost finished packing. The doorbell rang. Lin Yutong went to open the door. Xiao Hong led two waiters pushing a food cart into the living room. Open the lid of the dining cart, and the waiter will bring out delicious dishes and place them on the table. Mr. Chun, this is the breakfast prepared according to your request. I wish you all a pleasant meal. Xiao Hong bowed slightly and left with the waiter. I heard the door close. Lin Yutong and Zheng Jinyuan went to look at the breakfast on the table at the same time. Many of them cannot be named. Fortunately, there was a receipt with the menu printed on it. Boston lobster omelet, smoked salmon, supreme wagyu steak, seared foie gras, eggs benedict, matcha tiramisu, croissant, gubuli steamed buns, red dates, goji berry and bird's nest porridge. Zheng Jinyuan's eyes widened as she read the menu. Read to the end to see the price. Oh my god, Brother Dong. It's just breakfast. Why are you spending so much money? Zheng Jinyuan slumped in the dining chair. This was definitely the most luxurious breakfast she had ever seen in her life, bar none. 32.57. Lin Yutong took the receipt and was also shocked by the price. The mobile phone she gave to Chen Dong was worth only more than 3,000 yuan, which was her 2 months internship salary, but only the cost of a breakfast for Chen Dong. Brother Dong, you're spending too much, aren't you? Lin Yutong looked at Chen Dong affectionately. He must have pretended to be poor just to test her sincerity. Fortunately, she passed the test. Otherwise, there would not be this trip full of surprises. After some imagination, Lin Yutong was so excited that her eyes were almost red. Don't make a fuss. When you travel, you must have a good place to stay, eat well, and have fun. Eat it while it's hot. After that, we'll go see the Hagia Sophia. Chen Dong pulled Lin Yutong to sit down. I picked up my chopsticks and was about to eat breakfast. Wait a minute, Dong brother. Zheng Jinyuan held up her phone and stopped Chen Dong. Let me take a photo and post it on social media first. Chapter 30 Jiang Chen's Roar. The three go to the ice and snow world. Finish taking photos. Zheng Jinyuan casually posted a circle of friends. I followed the rich guy to eat and drink for free. Breakfast at the 1903 hotel in Melbourne cost over 3,000 yuan. It's a bit expensive. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Can we start eating now, Yuan? Lin Yutong asked sullenly. Okay, sorry he. After posting the circle, Zheng Jinyuan put down her phone and picked up a piece of goose liver for Chen Dong. Brother Dong, eat more. You must have worked hard at night. Then he picked up a piece of steak for Lin Yutong and said, Xiao Dong, you should eat more. You look so skinny and have no meat on your body. You can't withstand Brother Dong's tossing and turning. Lin Yutong blushed immediately. What do you mean by can't withstand Dong Ji's torture? Is he that weak? The three of them happily ate the luxurious breakfast. At this time, in a hotel in the old city of Harbin, Chu, Jiang Chen sneezed, dragged his tired and cold body to the front desk to argue with the proprietress. Madam, the facilities in your room are terrible. Not only is there no hot water, but the heater is never hot either. I've caught a cold from the cold. You have to refund my money. His flight was delayed yesterday and didn't land until almost 2 a.m. It cost 200 yuan to take a taxi from the airport to the city center. The hotel we booked was also rubbish. There was no hot water and the heating was broken, so I had to sleep in my clothes all night. I woke up in the morning feeling dizzy and sneezing constantly. This trip to Binhai was absolutely terrible. Hey, buddy, you can't blame us for catching a cold. You booked a room with our special offer. It's the peak tourist season in Harbin, and it's 180 yuan a night to stay in the city center. And you're still nitpicking and asking for a refund. What good are you thinking? The proprietress ate some melon seeds and responded to Jiang Chun nonchalantly. She has seen many tourists like this. How is it possible for them to save money and live comfortably at the same time? What's wrong with a special price room? I paid for it, and it wasn't free. Why wouldn't you provide me with service? If you don't refund my money, I'll file a complaint and bankrupt you. Jiang Chun threatened. When the boss lady heard that Jiang Chun was going to complain, she immediately got angry. You poor bastard. You still want to call the complaint line? Go ahead and call. I'm afraid of you. You have no money, but you still want to act like a big shot. What are you thinking? An old man pulling a pink suitcase. I think you are a dead pervert. How? How can you curse? What's wrong with me scolding you? You reblind. You originally booked a special offer room. It clearly states that this room may not have heating. Please choose carefully. You're blind and can't see it. So who can you blame? You're nagging like a sissy. If you had the guts, you could have spent an extra 100 yuan and booked a deluxe standard room with hot water and heating. It's a pity you re so poor that you can't afford it. The proprietress was furious, scolding Jiang Chun so much that his face flushed. All right, if you don't want a refund, then no refund. Humph, you're a shady shop. I'm going to give you a bad review. Jiang Chun pulled the suitcase and was about to leave. It's okay to give a bad review. The address on your ID card is your home, right? It's Chinese New Year, so I'll send you some local specialties to express my condolences to your parents. Okay, young man. The boss lady's threat came from behind. You're so cruel. Jiang Chun turned around and left angrily. Damn it, Zheng Jinyuan. That gold digger bullied him. Chen Dong, that rich second generation, bullied him. And now even the hotel owner bullies him. Is there any justice in the world? I hate it. Jiang Chun roared in his heart. Chu. After sneezing again, Jiang Chun pulled his pink suitcase to a KFC on the roadside to use the heating. Connect to free Wi-Fi. I open WeChat, and oh my god, Yuan Yuan updated her moments. I followed the rich guy to eat and drink for free. Breakfast at the 1903 hotel in Melbourne cost over 3,000 yuan. It's a bit expensive. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Jiang Chun clicked on the picture. Oh shit. Lobster, steak, salmon, foie gras. Is this breakfast? It's too damn luxurious, right? I stayed in a shabby hotel that cost 180 yuan a night, and you spent more than 3,000 yuan on breakfast? Is there still any law? Jiang Chun sniffed his nose and gnashed his teeth in hatred. His life was so fucking miserable. His girlfriend was stolen, and he wasted the money for a plane ticket. No, he could never swallow this humiliation. Zheng Jinyuan must be brought back. Yuan Yuan, are you up? I'm already in Urban. Are you staying at the Grand Mansion 1903 hotel? Shall I come find you now? Jiang Chen sent a message to Zheng Jinyuan. I took out the free bread distributed on the plane from my backpack and ate it while waiting for the reply. Finished the bread. The phone still didn't ring. Yuan Yuan, are you busy? Why don't you reply to my message? Jiang Chen sent another message. A red exclamation mark appears in front of the result message. Damn, he was blocked by that bitch Zheng Jinyuan. I'm going to fuck your mother. Jiang Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, and he punched the table. Central Street. Chen Dong was held by Lin Yutong on the left and Zheng Jinyuan on the right. The three of them were wrapped tightly and were walking and taking pictures on the street. Visited the Duan Street Museum. I saw the Hagia Sophia. Visited the Meccanshaw Centennial Courtyard. I visited the former site of the International Trading Company. I visited the Harbin Institute of Technology Center. Swan Castle was seen. I ate the original flavor popsicle from Madial. I ate Laochong spring rolls. I drank the deer fish coffee. Kvass drank. Huame ate the black bread. I ate the Tonghua Kung Fu spicy hot pot. Mrs. Petty Bourgeois ate the monster pineapple bun. I ate the old chef's sweet and sour pork. We strolled until the afternoon. After eating and drinking their fill, the three of them excitedly took a car to the ice and snow world. Inside a business car. Brother Dong, I've made you spend a lot of money again today. I feel really bad about it. Can I pay for dinner tonight? Zheng Jinyuan lay on Chen Dong's right shoulder and spoke coquettishly. Yes, Brother Dong. We originally agreed to split the cost of this trip to Urban, but in the end you ended up paying for everything. I'll transfer the money to you when we get back to Shanghai, okay? Lin Yutong, who was leaning on Chen Dong's left shoulder, also felt that they had gone a bit too far. Even if Chen Dong is rich, you can't exploit him alone. This amount of money is nothing, just a drop in the bucket. Don't even think about spending it. Just have fun with me. Chen Dong hugged the two beauties on both sides and responded to them in a domineering manner. He spent several thousand yuan on this trip and got tens of thousands of yuan in cash back with a tenfold rebate. He would have loved to have spent more. This time he traveled to Urban and had fun, ate, drank, made money, and had two beautiful women as his companions. Could anything be more enjoyable than this? Smelling the fragrance coming from the two girls, Chen Dong felt so happy. Arrived at the ice and snow world. The enthusiastic little potatoes from the south have lined up in a queue several hundred meters long. Oh my god, there are so many people. Zheng Jinyuan was stunned by the scene before her. It'll probably take a few hours, Dong go. Yuan Yuan, and I will be in line. Go find a place over there to rest for a while. I'll call you when it's almost our turn. Lin Yutong considerately asked Chen Dong to go and rest. Chen Dong has done so much for them. It's time for them to let Chen Dong worry less. Need not. Chen Dong smiled at Lin Yutong. Ice and Snow World has VIP tickets, right? You guys can refund your tickets, and I'll buy 3 VIP tickets so I can enter directly without queuing. If the problem can be solved with money, he will not let his women suffer by queuing in the snow. VIP tickets are so expensive, like 800 yuan each. Let's forget it, Dong Ge. You go and have a rest. Xiao Tong, and I will wait in line here. Yeah, Brother Dong, there's no need to spend this money. Zheng Jinyuan and Lin Yutong didn't want Chen Dong to spend money recklessly again. A regular ticket is only 328 yuan, and a VIP ticket is 800 yuan, which is more than 2,000 yuan for 3 people. For them who have not yet graduated, it is a huge sum of money. You can earn money again if you spend it, but I'd be really sad if you caught a cold. Chen Dong patted the two girls on the shoulders with an affectionate smile on his face. In the past, he would not be willing to spend 800 yuan to buy a VIP ticket, but now, in the eyes of a multimillionaire like him, 800 yuan is not a lot of money at all. Chen Dong's words warmed the hearts of the two girls, and they no longer insisted on queuing. Chen Dong spent 2,400 yuan on his mobile phone to buy 3 VIP tickets, and 24,000 yuan was deposited into his ICBC card in seconds. They bypassed the long queue and came to the VIP channel. As expected, There were not many people here. In less than 5 minutes, the three of them successfully entered the ice and snow world. It feels so good to have money. Zheng Jinyuan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 31. Lin Yutong shows affection. Chundong is fought over by two women. Ice and Snow World is an ice and snow theme park built by Harbin at a huge cost of tourism in Beijing in recent years. In order to better satisfy the southern Little Potatoes' love for ice and snow, this year's Ice and Snow World also has many highlights and added many new experiences. Wow, it's so beautiful. Wow, it's so spectacular. As soon as they entered the park and saw the ice and snow kingdom in front of them, Lin Yutong and Zheng Jinyuan exclaimed and raised their mobile phones to take pictures. Chundong also took a few photos as a souvenir. The three followed the crowd and first visited the iconic buildings of various countries carved out of ice. Then Zheng Jinyuan couldn't wait to play on the super ice slide. It's too high, I don't dare. Seeing the long slide of the ice slide from a distance and the shouts of the Little Potatoes, Lin Yutong felt shivering before she even sat down, and she took Chundong's arm and acted coquettishly. Chundong gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'll be with you later. Haha, it looks very exciting. I want to play. Zheng Jinyuan, on the other hand, looked completely different, dancing and waving her hands. If the ground wasn't slippery and she wasn't afraid of falling, she would have just run over there. Arrived at the ice slide. There was another long line. Oh my god, we don't have to queue again, do we? Zheng Jinyuan was immediately deflated. No need to queue, Yuan. Lin Yutong explained. Brother Dong bought a VIP ticket, and he can use the VIP channel for all activities. Oh my god, really? Then this 800 yuan is worth it. Zheng Jinyuan became excited again and hurried to find the VIP channel. As expected, next to the queue, there is a VIP channel surrounded by railings. Amid the envious eyes of many Little Potatoes, the three of them went directly through the VIP channel and entered the entrance of the ice slide. Hee, it's so cool to be with Brother Dong. Look at how miserable they are waiting in line, huh? After entering, Zheng Jinyuan nudged Chundong lightly with her elbow. Wearing a hat and down pants, Zheng Jinyuan looks like a koala and looks a little more cute. Chundong gently bumped into Zheng Jinyuan and joked, Don't laugh at me. Don't piss yourself when you're on the slide later. Tisk, I'm very brave. I'm not afraid of anything except you, Dongge hee. After saying this, Zheng Jinyuan made a face and walked towards the slide entrance. The staff put the equipment on her. Turning around and giving Chundong a yes sign, Zheng Jinyuan grabbed the skateboard under her, but flew out of the slide at a rapid speed with a whoosh. Ah! Zheng Jinyuan's heart-wrenching scream was heard. Brother Dong, I don't dare to sit. I'm scared. Hearing Zheng Jinyuan's screams, Lin Yutong hugged Chundong tightly. She wasn't pretending to be pitiful. She was really timid. Even the most ordinary pirate ship in the amusement park could scare her to tears. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm right behind you. Chundong patted Lin Yutong on the back to comfort her. Lin Yutong shook her head. I don't dare. Just then. Brother, sister, this slide can accommodate 2 people at a time. Come on, come to my side. An uncle shouted and waved at them. Lin Yutong's eyes lit up, and she pulled Chundong over. It's not that she didn't want to sit, but she really didn't dare. Now that she could be with Chundong, she was more excited than Zheng Jinyuan. Uncle, are you sure the skateboard can hold 2 people? Is it safe? Lin Yutong asked, pointing at the skateboard. Yes, of course I can. Where did you come from, Little Potato? You have a very nice voice. Lin Yutong was wearing a mask, so the uncle couldn't see her face and could only praise her for her nice voice. Uncle, we are from the Magic City. Lin Yutong glanced at Chundong and replied. Modu, that's a huge city. Come on, big brother. You sit in the front and put your feet on this place. I sit in the back and hold your boyfriend with both hands. That's right, that's it. The uncle asked the two to sit down and fasten their seat belts. Chundong was in front and Lin Yutong was holding him from behind. Okay, sit tight, let's go. The uncle pushed the skateboard forward. The two rushed forward along the slide. Lin Yutong couldn't help but scream. He held Chundong tightly with both hands, afraid that he would fall. Don't be afraid, Xiaotong, hold me tight. Chundong shouted from the front. Well, I hug you tight, Dong brother. Lin Yutong not only hugged him tightly, but also pressed her entire body against Chundong's back, with even her chin resting against Chundong. The clothes of both of them were already very thick, and Chundong was almost suffocating. The school beauty looked like she couldn't withstand a punch from him, but unexpectedly, she was quite strong. Oh, so cool. Chundong roared forward. It was his first time to play on this kind of ice and snow slide. It was really relaxing and exciting. He couldn't help but scream like a fool. Lin Yutong was also infected. Although she was still a little scared, Holding Qindong made her feel much safer. She wanted to shout like Qindong, but felt embarrassed. She could only hug Qindong tightly, secretly happy in her heart. After several ups and downs, the skateboard finally reached the end. Huh. Lin Yutong let out a long sigh. She felt like she had no strength left. Unbuckle your seatbelt and step off the skateboard. Zheng Jinyuan was already waiting for them at the exit. How's it going, Xiaodong? Are you scared? Did you pee yourself? Haha. Zheng Jinyuan makes fun of Lin Yutong. Result. Luckily, I was on a double skateboard with Dong Ge. I wasn't scared anymore because I was holding Dong Ge. Lin Yutong took Qindong's arm and took the opportunity to show her affection. Zheng Jinyuan was dumbfounded. His eyes were dull. No way, there's a two-person skateboard? If I had known, I would have gone with Brother Dong. I'm so pissed off. Zheng Jinyuan became jealous and went up to hug Qindong's other arm. It feels good to be fought over by two women. Qindong laughed. Exit the ice slide. The three of them went to play other projects. Snow four-wheel drive, snowmobile, snow tube drift, ice bike, snow carousel. Because we had VIP tickets, we didn't have to queue up, and we tried almost every project. The three of us were all high. It was exciting and happy, shouting and laughing without restraint, as if we were back to our carefree childhood. It was definitely worth the trip to Binhai. Had something to eat at the restaurant. When we came out, the sky had darkened and all the lights in the ice and snow world were turned on, shining brightly and looking extremely beautiful in all colors. Lin Yutong and Zheng Jinyuan took many beautiful photos. Then the three of them went to ride the Snowflake Ferris wheel and watch the ice and snow car ballet show. There is also a finale performance, the Harbin Ice Show. It was not until closing time that we left the ice and snow world. On the business car on the way back, Lin Yutong and Zheng Jinyuan were still sitting in the back seat, one on each side, next to Qindong. Both were exhausted. One looks like a cat, and the other looks like a lamb, both of them sticking obediently to Qindong. One of Qindong's hands was held by Lin Yutong, and the other hand was held by Zheng Jinyuan. He quite enjoyed this feeling. There was no jealousy. Everyone had a tacit understanding with each other, and it would be best if they could live in peace forever. The warm carriage was filled with the fragrance of girls and the sweet smell of love. Lin Yutong closed her eyes, rested her head on Qindong's shoulder, and quietly felt Qindong's breathing and heartbeat. She hasn't been as happy as she was today in a long time. Every second with Brother Dong is a happy breath. I really like being with him. I hope to continue walking with Dong Ge, staying together forever and never separate. Lin Yutong's heart was filled with spring, and she prayed silently. The other side. Zheng Jinyuan is busy editing photos. She took so many beautiful photos today. If she didn't post them on WeChat Moments to show them off, it would be like walking in the night in gorgeous clothes, and half of her happiness would be lost. The joy of this winter is given by the ice and snow world. Thank you, Brother Taheo. Pictures, pictures, pictures. After careful selection, Zheng Jinyuan posted a 9-square grid. Returned to the hotel. The three of them got out of the car and just entered the hall. Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan, you are finally back, Yuan Yuan. I have been waiting for you so hard. Yuan Yuan. Jiang Chun, pulling a pink suitcase, fell at Zheng Jinyuan's feet. Chapter 32, I want to see what your little mouth is made of. Achoo. Jiang Chun sneezed, wiped his nose, forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and stopped Zheng Jinyuan. Yuan Yuan, I've been waiting for you all day. Finally, I've waited for you, Yuan Yuan. Seeing Jiang Chen's winter melon face, Zheng Jinyuan's good mood was instantly ruined. She immediately cast a disgusted look at him. Are you a ghost, Jiang Chen? Why are you still haunting me? Yuan Yuan, let me bring your suitcase, hee hee. Jiang Chun had a smile on his face and presented the pink suitcase with both hands. Okay, you can go now. Zheng Jinyuan took the suitcase impatiently and returned to Qindong. Qindong held Zheng Jinyuan's hand and asked with concern, Are you okay, Yuan Yuan? It's okay, Dong brother, let's go up. Zheng Jinyuan didn't want to see Jiang Chen for even a minute, especially in front of Qindong. Having such a disgraceful ex-boyfriend has invisibly lowered her status and become a stain that she will never be able to erase in her life. Even though Jiang Chun didn't even hold her hand, she still felt disgusted. Well, let's go. Qindong walked towards the elevator, holding a beautiful woman in each hand. The passengers in the hall all looked towards them. The three of them are all very good-looking, and with one man leading two women, it makes people even more envious and jealous. People can't help but wonder what they will do at night, etc. Seeing his girlfriend being held by Qindong and thinking that they might be about to have sex, Jiang Chun, who had been holding it in for 2 days, could no longer bear it. Yuan Yuan, you are my girlfriend. How can you be with another man? Jiang Chun rushed to the three of them and questioned Zheng Jinyuan. Who is your girlfriend, Jiang Chen? I'm telling you, I'm breaking up with you. From now on, there's no longer any relationship between us. Zheng Jinyuan gritted her teeth. Agreeing to date Jiang Chen was the thing she regretted most in her life. At that time, I heard that Jiang Chen's father was an operations manager at the IFC, so I agreed to be Jiang Chen's girlfriend on a whim. Now I think I was too impulsive. Fortunately, Jiang Chen hasn't gained any advantage yet. Otherwise, she will definitely regret it for the rest of her life. What? You want to break up with me? Like a bolt from the blue, Jiang Chen staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yuan, please don't break up with me. I can change whatever I did wrong. Please give me another chance. Okay, Yuan? Jiang Chen knelt on the ground and hugged Zheng Jinyuan's calves. This time when he came to Oibin, he originally wanted to take the opportunity to win over Zheng Jinyuan. In the end, he not only didn't get any bargain, but also lost the money for the plane ticket. If Zheng Jinyuan really broke up with him, he would suffer a huge loss. Jiang Chen, aren't you ashamed of being so shameless? Get out of here. Zheng Jinyuan raised her leg and kicked Jiang Chen aside. Yuan, please don't break up with me. I know I'm not as rich as Dongguo, but I love you more than he does. I'm willing to do anything for you. I really love you, Yuan. Jiang Chen crawled over again and hugged Zheng Jinyuan's calf. After such a commotion, many people gathered around to watch the show. Xiaotong, you go up first. Chen Dong asked Lin Yutong to go back to the room first. He stayed to accompany Zheng Jinyuan. Jiang Chen, are you annoying? Zheng Jinyuan was about to lose her temper. At this time, girl, your boyfriend loves you so much. Why do you want to break up with him? You can't stop believing in love just because of money. A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup was pointing fingers at Zheng Jinyuan. Seeing someone taking the lead, the ignorant crowd also began to act as messengers of justice. Fuck, why are girls nowadays so realistic? To put it bluntly, they're materialistic and will do anything for money. This young man is so infatuated, but he looks very honest at first glance. Beauty, you can't bully an honest man. Faced with the groundless accusations from everyone, Zheng Jinyuan did not back down. She has a mother who loves gambling and often fights with others because of regretting her cards. She has inherited her mother's true skills since she was a child and has never been afraid of anyone when it comes to quarrels. Arguing with me? I can't defeat you. Auntie, if you don't mind him, you can be his girlfriend. It's not that I don't believe in love, but he can't give me the love I want. Zheng Jinyuan's words left the middle-aged woman speechless. You say I'm realistic, but did I spend a penny of your money? You're so arrogant. You think you can be fooled by just eating Northwest Wind. Sorry, this beautiful lady can't do that. Even if I'm materialistic, what's wrong with that? I didn't steal or rob. Big brother is willing to spend money on me, so I'm nice to him. If he doesn't like my materialistic side, he can just reject me. Why is he kneeling down to beg me? You're short, ugly, and poor, and you can't eat swan meat, but you blame the swan for not giving you meat. Do you think the swan is yours? We're all adults. I'm not his mother. What's it to me if he keeps behaving dishonestly? Kneeling here and pleading for mercy is considered infatuation? Can you please stop using moral blackmail? Zheng Jinyuan went all out and fought back one by one. Chen Dong unconsciously cast an admiring look at him. He originally wanted to stand up for Zheng Jinyuan, but it seemed that she didn't need him at all. When faced with Zheng Jinyuan's little mouth, he had no choice but to surrender. Jiang Chen, stop playing the victim game. Brother Dong and I booked a Royal Supreme Suite for 58,000 a night. Do you want to go up and take a look? Forget it. You should just go back to your crappy hotel. I'm afraid you'll be so shocked after seeing it that you'll be upset. Since everyone said she was materialistic, Zheng Jinyuan deliberately said it out loud for others to hear. If you have the ability, you can also stay in a suite that costs 58,000 yuan a night. If you don't have the ability, then don't talk nonsense here. As expected, when the onlookers heard Zheng Jinyuan's words, they were all shocked. Oh my god, 58,000 a night? Even a presidential suite can't be that expensive, right? It's the peak tourist season in Beijing now, so the room rates are really not cheap. The standard room we stayed in cost over 3,000 yuan. No wonder he's surrounded by women. He's got that kind of strength. I have to admit it. Tall, rich and handsome, or short, ugly and poor, there's nothing wrong with the beauty's choice. I support the beauty this time. When Zheng Jinyuan showed Chen Dong's strength, the wind direction changed instantly. No one said she was materialistic anymore. Because to put it bluntly, 99% of people in this society are actually materialistic at heart, but some people are honest about it, while others pretend. No way, a suite for 58,000 a night? That must be luxurious. Hearing this, Jiang Chen also stood up. I instantly became energetic. Brother Dong, can I go to your royal suite? Don't worry, I won't disturb you and Yuan. I just want to take a few pictures and show off on WeChat moments. Seeing Jiang Chun make such a weird request, the messengers of justice were immediately angry. You are too spineless, aren't you? There must be something hateful about pitiful people. The beauty breaking up with you is not at all unfair to you. Damn it. What the hell? It's useless for me to speak up for you. Little brother, you disappoint me so much, huh? With contempt for Jiang Chun, everyone dispersed. I don't think that's necessary. Chen Dong rejected Jiang Chun and took Zheng Jinyuan's hand. Yuan, let's go. Humph. Zheng Jinyuan snorted coldly at Jiang Chun, took Chen Dong's arm, and turned away. Entered the elevator. Chen Dong looked at Zheng Jinyuan's face. Brother Dong, what are you looking at? Zheng Jinyuan felt shy when she was stared at. Chen Dong stretched out his arm and gently pinched Zheng Jinyuan's red lips with his fingers. I want to see what your little mouth is made of. It's really amazing. You are so bad, Dong brother. Zheng Jinyuan's pretty face turned red, and she opened her mouth and bit Chen Dong's finger. Chapter 33, Landlady. Come to me when you're hungry. Return to the suite. Chen Dong had a package on the table. When he opened it, he found that it was the golden kidney tablets, which he could buy for free. He drank some water and swallowed it immediately. Lin Yutong finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom. Yuan, are you okay? Lin Yutong walked over and gently hugged Zheng Jinyuan and asked with concern. After spending 2 days together, she no longer had any ill will towards Zheng Jinyuan. As long as Zheng Jinyuan didn't compete with her for Dongguo, she could still be sisters with Zheng Jinyuan, even though this girl looked a little fierce. Thank you, Xiaotong. I'm fine. Zheng Jinyuan responded as if nothing had happened, but there was still a hint of unhappiness on her face. Lin Yutong consoled him. Jiang Chun is such a bad guy. He's been pursuing me for years, and I get annoyed every time I see him. I didn't expect that after failing to pursue me, he would pursue you instead. How shameless. Yeah, actually, I just agreed to be his girlfriend last month. He said his father is an operations manager at the IFC, and he could arrange a job for me after I graduate. That's why I got carried away and fell for him. Zheng Jinyuan explained. In her opinion, if it weren't for work, she would never have found a boyfriend as useless as Jiang Chun. It's really hard to find a job now, but there's always a way. We don't graduate until June, so we still have 6 months to go. I'm sure we'll find a job. Lin Yutong comforted Zheng Jinyuan. She actually had no idea. With more than 10 million college graduates every year, the competition for jobs is even more intense than the college entrance examination. Fortunately, since she is a local of Shanghai, it is relatively easy for her to find a job. Alas, we are such a miserable generation. We study hard from primary school to university, and after graduation, we have to work hard. We can't afford to buy a house, and we dare not get married or have children. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Zheng Jinyuan sat on the sofa with her arms around her knees and couldn't help complaining. It's okay. You two are so beautiful. If you still worry about your job, how will others live? Find a tall, rich, and handsome man in the future. Why bother working? Just enjoy life. Chen Dong leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said with a relaxed look on his face. The two girls understood immediately. Doesn't this imply that they should cling to Chen Dong? Brother Dong, please support me. Zheng Jinyuan leaned over and lay on Chen Dong's legs. Lin Yutong also hurriedly sat down next to Chen Dong and held Chen Dong's arm tightly. Brother Dong, do you think everyone is as rich and generous as you? There are too few good men. Fortunately, I met you. Why does it sound like the junior schoolmate is claiming sovereignty? Chen Dong touched Zheng Jinyuan's face with one hand and put his arm around Lin Yutong's slender waist with the other. It doesn't matter if there are fewer people. As the more capable you are, the more work you will do, I heard Chen Dong say such shameless words. Zheng Jinyuan quickly agreed. Yes, those who are capable should do more work. A tall, rich and handsome man like Dongguo should have more girlfriends. It can also be regarded as sharing the burden of society. What are you talking about? Lin Yutong pouted and her cheeks turned red in an instant. It's not ancient times where you can take concubines. Besides, Dongguo is not the kind of playboy who has multiple girlfriends, right Dongguo? I have to say that Lin Yutong is still very smart. She deliberately praised Chen Dong, leaving Chen Dong with no choice. What's wrong with being a playboy? Isn't the purpose of life to enjoy it? If I marry a poor guy, I won't be able to buy a house or a car, and my life will be miserable. I would rather not get married than live such a humble life. Zheng Jinyuan spoke quickly. Her views represent those of a considerable number of girls. These days, the number of divorces each year is almost catching up with the number of marriages. In that case, what's the point of getting married? Then we have to have children. I want to get married anyway. At least I'll have a baby of my own, so I won't be so lonely when I get old. Lin Yutong disagrees with Zheng Jinyuan's opinion. She is an only child. I have been lonely since childhood. If you are still alone when you are old, she'd probably go crazy. Besides, she and Qindong are in love with each other now, so it's only a matter of time before they get married. Brother Dong, do you think I'm right? Lin Yutong grabbed Qindong's hand and asked. Qindong looked into Lin Yutong's eyes and smiled. Yes, I want children too, preferably 3 or 5. That way it will be lively, and we can afford to raise them. So, let's respond to the country's call and have more children. Lin Yutong felt sweet in her heart and asked again, do you like girls or boys? Boys and girls are the same. I like them all. Me too. I think babies are very cute, Lin Yutong blushed as she spoke. She and Qindong hadn't had sex yet, but they were already discussing having children. It felt a bit strange. She had only read about it in books. She felt embarrassed, but also very excited. All right. You should complete the ceremony first before considering having a baby, huh? Zheng Jinyuan couldn't stand it anymore and became jealous. He twisted Qindong's thigh hard, got up from the sofa, turned around, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Damn it, how dare you pinch my thigh? I must teach you a lesson at night. Qindong ignored Zheng Jinyuan and hugged Lin Yutong in his arms. Xiaodong, when is it convenient for you? Are you hungry? Lin Yutong lowered her head delicately, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Of course, smelling your fragrance makes me starve to death. I really want to eat you as a meal, Qindong said as he held up Lin Yutong's face. This beauty deserves a score of 97. It is absolutely stunning. Wait a little longer, it'll be ready soon. Lin Yutong bit her lip shyly. Hiss. I really can't stand it. Bo. Qindong couldn't help but kiss Lin Yutong's cherry lips. For you, I am willing to wait. Anyway, he will not be able to escape from his clutches sooner or later. It doesn't matter if it's a day earlier or later. Now he has Zheng Jinyuan's little golden retriever to serve him, so there is no need to rush. Well, Dong brother, you are so nice. Lin Yutong leaned gently in Qindong's arms. She is so lucky to have such a caring boyfriend. I hope that things with brother Dong can continue like this, lingering forever. This evening, Lin Yutong and Zheng Jinyuan slept on the big bed in the bedroom as usual. At midnight, wait until Lin Yutong fell asleep. Zheng Jinyuan was like a little golden fox that came out to hunt for food at night. He snuck out to the living room and crawled under the covers on the sofa. An hour later, he quietly returned to the master bedroom. Lin Yutong was still sleeping soundly, breathing slightly. On the sofa outside, Qindong checked his phone before going to bed and suddenly saw a message from the landlord's wife. He was busy just now and didn't see it. Click to view a photo. The landlady was playing in an indoor swimming pool wearing bikini mud. Double-click to zoom in. This is too passionate. Even though Qindong and the landlady have been together day and night for several months, he still feels fresh to see such photos because he has never seen them before. Sister Qian, your feast looks so delicious that it makes me hungry. Qindong replied to the landlady without hiding his inner feelings. With a beep. Are you hungry, or is your brother hungry? If you are hungry, come to me and I will book a plane ticket for you. Seducation. The landlady replied immediately. It seems that she has been playing with her mobile phone and has not slept. Then came another more exciting bikini mud photo. Damn it. Who can withstand this? Please support me, brothers. If Qindong was not too busy, he would definitely fly to Sanya overnight to find the landlady. We're both hungry. Wait, we'll definitely go when we have time. Chapter 34 Lin Yutong's sudden condition. Qindong goes to Sanya. Looking at the bikini mud photos of the landlord's wife, Qindong fell asleep with a smile on his face. The next day, it is the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. Because they were tired from playing the day before, the three of them slept in. According to the plan, we will go to Shuexiang today. It doesn't matter if we go a little later. But still asleep. Lin Yutong was awakened by a rapid cell phone ring. After the call was connected, Lin Yutong's mood instantly fell to the lowest point, and crystal clear tears overflowed from her clear eyes. What's wrong, Xiaodong? Who's calling? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Zheng Jinyuan sat up and asked. My mom called. After saying that, Lin Yutong lay on the pillow and cried. Zheng Jinyuan hurried to comfort her. But it's of no use. Brother Dong, come in quickly, Xiaodong is crying. Zheng Jinyuan shouted outside, asking Qindong for help. After hearing this, Qindong ran into the bedroom barefoot. What happened? Qindong sat on the edge of the bed and asked Zheng Jinyuan. I don't know either. Xiaodong received a call from her mother. And then, Zheng Jinyuan shrugged. The innocent look seemed to say, I didn't bully you, a woman. Qindong leaned over and lay beside Lin Yutong and asked softly. Xiaodong, don't be sad. Tell me, what happened? Brother Dong. Lin Yutong sat up and threw herself into Qindong's arms. I'm going back to Shanghai soon. My dad got into a fight with someone because of the demolition of our house and was hospitalized. Hearing Lin Yutong's words, Zheng Jinyuan and Chen Dong both became worried. Uncle is injured? Is it serious? Is your dad okay? Lin Yutong shook her head. It's okay. My dad has high blood pressure and gets dizzy when he gets excited. He's not injured, but it's almost Chinese New Year, and my mom is very worried, so she asked me to go back now. I'm glad you're not injured. Hypertension is a chronic disease. Just rest, and you'll be fine. Chen Dong patted Lin Yutong on the back and comforted her. Do you have to go, Xiaotong? We haven't been to Shuexiang or the ski resort yet. Can we go back to the Magic City tomorrow? Zheng Jinyuan said with regret. She has been neglected by her father and mother since she was a child, and her relationship with her parents is not good. If something like this happened to her father, she would definitely not go back. Since we finally get to go out and have fun, we must have fun to the fullest. I'm sorry, Dongji. Lin Yutong looked at Chen Dong guiltily, tears welling up in her red eyes. She is an only child, so she must go back if something happens at home. Only spent a day or two in urban, and there were still many places we hadn't visited, so it was inevitable that we would feel regretful, and it spoiled everyone's fun. Chen Dong smiled and wiped the corners of Lin Yutong's eyes. It's okay. I had enough fun yesterday. I'm still very happy about this trip. How about you, Yuan Yuan? Me. Zheng Jinyuan was caught off guard when Chen Dong called her out. She could only smile wryly and respond. I'm very happy too. Not only did I eat well, live well, and have fun, I even took $1 million charter flight. I feel like my life is worth it. Zheng Jinyuan is indeed good at providing emotional value. After she said that, Lin Yutong instantly felt less guilty. Then I'll pack up and go back to the Magic City later. Lin Yutong left Chen Dong, got out of bed, and started packing her luggage. Chen Dong casually asked, have you bought your plane ticket? Yes, buy the plane ticket first, Xiaotong. Zheng Jinyuan said from the side. Oh well. Rubbing her temples, Lin Yutong dropped her luggage and went to look for her cell phone. The situation was so chaotic that she was in a panic and had no idea what to do. I'll help you watch it, you pack your bags. Zheng Jinyuan volunteered to help Lin Yutong look for air tickets. I checked on my phone and found flights from Urban back to Shanghai. Oh no, there are no tickets left. There's only one flight today with 2 first-class tickets, and they cost over 6,000 each. What should I do, Xiaodong? Zheng Jinyuan showed her cell phone to Lin Yutong. More than 6,000 is too expensive. From Harbin to Shanghai usually costs only about 1,000 yuan, but over 6,000 yuan is ridiculously expensive. Lin Yutong was a little worried for a moment. Buy it, even if it's expensive. My family is waiting for me. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yutong decided to buy a ticket back. When I thought about my dad being admitted to the hospital, I couldn't help but get wet in my eyes again. Thinking that once she left, Zheng Jinyuan would just be spending some time alone with Dong Guo, and might even take the opportunity to sleep in the same bed with him. Lin Yutong's heart was broken beyond measure. Woo woo. Lin Yutong burst into tears. Yuan Yuan, buy Xiaodong a plane ticket and accompany her back to the Magic City. Seeing that Lin Yutong was in a worrying condition, Chen Dong suddenly spoke. He was really worried about letting Lin Yutong fly back alone, and he didn't want to continue playing in Harbin with Zheng Jinyuan. Although the little golden retriever had many tricks and worked very well, he didn't want to build his happiness on Lin Yutong's pain. There is still a long way to go, so there is no need to just enjoy the present. After hearing what Chen Dong said, Zheng Jinyuan panicked and hugged Chen Dong's arm and said coquettishly, Brother Dong, I don't want to go back. I haven't had enough fun yet. Be obedient, and I'll transfer the air ticket money to you. Chen Dong gave Zheng Jinyuan a firm look, not allowing her to refute. Oh well. Zheng Jinyuan didn't dare to make Chen Dong angry, so she could only accept it with tears. She asked Lin Yutong for her ID number and bought the plane ticket with her mobile phone. Brother Dong, I'll pay for the plane ticket. Lin Yutong didn't want to spend Chen Dong's money anymore. Chen Dong raised his chin and said, no need. I'll just pass it on to Yuan Yuan. Next second, with a beep, Zheng Jinyuan received the transfer from Chen Dong. Click to take a look. Oh my god. When Zheng Jinyuan saw the transfer amount, her eyes widened like big dates, and she stared at Chen Dong blankly. No, Brother Dong, the 2 first-class tickets cost only a little over 10,000 yuan. What do you mean by transferring 100,000 yuan to me? Chen Dong didn't say anything and smiled at Zheng Jinyuan. Everything is implied. Zheng Jinyuan understood Chen Dong's intentions, and the remaining money after buying the plane ticket was a reward for her. As expected of a rich guy, he is generous when spending money. With these tens of thousands of dollars, she can have a prosperous new year. Bought the tickets and packed the luggage. Lin Yutong and Zheng Jinyuan each had a suitcase and prepared to take a car to the airport. Brother Dong, We are leaving. You can play for a few more days before going back. You should have fun, even if you are alone. Holding Chen Dong's hand reluctantly, Lin Yutong felt both moved and sad. I took a chartered flight when I came here and first class when I left. Stayed in the Royal Supreme Suite for 2 nights at 58,000 new Taiwan dollars. Although the trip was not perfect, it broadened her horizons, allowed her to see the lives of wealthy people, and gave her enough face. Well, be careful on the road, and spend time with your family when you get back. Chen Dong hugged Lin Yutong. Don't worry about Brother Dong. After we leave, who knows how he'll be doing by himself. Zheng Jinyuan curled her lips at Chen Dong. If possible, she really wanted to stay. Even if Chen Dong didn't transfer 100,000 yuan to her, she was willing to continue traveling to Beijing with Chen Dong. As the saying goes, what matters is not where you go, but who you go with. The 2 nights she spent with Chen Dong were the happiest time of her life. She will never forget it. It's a pity that she couldn't take photos and post them on social media. Otherwise, she would definitely tell the world, tell everyone who knew her, that she had a very happy 2 nights. Send me a message when you get to the Magic City. Chen Dong extended his hand, but Zheng Jinyuan deliberately did not shake hands with him. This little golden retriever has quite a temper. Then I'll deal with you when I get back to Shanghai. After sending the 2 girls out of the hotel and seeing them get on the business car going to the airport, Chen Dong returned to his room. Ms. Liu, please help me arrange a special flight from Urban to Sanya. The sooner the better. Money is not a problem. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Dong sent a message to Liu Yiyun of L Global Company. He was also preparing to leave Urban. Go to Sanya to give the landlord a surprise. Chapter 35, 1.36 million yuan charter flight to Sanya. Liu Yiyun's shock. The landlord's wife sent him photos for 2 consecutive nights, and her enthusiastic invitation made Chen Dong unable to bear it for even a day. There are still 5 or 6 days before the Chinese New Year, so it is definitely a good time to take a trip to Sanya. You won't waste the 10 times cash back on your travel expenses, and you can also express your condolences to the landlord. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After looking at the beaky mud photos of the landlord's wife, Chen Dong's mouth curled up, and he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly to Sanya right now. Beep. Liu Yu replied. Okay, Mr. Chen, if it's convenient for you, I would like to communicate with you by phone. Sure, call me. Chen Dong replied. Soon. Liu Yu called. Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Liu Yun, your exclusive service manager. Could you please tell me about a charter flight from Urban to Sanya? Yes, Miss Liu, please help me arrange it. It would be best if I can take off today. Chen Dong was too lazy to look at ordinary air tickets. He doesn't care even if it's first class. The more you spend, the more cashback you get. No matter how expensive first class is, it is not as expensive as a charter flight. I spent 1 million in Layarbin and got a cashback of 10 million. I should be able to earn more by chartering a flight from Harbin to Sanya. Chen Dong knew everything clearly. On this trip, he must make tens of millions of dollars from his godmother. Okay, Mr. Chen, please hold on. I'll check for a charter flight from Urban to Sanya for you right away. Liu Yu communicated with Chen Dong. To search for charter flights to Urban on the computer, he communicated with all parties. Judging from the voice, this Miss Liu should be a beauty. Judging from her WeChat profile picture, she is indeed a beautiful woman in her 20s. I just don't know if it's a scam. Chen Dong held his cell phone and waited patiently. Mr. Chen, we can provide 2 charter options. The first one is. Liu Yu was just about to report the plan. Chen Dong interrupted. Choose the most expensive one. Liu Yu, who had seen many wealthy people, couldn't help but be stunned. How much money does this rich young man have? He didn't even bother to listen to the proposal. She specifically looked at Chen Dong's ID card and knew that Chen Dong was only 23 years old this year. At this age, it was impossible for him to be a newly rich self-made man. He could only be a rich second generation whose family owned a mine. If you want to spend more money, then we will satisfy you. Liu Yu took a deep breath silently, and according to Chen Dong's request, directly reported the second charter flight plan. Mr. Chen, the most expensive option is a Gulfstream G550 business jet flying nonstop from Urban to Sanya. It could take off as early as 1 p.m. this afternoon. It's the world's top long-haul business jet, and it's just for you. The flight from Urban to Sanya is quite long, so the price is a bit higher. The all-in package is 1.36 million. When Liu Yu mentioned this price, she herself felt it was outrageous. A domestic flight was sold for more than 1 million yuan, and it was chartered by one person. In terms of unit price, this was definitely the most expensive customer she had ever received, and it was even shocking in the entire company. She thought Chen Dong would hesitate. Result. Okay, send the contract over, and I'll pay you right away. Chen Dong's faint voice came from the phone. Is this the legendary rich second generation who is stupid, Rich and brainless? Lu Yun was shocked. 1.36 million yuan can buy a house in a small city, and you can choose from Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Last time we spent 1 million to charter a plane, and this time we spent another 1.36 million. It's only been 2 days. Okay, Mr. Chun, please wait a moment. I'll send you the contract right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu sat there for a long time before asking his subordinates to prepare the contract. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yu sent the electronic contract to Chen Dong. As usual, Chen Dong paid a 50% deposit and transferred 680,000 yuan to L's company account. The next second, after a tenfold cash rebate, 6.8 million was deposited into the account. Haha, one word, cool. Imperial Capital. After receiving the transfer, the finance department of L Company informed Lu Yu of the news. At the same time, Smith, the department manager of L Company, immediately noticed Chen Dong's name when he saw the company's new orders. In just 3 days, I spent more than 2 million to purchase their company's charter service. This is definitely a big customer. Mr. Chen, thank you for your support of my work. Your charter flight will take off from Harbin Airport at 1 p.m. Please arrive at the airport half an hour in advance. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Thank you. Lu Yu just sent a message to Chen Dong. Ding-iling. The phone rings. Manager Lu, please come to my office. It was Manager Smith calling. Okay, I'll go right away. Lu Yun hurried to Smith's office. Mr. Smith, do you have something to talk to me about? Manager Lu, please take a seat. Smith is a French-Jewish man in his 40s, with a slightly bald head and a thin build. He has the romance of a Frenchman and the shrewdness of a Jew. Thanks. Lu Yun sat down opposite Smith. I noticed that there's a client named Chen Dong who used our company's charter service twice over 3 days. One contract price was 1 million yuan, and the other was 1.36 million yuan. Is that correct? Yes, Mr. Smith. That's right. This kind of client is what you Chinese people call a gold sponsor. So, Manager Lu, I want you to contact this young gentleman and provide follow-up service. Do you understand me? Smith spoke in fluent Chinese. He has worked in the imperial capital for 10 years and is considered an expert on China. Lu Yun frowned and asked, Mr. Smith, do you mean that I should have real-life contact with Mr. Chun as a friend? You're really smart, Manager Lu. I know this may be confusing for you, but the global economy is in a downturn and our business has been sluggish. Mr. Chen's 2 orders are enough to give us a great year. Without him, we wouldn't even get our year-end bonus, so I think it's very important for us to serve Mr. Chen well. Smith said, and personally made a cup of instant coffee for Lu Yun. But Mr. Smith, Mr. Chun is in Beijing right now and will be flying to Sanya this afternoon. I'm in the capital, so there's no way I can meet him. Lu Yun understood what Smith meant. Contacting key customers is a common practice in many industries. There is nothing wrong with this. But the Chinese New Year is coming soon, and Chen Dong is so erratic. She may not even be able to see Chen Dong in person, so how can she talk about tracking services? I understand your difficulties. Smith shrugged at Lu Yun. There are always more solutions than problems. Manager Lu, I allow you to start your annual leave now. Pack up immediately and take the fastest flight to Sanya. There, I believe that with your talent and beauty, you will definitely find a way to meet Mr. Chun. But Lu Yun was still a little hesitant. Although she is a supervisor, she has never done such a thing. What if Chen Dong is a playboy? Wouldn't it be dangerous for her to approach him rashly? Manager Lu, you've heard that the company is considering layoffs recently. I sincerely hope you can go to Sanya. Don't worry, your travel expenses will be fully reimbursed by the company. In addition, I will apply to the company. If Mr. Chun has subsequent orders, I will give you a commission of 3% of the contract price. Okay. Smith relied on his cunning to get the position of manager. He held a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Faced with threats and inducements from superiors, Lu Yu had no choice but to agree. Okay, Mr. Smith, I'll contact Mr. Chun and book the tickets now. After leaving the office, Lu Yun returned to his desk and booked a flight from the capital to Sanya. I hope this rich second generation can get along better and not have any ideas about her. Lu Yun touched her pretty face with her hands and prayed in her heart. Chapter 36 McLaren P1 Supercar, Confession of a Village Girl. Melbourne. Grand Mansion 1903 Hotel. Looking at the balance on his bank card, Chen Dong couldn't suppress his joy. In just 3 days, his savings increased to more than 21 million. After paying the remaining 50% of the charter fee in the afternoon, it would undoubtedly reach 28 million. This speed of making money is faster than 99% of companies in China. It's simply 666. Remembering that he had not purchased any of the free items today, Chen Dong quickly opened the free shopping mall app. As expected, 0 yuan purchase products have been refreshed. McLaren P1, Quantity 1, Price 0 yuan. Description: This McLaren P1 sports car is a limited edition hybrid supercar. It uses a plug-in hybrid system, equipped with a 3.8L V8 twin-turbocharged engine and a 179 horsepower electric motor. The combined powertrain output is 916 horsepower, and it accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.8 seconds, with a top speed of 350 kilometers per hour. See the description on the product page. Shandong's heart couldn't help but beat fast. The McLaren P1 sports car, the leader of plug-in hybrid sports cars, looks extremely visually impactful. If you drive this car out, the girls will scream. Now that you have a Cullinan, buy a supercar. A man's big toys, none of them can be missing. Shandong immediately clicked the purchase button, paid 0 yuan, and successfully bought the McLaren P1 sports car. The delivery address was selected as the exit of Sanya Airport, and the delivery time was selected as 6 p.m. The contract shows that it takes about 5 hours to fly from Urban to Sanya. His chartered flight took off from Urban at 1 p.m. and arrived in Sanya at almost 6 p.m. I can drive a supercar as soon as I get off the plane. I wonder how the landlady would react when she sees this. Shandong thought about it and couldn't help but click on the beautiful beaky mud photos of the landlord's wife. Wow, this skin is so hydrated. She doesn't look like a married woman at all. I guess the landlady is rich. I usually pay great attention to supporting others. What exactly does the love number of 0.5 mean? Shandong became confused again and hoped that this trip to Sanya would reveal the secret of the landlord's wife. Finished packing. Shandong looked at the time. It was 10:30 in the morning, and there were still 2.5 hours before the charter flight was scheduled to take off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Check your phone for a while before checking out. The room rate is 58,000 yuan a night. I can't waste this money. Lying on the sofa, Shandong happily played with his mobile phone. Just played Douyin for a few minutes. Beep. WeChat received a message. When I clicked on it, I saw a photo sent by the village beauty Li Jingwen. Brother Dong, does my new makeup look good? Shandong laughed at the phone. This girl put on makeup and wanted to show it to him. What does she think of him? But, enlarge Li Jingwen's selfie. Shandong's eyes gradually became dull. This girl's makeup today is really good. She looks much prettier than usual. Her eyebrows, her little mouth, and her blush are all just right. The most important thing is to have a good foundation. Looking closely at Li Jingwen's facial features and cheeks, there is almost nothing wrong with them. Perhaps because he was used to it before, Shandong had never stared at Li Jingwen's face so closely like this, carefully examining every part of it. Different from Lin Yutong's face, which looks like an urban girl. Li Jingwen's face is like a daisy blooming in the field, fresh and natural, exuding a unique fragrance. Despite wearing light makeup, it still can't hide the pure beauty emanating from this face. Eyes as clear as streams. Her lips were like dewy rose petals. The faint smile is like the orchid hidden in the mountains and forests, shy and pleasing to the eye. Like a dogtail grass, swaying on the tip of your heart. Shandong suddenly felt aroused. Pretty the village girl is, whether she is better or worse than Lin Yutong. Driven by strong curiosity, Shandong used the magic of perspective on Li Jingwen's selfie. But the personal information panel did not appear. Can it be used on photos? System, can clairvoyance be used on photos? Shandong asked in his mind. Replying to the host, the clairvoyance technique can only be used on moving people at this time, and is ineffective on photos. Understood. Shandong responded with some disappointment. It seems that I can only wait until I return to my hometown to check the village beauty's beauty score. As for the number of passengers, Shandong was not curious. He guessed that Li Jingwen must be a virgin. This girl probably had never dealt with any boys except him. But that's not necessarily the case. Li Jingwen went to college and became a host. What if I meet Huang Mao at school or on Douyin? Oh shit. Thinking of this, Shandong suddenly felt a little blocked in his heart and felt the pain that his precious daughter had been deceived by Huang Mao. Although Li Jingwen was just his neighbor, they were childhood sweethearts. Thinking that one day this girl would lose her first kiss and virginity to a yellow-haired guy, Shandong felt more painful than being stabbed. No, we must give the village beauty a shot of prevention. Shandong closed Li Jingwen's profile picture and immediately sent a message back. Dongmin Qing, it's beautiful. I was stunned. I was quiet. Is this true? Brother Xiaodong, you are not trying to cheer me up, are you? Dongmin Qing, no, I'm serious. I am Jingjing. I am Jingjing. Brother Xiaodong, I don't understand. What are you talking about? Dongmin Qing, 1-1, you don't have a boyfriend, right? I am Jingjing. No, there are a lot of boys chasing me at school, and some people also send me private messages on Douyin, but I don't like them and don't want to pay attention to them. I don't like any of them. Dongmin Qing. That's right. Be careful with the yellow-haired ones. Don't be fooled by them. I am Jingjing. Oh, I know, Xiaodong brother. I am Jingjing. Are you worried about me? Hee hee. Dongmin Qing. No. I'm just worried that you've been cheated by Huang Mao. I am Jingjing. What if it's not Huang Mao, but a male god? Dongmin Qing. Even a male god won't do. You are still young and should focus on your studies. It won't be too late to find a boyfriend after you start working. I am Jingjing, but I can't wait any longer. I'm already 18 years old and can have a relationship. Dongmin Qing. 18 is still young. I'm 23 and I've never been in a relationship. I am Jingjing. Hee hee, brother Xiaodong. Then we can talk about it together. Dongmin Qing. What do you mean? I am Jingjing. Brother Xiaodong. I like you. I want to date you. Shy shy. Dongmin Qing. Don't bother Wenwen. I'm your brother. I am Jingjing. He is not my biological brother. Dongmin Qing. That won't work either. I won't chat with you anymore. I have something else to do. I'll teach you when I get back. I am Jingjing. Okay, Xiaodong brother. Remember to come back early. After closing his phone, Qindong leaned back on the sofa. What's wrong with Wenwen? She actually said she likes him. What a joke. They know each other so well. They are like siblings, not real siblings. There would be no feelings even if they were in love. Which girl doesn't have love in her heart? This girl probably wants to fall in love. Oh, what a headache. No wonder as soon as the daughter grows up, the father wants to follow her 24 hours a day, just because he is worried that his precious daughter will be kidnapped by a gangster. Qindong was also worried about Li Jingwen. This girl is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. She grew up in the countryside and has never seen the world. Huang Mao might have tricked her away with a lollipop. It seems that this time when I go home, I must let Li Jingwen broaden her horizons. You can have a relationship, but your boyfriend must be better than him. Qindong thought about it and turned on his phone. I couldn't help but stare at Li Jingwen's selfie again. The little girl has really grown up. Just about to close the phone, Li Jingwen sent another message. I forgot to tell you, Xiaodong. That uncle has been a little unhappy lately. Zhao Wang, your neighbor, bought a car and has been showing it off in the village all day. It's disgusting. Go and persuade uncle not to bother with people like that. Zhao Wang bought a car, and his dad is unhappy? Qindong looked at his phone and chuckled. The roads in the countryside are more slippery and people's hearts are more complicated. It seems that the father has become competitive again and feels that his son is not as good as others. Okay, Wenwen. I'll comfort him when I get home for the new year. Qindong replied. Driving back in a Rolls-Royce, does dad still need comfort? I'm afraid he will show off even more than Zhao Wang. This is the interpersonal relationship in the countryside. They hate you for what you have and laugh at you for what you don't have. They dislike you for being poor and fear you for being rich. 12 noon. Qindong checked out, had a quick lunch in the hotel restaurant, and then took a business car straight to the airport. With the experience of the last charter flight, this time Qindong was familiar with the route and completed the check-in procedures quickly. Pay the remaining 50% balance. With a beep, Qindong received a text message that 6.8 million yuan had been deposited into the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and the deposit balance was as high as more than 28 million yuan. Chartering a plane still makes money faster. The more you enjoy, the more money you make. Godmother really dotes on him, haha. 1 p.m. Qindong's Gulfstream 550G top-of-the-line business jet took off on time, with his destination being Sanya Airport and his target being the landlady. I'm asking for a bookshelf and urging for updates. Thank you. Chapter 37. Play landlord with two stewardesses, kiss the loser. On the plane, Qindong took a short nap. When I woke up, I found that it was less than an hour before takeoff. A solo flight is quiet, but also very boring. Sitting in the luxuriously decorated cabin, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, Qindong was a little dazed for a moment. People say that life is like a dream, and this time he has experienced it firsthand. A few days ago, he was still a social animal with no money to go home for the new year, but now, he can actually travel around the country on a chartered plane, and he has become a multi-millionaire without realizing it. I don't know how my relatives and friends will look at him when I return to my hometown. Will Dad still envy Zhao Wang's new car? Haha, I don't want to think about it for now. Let's finish this boring journey first. Beauty. Qindong stretched out his arm and greeted the two flight attendants sitting in the last row of the cabin. Two stewardesses in black silk uniforms hurried over. Sir, how may I help you? Two flight attendants squatted in front of Qindong, one in front and one behind. Their service attitude was many times better than that of ordinary flights. Qindong asked, Ladies, how long will it take to get to Sanya? One of the flight attendants replied, About another 4 hours. Another flight attendant noticed Chin's boredom and said considerately, Sir, our plane has Wi-Fi during mid-flight. If needed, you can connect to the plane's Wi-Fi to surf the internet with your phone, or you can use the screen in front of you to watch movies or TV series. It's boring. Staring at the two stewardesses' black stockings and their pretty faces with delicate makeup, Chen Dong couldn't help but feel playful. Apart from him and the two flight attendants, the only other person on the charter flight was probably the flight attendant. Instead of just sitting there staring at each other, why not play some games? Two beauties, I think you're bored sitting there. How about the three of us play landlord? Chen Dong suggested. The two flight attendants looked at each other and nodded at Chen Dong. As flight attendants on charter flights, they are paid much better than flight attendants on ordinary passenger planes, and their work content is also easier. They usually only serve a few passengers. Today is even better, as they only need to serve Chen Dong. Of course, their own conditions are also better than those of ordinary flight attendants. She is the best among flight attendants in terms of appearance and figure, and she also has a strong sense of service. In their eyes, Chen Dong is the only VIP, and requests like playing landlord can definitely be met. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go get the cards. A stewardess stood up and quickly brought back the playing cards. Chen Dong also changed his seat from the single first-class sofa to a four-person booth with two seats facing each other. Two flight attendants sat opposite Chen Dong, with a table in the middle. Just playing cards is boring. Let's play something with rewards and punishments, okay? Chen Dong took a sip of juice, looked at the beautiful faces of the two stewardesses, and smiled mischievously. How would you like to play, sir? We can do whatever you want, as long as you are satisfied with our service. The two flight attendants cooperated with Chen Dong tacitly. As expected of someone in uniform, their service attitude is simply impeccable. Chen Dong nodded with satisfaction and took out his cell phone and put it on the table. How about this? If I lose, I'll pay you 1,000 yuan each time. Halfway through the conversation, hearing the high stakes, one of the flight attendants immediately smacked her lips at Chen Dong. 1,000 yuan? Sorry, sir, we can't afford it. Yes, sir, let alone 1,000 yuan. We wouldn't dare to play with you even if it's 100 yuan. Another flight attendant echoed. Although they look glamorous, in fact, they are just senior flight attendants. Their salary is slightly higher than that of ordinary people, but not much higher, especially in the current economic downturn. There are not many passengers traveling on charter flights. They only get more than 10,000 yuan a month, and there is almost nothing left after expenses. Therefore, many flight attendants also have part-time jobs. Live streaming, playing games as a companion, and even providing special services have become commonplace in the circle. Don't worry, beauties. I haven't finished yet. Chen Dong stretched out his hands and patted the shoulders of the two stewardesses. If you lose, you don't have to pay me, just give me a kiss. When this idea popped up in his mind just now, Chen Dong also felt that it was a bit of a hooligan, but then he thought, isn't the purpose of men to enjoy life after making money? It would be a waste of resources to leave the two beautiful stewardesses alone and do nothing. 1,000 gold coins cannot buy a concubine's smile. Money can't buy me happiness. He didn't mind spending a little money as long as it could help him pass the boring journey. Ah, sir, this is not good. One of the stewardesses who looked younger blushed. She was probably a very honest person and didn't think about making money from passengers. The other stewardess wasn't so shy. She nudged her colleague with her arm and said to Chen Dong with a pair of seductive eyes, "Since you're so interested, sir, we'd better obey your order and play a few games with you." Faced with this playboy who chartered a plane to travel alone, she wished to have a special relationship with Chen Dong. Okay, let's get started. Chen Dong's passion was instantly aroused, and the two flight attendants were also very excited. I want to get a kiss from a beautiful woman and make money at the same time. With a bet on hand, everyone tries their best to beat the other. The two flight attendants cooperated with each other and won 3 games in a row against Chen Dong. Chen Dong did what he said. He added the flight attendants on WeChat and transferred 1,000 yuan to each of them for every game he lost. He lost a total of 6,000 yuan in 3 games. In the 4th round, the older flight attendant deliberately let Chen Dong win. She knew that if Chen Dong kept losing, he would soon stop playing with them. Only by letting Chen Dong taste the sweetness can we squeeze more benefits from him. Haha, I'm sorry to both of you beauties. Chen Dong won the game, and the two flight attendants accepted the defeat and closed their eyes, allowing Chen Dong to kiss them. Chen Dong only kissed the older flight attendant on the face. Chen Dong kissed the young stewardess on the lips with her face flushed. The so-called flight attendants are just like this. Apart from smelling a bit fragrant and feeling a bit sweet when kissed, it just looks pleasing to the eye. Between losing money and kissing. Flash. Several hours passed. The Gulfstream 550G special plane arrived over Sanya. The flight attendant put away the card, returned to her seat, and waited for the plane to land. Got off the plane. Dong arrived at the exit in the business car provided by the charter company. I looked at the time. It was 5 minutes to 6 p.m. The McLaren P1 sports car should be delivered soon. Beep. The cell phone rang. It was a message from the older flight attendant just now. Sir, thank you for your tip. Are you free tonight? I'll buy you a drink. Are you here to seduce him? Dong replied. Sorry, I'm busy. While playing landlord, he secretly used his clairvoyance to observe the two stewardesses. The young stewardess could carry 4 passengers, while the older stewardess could carry 16 passengers. He really had no interest in such women. Okay, excuse me. The other party probably understood Dong's attitude and stopped pestering him. Make money during the day, make money at night, make money when you sleep, make money when you wake up, make money when you eat, make money when you walk, make money every day, make money every year. The cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Dong answered the call. Hello, Mr. Chun. The McLaren P1 sports car you purchased is about to be delivered to the designated location. Is it convenient for you to receive it now? The sports car has arrived. Dong replied. It's convenient. Just send it over. I'm right here at the airport exit. Okay, Mr. Chun, we'll be there soon. Just hung up the phone. A special vehicle for transporting cars drove towards Dong. Chapter 38 McLaren P1 delivered. Encounter with the Queen at the airport. Mr. Chun, if that's all right, please sign. After delivering the car, the staff handed over a receipt and Dong signed in the lower right corner. Then I received the driving documents and purchase invoice, etc. Mr. Chun, if you have any questions later, please feel free to contact us. I wish you a pleasant ride. Goodbye. The staff got in the car and left. Dong was holding the car keys and was a little excited for a moment. It's hard to believe that this black and gold McLaren P1, a convertible supercar worth more than 10 million, has become his new toy in the blink of an eye. He'd never driven a race car, but that was okay. Just search on your phone and you will find out. According to the video on the internet, Dong successfully opened the car door and started the vehicle. The roar of the engine. Even more exciting than Cullinan. No wonder those rich second generations like to drive sports cars. This thing is definitely a great tool for showing off. From the appearance, the shape of the McLaren P1 supercar gives people a strong visual impact. To put it bluntly, this car looks very valuable. The driver is definitely a rich man who can make women scream. But in fact, that's true. Dong just started the car. One after another, beautiful women came over and started chatting with me. Handsome guy, can you add AV? Little brother, are you going to the city? Can you give me a ride? A photo with your car? Thank you. Dong just laughed at this. Politely refuse. It's not that he doesn't like gold diggers, but he doesn't like ugly women whose looks are less than 90 points. Now that you have become a multimillionaire, if you are still so desperate as to make friends with girls who score below 90 points, it would be disrespectful to money. With money, what kind of beauty can't he get? Dong admitted that he was inflated. From now on, 90 points is his bottom line, and the number of passengers should be less than 1. He will never have in-depth communication with girls who do not meet this standard. Just about to step on the accelerator and start. Wait. A beautiful lady with a royal look and a white suitcase stopped in front of Dong's car. Damn it, you're looking for death. Dong was about to lose his temper. Wait a minute, Mr. Chun. The beautiful lady stood outside the passenger seat, panting. Dong looked over and saw that the royal sister was about the same age as him. The hair on her forehead was soaked with sweat, and a few strands of hair stuck to her delicate cheeks, exuding a unique temptation. Her pair of bright big eyes seemed to hide a clear spring, flashing with smart light. He was wearing a gray plaid suit, looking fresh and capable. This appearance is at least 95 points. Dong forgave the beauty's recklessness and asked with a smile. Beauty, do you know me? Hello, Mr. Chun, I'm Louis Yun from L Global. I apologize for disturbing you. Louis Yu's red lips moved slightly, and her voice was obviously panting. His chest rose and fell gracefully with his breathing. Dong couldn't help swallowing when he saw this. Louis Yun from L Company? The exclusive female consultant who helps him with charter business? You can tell she is a great beauty just by looking at her profile picture, but when you meet her in person you find she is even prettier than in the photo. Dong nodded in satisfaction. There are not many girls these days who don't use photos to deceive people. It's okay, Miss Liu. We can't stay here for long. If you have anything to say, please get in the car and tell us. Dong stretched out his right hand and helped Liu Yu open the passenger door. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Liu Yu put the suitcase under her feet and sat in the passenger seat. She was secretly glad that she only brought a small trolley case this time. Otherwise, she would have no place to put her luggage. Why can she get on the bus? That's right. She obviously came later than us. Isn't it just that her face is prettier, her legs are longer, her butt is perkier, and her clothes are a little more bulging? What else can she compare with me? Maybe he knows me. Let's go. Let's go to the underground parking lot and have a look around. The few beauties who wanted to get on Chundong's sports car just now left in disappointment. This way. Chundong also stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Sanya City. This McLaren is a special edition convertible sports car. Sitting in the driver's seat, breathing the warm air of Sanya and looking at the sunset on the horizon, Chundong felt refreshed. The same goes for Liu Yu. After spending a winter in the capital, she became bloated. The moment she got off the plane, she was like a bird that had shed its feathers, completely letting herself go. However, sitting in this customer's luxury sports car, Liu Yun couldn't help feeling a little nervous. She has received many wealthy charter flight clients, but all the communication was through telephone and mobile phones. This is the first time for her to meet a client in real life. Moreover, this customer is a super rich second generation who spent more than 2 million in 3 days. Began to pound as she glanced at Chundong, who was driving with one hand. This young man is so handsome. Ms. Liu, isn't your company in the capital? Are you here on business in Sanya? Chundong took the initiative to talk to the royal sister. Well, I guess so. From the capital to Sanya, Liu Yu thought a lot about how to contact Chundong and how to express the purpose of her trip to Chundong. Unexpectedly, she was lucky. The landing time of her flight was close to that of Chundong's chartered flight, so she rushed out of the terminal as soon as she got off the plane. Sure enough, she met Chundong, who was about to leave in a sports car at the exit. She looked at Chundong's photo carefully, so she recognized this handsome, rich second generation at a glance. Then we are quite destined to meet at the airport. Chundong smiled. Seeing that Chundong seemed to be kept in the dark, Liu Yun pursed her lips, feeling a little guilty. It would be better to confess to him. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Yun looked at Chundong and explained, Mr. Chun, it's not a coincidence that we met. I came to Sanya this time to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the company. Thank you for your recognition of our company's services. I placed 2 charter flight orders in succession. In order to see you in Sanya, I specially booked a flight from the capital to Sanya today. I didn't expect to be so lucky and actually saw you at the airport. After telling the truth, Liu Yun thought Chundong would be angry. After all, many wealthy people attach great importance to privacy and do not like to be disturbed by businesses, especially this kind of chance encounter, without saying hello. It gives people the feeling that she is a scheming bitch. However, Chundong didn't blame her, but just smiled at her. That can be considered fate. If I had left a minute earlier, you might have missed it. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. Please forgive my recklessness. Liu Yun nodded to Chundong and apologized. Miss Liu, there's no need to blame yourself. It's almost New Year's Day, but I still asked you to come all the way to see me. You've worked hard. Chundong held the steering wheel with his left hand and waved his right hand towards the royal sister. Liu Yun was flattered. Mr. Chin's words warmed my heart. This little bit of hardship is nothing. After all, it's my job. It seems that this rich second generation is easy to get along with, and is not like the arrogant and domineering playboys on the internet. If nothing goes wrong, I can find a chance to treat him to a meal in the next 2 days, and that will be considered mission accomplished. I can also go home 2 days early to celebrate the new year. Thinking of this, Liu Yu's nervousness along the way quickly disappeared. On the plane coming here, she even thought about whether if she met a playboy, he would take advantage of her or make more excessive demands. Now it seems that she was completely overthinking it. Like Chundong, who spent more than 2 million to charter a plane and had a sports car to drive as soon as he got off the plane, would not be interested in her, an unknown white-collar worker in the workplace. Liu Yu's eyes gradually softened as she looked at Chundong. Chapter 39, 95 points perfect sister, 100,000 per night underwater suite. When you're in the business world, you have no choice. I can understand Miss Liu. Back when I first started working, I volunteered to help a client clean up the renovation waste from their new house. I worked for 3 days, but the client still didn't sign the contract. I got a free ride as a social animal. Chundong laughed at himself. Hearing this, 2 big question marks appeared in Liu Yu's eyes. Could it be that this handsome guy next to me is not a rich second generation, but a young talent who has made his own fortune from scratch? I didn't expect Mr. Chun to have worked as a slave. I thought you were some super rich second generation who spent money like water. A hint of admiration flashed across Liu Yu's fair cheeks. Young, promising, handsome and rich. Which woman wouldn't be confused by this kind of Prince Charming? Chundong shook his head and smiled. The past is hard to look back on, but fortunately it is all in the past. With the protection of the system godmother, he will no longer be a slave in his life, and a bright future is waiting for him. Mr. Chun has achieved financial freedom at such a young age. He is truly admirable for his achievements at a young age. Liu Yun praised from the bottom of his heart. She had seen Qindong's ID card. He was only 23 years old this year, but he already had more money than he could spend. She was 1 year older than Qindong, but she was still wandering in the capital. Not to mention financial freedom, she couldn't even afford a bathroom in the capital. If she couldn't find a boyfriend in 2 years, she would leave the capital and return to her hometown in the provincial capital to develop. We are all born as human beings. Why are there such big differences? Lu Yun couldn't help but feel emotional. Miss Lu, you are too kind. I am just lucky. With Miss Lu's beauty, once my luck turns, my future will be limitless. Qindong glanced at Lu Yu with fiery eyes, not hiding his inner restlessness at all. A man's natural desire to conquer makes him uncontrollable, and he wants to have something happen with Miss Lu. Being praised by Qindong, Lu Yun's cheeks flushed instantly, and she said shyly, Mr. Chun, you're joking. I come from an ordinary background and don't have any outstanding talents. What's the point of being pretty? Besides, there are so many girls who are prettier than me. Qindong likes women who look shy. Seeing Lu Yu's shy and blushing little face, which was so beautiful that his eyes narrowed into slits unconsciously. Such a naturally beautiful lady must have a beauty score of at least 95, right? Qindong immediately used his clairvoyance to look at Lu Yu. Name, Lu Yun. Age, 24. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 95 points. Love number, 0. As expected, he guessed right. Lu Yu's appearance score was exactly 95 points, which was a very high score among the girls he had met. Currently, only the school beauty Lin Yutong had an appearance score of 97 points. The landlord's wife had a score of only 91, and Zheng Jinyuan had a score of only 92. Qindong was overjoyed. In addition to Lu Yun's good looks, the last piece of data is more important. The love number is 0, which means that Lu Yun is also a perfect person. In this age of overflowing emotions, clean girls are rarer than diamonds. It is both beautiful and clean as white paper. Qindong's interest was aroused when he glanced at Lu Yu in the passenger seat. He didn't want to miss out on such a high-quality lady and leave regrets in vain. There are not many girls with a 95-point appearance, and even fewer with clean bodies. If he doesn't cherish her, will she be given to those yellow-haired or greasy uncles? Qindong laughed. He is not a scumbag. He just wants to give beautiful women a warm home. Miss Lu is too modest. With your conditions, what you want is just a matter of a word from you. Qindong wanted to know why Lu Yu didn't take a shortcut. In order to get rich quickly, some girls even marry old men who are older than their own fathers. Lu Yu is so beautiful. Why does she still work like a slave? If you just cling to the thigh of a rich man, you will never have to worry about food and drink. Mr. Chun is right. If I want, I don't have to work hard. It's just. Lu Yun turned her head to look at Qindong and said thoughtfully, I read a sentence in college. For women, all the gifts bestowed by fate have already been secretly marked with a price. If you want to get something that does not originally belong to you, then it means that you will also have to pay a price that you cannot afford. Well said. If he wasn't driving, Qindong really wanted to applaud Lu Yu. This sentence is so beautifully said. It can also be seen from this that Lu Yu is a girl with very positive values. No wonder she still retains her virginity. She cherishes her innocence. Qindong was moved. He absolutely cannot miss such a rare good girl. Facing Qindong's praise, Lu Yun said shyly, My humble opinion, Mr. Chun, please forgive me for making fun of you. No, Miss Lu's words make a lot of sense. I appreciate them very much. Qindong glanced sideways, his eyes filled with fiery passion. Lu Yu was affectionate, but silent. Ms. Lu, which hotel did you book? Let me open a map and find the directions. Qindong turned on the car navigation and asked. Oh, no need to trouble you, Mr. Chun. I haven't booked a hotel yet. You can just drop me off at any intersection in the city. Lu Yun came in a hurry and couldn't access the internet on the plane, so she didn't have time to book a hotel. For an ordinary white-collar worker like her on a business trip, she can just find any motel. You can book it any time when you arrive in the city. Qindong's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I haven't booked a hotel either. How about this? Let's go find a hotel together. Lu Yun hesitated. No need, Mr. Chun. That's okay. Miss Lu is well informed and must know which is the best hotel in Sanya, right? I only know a little bit about it. It seems that the Atlantis Hotel is quite famous. Qindong gestured to Lu Yun. Okay, then let's go to Atlantis. It's the peak tourist season in Sanya now, so it's probably going to be hard to book a room at this hotel. It's okay, let's go take a look first. Qindong navigated to the Atlantis Hotel, and half an hour later, he drove the McLaren P1 supercar to the open-air parking lot outside the hotel entrance. Good parking. Enter the magnificent hotel lobby. Lu Yu followed Qindong uneasily. It was the first time for her to book a hotel room with a boy alone. She felt like a thief and was uneasy, afraid that others would misunderstand her relationship with Qindong. "Miss, is there any room available?" Walking to the front desk, Qindong consulted customer service. The receptionist smiled politely. "Excuse me, sir. All our standard rooms are full today. The only room left is the Poseidon Underwater Suite, which is 108,888 per night." "Oh shit. So expensive? But I like it," Qindong cursed the damn profiteer in his heart. Charging 100,000 yuan for a night stay was simply robbery. However, when he thought about the fact that he could earn more with a tenfold cashback, he became calm. "Huh? 108,888 a night. That's expensive." Lu Yun couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard the price. She had never heard of a room costing 100,000 yuan a night in the imperial capital. "I didn't expect the consumption level in Sanya to be so high. Come on, Mr. Chun, let's go to another hotel and ask." Lu Yun took it for granted that Qindong would not stay. At 100,000 per night, only a fool would stay there. There are other hotels in Sanya. "No, it's dark now, and I'm too lazy to go out and look for a hotel, so this is it." Qindong explained to Lu Yun, took out his ID card, and handed it to the front desk customer service. "Beauty, Poseidon Suite, please help me check in." Lu Yun looked up in surprise, her almond-shaped eyes widening, looking at Qindong's handsome profile in disbelief. 100,000 yuan a night. Are you sure you want to stay? Chapter 40. Happy Lu Yun gives the landlady a surprise. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The lady at the front desk was also surprised. No less than 20 groups of customers had inquired about the Poseidon Suite today, but after hearing the price, they all gave up. And the handsome guy in front of me was easily won over without asking any extra questions. This is the real rich young man. No wonder his girlfriend is so beautiful, handsome, and willing to spend money. Which woman wouldn't love her? "Mr. Chun, could you please show me your girlfriend's ID card?" The lady at the front desk looked at the couple in front of her with envy. Qindong turned around and asked Lu Yun, "Give me your ID card." "Oh, but..." Immersed in shock, Lu Yun was a little confused for a moment and looked up at Qindong blankly. "It's not convenient for the two of us to live in the same apartment. I'd better move out." "Don't worry, we'll sleep separately." Qindong gently patted Lu Yu's shoulders with a gentle smile on his face, giving people a full sense of security. "But we just met." Although she is 1 year older than Qindong, at this moment, Lu Yu is like a shy little sister and has completely lost the initiative. She feels that it is inappropriate to do so. It was the first day she met Qindong, and they were staying in the same room. If it gets out, wouldn't she be considered a frivolous woman? But facing Qindong's deep eyes, she couldn't make up her mind to refuse outright. "A glance is 1,000 years in my life. I only blame you for meeting you too late." Every word written by Qindong is of great significance. Lu Yun's heart trembled when she heard this. How could she refuse such unforgettable words of love? Okay. Lu Yu gave up hesitating and took out her ID card from her handbag and handed it to Qindong. After the receptionist registered Qindong's ID, she asked, "How many nights would you like to stay, Mr. Chun?" "Well, let's open it for 2 nights first." Qindong calculated the time. Today is the 24th of the 12th lunar month. He can stay for 2 nights and check out on the 26th to return to Shanghai. He will probably return to his hometown on the 27th, so nothing will be delayed. "Okay, sir. The total cost for 2 nights is 217,776 yuan. Swipe the card." Qindong handed over his bank card. The receptionist swiped the POS machine. Qindong entered the password, and the payment was successful. Then the phone beeped and received a text message. 2,177,760 yuan was deposited into the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Haha, with the more than 2 million cash back, his deposit balance has exceeded 30 million. Qindong was delighted and put away his ID card and bank card. Let's go to the room and clean up first, and then come out to eat later." Lu Yu was in a daze and responded with an "oh." Before, when Qindong spent more than 1 million to charter a plane, she was not as shocked as she is now, because this time she saw with her own eyes that Qindong spent a lot of money and spent more than 200,000 to stay in a hotel, which was equivalent to her annual salary. She had never heard of such generosity. Looking up at Qindong's handsome face, Lu Yu could feel her heart pounding. A warm current that I had never felt before slowly surged up from the deepest part of my body. It flowed through her body along with her blood. She could hardly stand, and her legs began to tremble. Qindong held her arm and said, "Are you okay, Yunner?" Yunner? He calls himself Yunner? Such an ambiguous name. Holding Chun Dong's arm tightly, Lu Yun hurriedly shook her head. No, it's okay. Chun Dong took Lu Yun to the guest room. Lu Yu followed obediently, like a princess loved by a prince in a fairy tale. So happy. The luggage had already been loaded onto the cart by the waiter, and the private butler was also in place, introducing everything to Chun Dong as they walked. Mr. Chun, our Atlantis Hotel is the most distinctive comprehensive hotel in Sanya. In addition to accommodation, dining, and shopping, it also has a fantastic water world and aquarium. Here, you will enjoy an unprecedented ultimate vacation experience. Your Poseidon Underwater Suite is our most exclusive, luxurious, and magical room. Spread across 340 square meters, it's completely underwater, offering floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a direct view of the Ambassador Lagoon. 86,000 marine creatures swim before your eyes, making you feel like you're in an underwater world. Listen to the introduction. Chun Dong and Lu Yun were both surprised. It turns out that hotels can be designed like this. No wonder the fees are so expensive. It sounds really exciting. What would it be like to live in an underwater world? Took the elevator to the guest room. When the private butler opened the door, the luxurious atmosphere immediately attracted the attention of Chun Dong and Lu Yun. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lu Yun was so surprised that her tongue was almost tied. Is this a guest room? If you don't know, you might think you are visiting an underwater world in a fairy tale. There is a transparent floor-to-ceiling window as big as an entire wall. Outside is the clear sea water, and groups of colorful marine creatures are swimming in front of you, as if you can reach out and touch them. Creative. Chun Dong couldn't help but admire it. It was expensive for a reason. There were probably not many suites like this in the world. Being able to stay here for 2 nights made the trip to Sanya worthwhile. The private butler showed the two of them around the guest room, and then closed the door and left. Lu Yun discovered that in addition to the living room and bedroom, this guest room also had a separate dining room, toilet and bathroom, and even a study, and each part was decorated quite luxuriously. Even the emperor's bedroom is probably no more than this. Lu Yun sighed in his heart. Yinner, clean up. I'll take you to eat something delicious. You're hungry. Although Chun Dong was also curious about the layout of the hotel suite, he got used to it after seeing it for a while. As long as you have money, you can see scenery that ordinary people can't see. It's just a guest room, nothing to worry about. The most important thing right now is to make money. While the tenfold cashback coupon for travel expenses is still valid for 5 days, hurry up and stimulate consumption. The more you spend, the more you earn. This opportunity must be seized and not wasted. Okay, Mr. Chun. Lu Yun raised her rosy little face and responded. Don't call me Mr. Chun, it's unfamiliar. Just call me Chun Dong or Xiao Dong. Okay, Xiao Dong. Lu Yun obediently called Chun Dong Xiao Dong. She looked at Chun Dong shyly with her clear eyes and said, I'll go change my clothes. I'll be there soon. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. Chun Dong sat on the sofa in the living room and sent a message to the landlady, asking her which hotel she was staying in Sanya. The landlady replied immediately. You little brat, why are you asking that? You're too far away to reach me. You can't come to me wherever I live. Chun Dong replied. That's not necessarily the case. What if I suddenly feel like playing with Sister Qian? If you're just trying to make me happy, but I won't believe you. Chun Dong thought the landlady was going to ignore him, but a few seconds later, she sent him an address coordinate. The hotel is too noisy. I'm staying at ABB in Hiding Bay. If you really miss me, then come over. I'm alone anyway, and I'm always here to welcome you. After reading the news from the landlady, Chun Dong clicked on the coordinates and found that the homestay where the landlord's wife lived was not far from the Atlantis Hotel. The straight-line distance was less than 1 kilometer, and it only took 10 minutes to walk. I received the address. Sister Qian, just wait for the surprise. Chun Dong sent a smirk to the landlady. As for whether he would go to see the landlady tonight, he was not sure yet. It depended on Lu Yu's attitude during dinner. If the heat is right, he explored the fantasy world of the Poseidon Suite with Lu Yun. If it's still a little off, he went to surprise the landlady. In short, he was not destined to sleep alone tonight. Chapter 41. A dinner worth 160,000 yuan. Chun Dong is tempted. Sorry, Chun Xiaodong, for keeping you waiting for so long. Lu Yun came out of the bedroom and almost called Chun Dong Mr. Chun again. Chun Dong looked up. Hiss. What a divine beauty. After taking a deep breath, Chun Dong couldn't take his eyes off Lu Yu. Lu Yu changed her clothes and put on a light blue chiffon dress with a round neckline, revealing her delicate collarbone, adding a bit of sexiness and playfulness. The wavy skirt just covers the thighs, and the 2 slender white legs emit an alluring luster under the light. More than just changing clothes, Lu Yun also put on makeup again. She has curved eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and a delicate cherry mouth that is slightly raised with a charming smile. She is indeed a 95-point beauty. Standing right in front of me, it's no exaggeration to say that she is a big star. Chen Dong marveled at the wonder of fate. Could it be that with money, the quality of the beauties he met also improved? No, he turned on the filter on his own initiative. After blocking out the ugly girls, the ones left are naturally the best. And his courage also became fatter. In the past, if it were a goddess like Lu Yu, he wouldn't even have the courage to look her in the eye. But now, he can be in the same room with a beautiful woman without blushing or getting nervous. And with a little effort, it's not impossible for him to sleep in the same bed with her. What a divine beauty. Chen Dong stood up from the sofa and exclaimed with a smile. No. Lu Yu blushed with embarrassment. In the past, many men had praised her for her good looks, but she only thought that they were trying to take advantage of her. However, after hearing Chen Dong's praise, she felt happy. It was a wonderful feeling. Let's go out for dinner. Chen Dong stretched out his arm. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yu obediently took Chen Dong's arm. She and Chen Dong were not even friends, but she still obeyed Chen Dong uncontrollably. The desire for conquest and the sense of oppression from the domineering president made it impossible for her to refuse. Atlantis Hotel provides its own catering. There are not only local seafood, but also famous dishes from all over China, even hot pot, and of course Western food. There are many varieties for you to choose from. When we arrived at the dining area on the second floor of the hotel, it was the peak time for dinner in the evening. The place was bustling with people, and the aroma of food filled the air. Yunner, what do you want to eat? Holding Lu Yun's hand, Chen Dong asked with gentle eyes. I'm fine with either. You choose. Lu Yu knows her limits very well. After all, Chen Dong pays for the hotel and meals, and she is not Chen Dong's girlfriend, so she does not have the capital to be arrogant for the time being. Okay, I'll watch it then. Taking Lu Yu into the restaurant, Chen Dong asked the waiter for a private room. There were only 2 people with Chen Dong. The waiter kindly reminded him. Excuse me, sir, our private rooms have a minimum consumption. If there aren't many people here, I suggest you dine in the lobby. I can help you find a quiet seat by the window. What's the minimum spend? Chen Dong frowned unhappily. The waiter replied, 2,000 in the off-season, but now is Sonya's peak tourist season, and the minimum consumption for a private room is 5,000 yuan. Hearing the amount, Lu Yun gently tugged at Chen Dong's clothes and whispered, Forget it. It's just the 2 of us. Let's just eat outside. It's a steal to be so expensive. There are only 2 of them, she and Chen Dong. Even if we calculate based on the minimum consumption, the average cost per person is 2,500 yuan. She can't eat that much in a month. Lu Yu didn't want Chen Dong to spend any more money. I thought it was that much, only 5,000. Beauty, arrange for us to stay in the most expensive private room. There was a hint of coldness in Chen Dong's eyes, and his tone was obviously unhappy. The waiter knew that he had angered the rich second generation, and quickly bowed to Chen Dong and apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I will help you arrange it right away. Please come this way. A few minutes later, in the Tianyahai Hall, Chen Dong and Lu Yun sat at a huge dining table. The private room, which was large enough to accommodate 20 people, was only occupied by the 2 of them. Xiaodong, that's actually not necessary. This box is too big. Lu Yu felt a little uncomfortable. She had never seen such a luxuriously decorated high-end box in the imperial capital. It might be because her circle was too low. This time, she came to Sonya and coincidentally met Chen Dong, which broadened her horizons. Chen Dong patted the back of Lu Yun's hand and said with a smile, It doesn't matter. It's just the 2 of us. The room is big and it won't be oppressive. Let's eat to our heart's content later. With a tenfold cashback on travel expenses, his only worry is that he doesn't spend enough. Sir, we have a private room for ordering. We can order a la carte or set menus. Which one would you like? The waiter brought a golden menu and asked Chen Dong to choose. Let's order a la carte. Bring us 1 portion of all the signature dishes you have here. Chen Dong spoke directly without even looking at the menu. The waiter's eyes widened in shock. Sir, we have more than 20 signature dishes here. Are you sure you want to order all of them? Okay, 1 each. Chen Dong repeated. Lu Yun grabbed Chen Dong's hand, looked at Chen Dong, and shook his head. It's too much. We can't finish it. Yes, sir. We recommend that you order as needed. The waiter also said it tactfully. Nowadays, people advocate not to waste food. There are civilized dining rules posted in restaurants, one of which is to let customers order food according to their needs and not waste food. How about this? You arrange for the kitchen to reduce the portions of each dish, and I'll pay as usual. Okay. Chen Dong proposed a compromise. He didn't mean to waste it on purpose. Simply want to make more money. After all, the more you spend, the more cashback you get. Okay, sir, I'll arrange it for you right away. Please wait a moment. The waiter left the box with the menu. 10 minutes later, the waiters brought the dishes one after another. Wow, so exquisite. Looking at the beautifully presented dishes, Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh. Try it and see how it tastes. Chen Dong picked up some food for Lu Yu. Thank you. Lu Yu's little face was filled with a satisfied smile, and she also picked up some food for Chen Dong. It's delicious. Lu Yun enjoyed the meal very much, and even burped a few times secretly. Enjoy life to the fullest when you are happy. Living in the most upscale, star-rated hotel in Sanya, eating the restaurant's signature dishes, and having a perfect beauty with a 95-point appearance to provide emotional value by his side, Chen Dong also felt unprecedented comfort. Of a super-rich person is just like this, right? Pay the bill after dinner. The waiter handed over a receipt. Sir, the total is 165,760 yuan. Lu Yun suspected that she had misheard. The two of them had spent over 160,000 yuan. Could this be a mistake? He took the receipt from Chen Dong and looked at it. Oh my god, this is too expensive. Sake frozen half abalone, 12,800 per case. Wild yellow croaker, 13,800 per pound. Braised fish maw with abalone sauce, 5,800 per person. Crocodile tail stew, 16,800 per serving. Black and white top-grade caviar, 5,000 per person. Orange juice, 268 a bunch. Service fee, 1,000. After seeing the price, Lu Yun was completely shocked. No wonder it tastes so good. Every bite she took just now cost her several $100s. She probably won't be able to have such an expensive meal again in her life. I regret not taking any pictures. Lu Yu stared blankly at Chen Dong as he swiped his card to pay, feeling indescribable emotions in her heart. At first, she had thought of splitting the bill with Chen Dong, but now it seemed that she couldn't afford it at all. Sorry, Xiaodong. If we had known the food here was so expensive, we should have gone out to eat. Lu Yu felt so guilty that she couldn't raise her head. If she hadn't followed, Chen Dong might not eat here alone. Even if I eat, I won't order so many dishes. She originally came to thank the client, but ended up being fed by the client instead. What went wrong? Lu Yun felt a little dizzy. It's okay, it's only a few 100,000. It's not like we can't afford it. If you like, we can come here to eat tomorrow. Chen Dong said this, touching Lu Yu's cheek with his fingers. Wow, nice needle. It's slippery and feels very comfortable to touch. Forget it, I won't eat here even if I die. It's too expensive. Lu Yu's face turned red with shyness, but she didn't dodge. Chen Dong felt itchy when he saw her delicate appearance. Chen Dong said softly, Don't worry about money. Eating with you doesn't matter how much it costs. I don't think it's expensive. I spent 165,760 and got a cashback of 1,657,600. It is equivalent to not only having a free meal, but also making a net profit of nearly 1.5 million. Chen Dong said that eating a few more meals like this would not be enough. However, after Lu Yun heard it, my heart is already pounding. Thinking that she would have to sleep in the same room with Chen Dong later, Lu Yu unconsciously squeezed her legs together, and a warm feeling of shyness surged over her. Chapter 42, Getting Lu Yun's First Kiss, Beautiful Photos of the Landlord's Wife. In the elevator back to the room, Lu Yu leaned on Chen Dong's shoulder unconsciously. Although I didn't drink alcohol while eating, but she was drunk. From the moment she got off the plane until now, she felt like she was dreaming. Everything seemed so unreal. He drove a McLaren P1 supercar worth over 10 million yuan, stayed in a luxury suite at the Atlantis Superstar Hotel, costing 100,000 yuan a night, and ate a meal that cost 160,000 yuan a night. In just a few hours, she enjoyed the most romantic and ultimate experience as a woman. As a Cinderella, is she worthy of such love from a Prince Charming like Chen Dong? What is Chen Dong thinking? If Chen Dong has such thoughts about her, should she agree or refuse? Looking up at Chen Dong's handsome profile, Lu Yu's heart beat faster, and she subconsciously grabbed Chen Dong's hand tightly. Are you okay? Noticing Lu Yu's abnormality, Chen Dong lowered his head and asked. No, it's okay. Lu Yu hurriedly avoided Chen Dong's gaze and stared at the warning text on the elevator door, but in fact she didn't read a single word. The dish just now was delicious. If I had known it was so expensive, I wouldn't have asked the kitchen to reduce the quantity. Lu Yu said regretfully. Chen Dong smiled. Why? Do you regret it? Of course. Every dish is so expensive. Even if the quantity is reduced, the price is still the same. I feel like we're losing a lot. Haha, it's okay. This is just a small amount of money. Chen Dong couldn't help but be amused by Lu Yun's cuteness. My mother should like this kind of daughter-in-law who knows how to save money. Hee hee, If I bring Lu Yu home for the new year, my mother will probably be very happy. What do you mean by drizzle? It's over 160,000. If possible, Lu Yu really wanted to pack up the leftover dishes and take them away. But Chen Dong is really rich, and tens of thousands of dollars is just a drop in the bucket. You listen to what others say? Arrived at the room. I changed my shoes and walked into the living room. Chen Dong sat on the sofa to rest. After struggling for a long time, Lu Yun finally couldn't help herself. She came to Chen Dong and whispered like a child who had done something wrong. Xiao Dong, I'm a little panicked. I came here to thank you on behalf of the company, but I ended up making you spend money to stay in such an expensive hotel suite and eat such an expensive meal. Am I derelict in my duty? No, you're cute. Seeing Lu Yu as shy as a pure high school girl, Chen Dong stretched out his arm, took Lu Yu's hand, and asked her to sit next to him. Yuner, meeting his fate. I'm lucky to have met you. Please don't talk about spending money anymore. To me, this amount of money is nothing. Gently stroking Lu Yun's jade-like smooth little hand, Chen Dong stared at Lu Yun's pretty face without disguising his eyes, and said, Gold and jade have a price, but friendship is priceless. The emotional value you provide me cannot be bought with any amount of money. Chen Dong is affectionate and gentle, like a refined gentleman. Lu Yu's heart felt warm, and her soft body leaned against Chen Dong. How can we miss such an opportunity? Chen Dong reached out and hugged Lu Yu's slender waist, and with a force, pulled Lu Yu into his arms. As far as the eye can see, Lu Yu's cheeks are faintly flushed under the light, like a newly blooming peach blossom, shy and charming. How can this be tolerated? Chen Dong's heart was moved, and he leaned down and kissed Lu Yu's red lips. Lu Yun was caught off guard when her first kiss was taken away, and her body tensed up instantly. Don't be nervous. Chen Dong whispered and kissed Lu Yu's cherry lips again. Lu Yu's stiff body gradually relaxed. She didn't know how to kiss, and her lips and tongue movements were clumsy, but she still tried her best to cater to Chen Dong. A man would never spend a lot of money on a woman for no reason. She had guessed Chen Dong's thoughts a long time ago. Although she was not sure whether Chen Dong really liked her or just wanted to play with her, she could not care less. She just had to hold the last line of defense. Lu Yu figured it out. He would have to face this day sooner or later anyway. If Chen Dong really wants to date her, she doesn't mind giving her virginity to Chen Dong. If Chen Dong didn't mean that, she would just let him try it out. You smell so good. Chen Dong whispered to Lu Yu. No. Lu Yun wanted to stop Chen Dong, but she failed. Damn it. Why? Am I so weak-willed? No wonder many girls give their first time to their boyfriends as soon as they fall in love. Once you get intimate, it's really easy to lose your mind. Lu Yun's ears felt hot, and an indescribable shyness and panic surged in her heart. Xiaodong, no. In the end, Lu Yu used all her strength to push Chen Dong away. I'm sorry, I was too impatient. Chen Dong came to his senses and quickly apologized to Lu Yu. After all, I have only met Lu Yu for a few hours, and it is already a lot to get so much. Lu Yu does not look like the kind of frivolous girl who worships money. It would be too difficult to go any further. Chen Dong decided to quit while he was ahead, since their relationship had already reached this point. As things develop slowly in the future, you will be able to get Lu Yu sooner or later. Not only do I want to be her, but I also want to win her heart. Chen Dong hugged Lu Yun into his arms again and said gently, Yuner, I scared you. I was too impulsive. Your beauty made me unable to control myself. Don't be angry. I won't do this next time. I'm not angry, it's just, we just met. I'm not ready yet. I understand. Give me some more time. After saying that, Lu Yu took the initiative to kiss Chen Dong. The two of them were cuddling on the sofa. After separation, Lu Yun went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking off her underwear and taking a look, Lu Yu was too embarrassed to look at it. She thought she was a relatively reserved and good girl and had never been in a relationship. Unexpectedly, she was also a bad girl at heart. In the living room, Chen Dong sat on the sofa and opened WeChat to take a look. Lin Yutong and Zheng Jinyuan have already flown back to Shanghai and reported to him that they are safe. Zheng Jinyuan accompanied Lin Yutong to the hospital. Chen Dong asked about Lin Yutong's father's condition. He replied that it was not serious and he would be fine after 2 days of rest. Chen Dong felt relieved and said a few words of comfort. I didn't expect Zheng Jinyuan and Lin Yutong to get along so well. It seems that having a harem in the future won't be a big problem, as long as you have money and the right feelings. I guess women are more tolerant than men. Men cannot tolerate cuckoldry. As for women, once they are devoted to you, they will not mind you having 3 wives and 4 concubines. They can even go shopping together and play cards at the same table. Chen Dong thought about it, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this time, there was a beep sound. A message was received. It was sent by the landlady. Xiaodong, I was just kidding you. Don't rush to Sanya. Chinese New Year is almost here, and it's hard to book flights and hotels here, and the prices are very expensive. I'll go back to Shanghai after Chinese New Year. Be obedient. Send you some photos. Don't let your imagination run wild. Photos, photos, photos. Chen Dong clicked on the photos, and his head instantly rushed with blood. There were photos of the landlady in a swimsuit, one of her lying on the bed wearing black stockings, a close-up shot, and one that only captured a pair of smooth jade feet. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. I can endure one more night without posting these photos. After seeing these beautiful photos, I couldn't wait even a minute. He definitely won't be able to sleep if he doesn't see his landlady tonight. Yinner, I have to go out for something. You go to sleep first and don't have to wait for me. After sending a message to Louis Yu, Chen Dong closed his phone and left the room. After arriving at the parking lot, Chen Dong drove his McLaren P1 sports car straight to the homestay where the landlord's wife lived. P.S. The photo of the landlady is in the comments section below. Chapter 43. Seeing the landlady, Yu Xiaoqian was moved to tears. The Meet BB where Yu Xiaoqian lives is a 10-minute walk from the Atlantis Hotel. Chen Dong stepped on the accelerator and arrived outside the BB. Hearing the roar of the engine, the owner of the BB ran out of the yard curiously. Handsome guy, would you like a place to stay? When seeing the McLaren P1 sports car driven by Chen Dong, the owner of the homestay showed a hint of envy in her eyes. He is driving a sports car at such a young age. He is definitely a winner in life. I'm here to look for someone. Does Ms. Yu from Shanghai live here? Chen Dong got out of the car and asked the proprietress. Yes, Miss Yu is in our store. I'll take you to find her. The BB owner was surprisingly enthusiastic and invited Chen Dong into the yard. Chen Dong waved his hand. I won't go in. Please go and call Miss Yu and tell her that someone named Xiaodong is looking for her. Thank you. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go and inform Miss Yu. The proprietress trotted to the guest room. Soon, Yu Xiaoqian, wearing a nightgown, looked around and walked out of the yard of the BB. Sister Qian. Chen Dong suddenly appeared in front of the landlady. Xiaodong, why are you here? Yu Xiaoqian was so excited that tears were about to come out. She thought Chen Dong was joking with her and said he would come to Sanya to find her just to make her happy, but she didn't expect that this guy would really come. I came to play with you. Are you welcome? Chen Dong said with a smile. What do you say? Of course you're welcome. Regardless of the fact that the BB owner was right behind her, Yu Xiaoqian threw herself into Chen Dong's arms and hugged his broad waist tightly. It's still early. I'll take you out for a ride. After hearing Chen Dong's words, Yu Xiaoqian finally noticed the McLaren sports car behind him and asked in surprise, Is this your car? Did you buy another car? Yes, it's inconvenient to go out without a car. Chen Dong took the landlady's hand and walked to the passenger door, making a gesture of invitation. Princess, please get in the car. I'm not a princess. Yu Xiaoqian said no, but she was already very happy in her heart. She is just a divorced young woman now. Apart from Chen Dong, who else would treat her like a princess? Just based on this sentence, she is willing to do anything for Chen Dong. Boss lady, I'm going out for a while. Please hold the door open for me. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yu Xiaoqian waved to the owner of the BB. Okay, Miss Yu, go ahead and have fun. The BB owner nodded and bowed towards Chen Dong's sports car. Yu Xiaoqian is a distinguished guest of their store. She booked a suite for 3 weeks at 1,800 yuan a night. This is the largest order they have received this spring festival, so they must provide her with attentive service. Boom. Chen Dong drove his McLaren and sped away. Ouch! Yu Xiaoqian suddenly screamed. Chen Dong turned around. What's wrong, Sister Qian? I forgot to change my clothes. Yu Xiaoqian had just finished taking a shower and was still wearing her bathrobe. She wasn't cold in the BB room, but when she went outside and sat in the convertible sports car, she felt chilled by the wind. I was careless. Chen Dong slowed down the car and pressed a button on the center console. The roof slowly unfolded, and the convertible sports car soon had a roof cover. Are you feeling better now? Yu Xiaoqian blushed. Well, much better, Xiaodong. You are so thoughtful. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has happened to me in recent years. I'm very happy to meet Sister Qian. After saying that, Chen Dong held the steering wheel with one hand and touched the landlord's wife's cheek with the other hand. Yu Xiaoqian's face, which had just been covered with a facial mask, was as smooth as a baby's skin, and she didn't look like a married young woman at all. Sister Qian, your skin is so smooth. Chen Dong couldn't help but admire. Afraid of disturbing Chen Dong's driving, Yu Xiaoqian dodged Chen Dong's hand and changed the subject. Xiaodong, there is a seaside park in front. Pull over and let's go sit in the park. Good. Chen Dong slowed down the car parked it on the side of the road, and walked towards the beach with Yu Shaoqian. Although Sanya is close to the sea, it is winter after all. When the sea breeze blows, Yu Shaoqian feels a little chilly and shivers. Chen Dong took off his coat and put it on the landlady. Let's sit here for a while. Walking to a bench, Yu Shaoqian sat down next to Chen Dong, her head resting naturally on Chen Dong's shoulder. Xiaodong, am I dreaming? Yu Shaoqian looked at Chen Dong lovingly. She really didn't expect that Chen Dong would come to Sanya and stay by her side at this moment. No, you're not dreaming. Chen Dong grabbed the landlady's hand and put it on his face. Yu Shaoqian touched Chen Dong's handsome face, and her cheeks couldn't help but feel hot. This handsome little man was simply the apple of her eye, as if bringing her back to her girlhood. Xiaodong, you are so good to me. Yu Shaoqian murmured, raised her head, and couldn't help but move closer to Chen Dong. Sister Qian, you are so beautiful. Chen Dong held up the landlady's face, kissed with passion. Feeling that the posture was a bit uncomfortable, Chen Dong picked up the landlady and sat her on his lap. Anyway, there are not many people on the beach at night, and the dim lights can't illuminate people's faces clearly. It doesn't matter even if someone sees them. This is Sanya, and no one knows them. Xiaodong, hold me tight. Yu Shaoqian blew hot breath into Chen Dong's ear, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Although she was married, she had never kissed anyone, not even her ex-husband. Because her ex-husband didn't like women, nothing happened between her and his ex-husband. I only married her to please my family. After marriage, the two had nothing in common and divorced in less than half a year. Apart from getting a house and tens of millions in savings, Yu Shaoqian suffered almost no losses, and her body was still clean. It was this that gave her the courage to contact Chen Dong. If she was really a divorced woman, she would never be embarrassed to be affectionate with Chen Dong. No face for that. Xiaodong, even though I'm married, I'm still clean. Do you believe it? Yu Shaoqian bit Chen Dong's ear and spoke out her true feelings. Chen Dong placed his hand on the landlady's leg and responded, a letter. He had used X-ray vision to see the landlady a long time ago. The love number of 0.5 showed that the landlady was indeed pure as jade, but he couldn't understand why, because the landlady was obviously married. My ex-husband didn't like women, so even though we got married, we didn't have that. Yu Shaoqian explained. Chen Dong suddenly realized, your ex-husband? Yu Shaoqian pursed her lips and continued. He married me purely to please his family. After marriage, we didn't sleep in the same bed. He even rarely came home. Later, he felt sorry for me and took the initiative to file for a divorce. So that's how it is. Chen Dong finally found the answer. No wonder the landlord's wife only has 0.5 relationships. It turns out that her ex-husband is not a real man, and he even kept the landlord's wife's virginity. He must pick up this leak. Then Sister Qian must be very lonely, right? Chen Dong said mischievously. Yu Shaoqian shyly pinched Chen Dong. What do you think? I am also a woman. I must need love too. Then I will love you, okay? That's fine, but I'm afraid you'll dislike me. Nonsense. I can't say enough about loving you. In my eyes, you are the most charming woman in the world. Blood rushed to his head, and Chen Dong's mouth was full of cheesy love words. Yu Shaoqian said angrily. You're trying to coax me again. Humph, you've got a mouth full of sweet words. I don't know how many girls you've coaxed. Hey, is Sister Qian jealous? No, I know my own limitations. I have no right to be jealous. I've been divorced and will never get married again. As long as you spend some time with me, I'll be grateful to you forever. Don't worry, Sister Qian. Follow me. I will definitely make you happy. Bad boy you. Yu Shaoqian was so moved that she almost cried. In the sea breeze. It sounded like a cat purring. Chapter 44 Lu Yun cried, the delicate landlady. Xiaodong, it's so windy here. Let's go back to the BB. Yu Shaoqian collapsed in Chen Dong's arms, wanting to get more warmth from him. But it feels very cold when the wind blows. It's coming soon, and catching a cold at this time would be more trouble than good. Okay, I'll carry you to the car. Chen Dong stood up and hugged Mrs. Landlord. Yu Shaoqian said distressfully. Put me down quickly. I'm too heavy. Don't tire yourself out. It's not heavy at all. It's like a kitten. I'm not. Yu Shaoqian shyly hugged Chen Dong's arm. It feels like being in love. So happy. Back to the car on the side of the road. The McLaren's interior is a bit cramped, but it's warm. Still cold. Chen Dong kissed the landlady. Yu Shaoqian shook her head. It's not cold anymore. Sister Qian, you are so beautiful. Chen Dong couldn't help but admire again. The landlady was wearing a purple nightgown today. Her white swan neck was as shiny as snow, and her delicate collarbone revealed an alluring aura. Her every frown and smile made people unable to stop. Especially, the space inside the car was not big, and the fragrance from the landlady made Chun Dong feel dizzy. The unfinished emotions on the bench by the sea just now flooded from the bottom of his heart again, rushing straight to his brain along with the hot blood. Xiaodong, don't look at me like that. I feel embarrassed. Yu Xiaoqian felt hot all over because of Chun Dong's fiery gaze. Her pink cheeks are like roses after the rain, delicate with a hint of dew. They looked at each other. The two couldn't help but kiss each other again. The temperature inside the car rose quickly. Chun Dong was sweating from the heat and simply took off his coat. Yu Xiaoqian was fine, as she was wearing a nightgown, but Chun Dong's kiss made her breathe rapidly, and she felt like she was about to suffocate. Sister Qian, come over here. Chun Dong's voice was not loud, but Yu Xiaoqian was very obedient and jumped into Chun Dong's arms like a rabbit. Not honest again. Yu Xiaoqian stretched out her little pink fist and hit Chun Dong. But it's of no use. Xiaodong. Yu Xiaoqian called Chun Dong softly. Although she was a few years older than Chun Dong, she was still a blank slate and couldn't help feeling nervous. Chun Dong gently stroked the landlady's face and whispered, "It's okay. I won't do anything." "No, let's go back to the BB." Yu Xiaoqian begged. The trembling sound sounded like the song of a nightingale. Chun Dong loves to listen. "Sister Qian, follow me. I will make you happy for the rest of your life." Yu Xiaoqian couldn't bear to see Chun Dong in pain, so she put her hands around his neck, her eyes full of tenderness. Half an hour later, Yu Xiaoqian opened her eyes. Chun Dong was staring at her with a wicked look. "Little liar." Yu Xiaoqian blushed and glared at Chun Dong with her lips pursed. Chun Dong hooked the landlord's nose and said, "No, I'm a big liar. I will deceive you for the rest of my life." "Oh, stop talking. I'm going to cry again. I thought I was destined to live a lonely life, but I didn't expect God to let me meet you. Cry if you want to, I'll wipe your tears." Chun Dong rubbed his hands as he spoke. Yu Xiaoqian raised her eyebrows and gave him a pair of charming glances. "Xiaodong, why are you so nice?" "Because Sister Qian deserves my kindness. When I first graduated and had no money to rent a house, if Sister Qian hadn't taken me in, I might be selling roasted sweet potatoes in my hometown right now. Roasted sweet potatoes are also good. I love them." Yu Xiaoqian snuggled into Chun Dong's arms. At the same time, inside the Poseidon underwater suite at the Atlantis Hotel, Lui Yu was sitting at the head of the bed in the bedroom, staring at her phone in a daze, feeling lost. She came out of the bathroom and couldn't see Chun Dong. After checking his phone, he realized that Chun Dong had sent her a message and left. Where can Chun Dong go so late at night? If it was an ordinary guest room, Chun Dong would have just left. But this is a super luxurious suite that costs 100,000 yuan a night. Does Chun Dong want to leave her alone? Lui Yu felt vaguely uneasy. Did she do something wrong to make Chun Dong unhappy? Could it be because she just pushed Chun Dong away? But she gave her first kiss to Chun Dong, and it was just the first time they met. This should be considered very sincere, right? Even if Chun Dong coveted her body, she couldn't give it to him right after they met. If that were the case, what kind of woman would she be? What was the difference between her and those stewardesses who used their bodies to get close to the rich? The more Lui Yin thought about it, the more confused she became. Finally, he couldn't hold back his anger anymore and picked up his phone to send a message to Chun Dong. "Brother Dong, where have you been? Will you come back to sleep at night?" Waited anxiously for 10 minutes. The phone didn't ring. Chun Dong did not reply to her message. Lui Yu was unwilling to give up, so she shamelessly sent another message to Chun Dong. "Brother Dong, the suite you booked is too big. I can't sleep, and I'm a little scared. Can you come back and stay with me?" Waited nearly 20 minutes. Chun Dong still didn't reply to her. Lui Yun was extremely disappointed and couldn't help but tear up with tears in her eyes as she held her phone. Even if they have spoiled your mood, you can't ignore them like this. You would rather go out and find another hotel to stay in late at night than accompany them. Do you hate them so much? Lui Yu questioned Chun Dong in her heart. Yet she could get no answers. How about giving Chun Dong a call? After hesitating for a long time with the phone in hand, Lui Yu finally gave up. After all, she and Chun Dong are not boyfriend and girlfriend. She had no right to ask where Chun Dong slept at night. How humble. I was easily taken advantage of before we even started dating. Lui Yu, you shouldn't have had such thoughts. Now you've been played around with and lost your first kiss. Are you dumbfounded? Lui Yun laughed at herself, wiped her tears, and fell on the velvet pillow. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, I finally felt sleepy and fell asleep with the silk quilt in my arms. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, in a room with a private balcony at the Meet BB, when Yu Xiaoqian woke up, she saw Chun Dong's handsome and sunny face. It was this face that captivated her soul. It was really embarrassing to say. Bo. Unable to suppress her inner joy, Yu Xiaoqian propped herself up and leaned over to kiss Chun Dong on the mouth. This kiss woke Qindong up. You attacked me so early in the morning, Sister Qian. You have no moral principles. Qindong opened his eyes and stared at the landlady with a smile. Yu Shaoqian reached out and pinched Qindong's face. Humph, you are the one who has no martial ethics. Who made you so beautiful that I committed a crime? You have to admit that you have committed a crime. I will eliminate you in the name of justice. Hee, it's still uncertain who will eliminate whom. Qindong turned over and faced the landlady with an imposing manner. Yu Shaoqian quickly begged for mercy. I surrender. Please let me go. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. I'll give you 30 lashes. Help. Yu Shaoqian regretted it so much. If she had known earlier, she would not have sent the photos to Qindong and instigated Qindong to come to Sanya. Now she has let the wolf into the house. I can only feel pain and happiness. Chapter 45. Buying a large flat in Thompson Epine for 0 yuan, the landlord begs for mercy. After doing a morning exercise facing the morning glow, Yu Shaoqian fell into a deep sleep. She had just experienced the joy of being a woman when Qindong fed her 3 times in a row. If she hadn't insisted on going to yoga class to practice and had a strong body, her bones would have fallen apart long ago. Qindong was not sleepy at all and did not feel tired at all. He first took the Tuataihuanga tablets and later took the Golden Kidney Treasure tablets. His body functions have been greatly improved and he has endless energy. Not to mention a landlady. Even if the school bell, class bell, and village bell were included, he could easily win them over. Went to the bathroom. Qindong found his cell phone and discovered that it had been turned off at some point. I charged it for a while using the landlady's charger. As soon as you turn on the computer, several messages popped up on WeChat immediately. I'm sorry, Donggu. We agreed to play with you in Urban, but I came back early and left you all alone. I feel bad, so please don't be angry. My dad is fine now and will be able to go home tomorrow. Thank you for your concern. Rest early. Be careful when you go out, and when you return to the Magic City, I'll treat you to a meal. Kiss, shy. Lin Yutong is still so shy, giving people a warm and caring feeling, which is consistent with her identity as the first love girlfriend. Qindong replied with a okay. Feeling that it was not enough, I sent 2 more kiss emojis. Exit the dialog box. Brother Dong, are you asleep? I seem to have insomnia. It's all your fault. You made me turn from a girl into a woman. Without you by my side, I feel like I've lost my soul. Are you still in Urban? When will you return to Shanghai? I miss you so much. I'll go back to my hometown for the new year when you come back. Can you accompany me one more time before the new year? Please, please, please. Zheng Jinyuan also sent a series of messages. 2 photos are also included. One was a selfie of her lying in bed. On her charming face, only her eyes were red with tear marks, as if she had just cried. This girl looks carefree on the surface. I didn't expect that he was so affectionate at heart. Qindong couldn't help but sigh. The second photo has a completely different style. Under the dim light, Zheng Jinyuan wore a seemingly transparent long skirt, and her perfectly developed body was faintly visible, which made her more seductive than without clothes. This little golden retriever really understands men. Just by looking at the photos, Qindong was a little excited. If he was in Shanghai, he would not be able to bear it for even a minute and would have to feed the little golden retriever. I'm in Sanya, Yuan. I'll probably go back tomorrow. I'll contact you when I get to Shanghai. Kiss. Qindong replied to Zheng Jinyuan. Okay, Dong brother. I'll wait for you, love you. Zheng Jinyuan replied immediately. Has this girl been waiting for his reply? Unfortunately, Brother Dong has no way to appear in the Magic City immediately. Qindong could only shake his head helplessly. Exit the dialog box with Zheng Jinyuan. Qindong found that Lu Yu also sent him several messages. Open and see. Asking him if he wants to go back to sleep. Damn it. He was so busy chatting about life with the landlady last night that he forgot to tell Lu Yun that he was not going back to the hotel. Qindong touched his nose and felt very sorry for Lu Yu. It seemed a bit unkind of him to leave a girl alone in an empty house. He also didn't enjoy the Poseidon suite that cost 100,000 yuan a night. But compared to the landlady's first time, these were nothing. Anyway, there is still 1 night left. Lu Yu won't be angry with him. So why not just pack up and leave today? I'm sorry, Yinner. I fell asleep at a friend's house last night and forgot to tell you that I wouldn't be returning to the hotel. I made you worry. I'll apologize to you later. I'll give you whatever compensation you want. Finished replying to Lu Yu. Qindong couldn't wait to open the 0 yuan shopping mall app. Today's free purchase? The answer was revealed immediately. Tangshan Epine Community Large Flat, Quantity 1, Price 0 yuan. Description: this property is located in the Tangshan Epine community in Shanghai, with a construction area of 500 square meters. It is completely renovated using world-class building materials and comes fully equipped with brand-name furniture and appliances. Central air conditioning, a fresh air system, and floor heating are all included. The host only needs to purchase some daily necessities before moving in. This property comes with 2 parking spaces. The purchase contract and other documents are stored at the property management center. The host will complete the handover and move-in procedures with their ID card. Haha, my godmother finally remembered to give me a house. Owning a car, a house, and savings are the standard features of successful people in Shanghai. As the chosen one, how could he not have a house? Although the large flat in Tangshan Yiping is a bit common, it is still a benchmark for Riverview luxury homes in Shanghai, so it is acceptable. Chen Dong happily clicked the buy button, pay 0 yuan, and successfully acquire a luxury house in Tangshan Yiping. This free way of getting something for free is really cool. Chen Dong is almost addicted. The first thing he does when he wakes up every day is to open the 0 yuan shopping mall to hunt for treasures. It's like opening a blind box. You never know what kind of gift package will fall on your head tomorrow. Returning to Shanghai, I have my own house to live in. But there are also bad things. That means moving out of the landlady's house. Glancing at the still beautiful face of the landlord's wife as she slept soundly, Chen Dong felt a little reluctant. He had just slept in the same bed with the landlord's wife and was about to separate from her. Would this charming young woman call him a heartless man? Don't tell the landlady for now. Let's wait and see after the new year. You must move away. Living in the landlady's house all the time makes it inconvenient for him to date other girls. Chen Dong was just about to close his phone. Beep. Lu Yu replied. You and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't have to tell me whether you will come back or not. I don't need your apology, let alone your compensation. Haha, it seems that the queen is angry. Chen Dong's mouth corners curled up, and a desire to conquer the queen suddenly surged up. Women are like flowers in a garden. The color, aroma, and taste will always be different. Even Xiling has harems with different personalities, such as the tough and ruthless Zhen Huan, the arrogant and proud concubine Hua, and the dignified and upright Xin Meizhuang. One well-behaved and obedient little golden retriever like Zheng Jinyuan is enough. A white-collar lady in the capital with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan, so it is understandable that she has a bit of a temper. Chen Dong didn't mind getting entangled with Lu Yu. It would be meaningless if she fell down with just a push. It would be better to make her fall step by step and win her over with strength, so that she would be convinced and obey him wholeheartedly. Miss Lu, you ate my food and lived in my room, and now you're turning your back on me. Chen Dong replied to Lu Yu. Okay, spend your money and I'll pay you back. So you kissed me. Do you want me to kiss you back? You are playing rogue. Don't be angry, Yinner. It's a rare opportunity to come to Sanya, so have fun today. The hotel gave us free tickets to Waterworld and the aquarium, and I think there were also free coupons for one-on-one travel photography. I've put them on the dressing table. Take a look. It would be a waste if you don't use them anyway. Aren't you going back to the hotel today? I will definitely come back, but I'm not sure when. I can't help myself when I'm in the martial arts world. I hope you can forgive me. It's none of my business when you come back. It's up to you. Have fun, kiss. Knock, dog's head. Looking at the dog head emoji sent by Lu Yu, Chen Dong understood that she was not really angry. Women are soft-hearted and can be more obedient than rabbits if coaxed. This way, the landlady turned over and snuggled into his arms like a cat. Chen Dong lowered his head and saw the landlady's pink body, as white and bright as snow, which made him unable to open his eyes. Xiaodong, don't. I can't do it anymore. Feeling Chen Dong's hand moving around like a furry tail, Yu Shaoqian begged for mercy in a tender voice. Get up, Sister Qian, I'll take you out to play. Chen Dong pulled his hand out and said with a smile. There are only 2 days left to get the tenfold cashback coupon for travel expenses, so you must hurry and spend your money. Yu Shaoqian scratched Chen Dong's chest and asked, Where are you going? It's too far. I don't have the strength. Want to go on a yacht? Chen Dong checked on his mobile phone and found that the most expensive recreational activity in Sanya is yacht riding. Other expensive activities may not necessarily have a tenfold cashback. Think. Yu Shaoqian's eyes lit up. She has been to Sanya several times, but has never been on a yacht. It is said on the internet that if you love someone, you should go to the ends of the earth with him. Fortunately, I can realize this wish today. Bo, I love you so much. Yu Shaoqian climbed up and kissed Chen Dong on the face. Chapter 46. Taking the landlady out to sea, Lu Yun takes photos. An hour later, Yalong Bay Yacht Marina. The warm sea breeze speaks of the beauty of spring. Chen Dong drove a McLaren P1 and took the landlord's wife on a yacht ride. Of the supercar worth more than 10 million yuan made the wild models and pseudo-socialites at the dock raise their mobile phones, as excited as if they had found prey. If it weren't for the fact that Yu Shaoqian was beautiful and elegant, they would have shared Qindong with them. Can I charter a boat and go out to sea? Arriving at the ticketing center, Qindong consulted the staff. Hello, 3-story luxury yacht. Single ticket 5,800. 3 hours of ultimate sea experience. Free motorboat. The lady selling tickets was playing with her phone without even looking up, answering numbly using the same script. Sister, I want to charter a yacht. Qindong clarified the needs again. No need, Xiaodong. This 5,801 will do. Yu Xiaoqian pulled Qindong's arm and pointed at the flyer. Qindong smiled and said, there are too many people like this. If you want to have fun, just charter a boat. No one will disturb you. It's comfortable. Okay. Yu Xiaoqian said nothing more. Xiaodong is rich now. He bought a Cullinan and a supercar. Since he has money, she lets him do whatever he wants. I'll give him a big red envelope during the Chinese New Year as a thank you. You want to charter a yacht? The woman selling tickets stood up and looked at Qindong with confusion. It's the peak tourist season in Sanya now, and the price of chartering a boat is not cheap. It's the same for the two of you, so it's the same as joining a tour group. Money is not an issue. Before the aunt could finish speaking, Qindong interrupted her. As long as you can provide charter boat services, the higher the price, the better. Are you sure? Other tourists are bargaining hard, but this handsome guy actually wants to be ripped off. I'll help you. Okay, you guys sit down for a while. The aunt gestured for Qindong and Yu Xiaoqian to sit on the sofa nearby, picked up the intercom, and said, Xiaoli, a big order has come in. Come out quickly to receive it. Soon a young lady wearing black stockings came to Qindong. Excuse me, would you like to charter a boat? Yes, beautiful. Please help us arrange it. Okay, handsome guy, no problem. We have several yachts to choose from, with different prices. Which one would you like? The girl in black stockings took the pad and introduced it to Qindong. Just go with the most expensive one. Qindong didn't even look at it and made the final decision. The more you spend, the more cashback you get. There's no need to waste time on money. Handsome guy, you're really a father. Then I'll help you to arrange a ride on our most luxurious 3-decker Princess Elsa yacht. The all-inclusive package for 3 hours is 188,800. If that's okay, let's sign the contract first. In black stockings couldn't close her mouth while laughing. As soon as the Chinese New Year arrives, all the rich and poor people flock to Sanya and spend money lavishly, making the merchants who rely on tourism for their livelihood count their money until their hands cramp, and a month's work is enough to feed them for a whole year. 3 hours is a bit short. Can we add more time? Qindong asked. He was worried that the yacht would return before he even started playing. So what was the point of playing then? Of course, we also have a 6-hour package for 288,800. On average, it's even better than a 3-hour package, huh? The girl in black stockings is passionate. Qindong nodded. Okay, let's choose the 6-hour one. Okay, handsome guy, I'll go get the contract. We'll pay the money first, and we'll be on the boat right away. The lady in black stockings brought the contract and POS machine. Qindong signed and paid by credit card. The expenditure was 288,800, and the next second, after a tenfold cashback, 2,888,000 was immediately credited to the account. Less than a week after the system was activated, the deposit balance has exceeded 35 million. Qindong wanted to say, this feeling is so fucking great. Yu Xiaoqian, who was standing aside, was silent and took a deep breath. How much money does Xiaodong make? He has the aura of a domineering boss and is so handsome. He must be spending so much money just to make her have fun. It seems that Xiaodong loves her too. So happy. As a divorced young woman who could still receive the love of a young man, Yu Xiaoqian felt a warm current in her heart, and her eyes were a little tearful when she looked at Qindong. Paid the money. The girl in black stockings was also very helpful. She took the initiative to add Qindong's WeChat. In less than 10 minutes, she arranged for Qindong and Yu Xiaoqian to come to the yacht marina. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, this is the Princess Elsa yacht, isn't it cute? Follow the guidance of the black silk lady. A 3-decker yacht painted pink appeared in front of Qindong and Yu Xiaoqian. Wow, it's really cute. Pink is my favorite. Yu Xiaoqian covered her mouth happily and excitedly grasped Qindong's arm tightly, with ripples of love in her heart. As long as Sister Qian likes it. Qindong was also very satisfied with the arrangement made by the girl with black stockings. Although the landlady is a young woman, she still has a girl's heart. She looks so happy about the pink yacht. When she has money in the future, she must buy a yacht for fun. I like it very much. Thank you, Xiaodong, for giving me the biggest surprise of this trip to Sanya. Yu Xiaoqian pursed her red lips, looking shy like an 18-year-old girl. Qindong jokingly said, Sister Qian, shouldn't I be the biggest surprise? Hate it. Yu Xiaoqian gently bumped into Qindong and said shyly, You are not the surprise of this trip to Sanya. You are the biggest surprise in my life. Haha, I love to hear that. Chen Dong and Yu Shaoqian were talking in whispers. The girl in black stockings was so envious that she couldn't bear to interrupt them. The so-called fairy couple must be referring to people like them. They are rich and have free time. They charter a boat to go out to sea with the person they love. They live a very free life. Please board the boat, both of you. The time was almost up, and the girl in black stockings led the two of them onto the yacht. Chen Dong gestured to the landlady. Princess, please come aboard. Yu Shaoqian was too embarrassed to look up. She took Chen Dong's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. It didn't take long to get on the yacht. As the whistle sounded, Princess Elsa slowly left the shore and sailed into the blue sea. So beautiful, so comfortable. Standing on the top deck, Yu Shaoqian stretched out her arms towards the sun and breathed in the scent of the sea. So beautiful, great figure. Chen Dong hugged the landlord's wife from behind and put his hands into her clothes. Don't, someone saw us. It's okay, there are only two of us up here. Yu Shaoqian gave up struggling. No wonder you had to spend so much money on a yacht. It turns out it was because. For what? If I won't tell you. Chen Dong leaned over to the landlady's ear and whispered, there's a bedroom downstairs with a big round bed. Real. We'll try it later. Hate it. You are so bad, little rascal. Yu Shaoqian was almost unable to stand and felt numb all over. A 6-hour journey is not short. Chen Dong and Yu Shaoqian had lunch on the yacht, took a nap in the bedroom, and took many beautiful photos. Unfortunately, the temperature is a bit low. Dare to wear the bikini mud she prepared. It to Chen Dong in the bedroom. This can also be considered a benefit for Chen Dong. All in all, this trip was very rewarding and worthwhile. While Chen Dong and Yu Shaoqian were out to sea on a yacht, Atlantis Hotel, Lu Yu was not idle either. She went to Water World alone, visited the aquarium alone, and went to a restaurant alone to have an 88 yuan set meal for lunch. Originally, she wanted to be cruel and leave with her suitcase. But her boss called to ask her if she had met Chen Dong and if she had established a good relationship with this VIP client. For work, Lu Yu had no choice but to stay. Besides, she did eat a feast worth more than 160,000 yuan at Chen Dong's house and stayed in the Poseidon underwater suite that Chen Dong rented for more than 100,000 yuan a night. She could never repay this favor. Even if she only paid half, a meal and a night's room would cost over 100,000 yuan. Her savings are less than 100,000 yuan. How can she repay Chen Dong? Since you can't pay it back, just don't pay it back. Anyway, Chen Dong kissed her. Isn't her first kiss worth hundreds of thousands? Lu Yu figured it out. Not only did she decide to stay, but she also decided to enjoy this trip to Sanya. Just as Chen Dong said, these projects were provided free of charge by the hotel, and it would be a waste not to use them. After lunch, Lu Yu arranged a free one-on-one travel photo shoot. After friendly communication, the travel photography studio sent a photographer and an assistant to take a set of photos for her free of charge near the hotel. After filming started, the assistant told Lu Yu that there was no charge for the photo shoot, but if he wanted negatives, it would be 20 yuan per piece. If he wanted all the negatives, the price would be 888 yuan, and he would have to shoot at least 50 photos. Lu Yun understood that this was the routine of the travel photography agency, but after thinking about it, she accepted it. There is no such thing as a free lunch. She was careless. Fortunately, 888 is not too expensive. Normal shooting would probably cost more than this. After all, it is the peak tourist season in Sanya now. The photographer is also quite responsible. Pose on the Yalong Bay beach outside the hotel. When the shooting was almost over, suddenly, Lu Yun saw a familiar figure appear not far from her. It's Chen Dong. He actually came back at this time, and also came to see her take photos. So embarrassing. I should have known not to wear this mini skirt. Lu Yun regretted it so much that her little face instantly turned red. Is anyone watching? I'm asking for a free gift. Thank you. Chapter 47. Mastering the Royal Sister Lu Yun, 288,000 red wine. Ms. Lu, our photo shoot ends here. As for the negatives, they will be sent to your email address once the photographer has finished retouching them. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. After taking the last look, the photography assistant packed up his things and prepared to leave. Okay. Thank you guys, you've worked hard. Lu Yun sent the photographer and assistant away and turned to walk towards the hotel. She deliberately pretended not to see Chen Dong. If Chen Dong didn't greet her, she would never take the initiative to find Chen Dong. After all, she was a girl. How could she let a girl give in first? As expected, Chen Dong walked towards her. Humph, even if you stop me, I won't pay any attention to you. Whoever speaks first is a puppy. Lu Yu looked arrogant and was ready to ignore Chen Dong and go back to the hotel directly. Result: Chen Dong didn't talk to her, but took off his coat and put it on her. This. Lu Yun felt warmed. But this is far from enough to make her forgive Chen Dong. Take it away, I don't need it. Lu Yun glared at Chen Dong angrily. With her delicate makeup on, she looks like an iceberg beauty, cold and yet incredibly beautiful. Chen Dong's desire to conquer was instantly aroused, and he smiled and said, "Your makeup today is very beautiful, and your dress is also very beautiful. I think the photos taken will definitely be beautiful. Humph, whether it looks good or not is none of your business." Lu Yu was very strong in her words. But my heart aches so much that I want to cry. She didn't want to quarrel with Chen Dong, nor did she want to be angry with Chen Dong. However, she was indeed very upset because Chen Dong took away her first kiss without saying any sweet words to her or making any promises. Lu Yu couldn't guess whether Chen Dong really liked her or just wanted to play with her. If it was the latter, how could she not be angry? She is not a frivolous girl. No matter what Chen Dong does to them, they don't care and even deliberately cater to him. Either date her sincerely or don't touch her at all. Lu Yu didn't want Chen Dong to play with her. She would be heartbroken. I finally met a Prince Charming that I liked. Turns out he's an emotional cheater. She can't accept it. How can it be okay? Didn't you come to Sanya just to serve me, your big client? Chen Dong didn't know what Lu Yu was thinking, but he saw it. Now Lu Yu is a stubborn little monster, waiting for him to conquer. So he deliberately used his status as a rich young man to suppress the little monster. If he can't even handle a small white-collar lady, he can just give up the system. Okay, Mr. Chun, do you need anything else? If not, I'll return to the company and report back. We'll say goodbye now. Thank you. Lu Yu took off Chen Dong's coat and threw it into his hand in anger. If Miss Lu has this attitude, I'll have to give the charter flight from Sanya back to Shanghai to another company tomorrow. Chen Dong said this, holding his coat and placing it in front of Lu Yun. What a scoundrel. Hearing Chen Dong's threat with bait, Lu Yun wanted to curse in her heart. According to Chen Dong's style, chartering a flight from Sanya back to Shanghai would cost no less than 1 million. It is indeed a big order for their company. If she can get it, it will not be in vain for her to come to Sanya for a business trip, and it will also be an explanation to the company. Lu Yun suppressed his anger. She obediently took the coat from Chen Dong's hand and put it on again. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. I was rude just now. Please forgive me. I hope you can reconsider tomorrow's charter flight. Our company will definitely provide you with the best charter plan. Lu Yun bowed to Chen Dong and apologized. For the sake of the order, I endure it. I believe in your company's strength, but it depends on Miss Lu's performance in the future. If Miss Lu's service satisfies me, I will definitely give tomorrow's order to Miss Lu. Chen Dong found Lu Yu's weakness. Little queen, easy to control. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your trust in me and our company. As long as it is within reasonable and appropriate scope, I will do my best to serve Mr. Chun. Lu Yu cursed Chen Dong in her heart for being shameless and using orders to suppress her. But as a corporate slave, she cannot act on her own will and allow the company's interests to be damaged. Anyway, she will stick to her bottom line and will never let Chen Dong touch her again. As for yesterday's first kiss, just treat it as feeding the dog. Okay, I like Miss Lu's attitude of concentrating on her work. Chen Dong gave Lu Yun a thumbs up and said with a smile, Let's go. Miss Lu, accompany me to dinner first. Eat. Thinking about how she spent more than 160,000 yuan on a meal last night, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a little timid. What if Chen Dong threatens her with the meal money again? Mr. Chun, we can have dinner, but we can't spend as much as we did last night. We can just have a simple meal tonight. Lu Yu gave Chen Dong a shot of prevention. Chen Dong agreed immediately. Okay, I'll listen to Yuner. Thank you, Chun. Thank you, Xiaodong, let's go. Seeing that Chen Dong had changed his words on his own initiative, Lu Yu felt embarrassed to call him Mr. Chen anymore and could only continue to call him Xiaodong. Returned to the hotel. A wave of warmth came over her, and Lu Yu returned the coat to Chen Dong. The two walked up the stairs to the restaurant on the second floor. Let's sit in the main hall this time. Just order 3 dishes and a soup. After finding a table against the wall in the lobby and sitting down, Lu Yun didn't give Chen Dong a chance, picked up the menu, and ordered the dishes. The waiter printed out the receipt and put it on the table. Chen Dong took a look and saw that the amount was only over 400. How can this be possible? I can only get a cashback of more than 4,000 yuan for more than 400 yuan. It's a huge loss. Wait a minute, beautiful lady, do you have any red wine? Bring us a bottle. Chen Dong called the waiter to order red wine. Lu Yu wanted to stop him, but she felt that it was too much. Just drink it. A bottle of red wine wasn't too expensive anyway. Sir, this is the red wine in our restaurant. Which one would you like? The waiter opened the ordering pad and showed it to Qindong. No way, it's so cheap. Qindong slid down and found that the expensive ones were indeed at the back. Let's go with this. When Qindong saw Romanikani, his eyes lit up and he said to the waiter, "Okay, sir, how many bottles do you need? Let's have a bottle first." Qindong didn't dare to order more. A bottle of La Tach Grand Cru Romanée-Conti cost 288,000 yuan. He was afraid that if he ordered too much, the little monster Lui Yun would go crazy again. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will help you sober up right away." The waiter took the pad and left. Soon, the food and wine were served. Compared with yesterday's big meal that cost more than 160,000 yuan, today's dinner was extremely shabby, with just 3 dishes and a soup, 2 of which were vegetarian, and only one dish, Tingxiao spare ribs, was considered a meat dish. Qindong didn't dislike it at all. If he hadn't activated the 0 yuan shopping mall, he wouldn't even be willing to eat these dishes. The most common thing I eat at work is chicken leg rice from Shaxian downstairs. And I also have a bottle of Romanikani worth 288,000 yuan. What else do I need but a bicycle? Yunner, let's have a toast. I wish you good luck in the new year, beauty like a flower, and always 18. Qindong picked up the wine glass. Humph, smooth talk. Lui Yu was angry and embarrassed, but she still clinked glasses with Qindong obediently. I wish you great fortune. After saying that, Lui Yun took a sip of red wine. The taste is quite fragrant, with just the right amount of sweetness and sourness, and it is rich and mellow. Xiaodong, how much is this wine per bottle? Lui Yun asked curiously. Qindong smiled and said, "It's not expensive, only 288,000. Ahem, how much?" Lui Yun, who was drinking, was so scared that he trembled and almost choked. "You mean, this bottle of wine costs 280,000? Yes, what do you think it tastes like? If you don't like it, I'll ask them to try a bottle of Lafite instead." Looking at Lui Yu's blushing face, Qindong's mouth corners raised into a perfect arc. Chapter 48. Earning 5 million in one meal, drunk Lui Yun. What kind of wine is so expensive? I won't drink it. Lui Yu put down her wine glass in anger and stared at Qindong with her chest heaving. Despite all the precautions, Qindong still couldn't be stopped from spending money. A bottle of red wine costs 288,000 yuan, which is more than enough to buy a Tesla Model Y. You are really rich, young man. Lui Yun didn't dare to drink anymore. What if Qindong cheats again and asks her to pay for the meal? A bottle of red wine can cost her nearly 150,000 yuan, which is equivalent to her half-year's salary. Only a fool would drink such expensive wine. If you don't drink, I might get drunk if I drink a bottle by myself. If I get drunk, I might go crazy and bully you. Yunner, how about you drink less? Heaven is our witness. Qindong was telling the truth. He definitely had no bad intentions. You. Lui Yu frowned. Her 2 big eyes were like 2 fireballs, and she wished she could spit out 2 flames and burn Qindong into an African wild horse. I'm going to sleep out tonight. I won't drink this wine anymore anyway. Go out to sleep? Where to sleep? Just find a hotel. I'm not as expensive as you. I don't need to stay in a luxury suite that costs 100,000 yuan a night. Haha. Qindong smiled and cast a charming smile at Lui Yu. Yunner, are you angry? I'm not angry. I wouldn't dare. That's good. You don't want me to give the charter flight back to Shanghai tomorrow to another company, do you? Qindong once again took advantage of Lui Yu's weakness. This trick really works. Lui Yun immediately lost the fight. Xiaodong, don't. Are you sure you want to take a chartered flight back to Shanghai tomorrow? Please definitely arrange the best flight for me. As I said before, price is not an issue. As long as the service is good, I am willing to pay for the emotional value. Qindong's domineering aura hits you in the face. Every word hit Lui Yu's heart. Money makes you the boss. Okay, for the orders and for the year-end bonus. I can bear it any longer. Lui Yun raised the wine glass and drank the remaining red wine. Xiaodong, I'll drink with you. Do you want to order some snacks? It's a must. It's a rare trip to Sanya, so I have to eat and drink well tonight. Qindong waved his hand. I asked the waiter for a few more dishes and another bottle of La Tach Grand Cru Romanée-Conti. Xiaodong, I toast to you. The red wine that costs 288,000 yuan is delicious, hee. The more Lui Yun drank, the more active she became. Such expensive red wine, which she probably won't be able to drink in her lifetime. She would be a fool if she didn't take this opportunity to drink more. Unconsciously, the 2 bottles of La Tach Grand Cru Romanée-Conti were empty. Qindong was slightly tipsy. Lui Yu's computer crashed immediately. Her pretty face was as red as pomegranate seeds. Her eyes were blurred, and she looked drunk. A few strands of hair were scattered on her forehead and cheeks, adding a bit of charm. Xiaodong, I can still drink. Do you believe it? Lu Yu stretched out her hand, gently lifted her hair, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly with a faint smile. She is worthy of being a queen with a 95-point appearance. She's so beautiful even when drunk. Chen Dong's heart was pounding when he saw it. Check out and pay. The meal cost 850 yuan. 2 bottles of La Tacite Grand Cru Romanicani, 576,000 yuan. After a tenfold cashback, Chen Dong immediately received 5,768,500 on his ICBC card. A simple dinner earned more than 5 million. This feeling can be summed up in one word. Cool. Yinner, you're drunk. Chen Dong stood up and helped Lu Yiyun back to the room. Lu Yiyun pouted her red lips and said with a bit of cuteness, I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Yes, you are not drunk. Let's go back to the room and continue drinking. Okay, you can't lie to me. I won't lie to you, let's go. Chen Dong smiled and shook his head. The little monster who was angry just now turned into a drunk lady in an instant. The white-collar lady worked hard for her job. Returned to the room. Lu Yu was so drunk that she could not stand steadily, and her hands were hanging around Chen Dong's neck. The warm breath exhaled from the nostrils was mixed with fragrance. It makes people feel itchy. Chen Dong helped her take off her shoes, revealing a pair of delicate and small jade feet, and above them were beautiful legs that were snow white and smooth. Underneath her gray mini-skirt was a pair of black leggings. Can't watch it anymore. Look again, and you'll see your nose bleed. Chen Dong carried Lu Yu into the bedroom and threw her onto the bed. The drunk girl turned over and lay on her back on the bed. Accidentally, half of her leggings were exposed. Girls should never drink alcohol outside. Once you get drunk, you won't even know you've been sold. Chen Dong put down Lu Yu's rolled-up skirt and covered her with a silk quilt. Closed the door and leave. Went to the bathroom and took a bath. After coming out, I felt refreshed and no longer drunk. In the past, he would feel a little dizzy after drinking 2 bottles of beer, but today he drank a bottle of red wine and was fine. Could it be that after taking the Tuotaihuanga tablets, his alcohol tolerance has increased? Sitting on the sofa in the outer hall, Chen Dong opened WeChat while charging his phone. The landlady posted a message on WeChat Moments. Traveling to the ends of the earth with the one I love. Having you in this life is enough. It comes with 3 pictures. All of these were taken on a yacht. A selfie, a landscape, and another one of her and Chen Dong's shadows. The young woman did things perfectly. No wonder many bad men don't hook up with young girls, but instead like to hook up with young women. Little girls are very troublesome. They always ask you whether you love her or not, whether you only love her, ask you to swear, check your phone, get jealous, and act like a spoiled brat. In comparison, young women have much less worries. Not only will they not interfere in your private affairs, they will also take the initiative to cover it up for you, and even book a room and clean it up and wait for you. It's a pleasure to have a confidant like the landlady. It is also a great blessing in life. Chen Dong gave the landlord's wife a thumbs up and commented with 2 little red hearts. Still asleep? The next second the landlady sent a message. No, I just came back from dinner. Are you alone? No. Chen Dong picked up his cell phone, took a photo of Lu Yu lying on the bed from head down, and sent it to the landlady. I knew you didn't come to Sonia for me. Sister Qian is innocent. I came to Sonia just for you. She is the account manager of the charter company. We had dinner together that night and she got drunk, but I didn't even touch her. Chen Dong explained. He admitted what he did, and he won't take the blame that he shouldn't. This is his principle in life and his attitude towards all women. It's best not to touch her. Even if you do, wait until she sobers up. If you touch her now and she wakes up and calls 110, you won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the Yellow River. Saw the landlady's message. Chen Dong smiled knowingly and replied, I understand. Thank you, Sister Qian, for reminding me. I will be sensible. Well, we must be on guard against others. I know. Do you want me to accompany you tonight? Don't come. Stay with this girl. She's drunk. Don't let anything happen to her. Besides, I don't have the energy to serve you, a little scoundrel. That time on the yacht, I almost became a god. Just sleep well tonight and be obedient. It's my fault that I couldn't resist your temptation, haha. You're still laughing? I can hardly walk. The landlord's wife had indeed been exhausted these past 2 days. Chen Dong felt sorry for her and replied, I'm going back to Shanghai tomorrow. You should rest well in Sonia and have a good new year. Okay, I won't see you off tomorrow. I wish you a safe journey. Thank you, Sister Qian. Go to bed early. Good night. Good night. Chatted with the landlady for a while. Chen Dong took his cell phone, walked into the bedroom, and lay down next to Lu Yu. As long as I don't touch her, it should be fine to sleep in the same bed, right? Chapter 49. By Jiangbei International Hotel for 0 yuan. Lu Yun's stewardess outfit. Maybe it was because of the alcohol. Maybe I've been working too much recently. Qindong slept soundly that night. I opened my eyes and looked at the time. It was already past 8 in the morning. Turning around, Louis Yu was not around. Did the little monster run away overnight? Qindong frowned and got out of bed. I finally felt relieved when I heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. It turned out that the little monster was taking a bath, and he thought she had run away without saying a word. Qindong returned to bed. I picked up my phone and opened the Zero Yuan shopping mall app. Jiangbei International Hotel shares, 100% stake, selling price 0 yuan. Description: this hotel is located in the most prosperous central area of Jiangbei City. It is the most upscale and only 5-star hotel in Jiangbei City. It has 233 rooms, Chinese and Western restaurants, a bar, and a casual tea house. It also has a gym, indoor and outdoor swimming pools, a yoga room, a spa center, and other recreational facilities. If the host purchases 100% of the shares of this hotel, all procedures will be automatically completed and the relevant written documents will be delivered to the host by express delivery. See the 0 yuan purchase products refreshed today. Qindong was almost stunned. Unexpectedly, the 0 yuan shopping mall not only gave him a car and a house, but also a 5-star hotel. How could Qindong not know about the Jiangbei International Hotel? This was the most upscale hotel in their hometown. It not only had guest rooms, but also a restaurant. Locals were proud to be able to entertain guests for dinner in the hotel. If they could hold a wedding banquet in this hotel, it would definitely be a very prestigious thing. Before the wedding, the woman would even make this one of the conditions for marriage. Now this hotel is selling 100% equity for 0 yuan. Qindong must take advantage of this opportunity. Open the payment page, click Pay, and get it for free. Select Atlantis Hotel as the delivery address and 10 a.m. as the delivery time. Then just wait for a miracle to happen. Haha. What would it be like to own a 5-star hotel at the age of 23? Qindong is looking forward to it. Although Jiangbei is only a county-level city, a 5-star hotel is worth at least hundreds of millions. This means that he has successfully become a billionaire from a multimillionaire. It's so fucking cool. This year's New Year's Eve dinner had to be at the Jiangbei International Hotel, his own hotel. He had to show his parents how much he wanted. He could order whatever he wanted, eat as much as he wanted, drink as much mitai and wuliangya as he wanted, and even stay in the presidential suite if he got drunk. Now that our son has become successful, we old people can just wait to enjoy the good life. The more I thought about Qindong, the more excited I became. He suddenly wanted to go home. A week ago, he was still worried about not having enough money to go home for the new year, but now, he wanted to take advantage of the new year to go home and show off, so that his parents could be proud of him. If you don't pretend, it's like walking in brocade clothes at night. A man lives by his face, a tree lives by its bark. Qindong suddenly understood why there were so many people who pretended to be cool. It turned out that the feeling of pretending to be cool really made people feel good. I won't pretend anymore. Let me be clear, I'm a billionaire. Thinking of an old saying, Qindong himself felt that he would be struck by lightning if he said it. So fucking pretentious. Holding the phone happily. Are you up? Louis Yu came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, her wet hair still dripping, her shoulders revealing her delicate collarbone, her face rosy and 100% natural. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had just descended to earth. Qindong was stunned. I couldn't help swallowing. Did his brain short-circuit last night? How could he resist such a beautiful woman? Damn, what a huge loss. But it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, he will defeat this super invincible and beautiful little monster in front of him. Get up. I can't sleep well without you around. Qindong is telling the truth. In the past few nights, he slept with beautiful women in his arms every night and got used to smelling their fragrance. Once he couldn't smell it, he felt lonely and cold. Humph, men's mouths are full of lies. Louis Yun rolled her eyes at Qindong and said angrily, "How dare you say that? You ignored me even when I was drunk and didn't even wake me up to take a shower or brush my teeth. When I opened my eyes this morning, I was woken up by my own stink." However, it was indeed surprising that Qindong did not take advantage of her. Isn't Qindong a playboy? He was actually indifferent to her, as if he hadn't even touched her. Is it because she is not charming enough? Bah. Louis Yun, what are you thinking, you little slut? It's like you can't wait for Qindong to touch you. Are you not ashamed? Louis Yun's face suddenly turned red, and she turned to go to the dressing table to blow dry her hair, leaving Qindong with 2 confused eyes. You little monster, you're drunk and you blame me? If I hadn't stopped you, you would have wanted to order a bottle of 1982 Lafite, which you would have drunk so much that you wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. Louis Yun dried her hair and put on some daily makeup. This way. Qindong also finished washing up and changed his clothes. Let's go have breakfast. Chen Dong said as he looked at the heartwarmingly beautiful Lu Yu in the mirror. Go out and play with your phone for a while. I need to change my clothes. Lu Yu pushed Chen Dong out of the bedroom with a red face. Soon, Lu Yu changed her clothes and came out. 0 DQ. When Chen Dong saw Lu Yu's small suit, hip skirt, and black stockings, his eyes widened. This is the perfect royal sister outfit. What are you looking at? Lu Yun felt uncomfortable being stared at. Chen Dong smiled. Your outfit today is a bit hot. Don't all stewardesses dress like this? Airline stewardess. Chen Dong was surprised. You want to play the uniform temptation game? Screw you. Lu Yun gave Chen Dong a small pink fist. What uniform temptation? I'm wearing a normal stewardess outfit. Didn't you say you wanted to charter a plane back to Shanghai? I'll go with you. You'll be my stewardess? Chen Dong seemed to understand. Lu Yun nodded. Yes, my hometown is Gusu, and I just happen to be going back to the Magic City with you. You don't mind if I take your chartered plane, right? This time she came to Sanya just to serve Chen Dong. Now that Chen Dong is going back to Shanghai, there is nothing wrong for her to stay. The company gave her a holiday early, so she happened to take Chen Dong's chartered flight back to her hometown for the new year and save the money for a plane ticket. Lu Yu's calculations were going mad. Of course I don't mind, but you don't have to pretend to be a flight attendant. Just sit with me openly. Chen Dong suddenly realized. He thought the little monster was going to use uniforms to seduce him, but he was disappointed. I didn't pretend to be a flight attendant. I studied flight attendant at the Civil Aviation College in college. After graduation, I worked as a flight attendant for a while before switching to my current company. Hear Lu Yu's explanation. Chen Dong's eyes lit up. No wonder you are so beautiful and have such a good figure. It turns out you are Jinkong Jia. Nonsense, is she a fake stewardess? Lu Yun bit her lip proudly. She was not only a flight attendant, but also the most beautiful girl in their flight attendant class. She was a well-known beauty in the entire Civil Aviation College, and her admirers could line up from the dormitory to the library. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful you are, you can only be a slave after graduation, unless you take shortcuts. Either hang out with a rich man or find your Prince Charming. Will Chen Dong be her Prince Charming? Lu Yu was unsure. Then I'm so lucky. You must charter your company's most luxurious plane for me today. You can't let me be a flight attendant for nothing. Chen Donghao crossed the road. Then I would like to thank the boss. Lu Yu smiled shyly, and Chen Dong was so stunned. After breakfast, returned to the Poseidon suite. Lu Yu made several phone calls in succession and arranged a charter flight for Chen Dong. The Bombardier Challenger 850, the world's leading luxury business jet, flies directly from Sanya to Shanghai at 1 p.m. with an all-inclusive price of 1.08 million yuan. Our manager said, "Thank you for your recognition of our company's services. We will give you a discount this time. You only need to pay 880,000. I heard that Lu Yun wanted a discount. Chen Dong quickly stopped him. No need. It's the price, and your service is completely beyond the price. Are you okay, Xiaodong? It's 200,000 off. It's okay. Call your manager, and I'll talk to him. It seems to be a 200,000 yuan discount, but in fact it is a loss of 2 million yuan. Chen Dong will not let the money slip through his fingers. Chapter 50. With deposits exceeding 50 million, Lu Yun is broken. Seeing Chen Dong's serious attitude, Lu Yu had no choice but to obey him. Our manager is called Smith. He's French, but he speaks Chinese fluently. You can just speak Chinese to him later. French? Is he handsome? He's already over 40 years old. No matter how handsome he is, he's still an old bacon. And to be honest, you're much more handsome than him. Lu Yun looked into Chen Dong's eyes, and her cheeks blushed slightly. Since I'm so handsome, would you consider letting me be your boyfriend? Chen Dong was half joking. Lu Yun's face became even hotter, and she glared at Chen Dong angrily, but her heart was pounding. She didn't know whether Chen Dong was joking with her or serious. The call is connected. Lu Yu first introduced the situation to the manager, and then handed the phone to Chen Dong. I want to talk to Smith alone for a while. Chen Dong took the phone and said. Lu Yu went to the bedroom obediently. Hello, Mr. Chen. Manager Lu said you don't need a discount and insist on signing the charter contract for 1.08 million. I'm a little confused. Why are you doing this? Smith's voice came from the receiver. Chen Dong replied. Mr. Smith, I think your company's service is excellent, especially Miss Lu, who took the trouble to come to Sanya. So I want to sign the contract at 1.08 million. You can use the extra money above the preferential price to reward your company's outstanding employees. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, Mr. Chen. I know what to do. As a company executive, Smith understood everything immediately. Chen Dong hung up the phone with satisfaction. I hope this foreigner can truly understand his intention. Yunner, come out. Let's sign the contract. Louis Yun walked out of the bedroom and asked, "Have you talked to Smith?" "Well, let's sign it for 1.08 million. Well, I don't know what you think." Louis Yu couldn't understand what Chen Dong was doing. Even if he had more money than he could spend, there was no need to waste it like this. They enjoyed staying in high-end hotels and satisfied their stomachs with delicious meals and red wine. Isn't the 200,000 yuan today just a bargain for those capitalists? Sign the electronic contract. As usual, Chen Dong paid a 50% deposit and transferred 540,000 yuan to the account of L Global Company. Immediately afterwards, 5.4 million cash back was credited to the account within 1 second. Haha, another 5 million in hand. Cool. Chen Dong just closed his phone. The doorbell rang. "I'll go." Lu Ian opened the door and found that it was his personal butler. "Mr. Chen's delivery." "Okay, thank you." Lu Yun took the express, closed the door, and returned to the living room to hand it to Chen Dong. "Take it apart and take a look. These are the procedures and related documents, such as the equity certificates of Jiangbei International Hotel." It seems that his godmother did not lie to him. From now on, he is the sole owner of Jiangbei International Hotel. What is it like to own a 5-star hotel at the age of 23? Chen Dong wanted to say that he was a little bit carried away. This is not a simple deposit, but a cash cow. It can not only help him make money continuously, but also allow him to make friends with various heroes in Jiangbei. In the future, he will have a place in his hometown Jiangbei. After all, every family needs to entertain guests and hold banquets. Take wedding banquets for example. Which prominent family in Jiangbei doesn't hold their wedding at the Jiangbei International Hotel? A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Is very successful outside. He may not be able to make a living when he returns to his hometown. And now, his godmother gave him a piece of property from her hometown. In Jiangbei, a county-level city, Chen Dong is considered a big figure. Haha, Chen Dong was thinking. Make money during the day, make money at night, make money when you sleep, make money when you wake up, make money when you eat, make money when you walk, make money every day, make money every year. The cell phone rang. "Hello, who are you?" "Hello, is this Mr. Chen?" "I'm Zhu Kersen, the general manager of Jiangbei International Hotel." A pleasant female voice came from the receiver, and Chen Dong felt his ears numb. Her voice is so nice. Could she be another beauty? "Hello, Manager Zhu, I'm Chen Dong." "Mr. Chen, I just received news that you have fully acquired the shares of Jiangbei International Hotel. When would it be convenient for you to come to the hotel to give us your guidance?" "Wait a couple of days. I'm out of town. I'll contact you when I get back to Jiangbei." "Okay, Mr. Chen. Do you need the hotel to send a car to pick you up?" "No, I'll drive back." "Okay, Mr. Chen. If there's nothing else, I won't bother you anymore." "Manager Zhu, please add me on WeChat so we can communicate in the future." "Okay, Mr. Chen. I'll add you right away." Hang up the phone. Chen Dong immediately received Zhu Kersen's friend request. Jiangbei International Hotel Zhu Kersen. The profile picture is a half-length photo of a man in formal attire. She looks pretty. Through friend request. "Manager Zhu, please send me a copy of your resume and a selfie of yourself so I can get to know you first." Chen Dong is not planning to interfere in the hotel management. So you must find a reliable professional manager. "Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll send it to you right away. Please wait. There's no rush for this. Just send it to me in the next 2 days. Let's not talk about it for now. The hotel business is busy at the end of the year. Thank you for your hard work." "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. I'm not tired. You go ahead and do your work." In the chat with Zhu Kersen, Chen Dong packed up the information and stuffed it back into the file bag. "What's up?" Louis Yu, who had been standing aside for a long time, asked curiously. Chen Dong said with a smile, "It's a small matter. I just acquired a 5-star hotel in my hometown." Louis Yu was speechless. Is acquiring a 5-star hotel a trivial matter? "Listen, is this human language?" Lu Yun's tone softened unconsciously. "Are you done with your work here? Let's pack up and get ready to go to the airport." "Good." Chen Dong just agreed when he suddenly remembered something. "I almost forgot. I need to check the sports car back to Shanghai." "Oh, let me help you arrange it." Louis Yu volunteered. A transportation company was quickly contacted to ship Chen Dong's McLaren P1 supercar back to Shanghai. Because the new year is approaching, the charges are higher than usual, and including insurance, the total cost is 23,000. This money is not considered travel expenses, so there is no cash back. Chen Dong didn't care. He was now worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so a mere tens of thousands of dollars was nothing. Complete the consignment. The two of them had a quick bite to eat, and then drove straight to the airport. Arrived at the VIP lounge. Louis Yu helped Chen Dong to check in, and the journey was smooth. It seems necessary to find an assistant. Chen Dong was quite satisfied with Louis Yu's service. It's a pity that she still has a fairly decent job now. If there is a chance later, I must dig her over. Pay the remaining 50% of the charter fee. After 10 times cash back, Qindong's bank card balance has exceeded 50 million. Even though it's only half of a small goal, it's already a wealth that 99% of people will never be able to earn in their lifetime. What's more, he also owns a 5-star hotel worth hundreds of millions. Once the gears of fate start turning, money will only be the ever-increasing decimal points on the bank card. Qindong believes that this is just the beginning. With the zero-yuan shopping mall system, he will soar to success sooner or later. Build his own business empire. 12:50. There are still 10 minutes until the plane takes off. Liu Yu was about to turn off her phone. She received a text message from the bank saying that the company had transferred 232,400 yuan to her bank card. Then I received a message from Manager Smith. Manager Liu, did you receive the company's transfer? 32,400 is your 3% commission, and the other 200,000 is the bonus from Mr. Chun. Do your best, Manager Liu. Mr. Chun is not a stingy person. Serving him well is the only thing the company requires of you. After reading the message, Liu Yu was surprised. His dazed gaze turned to Qindong, who was sitting in a luxurious chair. No wonder Qindong insisted on signing the contract for 1.08 million. It turned out that the 200,000 discount was so that the company could give her a bonus. 200,000. Excluding the year-end bonus, her annual salary is not even that much. Liu Yu suddenly wanted to cry. There had never been a man who cared for her so attentively. She clearly did nothing for Qindong. The hotel that cost 100,000 yuan a night was paid for by Qindong, and the meal that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan a night was also paid for by Qindong. She ate, drank, stayed, and chartered a flight for free, and Qindong even gave her a bonus of 200,000 yuan in return. He's quite nice. As Liu Yu thought about it, her defenses broke down. She bit her red lips, and tears fell. Chapter 51. Qindong. Leave the rest of your life to me. I guarantee you happiness. Close your phone. Liu Yu sniffed. His eyes once again focused on Qindong's handsome face. How could she repay Qindong's kindness? What was Qindong's true attitude toward her? If he was interested in her, why didn't he say so? If he wasn't, why did he go to such lengths to be nice to her? Liu Yu rubbed his temples. Be terribly upset. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. With the roar of the engine, the Bombardier Challenger 850 business jet took off from Sanya Airport on time. In addition to Liu Yu, there were 2 flight attendants serving Qindong as usual. But this time Qindong was not interested in playing poker with the flight attendants. Comparing goods will lead to throwing them away. Comparing people will lead to death. If it weren't for Liu Yu, the 2 flight attendants would be considered the best among women in terms of figure and appearance. However, because of Liu Yu, the 2 flight attendants instantly lost their luster. The super high appearance value of 95 points was fully materialized at this moment. Qindong's eyes kept wandering over Liu Yu's body, from top to bottom, from bottom to top, from her pretty face to her black stockings, from her black stockings to her pretty face. No wonder men all like to dress like stewardesses in uniforms. Wearing this outfit, Liu Yu's allure was overflowing, making Qindong as hungry as a wolf. You stinky man, can you please stop looking at me? Liu Yu felt uncomfortable, and her face flushed red under Qindong's fiery gaze. You guys go rest next door for a while. I'll serve Mr. Chun. Liu Yu sent the 2 flight attendants away. Sat opposite Qindong. Have you seen enough? Liu Yu's delicate and tempting lips were tightly pursed, with the corners of her mouth slightly turned down. Qindong smiled and joked with the real flight attendant. No, I can't see enough. Absolutely not enough. You hum. Liu Yu's chest heaved violently, and she was shaking with anger at Qindong's roguery. Why would you do that? What? Qindong pretended to be confused. Liu Yu pouted anxiously, a blush creeping up her cheeks. It's just about you asking the company to give me a 200,000 yuan bonus. Why are you so nice to me? Because you're worth it. Be more specific. I don't understand. Liu Yu wanted to figure out what Qindong was thinking, whether he wanted to seduce her or have a serious relationship with her. Because I like your face, the black stockings on your legs, the way you look arrogant when you're drunk, the way you pout when you're angry, and your serious attitude. Is that enough? Qindong said a lot in one breath. The iceberg in Liu Yu's heart suddenly collapsed. Is this a confession? If this isn't a confession, then what is it? Liu Yu's defenses were broken down again, and hot tears suddenly burst out of her eyes. She had never been in love before, so how could she bear such cheesy love words? Don't cry, it's ugly. Qindong stretched out his hand. Liu Yu was so angry that she cried and laughed, and obediently handed her little hand to Qindong. Qindong gently pulled the beautiful woman into his arms. Hate. Lu Yu shyly punched Chen Dong and leaned her head on Chen Dong's shoulder. Kiss me. Chen Dong helped Lu Yun sit on his lap. No. Lu Yu bit her red lips, lowered her head, and did not dare to look into Chen Dong's eyes. Then let me kiss you. No. Lu Yu still insisted. But this time she looked up at Chen Dong, then closed her eyes, raised her chin, and offered her sweet red lips. Bo. Like a magnet, Chen Dong kissed Lu Yu's little mouth. What a taste, nice. Sitting in a luxurious chartered plane and kissing top beauties, this is what the life of a super rich man is like. Don't. Take it away. You are so bad. Lu Yu said coquettishly. 3 hours later. Magic City Airport. The Bombardier Challenger 850 business jet landed smoothly. Lu Yu's face flushed, and she held Chen Dong's hand and got off the plane. Elle's business car was already waiting in an empty parking space on the apron. Mr. Chun, Manager Lu, please get in the car. The driver opened the car door. The two sat side by side in the back row. Send Mr. Chen home. Lu Yun instructed the driver. Where are you going later? Chen Dong asked while holding Lu Yun's little hand. Go to the train station and take a train back home. It's already past 4 o'clock. Are you sure you can get home today? Chen Dong said, lifting Lu Yun's chin. Why don't you go home with me? Or stay in a hotel? My hometown is Gusu, and it only takes half an hour to get there by high-speed rail. Lu Yu pushed Chen Dong's hand away and snuggled in Chen Dong's arms. She understood Chen Dong's idea. It was nothing more than taking her home or getting a room in a hotel, and then doing the kind of things that only lovers would do. Although she had never experienced it, she had never seen pigs run before. When a man chases a woman, the first thing he thinks of after he gets her is to sleep with her. Let's wait until after the new year. I'm not ready yet. Lu Yun whispered, covering her hot face. She felt it was too fast to develop that kind of relationship with Chen Dong. Chen Dong gang gave her money. She went to bed with Chen Dong. So what did she become? Chen Dong nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Don't be angry. Lu Yun stood up and looked into Chen Dong's eyes. Chen Dong smiled and touched Lu Yun's face. No, I can understand your concerns. After all, we just met and don't know each other yet. That's not what I meant, Xiaodong. I see how good you are to me, but I don't want you to think that I'm with you just for money. Also, I'm not a commodity. I can't give you my body just because you pay me. Doing that would make me feel lowly. Lu Yu confessed the truth. She didn't want Chen Dong to think she was a casual woman. To put it more bluntly, she didn't want Chen Dong to treat her as a peripheral. The two of them need to be in a relationship for at least a period of time, even if it's just chatting on the phone. Bo. Chen Dong kissed Lu Yun's red lips and said affectionately, I admit that I'm not a good man, but you can rest assured that I will never play with any woman's feelings. If you find long-distance relationships hard, after the new year, resign and come to Shanghai to be my personal assistant. I will pay you a salary, provide food and accommodation, and give you an annual salary of 500,000. What do you think? You mean, you support me? Yes, leave the rest of your life to me. I guarantee you happiness. Chen Dong's words. Like a stone, it caused ripples in Lu Yun's heart. A salary of 500,000 yuan a year is indeed tempting enough. The opportunity to spend every day with Chen Dong made her heart beat faster. This man is handsome, rich, considerate, generous, gentle, and a little bit bad. Which woman can refuse? Let's wait and see after the new year. Maybe you'll have forgotten me by then. Lu Yu wanted to agree to Chen Dong immediately, but he declined politely without confidence. Is it her turn as an ordinary white-collar worker to have such an outstanding man like Chen Dong? No matter how you think about it, it seems unbelievable. It's like a daydream. She was afraid that she would never see Chen Dong again after waking up from the dream. Haha, then let me give you a deeper impression. Chen Dong held Lu Yu's shoulders and gently bit her white and tender ear. Hate it. Lu Yu hid in Chen Dong's arms with her trembling body. I hope the driver didn't see or hear anything, otherwise she would be too embarrassed to stay in the company. Chapter 52 Born to be a Love Saint. Zheng Jinyuan wants to eat spicy hot pot. On the way home, Chen Dong asked the driver to change the route and go to the train station first to send Lu Yu on the high-speed train before returning to the landlord's wife's community where he rented his house. He planned to go and see the large, fully furnished flat in Tangshan that he bought for 0 yuan tomorrow. These days I've been flying on planes and playing around with women. Although I didn't feel tired after taking the Tuarun Huanbone tablets. However, when I go out, my heart is always wandering and I always feel a little uneasy. Go back and take a shower and rest. Arrived home. The house feels a bit empty and cold without the landlady. Chen Dong put down his luggage, went to the bathroom to take a shower, then sat on the sofa and opened his mobile banking app. Today is the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. In just 1 week after activating the system, his deposit balance has reached 50.62 million. He also owns a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a McLaren P1 supercar, a large flat in Tangshan, and 100% equity in Jiangbei International Hotel. Adding up all the assets, it would be at least 300 million or more. This speed of making money is like a heifer riding a rocket. It's so awesome. Just think about how just a week ago he was still a working-class slave with no money to go home for the new year, using a broken phone, owing rent to his landlady, and could only dream about beautiful women in his mind. And now, he not only has a car and a house, but also savings and fixed assets. Also developed a romantic relationship with a perfect little golden retriever with an appearance of 92 and the landlady with an appearance of 91. A beauty score of 97, and Lu Yiyun, the queen with a beauty score of 95, have also become the well-behaved beauties in his arms. As long as he is willing, it is only a matter of time before these two one-in-a-million beauties become his women. All this is thanks to my godmother's love. The system is awesome. Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh in his mind. Open WeChat. There are already several unread messages. The landlady said, Xiaodong, have you been to Shanghai yet? My heart feels empty when you leave. You little rascal, you made me not want to celebrate the new year in Sanya anymore. When will you be back after the new year? I've booked a flight in advance and will be waiting for you at home. After reading it, Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that the landlady missed him as soon as he left. Why is this? I'm already in Shanghai, Sister Qian. I'll be back home in 2 days. I'm not sure when I'll be in Shanghai yet. You should spend the new year in Sanya peacefully. I'll come to see you as soon as I get back. After replying to the landlady, Chen Dong exited the chat box and then opened Lin Yutong's message. Brother Dong, are you still in Urban? My father has been discharged from the hospital and returned home. Don't worry, nothing is wrong. It's just, I miss you very much. I don't know if I can see you again before the new year. The junior schoolmate is indeed reserved. They all speak in a very literary way when they chat. Chen Dong prefers this kind of girl. If he has to find a girl to marry in the future, he will most likely choose Lin Yutong. In addition to being beautiful and having an appearance score of 97, what's more important is that Lin Yutong has a gentle and well-behaved personality. She won't cause trouble or act unreasonably. No matter whether he is rich or poor, she will not despise him. I'm going back to the Magic City, Xiaodong. If I have time tomorrow, I'll come and play with you. Chen Dong just sent it. Lin Yutong replied immediately. Great. See you tomorrow, Donggu. Happy dance. Look how happy the schoolgirl is. Chen Dong smiled and exited Lin Yutong's chat box and couldn't help but look forward to tomorrow's date. I'm going back to my hometown the day after tomorrow. I wonder if I can meet the school beauty before I leave. Little golden retriever Zheng Jinyuan also sent a message. Brother Dong, are you back? I'm almost dead. I don't want to go out, eat, take a shower, or check my phone. I just want to give birth to a baby for you. Please come back and save the baby. Please, please, please. After reading Zheng Jinyuan's message, Chen Dong couldn't help but exclaim, oh shit. Compared to the landlady, the little golden retriever is much more straightforward. He thought only men would think about that, but he didn't expect women would do the same. Could it be that they were born with a love sense? What man could resist a girl who was so spoiled? Chen Dong's interest was instantly piqued. I'll take you to dinner tonight. You decide what you want to eat. Although Zheng Jinyuan has the gold-worshipping attribute, but Chen Dong didn't care. It's normal for women to be a little materialistic. If women don't worship money, how can he keep a canary? Really? Donggu, don't lie to me. Have you returned to Shanghai? I'm getting up now. I can eat anything. I'm not picky about food. Where are you now? I'll take a taxi to find you later. Zheng Jinyuan replied to a bunch of messages. This little yellow-haired one. How greedy are you? Chen Dong replied with a smile. Send me the address, and I'll drive to pick you up. Great, Dong brother. You are so great. You are simply the greatest man in the world. Zheng Jinyuan flattered him. Then an address was sent. Chen Dong clicked on it and found that it was an apartment building next to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. It seems that the little golden retriever does not live in the school dormitory, but it's a rented house. Opening the map navigation, it shows that the drive will take 25 minutes. I'll wait for you downstairs in half an hour. After sending a message to Zheng Jinyuan, Chen Dong closed his phone, changed his shoes, and went out. Come to the parking lot downstairs. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is still parked there in a majestic manner, standing out among a bunch of BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi cars. It is indeed a man's dream car. Even though it was dark, the light could not be blocked. Chen Dong got into the car, stepped on the accelerator lightly, and Cullinan slowly left the parking lot like a lion. 35 minutes later, arrived at the address sent by Zheng Jinyuan. under the streetlight next to the apartment, jumping around restlessly, and her pair of straight, beautiful legs cast a long black shadow on the ground. This figure is really hot. Qindong stopped by the roadside, opened the car door, and got out. Beautiful lady, can I treat you to a meal? Walking up to Zheng Jinyuan, Qindong said jokingly. Brother Dong. Zheng Jinyuan obviously didn't notice Qindong's arrival. She was startled at first, then happy. After seeing clearly that the man who was chatting with her was Qindong, she took off from the spot, jumped onto Qindong, and hugged Qindong tightly with her limbs. Bad guy, I miss you so much. Zheng Jinyuan put her arms around Qindong's neck, acted coquettishly, and kissed Qindong all over his face. Qindong held Zheng Jinyuan in his arms and asked with a wicked smile, Where did you miss me? Hate it, you know? I don't understand. Oh, you're so bad. Even though Zheng Jinyuan had a carefree personality, her cheeks turned red unconsciously at this moment. This kind of thing would probably be too embarrassing to say out loud for a young girl in her early 20s, let alone a young woman in her 30s or 40s. I understand. Qindong had just finished speaking. Zheng Jinyuan felt as if she had been electrocuted. She quickly loosened her legs from Qindong's body and landed on the ground. Woohoo, she was harassed. I'll beat you to death, you shameless bastard. Zheng Jinyuan stretched out her little pink fist and hit Qindong's chest hard, then hugged Qindong with both arms and buried her head in Qindong's arms. She missed the man in front of her so much. Especially at night. All the bones in my body feel numb when I think about it. Feeling the warmth of the little golden retriever, Qindong asked, What kind of feast do you want to eat? I'll take you there. There's a spicy hot pot restaurant in front. It tastes pretty good. Is this spicy hot pot authentic? It's not 6 yuan a portion, is it? Qindong deliberately teased the little golden retriever. Zheng Jinyuan gritted her teeth and punched Qindong again. You are so bad. You are hopeless. But, she really wants to eat spicy hot pot. $6 is best. Make up for all the debts I owe her these days. Chapter 53, Driving a Lao Chow and Eating Spicy Hot Pot. It feels so good to be watched by people. Get in the car, little girl who loves spicy hot pot. Qindong took Zheng Jinyuan's hand, walked to the front of the Rolls-Royce, and opened the passenger door. Looking at the big guy in front of me, Zheng Jinyuan tilted her head and couldn't help swallowing. Is this your car, Dong? It's so big. What kind of car is this? Cullinan. Hearing what Qindong said, Zheng Jinyuan's jaw almost dropped in shock. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Wow, is this the legendary Rolls-Royce? Even though she didn't know much about cars, Zheng Jinyuan had heard of the name of Rolls-Royce. She heard that people who could drive such a car were either big bosses or super rich people. She didn't expect that Dong Gu, at such a young age, could drive a Rolls-Royce. No wonder he spent money like water when he went to Beijing for a trip and didn't blink an eye. Yes, this is the Delu. Sit in and try it out. Qindong helped Zheng Jinyuan get into the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, looking at the luxurious interior and the dazzling starlight ceiling, Zheng Jinyuan couldn't help but take out her cell phone to take a few selfies. Are you a rich second-generation Dong brother? Zheng Jinyuan asked cautiously. She suddenly became a little worried. What if Qindong was a super rich second-generation rich man? Maybe he would play with her a few times and then kick her out. No. Qindong denied it and said frankly, My family is from the countryside, and my parents are farmers. Then how did you get a Grand Lorry? I heard this kind of car costs several million. Lucky, I made a little fortune. Faced with Zheng Jinyuan's doubts, Qindong could only be vague. He could not tell anyone that he had the system. Otherwise, he would definitely become a guinea pig and be studied by experts as an alien. Seeing that Qindong was unwilling to speak, Zheng Jinyuan didn't ask any more questions. In a megacity like Shanghai, the myth of getting rich overnight is happening almost every day. Besides, Qindong was her and Lin Yutong's senior, and he graduated from the University of Finance and Economics, so it was not surprising for him to make a fortune unexpectedly. Brother Dong, when you get tired of playing with me, will you just kick me out? Zheng Jinyuan stared at Qindong with eager eyes, a layer of melancholy covering her pretty face under her golden hair. She doesn't care whether Qindong is a rich second generation or not. But worry, how long can her relationship with Qindong last? There are girls like her everywhere in Shanghai. If she can't capture Qindong's heart, it's only a matter of time before she's kicked out. Zheng Jinyuan is very clear about this. But she didn't know what to do to stay with Qindong. After all, apart from this body, she has almost nothing to show for it. No, you're such a powerful little mouth. How could I bear to give you up? Qindong reached out and pinched Zheng Jinyuan's red lips. Hear this. Zheng Jinyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, as long as she practices well according to the online tutorials, improves her skills to perfection, and serves Brother Dong more comfortably, Brother Dong will have no reason to kick her. It's decided. Anyway, she doesn't expect to be Dong Ge's official girlfriend. As long as I can stay with Brother Dong, I will never have to worry about food and drink. Life is short, and she can eat meat by following Brother Dong. Why should she still worry about herself, think about those bad things, and ask stupid questions like, do you love me? Zheng Jinyuan figured it out. Starting from tonight, she will devote all her energy to practicing her skills and serving Chen Dong well. Brother Dong, I'm hungry. Zheng Jinyuan believed in the unity of knowledge and action, so she immediately put on a smile and winked at Chen Dong. You're hungry? Okay, I'll take you to eat spicy hot pot. Chen Dong fastened his seatbelt and was about to drive. Zheng Jinyuan pursed her lips and said shyly, I can't wait. I want to eat it now. 8 minutes later. Let's go, Donggu. Let's go eat spicy hot pot. Are you sure you can still eat? Of course I can. I'm even hungrier now. I can eat something that costs $6. Hee hee. Okay, I have to feed you tonight. Chen Dong stepped on the accelerator. We arrived at the Malatang restaurant that Zheng Jinyuan mentioned. Zhang Iliang Malatang. I heard that this chain brand once had a lawsuit with a male model, but Chen Dong has never eaten there. Brother Dong, take whatever you want to eat. Zheng Jinyuan skillfully handed Chen Dong a plastic basket. It seemed that she was a regular here. Chen Dong took the basket and said with a smile, Okay, you should eat more too. Brother Dong will make sure you are full. Hate it. Zheng Jinyuan smiled and picked up some food with tongs. It is right next to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Although it was already evening, girls still came to eat Malatang one after another. Seeing the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked on the side of the road, some girls couldn't help but widen their eyes and raise their mobile phones to take pictures of the Cullinan. After all, luxury cars like this worth tens of millions are not everywhere, even in Shanghai. Is this the legendary Rolls-Royce? Huh, driving a Grand Lac to eat Malatang? Rich people are really hard to understand. If I could afford a Grand Lac, I'd definitely eat Manhan Banquet every day. Whose Rolls-Royce do you think this one belongs to? I guess it's that handsome guy's. Look at his looks. He looks like a famous star. He's so handsome. Who among you dares to add his V? Stop it. Can't you see he already has a girlfriend? His girlfriend is so pretty too. Her golden hair is so beautiful. I want to dye it too. Forget it. You look like a girl with dark skin. People with fair skin look better with blonde hair. Don't try to imitate her. The girls pointed at Chen Dong and Zheng Jinyuan. The Malatang restaurant is not big. Some words inevitably reached the ears of the two. Hearing that someone mistook her for Chen Dong's girlfriend, Zheng Jinyuan felt as sweet as drinking honey. Although she knew that Lin Yutong was Chen Dong's real girlfriend, it did not prevent her from playing the role of Chen Dong's girlfriend for fun. Brother Dong, try this piece of fish tofu. It's delicious. Zheng Jinyuan fed Chen Dong with fish tofu. Chen Dong saw that the little golden retriever was deliberately showing off her happiness, so he generously satisfied her and opened his mouth wide to swallow the fish tofu in one gulp. It's really delicious. I'll feed you one too. Chen Dong picked up a piece of fish roe sausage and put it next to Zheng Jinyuan's mouth. Brother Dong is so bad, feeding this to others in public. She clearly. Zheng Jinyuan glared at Chen Dong fiercely and caught the fish roe sausage with her mouth. When the girls saw Chen Dong and Zheng Jinyuan feeding each other, they looked at each other with envy and jealousy, but they could only envy and hate each other because none of them could beat Zheng Jinyuan in terms of appearance. Although Zheng Jinyuan's appearance score is only 92 points, she has very fair skin and dyed her hair blonde. She looks very individual and has a great figure. With hot pants and high heels, her long legs are simply amazing. Overall, she is definitely a top-notch beauty. No wonder she is regarded as the second most beautiful woman in the department after Lin Yutong. After eating spicy hot pot, under the jealous gazes of the girls, Zheng Jinyuan sat in Chen Dong's big truck. It feels so good to be watched by people. Zheng Jinyuan couldn't help but sigh. Where do we go now? Chen Dong started Cullinan and asked. Zheng Jinyuan bit her red lips shyly. Anywhere is fine. Wherever Dong wants to take me, I will follow you. Little fairy. Chen Dong pinched Zheng Jinyuan's pretty face, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, Do you live in that apartment building? Then let's go to your house. It's close. But it's very small. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. It doesn't matter, as long as there's enough space for 2 people to sleep. Okay, but let me make a deal first. You're not allowed to make fun of me when we get to my house. No, I promise. After staying in the hotel for a few days, Chen Dong got bored and decided to take a look at what Zheng Jinyuan's nest looked like. If the conditions were too bad, he wouldn't mind buying a house for the little golden retriever. Although Zheng Jinyuan has many shortcomings, she is his first woman after all. If he doesn't care or love you, what's the difference between him and a scumbag? Chapter 54 Zheng Jinyuan. Brother Dong, I haven't taken a shower yet. A few minutes later, Chen Dong parked his Rolls-Royce in the parking lot and, led by Zheng Jinyuan, walked into the elevator of the apartment building. In addition to the two of them, there were 5 or 6 young people taking the elevator. Almost all of them are women. Judging from their age and dress, 80% of them are girls from the neighboring University of Finance and Economics. Zheng Jinyuan deliberately leaned on Chen Dong's shoulder. Although she didn't know anyone in the elevator, it didn't stop her from showing her affection in public. A few days ago, she went to Beijing for a trip. Because of Lin Yutong's presence, she could only play a supporting role along the way and share Chen Dong with Lin Yutong. Now that she finally has the chance to pretend to be Chen Dong's real girlfriend, she doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 23rd floor. Amid the envious gazes of several girls, Zheng Jinyuan took Chen Dong's hand and walked out of the elevator. How many rooms are there on this floor? Chen Dong frowned as he looked at the dormitory-style corridor. Pa. Zheng Jinyuan clapped her hands, turned on the voice-activated light on the ceiling, and replied, There are at least 30 or so. I don't know the exact number. With so many, no wonder it's so hard to wait for the elevator. Yeah, during the morning rush hour, waiting for the elevator can be frustrating. Zheng Jinyuan complained to Chen Dong. Here we are, right here. Arriving at the door of room 2312, Zheng Jinyuan took out the key and opened the door. Turning on the light, Chen Dong looked inside and found that the room was indeed very small, only 20 square meters at most. Apart from a bed, a dressing table, and a wardrobe against the wall, there was almost no extra furniture. Come in, Dong brother, put on my slippers first. Zheng Jinyuan gave Chen Dong a pair of women's slippers, and she herself walked into the room wearing only a pair of socks. Beep. Zheng Jinyuan turned on the air conditioner. Is my place too small, Dongge? I have no choice. The conditions are like this. I can only let you, a local tycoon, suffer. It's okay. The room is a little small, but as long as it's not too small, it's fine. Chen Dong sat on the bed and held Zheng Jinyuan's hand in his arms. You are such a bad brother, Dong. Every word you say is full of connotation. Zheng Jinyuan turned around and sat on Chen Dong's legs, wrapped her arms around Chen Dong's neck, and looked at Chen Dong with her big watery eyes. Chen Dong smiled evilly and said, I'm telling the truth. Hate. Zheng Jinyuan's body softened, and she collapsed into Chen Dong's arms. This little golden retriever is indeed more bold. Chen Dong became anxious and kissed Zheng Jinyuan's red lips. Brother Dong, I haven't taken a shower yet. We'll take a shower together later. Okay. Zheng Jinyuan was no longer able to speak. An hour later, Chen Dong walked out of the shower room holding the golden retriever and gently placed it on the bed. I'll transfer some money to you so you can rent a new house. Lying on the bed and hugging Zheng Jinyuan's smooth body that had just been washed, Chen Dong suggested. The environment here is really bad. Not only are the rooms and beds small, but even the shower room is so small that 2 people can't stand in it. Chen Dong couldn't bear to let his first woman live in such a place. No need, Dongge. This place is close to school, and the rent is cheap, less than 3,000 yuan a month. If you find it inconvenient, we can just go to a hotel next time. Zheng Jinyuan has not graduated yet, and is renting a house outside for her internship. Although this house is small, it is much better than the dormitory. She was quite satisfied with the current situation, and she didn't want to spend Chen Dong's money for no reason. Why? I gave you money for free, but you don't want it. Chen Dong was a little surprised. This is not the little golden retriever style. Zheng Jinyuan stroked Chen Dong's broad chest and looked up and said, If it were before, I would definitely want it, but now, I don't want it anymore. Why? Gold diggers don't love money? Chen Dong couldn't understand. Because I used to think you were some rich kid with lots of money, and I wanted to squeeze as much out of you as possible. But now I've fallen in love with you, and I don't want you to think that I'm only willing to be with you because I'm attracted to your money. I understand. You're with me just to eat spicy hot pot. Chen Dong said this seriously. What followed was another little pink punch from Zheng Jinyuan. Damn it, I'll beat you to death. This night, it is destined to be long. Although the room is small, the bed is also small. But young people are full of energy and don't care about external conditions at all. Zheng Jinyuan barely slept the whole night. The next morning, Chen Dong woke up just after 7 o'clock. Perhaps he has formed a fixed biological clock. He will automatically wake up at this time every day, even at night. It is just a small thing for him. Golden kidney tablets is simply amazing. If he hadn't been worried about Zheng Jinyuan, he would probably have broken the record of selling spicy hot pot for 6 yuan. I glanced at the little golden retriever sleeping soundly beside me. Chen Dong picked up his phone and opened the 0 yuan shopping mall app. What treasure will be revealed today? Check out the 0 yuan purchase products. 10 times cashback coupon for the Shanghai charity auction for Tibet disaster relief. Quantity 1, price 0 yuan. Note, this coupon is a virtual item, valid for 3 hours. There is no maximum cashback limit. However, the host can only use this coupon to purchase 3 items at the charity auction. If you exceed this limit, you will not receive the tenfold cashback. The auction will be held at the Cultural Palace at 2 p.m. today. The cashback amount will be automatically transferred to the host's ICBC card. Damn it. The 0 yuan shopping mall is really awesome. There are actually good things like 10 times cashback coupons for auctions. After reading the description, Chen Dong couldn't help but smile. He had never participated in an auction, but he had heard that things that could be auctioned would not be cheap. Even if he only spent a few million, he could get tens of millions after a tenfold cash rebate. Maybe his deposit balance will break a small goal today. Chen Dong immediately paid 0 yuan and bought a tenfold cashback coupon for the charity auction. The auction started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so he went to Thompson Epine to collect a room in the morning to avoid any further trouble. Yuan, it's time to get up. Come with me to do something. Chen Dong gently patted Zheng Jinyuan's blushing cheeks. No, I'm so tired. Zheng Jinyuan grabbed Chen Dong's hand without even opening her eyes and stuffed it into the quilt. Placed. Haha, it looks like the little golden retriever won't be able to get out of bed for 2 days. Chen Dong said distressedly. Okay, you continue to sleep. I'm going out for a while. Well, will you come back? Zheng Jinyuan opened her eyes and put her little face on Chen Dong's chest. It depends. I plan to go back to my hometown tomorrow. If I don't have time, I won't come back. Today is the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. Isn't it time for you to go home for the new year? I don't want to go back. I want to be with you. Are you sure? Chen Dong said with a wicked smile. Zheng Jinyuan quickly shook her head. No. Please spare me. Dong brother, I'm almost torn apart by you. Ha ha ha. You have a good rest. I'll get up first. Chen Dong kissed the little golden retriever, got dressed, and got up. Went downstairs. I had a quick bite at a roadside breakfast shop. Chen Dong drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan straight to Thompson Epine. Chapter 55. Nowadays, if you have money, you will never lack women. The Chinese New Year is approaching. Red lanterns are hung everywhere in Thompson Epine, creating a festive atmosphere. Chen Dong drove a Rolls-Royce to the main entrance of the community. Hello, please register as a foreign vehicle. The male security guard stood straight and saluted Chen Dong. He recognized that the visitor was driving a Rolls-Royce, so he must be of an ordinary status. But then again, how many ordinary people lived in this community? For the safety of the owners, he could only stop the visitors according to regulations. My name is Chen Dong, and I'm here to collect the house. Please contact the property management, they should know. Chen Dong explained to the security guard. Okay, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. The security guard immediately contacted the property management center with the intercom and reported Chen Dong's name. The property manager on duty instructed the security guard to let Chen Dong wait for 2 minutes, and he would send the housekeeper over immediately. Mr. Chen, please wait 2 more minutes. Your personal butler will be here soon. The security guard relayed the story truthfully. Chen Dong sat in the car and waited for about a minute. A young woman in a dark blue coat trotted over. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I've kept you waiting. My name is Chung Yuxuan, and I'm your personal butler. You can call me Xiao Chung. Thank you. Chung Yuxuan bowed to Chen Dong and handed him her business card with both hands. Hello, Xiao Chung, take me to the house. Chen Dong took the business card, looked at it, and put it in his pocket. Chung Yuxuan nodded again to apologize to Chen Dong and explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Could you please come with me to the property management center to complete the handover procedures first? Then I'll take you to collect the property, okay? No problem, get in the car. Facing Chen Dong's invitation, Chung Yuxuan was a little flattered. She had been a housekeeper at Thompson Epine for more than 2 years and had never ridden in the owner's car. The owners living in Thompson Epine were either rich or noble. In their eyes, her status as a housekeeper was lower than that of a nanny. Not only did she have to be on call at all times, but any negligence in her service would result in complaints, and even scolding and cursing. A month ago, a rich lady complained that her service was inadequate and that she did not clean up the dog poop left in the corridor by her dog in a timely manner. As a result, the company deducted 1,000 yuan from her salary and transferred her from her position as a personal housekeeper. It was not until Chen Dong bought a large flat that she had the opportunity to return to work. Speaking of which, Chen Dong is her lucky owner. No need, Mr. Chen, I can just walk. Please drive and follow me. After Chung Yuxuan finished speaking, she trotted ahead to lead the way, leading Chen Dong to the property center. With the ID card, the house handover procedures were completed quickly. Chen Dong received the house purchase contract and other documents. He had to go to the relevant department in person to handle the real estate certificate and land use certificate. Cheng Yuxuan said she could handle it on his behalf, so Chen Dong wrote a power of attorney for her. Come on, Mr. Chen, I'll take you to the house. After leaving the property center, Cheng Yuxuan planned to jog to take Chen Dong to see his new house. Chen Dong called her from behind. Xiao Cheng, take my car. I'm in a hurry. Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. Because she had offended the wealthy owner last time, Cheng Yuxuan was very cautious this time, fearing that she would make even the slightest mistake again. Get in the car. Cheng Yuxuan was shivering in the passenger seat. This was her first time riding in a Rolls-Royce. The luxurious atmosphere made her heart beat faster. No wonder many women cannot resist the pursuit of men who drive luxury cars. Sometimes it is not that they are materialistic, but that under this kind of aura, they will unconsciously develop admiration for men. What's more, she is facing a young owner who is more handsome than a Korean oppa. Cheng Yuxuan almost got lost. Xiao Cheng, which way is it? It wasn't until she heard Chen Dong's question that Cheng Yuxuan came to her senses. She hurriedly replied, Mr. Chen, our residential complex uses a pedestrian and vehicle separation design. You need to enter the underground garage from the front, and then go to the parking space corresponding to your building. Chen Dong drove to the garage according to the instructions. Mr. Chen, the house you bought comes with 2 parking spaces, right at the entrance. Please tell me your license plate number, and I'll register it for you. You won't need to park when you enter or exit the gate. Good. Chen Dong told Cheng Yuxuan 2 license plate numbers. In addition to this Cullinan, there is also the McLaren P1 sports car. Both cars came with Shanghai license plates when they were delivered. The system worked so seamlessly that he didn't have to worry about anything at all. Park the car. Cheng Yuxuan took Chen Dong upstairs in the elevator. Mr. Chen, your apartment is located in Building D. It has a 1-elevator 1-unit design. Facial recognition equipment is installed on the elevator and entrance door. Outsiders cannot enter the elevator, so you can rest assured about your privacy and security. Listening to Cheng Yuxuan's explanation, Chen Dong couldn't help but look at the private butler who was about the same age as him. She had delicate features, fair skin, and wore a simple ponytail. Her clothes couldn't reveal her figure, but she was quite tall, at least over 1.7 meters. When she stood in front of Chen Dong, she could almost reach Chen Dong's mouth. She is a pretty girl next door. As for appearance, I estimate it to be around 85 points. In the past, Chen Dong didn't have the courage to pursue a girl like Cheng Yuxuan. But now, he didn't even have the interest to flirt with Cheng Yuxuan. The reason is simple. He had a better option. To put it bluntly, he has no shortage of women. Zheng Jinyuan and the landlady have been won over by him, and the school beauty Lin Yutong with a beauty score of 97 and the Queen Lu Yu with a beauty score of 95 have also become his confidants. A man should be content with what he has achieved. If there were more, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to take care of them all. Chen Dong stared at Cheng Yuxuan until her face turned red, but she had nowhere to hide and could only use a faint smile to ease the embarrassment. The elevator finally stopped. The two came to the door of room 3601. Chen Dong scanned his face and the door opened automatically. Mr. Chen, if you need to add other family members, you can log in directly to our WeChat mini program for facial recognition verification. You don't need to go to the property management center. No matter what problems you encounter in your life, you can contact me directly. I will do my best to serve you. Cheng Yuxuan diligently introduced Chen Dong. She didn't want to have her salary deducted anymore, and she didn't want to be transferred. After all, a private butler's salary is higher. After deducting all expenses, she can get 15K a month, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. Compared with her college classmates, this job is quite good. Chen Dong didn't want to listen to what Cheng Yuxuan was saying. His attention was completely attracted by the luxurious decoration in the room. The dazzling crystal chandeliers, the marble floors with natural textures, and the simple style solid wood furniture everywhere you look very expensive. The dark brown black leather sofas are comfortable and noble. On the wall opposite the sofa hangs a large LCD TV, roughly estimated to be about 100 inches. Against the wall at the back is a whole row of custom-made bookcases, sparsely filled with a few books and some ornaments. The decoration is luxurious, but lacks the breath of life. After all, it's a new house that has never been lived in. You need to buy a lot of daily necessities. Despite this, Chen Dong couldn't wait to move in. Driving a luxury car and living in a luxury house is the ultimate dream of every man who has lived in Shanghai, and he is no exception. Xiao Cheng, what is the current market value of my house? Chen Dong asked the housekeeper behind him. Cheng Yuxuan took a few steps forward and replied, I can't say exactly how much it's worth, But last month, a second-hand house of the same size was sold in our neighborhood for just over 90 million yuan. Yours is on a much better floor and has better furnishings, so its market value should be over 100 million yuan. A small goal? Chen Dong nodded with satisfaction. If he uses this luxury house as his wedding house, I wonder how many women would be willing to marry him. Nowadays, if you have money, you will never lack women. Chen Dong sighed again. Chapter 56, Chen Dong's Confusion, Village Beauty, Li Jingwen's Selfie. Xiaocheng, do you have a boyfriend? Chen Dong asked the housekeeper with a smile. Cheng Yuxuan was stunned for a moment. Then her cheeks turned red and she shook her head. No. If I use this house as my wedding house, will you marry me? Chen Dong sat on the sofa. Tested on a housekeeper. This time, Cheng Yuxuan understood that Chen Dong was joking and instead said openly, Mr. Chen, you're joking. Even if I didn't have this mansion worth hundreds of millions, I'd still be unworthy of you. Just because of the Rolls-Royce that Chen Dong drives. This is a height she will never be able to reach in her lifetime. Not to mention this mansion worth hundreds of millions. What is she in the eyes of the residents in the community? Just an ant. To some extent, she is not even as good as a pet dog in a rich lady's house, and Cheng Yuxuan is very aware of this. Haha, Xiaocheng is too modest. As he spoke, Chen Dong suddenly stood up and walked to Cheng Yuxuan, lifted her chin and said, If I want to have some intimacy with you, are you willing? Mr. Chen, I. She didn't expect Chen Dong to say such a thing, and she didn't expect Chen Dong to take the initiative to flirt with her. Cheng Yuxuan trembled for a moment. She could even hear her heart pounding. If she agreed to Chen Dong, even if Chen Dong was playing with her, it would be a great opportunity to turn things around. She has worked as a housekeeper in this community for 2 years. I saw with my own eyes how rich the wealthy owners are. It is no exaggeration to say that they spend money like water. It is common for them to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on living expenses every month. The pet dog of the rich lady who bullied her ate better than her. She had never tasted any of the expensive top-quality ingredients, such as the marbled Wagyu beef from the land of Sakura, the caviar from America, and the black truffles from France. Even if Chen Dong was playing with her, he would at least give her some compensation, perhaps equivalent to her salary for a year or even several years. Besides, Chen Dong isn't one of those bald uncles with beer bellies or grandfathers with age spots all over their faces. He's so handsome, so even if he doesn't get compensation, he won't suffer any loss. Think of this. Cheng Yuxuan was a little moved. I do. After hesitating for a few seconds, Cheng Yuxuan said this with a red face. Women really can't resist temptation. He clearly didn't spend a penny, but there were beautiful women willing to let him play with them. No wonder some people say that the goddess in the eyes of the poor is nothing more than a golden basin for the rich to play with. Chen Dong felt disappointed. He thought Cheng Yuxuan looked well-educated and well-mannered, but he didn't expect that he could easily get the body of this woman with just one sentence. Are there still women who can keep themselves clean these days? Chen Dong was confused. He originally thought that if Cheng Yuxuan could resist the temptation and reject his advances, he would let Cheng Yuxuan be his personal butler in the true sense, helping him to manage this mansion, such as purchasing daily necessities and so on. But now, facing Cheng Yuxuan, who took the bait as soon as he was teased, he changed his mind. It's better to leave these private matters to your own people. Okay, Xiaocheng, I was just kidding you. Go ahead and do your work. I'll contact you if there's anything else. Chen Dong ordered them to leave. Cheng Yuxuan felt disappointed in an instant. It was just a joke after all. She was overthinking it. How could such a super rich man fall for a mere ant like her? Okay, Mr. Chen, I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy life. Cheng Yuxuan bowed to Chen Dong and left angrily. After the butler left, Chen Dong walked around the house alone. It is indeed big and luxurious enough. The apartment has a construction area of 500 square meters and an actual usable area of more than 400 square meters. In addition to the spacious master bedroom, there are 3 other rooms, all with independent bathrooms. The living room and dining room are also large, and there is even a large nanny room, which also has an independent bathroom. Every room and every living room is equipped with a full set of furniture and appliances. No bedding though. The kitchen is fully equipped with various kitchen appliances, but there are no pots and cutlery. It seems that I have to buy these things myself. Chen Dong finally came to the balcony. 270-degree corner design, super unbeatable field of view. In the distance is the Bund, at your feet is the Huangpu River, and next to you is the Pudong 3-piece suit. No wonder Thompson 1 is still the leader among Riverview apartments in Shanghai after more than 10 years on the market. The geographical location is really excellent. Back to the living room. Chen Dong sat on the sofa and sent a message to Lin Yutong. Xiaodong, are you busy now? If you are, Come to Thompson Epine to find me. When you get to the gate of the community, say 3601, Building A and my name, and someone will come to pick you up. Lin Yutong agreed immediately. Then Shindong told Cheng Yuxuan that someone would come to see him later and asked her to bring the guest to his house. Finish this. Shindong went to the bathroom. Oh shit. Even the toilet is a Toto Smart toilet with water flushing. This is the first time Shindong uses this thing. Not to mention, it feels quite comfortable to rinse with warm water. Come out of the bathroom. Shindong sat on the sofa and played a game of PUBG. Beep. WeChat received the message. Village beauty Li Jingwen sent 2 photos. One close-up selfie and one full-body photo. This girl hasn't been active for 2 days, and now she's tempting me with photos. What does that mean? Shindong sent a question mark. I was quiet. Look carefully. What are you looking at? Although this face is so beautiful that it can shame the moon and the flowers, he has seen it since he was a child. Even with his eyes closed, he can clearly see where the small black mole on Li Jingwen's neck is. What's so good about it? Shindong sent 2 question marks. I am Jingjing. Crying. Li Jingwen sent 2 crying emojis. Dong Minqing. What's wrong? Who messed with our Jingjing? I'm backing you up. Tell me, and I'll beat the living crap out of him. I am Jingjing. Brother Xiaodong. Didn't you notice that I had my hair done? Unfair. Dong Minqing. Wow, I noticed it a long time ago. Jingjing, your new hairstyle is so beautiful. It makes my heart flutter. Love. 27. Shave carefully. The little girl went to pull the straight board. Shindong didn't realize it at first. You can't blame him for this. Who would pay attention to a girl's hairstyle every day for no reason? I am Jingjing. Brother Xiaodong, you don't have me in your heart at all. I'm so angry. Dong Minqing. How could that be? You've always been in my heart since you were born. Don't be angry, Jingjing. I just bought a new house. I really didn't look at your photo carefully just now. When you graduate and come to Shanghai to work, I'll save a room for you, okay? I am Jingjing. You bought a house in Shanghai? Brother Xiaodong, you didn't lie to me, did you? Aren't houses in Shanghai worth tens of millions? Do you have the money to buy it? Dong Minqing. Why would I lie to you? Wait, I'll record a video for you. Shindong turned on the camera, recorded a short video of the living room, and sent it to Li Jingwen. I am Jingjing. Wow, is this really your house, Xiaodong? It's so big and beautifully decorated. Dong Minqing. Of course. Next time you come to Shanghai, you'll have a place to stay. I am Jingjing. That's great, Xiaodong brother. You are amazing. You bought a house in Shanghai just 6 months after joining the job. I will tell uncle later and let everyone be happy for you. Dong Minqing. No need, Jingjing. I'll tell them when I get back. Shindong was worried that Li Jingwen couldn't explain herself clearly. Instead, it makes parents worry. I was quiet. Okay, Xiaodong brother, then you should come back soon. It's New Year's Eve the day after tomorrow. People are waiting for you to come back and set off fireworks together. Dong Minqing. Okay, Jingjing. I guess I'll go back tomorrow. I am Jingjing. Well, I'll wait for you, Xiaodong brother. You go ahead and do your work. Bye. Dong Minqing. See you tomorrow. I am Jingjing. See you tomorrow, Xiaodong. I love you. Blow a kiss, blow a kiss. Look at the flying kiss emoticon sent by Li Jingwen at the end. Shindong wanted to laugh, but couldn't. The village girl really fell in love with him? Please, how can we be boyfriend and girlfriend when we know each other so well? Even if we kiss, I won't feel anything, right? Oh, headache. Shindong rubbed his temples. At this time, with a beep, WeChat received another message. It is the general manager of Jiangbei International Hotel, Zhu Kersen. The village flower selfie is in the comment section below. Chapter 57 Zhu Kersen's resume, Shai Lin Yutong. Shindong checked the message. It's a photo and a resume. Mr. Chun, above is my resume and selfie submitted as per your request. Please take a look. Okay. Shindong replied to Zhu Kersen with an OK gesture emoticon. Then click on the photo. If it's not a photo scam, Zhu Kersen can indeed be called a beauty. In the photo, Zhu Kersen has a round face that looks peaceful and prosperous. Under her curved willow leaf eyebrows are a pair of lively and clear big eyes with double eyelids. She has a high nose bridge, fair skin, and slightly upturned lips. She looks like she is smiling, giving people the feeling of a sister next door. The appearance should be above 90 points. Shindong is quite fond of Zhu Kersen's appearance. Only, the outfit Zhu Kersen is wearing is a bit hard to describe. In the photo, Zhu Kersen is wearing a black suit with a white shirt underneath. At first glance, she looks like a young lady selling houses. Only a burgundy scarf tied around her collar adds a touch of bright color to the photo. Maybe women who work in small towns can't keep up with the fashion of women in Shanghai. Close the photo. Shindong opened Zhu Kersen's resume. After reading carefully, he had a general understanding of Zhu Kersen. The current general manager of Jiangbei International Hotel is a native of Jiangbei. He is only 26 years old this year. He graduated from Jinling Tourism Vocational College with a major in hotel management. Including the internship period, he has 5 years of work experience in star-rated hotels. If the person's character is reliable, Chen Dong doesn't plan to replace him. There shouldn't be any problem in continuing to let Zhu Kersen serve as general manager. Anyway, he will definitely return to Shanghai after the Chinese New Year and will not participate in the specific management of the hotel. Leave professional matters to professionals. I hope that when I return to my hometown and see Zhu Kersen's true face, I won't disappoint him. Chen Dong was thinking. The doorbell rang. Get up and open the door. Chen Yuxuan was standing outside the door, with Lin Yutong standing behind her. Mr. Chen, your girlfriend is here. Chen Yuxuan took a few steps back to make room for Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong was very shy and smiled at Chen Dong with a blushing face. When she arrived at the gate of the community just now, she told the guard that she was Chen Dong's girlfriend. This was the first time she said such words to an outsider, so she was inevitably a little embarrassed. Thank you, Xiaocheng. Chen Dong politely thanked the housekeeper. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. Chen Yuxuan was very sensible. She bowed and left in the elevator. On the way to bring Lin Yutong here, she laughed at herself and regretted that she had agreed to Chen Dong's joke without knowing her place in front of him. Mr. Chen's girlfriend was so beautiful and had such a good figure. She was just a small ant. What qualifications did she have to climb up Chen Dong's ladder? The heart is higher than the sky, but the life is thinner than paper. We are talking about girls like them who have average looks, average backgrounds, average education, and average emotional intelligence. Chen Yuxuan accepted her fate and decided to be her personal butler. Anything else you think about is just a daydream. This way. Entrance 3601. Xiaotong, come in quickly. Chen Dong stretched out his arm and held Lin Yutong's hand. Lin Yutong obediently took Chen Dong's hand and entered the room. Changed into slippers. Looking up at the decoration and furnishings in the room, Lin Yutong couldn't close his eyes. This was the most magnificent, spacious, and upscale living room she had ever seen. No doubt about it. Even though she was from Shanghai, and even though she had been to the homes of classmates whose families were much better off than hers, it was still far from the standard of Chen Dong's apartment. As expected of Thompson's first-class product, it is indeed high-end and classy. Lin Yutong was shocked again. She stroked her pounding heart and asked doubtfully, Brother Dong, is this the new house you bought? Chen Dong nodded and smiled. Yes, men want to buy a house and settle down when they reach a certain age. The housing prices in Shanghai have dropped this year, so I took this opportunity to buy this house. I wonder if my mother-in-law in Shanghai will be interested in it. Brother Dong is such a joke. 99.99% of Shanghai families can't afford a house like this in Thompson Eping. I guarantee that just for this house, all the mothers in Shanghai would be willing to marry their daughters to you. Lin Yutong answered innocently. She has a simple personality and has never been in love. Both her body and mind are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Really? Then please ask my aunt if she is willing to marry her daughter to me. Hearing Chen Dong's words, Lin Yutong then realized that she had jumped into the pit that Chen Dong had dug for her. No, I won't ask. If you want to ask it yourself. Lin Yutong was almost embarrassed to death. The idea she came up with to bring her and Chen Dong together was to invite Chen Dong to travel to Harbin a few days ago. No problem. After the Chinese New Year, I'll pick a good day and visit your house. Chen Dong said half jokingly and half seriously. Lin Yutong blushed and smiled without saying a word. If Chen Dong really went to her house, her mother would probably be very happy. He is handsome, gentle, and comes from a well-off family. Chen Dong meets all of her mother's criteria for choosing a son-in-law. In her mother's words, he is her perfect son-in-law. But it's hard to say whether my dad will welcome Chen Dong. Her father is a university teacher, specializing in ancient Chinese literature. Perhaps because he has read too many ancient books, he is particularly pedantic, self-righteous, and cannot stand many social phenomena. Although Chen Dong is rich and handsome, he may not be liked by his father. Lin Yutong was vaguely worried about this. However, when she heard Chen Dong take the initiative to go to her house, she was still very excited. This meant that Chen Dong not only acknowledged their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, but also that Chen Dong was willing to talk about marriage with her. If she could marry Chen Dong, she would definitely be happy for the rest of her life. To Harbin, Chen Dong took good care of her all the way. He spent $1 million to charter a plane, let her stay in the most expensive hotel suite, and treated her with care and concern, treating her like his beloved baby. Recalling the kiss with Chen Dong in Urban, Lin Yutong became even more shy. By the way, is uncle feeling better? Chen Dong was only thinking about his mother-in-law and almost forgot about his father-in-law. Lin Yutong replied. My dad is fine. Thank you, Brother Dong, for your concern. That's good. Come on, I'll show you around the new house. Chen Dong held Lin Yutong's hand and walked around each room. Wherever she went, Lin Yutong's eyes were filled with joy. This house is too big, has too many rooms, and is too luxuriously decorated. Brother Dong, your house is so perfect. Lin Yutong couldn't help but admire. Chen Dong turned around and asked, Do you like it? Lin Yutong said shyly, Of course I like it. If you like it, move in and be the hostess of this house. Lin Yutong was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned red to her ears. Brother Dong, what are you talking about? She is worthy of being the school belle with a beauty score of 97. She looks so beautiful when she is shy. Chen Dong hugged Lin Yutong's slender waist and kissed her cherry lips. Dong brother, don't. Lin Yutong wanted to push Chen Dong away, but she had no strength at all, so she had to follow him. Is this game addictive? Lin Yutong found that she seemed to like it too. Chen Dong kissed her. Ugh, so embarrassing. A feeling of embarrassment surged from Lin Yutong's heart. Chapter 58. Participating in the auction, the sarcastic Kai squad leader. In the new house, Chen Dong finally let go of Lin Yutong. I don't know who invented this thing called menstruation. It lasts for a week in total. Chen Dong hates it to death. Xiaodong, do you have any plans for this holiday? Sitting on the sofa, touching Lin Yutong's delicate face in his arms, Chen Dong lowered his head and asked, No. Can you help me with something? Brother Dong, you say? Lin Yutong sat up and looked into Chen Dong's eyes seriously. Just lie down. It's not a big deal. Chen Dong embraced the beauty in his arms again. As you can see, although this house is well decorated, it still lacks a lot of daily necessities. Can you help me buy some things this holiday to make it feel more like home? No problem, Dong Gu. Shopping is our girl's favorite thing. Lin Yutong readily agreed. She was worried about being bored during the Chinese New Year. Now there is something to do. It's interesting to think about going shopping and buying things every day and decorating this new house. Okay, give me your bank card number and I'll transfer some money to you. Chen Dong took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer money to Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong shook her head. No need, Brother Dong. You spent a lot of money on the trip to Urban. I'll pay for the shopping. Obedient. Chen Dong's tone was firm, like a domineering CEO. Lin Yutong had no choice but to compromise and obediently sent Chen Dong her bank card number. Soon, Chen Dong transferred the money. Ding dong. Almost dropped her jaw when she saw the reminder text message from the bank. 1 million? Brother Dong, you gave too much money. Lin Yutong was surprised. How could I possibly spend $1 million on these things? Chen Dong touched Lin Yutong's pink cheek and smiled. A good horse deserves a good saddle. This house is worth hundreds of millions, so the things you use should also be high-end. Don't be afraid to spend money. If it's not enough, tell me. Okay, I see. Lin Yutong said nothing more. What Chen Dong said made sense. For such a nice house, the daily necessities must be worthy of the luxury here. Like bedding. If you buy a 4-piece set that costs a few $100s, it will seem very low-end. She planned to make a list first, then check it online. Finally, go to the physical store to buy it. In a blink of an eye, it was noon. Chen Dong entered Lin Yutong's information into the property company's facial recognition system, and then drove her to taste the food at a nearby French restaurant. There are beautiful women as companions. This was a very enjoyable meal. Xiaodong, do you have anything to do this afternoon? Accompany me to a charity auction. Chen Dong did not forget the most important thing. Whether his savings can break through a small target today depends entirely on the auction in the afternoon. Okay, if Dong Gu doesn't find me annoying. Lin Yutong bit her red lips playfully. Her delicate look made Chen Dong's heart surge. He likes this kind of beauty. Reserved but not ostentatious, shy but not timid, pure but not dull, charming but not coquettish. In short, pure desire has its limits, and everything is just right. After dinner, Chen Dong drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan straight to the Cultural Palace. In the passenger seat, Lin Yutong, dressed in Chanel fashion, was as beautiful as an angel incarnate. Arrived at the Cultural Palace. After Chen Dong parked the car, he took Lin Yutong into the auditorium. Above the gate, there was a red banner that read Charity Auction for Tibet Disaster Relief from all walks of life in Shanghai. Because it is an official charity auction for disaster relief. So no tickets are needed. After identification is checked at the door, everyone is allowed in. However, Lin Yutong did not bring her ID card. Stopped by staff. Under negotiation. At this time, a couple in their early 20s came over. Chen Dong. The girl recognized Chen Dong and called out his name. Chen Dong turned around and found that it was his college classmate, Deputy Class Monitor Kai Bingbing. It turned out to be Squad Leader Kai. Chen Dong greeted him with a smile. Kai Bingbing has an average appearance and can be considered a beauty after dressing up. When they were in school, Chun Dong and Kai Bingbing had an ambiguous relationship for a while, but neither of them made their relationship clear. The reason is simple. Chun Dong is a poor boy from a rural area in Jiangbei, while Kai Bingbing is a native of Shanghai. The gap between their identities is too big. Chun Dong didn't have the courage to confess his love to Kai Bingbing, and Kai Bingbing looked down on Chun Dong's family conditions. It eventually came to nothing. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Guiji, the department manager of Gui's Food Factory, and this is Chun Dong, my college classmate. Kai Bingbing is an extrovert and took the initiative to act as an introducer. Of course, she also wanted to show off her boyfriend to Chun Dong. Out of politeness, Chun Dong nodded to Guiji. Unexpectedly, this guy's eyes kept rolling around on Lin Yutong. Damn it, you dare to covet my woman? Chun Dong couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. Come on, introduce her to us. Kai Bingbing was also attracted by Lin Yutong's peerless beauty. As a girl, her natural sense of comparison made her inevitably a little jealous. Why didn't God give her such a beautiful and exquisite appearance? Hello, my name is Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong smiled and took the initiative to introduce herself. She's beautiful, and her name is Nice. Guiji immediately started to flatter him, his eyes glittering with filthiness. Ahem. Kai Bingbing pretended to cough to remind her boyfriend to be careful. Praise other girls in front of your girlfriend. Are you so promising? Come on, let's go in together. Kai Bingbing was preparing to enter the venue holding her boyfriend's arm. Lin Yutong shrugged. You guys go in first. I don't have my ID with me, so they won't let me in. That's easy, I'll take care of it. Guiji volunteered to find the staff. Beautiful lady, my name is Guiji, and this is my ID card. My father is the chairman of the Gui's Food Factory and a representative of our district's advanced taxpayers. Could you please make an exception and let my friend in? He thinks his dad is the big boss. Guiji is very confident. In the past, when he encountered similar things, as long as he used his father's name, basically there was nothing he couldn't handle in Suwei District. Being a big taxpayer not only means being rich, but also means having an extraordinary background. Result. I'm sorry, sir. We are also following the rules. Without an ID card, you really can't enter. I hope you can understand. The staff rejected Guiji without any hesitation. Damn, did you hear that? My dad is a major taxpayer in Suwei District. To put it bluntly, all of you are supported by my dad's money. Today is a charity auction. If rich people like us don't come, who will buy your stuff? Guiji yelled loudly. He looked a bit arrogant, but there was some truth in what he said. Taxpayers have a very low status in this society. Forget it, the auction is about to start, let's go in first. Kai Bingbing grabbed her boyfriend. She browsed the items for today's auction online in advance and took a fancy to one of the bachelor apartments, so she paid 3 times in one night and asked her boyfriend to help her buy the apartment. She saw her boyfriend standing up for another girl and ruining her big plan. How could Kai Bingbing not be anxious? Chun Dong, you can ask your girlfriend to go back and get her ID card. It should still be in time. If you don't plan on buying any items, there's no need to join in the fun. The weather is nice today, so it would be nice to take your girlfriend for a stroll in the park, hee. Hear what Kai Bingbing said. Chun Dong couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, she was still the same young lady from Shanghai who loved to mock him and was full of superiority. Who the hell has no business to join in the fun at a place like this? Do you still think I am the poor student who had nothing before? Chun Dong didn't want to show off at the auction, but now he has changed his mind. Chapter 59, Kai Bingbing's shock, confirming the 3 auction items. Beautiful lady, I've taken a fancy to several items on auction today. Please report this to your supervisor. If you really can't get in, we won't make things difficult for you. Chun Dong opened his mobile banking app and showed the staff his deposit balance. The staff was very serious and asked Chun Dong to exit the mobile banking app and then log in again. After confirming that the pictures were not photoshopped, she took Chun Dong's phone and started counting. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 50 million. After repeated confirmation, the staff member gasped, Sir, there is no need to report to the leader. Please take your number plate. You too, please come in. Money is indeed omnipotent. See the charming smile on the staff's face. Chun Dong couldn't help but sigh. Let's go, Xiaotong. Chun Dong held Lin Yutong's hand and walked into the venue. Kai Bingbing on the side was a little surprised. How did Chun Dong do something that even her boyfriend couldn't handle? Wait for us. Kai Bingbing was stunned for a few seconds. Then she reacted and hurriedly chased after Chun Dong. Chun Dong, what did you show that young lady just now? She seemed to say something about 50 million? What does that mean? Catching up with Chun Dong, Kai Bingbing asked with confusion. Qin Dong said truthfully, "That's my deposit balance." "Wow, what? You have 50 million in savings?" Kai Bingbing was shocked. His eyes widened, and he swallowed subconsciously. 50 million in deposits. Her boyfriend is a well-known rich second generation in Suwei district, but he only has 8 million in his bank card. How could Qin Dong, a poor boy from the countryside, have so much money? Even among billionaires, it is rare to come up with 50 million in cash at once. Kai Bingbing stared at Qin Dong blankly, feeling extremely flustered. Lin Yutong was also a little shocked, but she soon got relieved. Qin Dong drives a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth tens of millions, lives in a Thompson Epine luxury house worth hundreds of millions, and spent 1 million just on chartering a plane to go to Harbin. It is normal for him to have 50 million in savings. Bingbing, don't believe him. This guy is just showing off. Guo Yiji whispered in his girlfriend's ear. If you want to see, I can even make a 500 million yuan deposit appear for you. I guess so. He comes from the countryside and was the poorest student in his class when he was in college. He's only graduated 6 months ago. How could he possibly make so much money? Kai Bingbing whispered in agreement with her boyfriend. She also felt that Qin Dong was deliberately pretending to force her. He must have been looked down upon by her in college, which caused him to develop a pathological mentality, so he wanted to save face in front of her. Haha, Qin Dong. You are still as tough as ever. When you are in school, it doesn't matter if you don't have money, it won't affect your normal studies. Now that you have graduated and entered the society, if you don't have money, you will always be an inferior person. What's the use of having strong bones? The bank card balance can be faked through Photoshop, but without real money, can you buy something for free? Poor, beautiful lady next to you. She is blind and follows a poor boy like you. She won't be able to buy a car or a house in the future and will leave you sooner or later. Self-hypnosis in the heart. Kai Bingbing looked at Qin Dong and Lin Yutong with disdain and walked forward with her boyfriend's arm in arm with a look of contempt. There's a seat here. Let's sit here, Bingbing. Guo Yiji pulled his girlfriend and deliberately sat in the seat in the row in front of Qin Dong. Kai Bingbing frowned. Why are you sitting here? There are still many seats in the front. Guo Yiji glanced back at Qin Dong and whispered in his girlfriend's ear, when the auction starts, let's see what your classmate will bid for. If he can't afford anything, we can see where he puts his ugly face. You're still a smart husband. If Qin Dong doesn't buy anything, I must ridicule him in person. Look at how he pretended to be just now. It's disgusting to the death. Don't worry, honey. Your husband is here and will never let you lose face. Guo Yiji tilted the corner of his mouth, looking confident. He just didn't believe that Qin Dong, who came from the countryside, could overshadow him, the rich young man from Shanghai. Kai Bingbing took the opportunity to act coquettishly and said, Hubby, you have to help me take a picture of the bachelor apartment we agreed on. Of course, you still don't believe me, honey. I've got the money ready. Showed it off in front of his girlfriend. At the same time, he turned around and looked at Lin Yutong behind him again with a lewd look. It is important to satisfy your girlfriend's greed. It would be great if I could take this opportunity to snatch Qin Dong's girlfriend away. I must show off at the auction later and let the beautiful lady see what a rich young man in Shanghai who spends money like water looks like. Back row. Qin Dong didn't notice their performance at all. He was holding the auction brochure and carefully studying today's auction items. The auction's 10x cashback coupon is only valid for 3 auction items. So he had to find the 3 items with the highest final transaction prices among all the auction items. After browsing several times, he identified 2 items for auction. One is the youth club apartment provided by China Overseas Land Investment, with an area of 46 square meters and a starting price of 1.8 million. The final transaction price will definitely exceed 2 million. The other is an emerald gold and jade necklace offered by Lao Fengsheng Jewelry. The starting price is 2.2 million. The final transaction price cannot be estimated because this thing is very complicated and Qin Dong does not know its true value. The third auction item? Qin Dong couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Because the starting prices of the remaining auction items are all below 1 million, and there are even many auction items below 100,000. Wow, there are also calligraphy works by Mr. Li Songshan. At this time, Lin Yutong suddenly sighed. Qin Dong asked curiously, who is Li Songshan? Is he famous? Brother Dong, look, there's an introduction here. Teacher Li is the dean of the Magic City Calligraphy and Painting Academy. He's very accomplished in calligraphy and is known as the best calligrapher in the Magic City world. My dad admires him very much and often copies teacher Li Songshan's works when practicing calligraphy. That's why I know him, hee. After hearing what Lin Yutong said, Qin Dong took another closer look at Li Songshan's auction item. We are in the same boat. Just these 4 words. The starting price is 800,000. This is equivalent to 200,000 per character. It seems that Li Songshan is indeed very famous, and a piece of his calligraphy is worth a house in his hometown. Otherwise, the third auction item will be Li Songshan's calligraphy work? Chen Dong looked at the fairy-like, beautiful Lin Yutong beside him and made up his mind secretly. Next, Chen Dong read the auction rules again. The auction was divided into two parts. The first half consisted of items with a starting price of less than 500,000 yuan, while the second half consisted of items with a starting price of more than 500,000 yuan. The most expensive item was the emerald, gold, and jade necklace, which was the finale of this charity auction. Take a 10-minute break in between. There are 36 lots in total, all provided by enterprises and institutions in Shanghai, as well as celebrity artists. Because there are many items for auction, each item has only 1 minute of auction time. If the time limit is exceeded, the item will be unsold. And unlike most auctions, the settlement is settled uniformly after the auction. Payment is due immediately after the auction. Pay the money and get the goods. The auction amount will be displayed on the big screen in real time. Wait until the auction is over. The funds raised will be donated directly to the Tibetan areas affected by the earthquake, mainly for post-disaster reconstruction. A few minutes later, the auditorium was packed with about 100 people. Two hosts, a man and a woman, came on stage and gave brief introductions. The auction officially begins. Chapter 60, Buy Li Songshan's calligraphy and get 8.8 million cash back. The entire first half, Chen Dong was almost always resting with his eyes closed. Lin Yutong next to him sat upright, like a good student who was listening to the class attentively. Her 97-point appearance makes it difficult for her to keep a low profile, and she stands out like a crane among chickens, attracting many people's attention. Some middle-aged men even took out their mobile phones without any shame and came over to take pictures of Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong was embarrassed at first, but you can get used to it gradually. No way. This is the trouble with being beautiful. Just take the photo. Anyway, she is already taken. These people really haven't seen the world. What are they filming? What's so good about it? They want to see beautiful women on Douyin. There are all kinds of beauties. Huh. Kai Bingbing was extremely jealous. He glanced at Lin Yutong behind him with disdain. His eyes burned with anger. His mouth was twisted almost to his ears. Don't worry about them. With such a beautiful woman like this, your male classmate will become a cuckold sooner or later. Gua Yiji hurriedly comforted his girlfriend and stepped on Chen Dong's foot. You see, there is no treasure. Chen Dong didn't even move in the first half and didn't buy a single item. It's impossible for him to have 50 million in savings. I guess he can't even take out 50,000. Why is he pretending? I guess so. Why would they attend an auction if they don't buy anything? They even have the nerve to Photoshop their bank balance. People from the countryside are just cheap. Kai Bingbing gritted her teeth and hated Chen Dong in her heart. She hated Chen Dong for being blind and not confessing his love to her when they were in school, and for being her bootlicker. She hated Chen Dong's good luck for finding such a beautiful girlfriend who was so much better than her. She hated Chen Dong for bringing his girlfriend to the auction, which caused her boyfriend to be attracted to Lin Yutong. He would pretend to look at his phone from time to secretly glance at the vixen behind him. You're so right, baby. Country people are just mean. Guiji nodded in agreement. He turned around and glanced at Chen Dong. By the way, I glanced at Lin Yutong's delicate little face. Damn, such a beautiful girl. It would be great if she was his girlfriend. At least 6 times a night. Gua Yiji reluctantly turned around and continued to belittle Chen Dong in front of his girlfriend. The items in the second half of the auction are all over 500,000 yuan. There's no way Chen Dong can bid for them. He's sitting here pretending to be a zombie, occupying the toilet without doing anything. If I were his girlfriend, I would have dumped him long ago. He's such a show-off, aren't he ashamed? Let's not worry about him. Honey, you have to help me buy that Zhonghai apartment later. I checked online, and the starting price is hundreds of thousands lower than the market price. Kai Bingbing hugged her boyfriend's neck and deliberately showed her happiness in front of Chen Dong. Her boyfriend is not some pretentious god, but a genuine second-generation rich man who drives a Porsche Cayenne worth over 1 million yuan. How can a second-generation farmer like you compare to him? After a short break, the second half of the auction begins. Unlike the first half, where someone made a bid as soon as the auction started, of the items at this time has obviously decreased. After all, the starting price of these items is over 500,000 yuan. Unless you like them very much or have already had someone in your heart, it is impossible to bid rashly. Some people who were bored sitting there have started to leave one after another. Some people choose to continue watching the fun. I especially want to see who will get the emerald, gold, and jade necklace in the end. As several lots failed to sell, the host deliberately slowed down the auction and introduced each item repeatedly for several minutes. Even so, there were still 2 or 3 items that received no bids. It's not easy to make money these days, and rich people are not fools. No one will buy things they don't need. Although it is a charity auction for disaster relief, everyone comes here to pick up bargains. Many of them have already donated money and materials. If the items are not what they want, or the auction price exceeds their psychological expectations, the wealthy will choose to wait and see. Although it was a bit dull, the auction will continue as usual. I would like to solemnly introduce the following item, because it is absolutely a very rare treasure tonight. Especially for friends who love calligraphy and painting, I hope you will listen carefully and absolutely do not miss this very rare opportunity. The male host kept the audience in suspense. The host has finally announced the item. This is the calligraphy work of Mr. Lee Song-han, the director of the Magic City Calligraphy and Painting Academy. We are in the same boat. As the host shows the items for auction, Lee Song-han, who was sitting in the first row of the audience, felt his heart in his throat. He created this work specifically for a charity auction. Judging from the market popularity of his previous calligraphy works, this one should not be difficult to sell. However, after the host said the starting price is 800,000, there was a sigh from the audience, but still no one showed their cards to bid. No way, no one took the photo? Lee Song-han felt a cold sweat on his forehead. This was obviously beyond his expectations. This work was carefully created by him and had almost no flaws. Before the auction, he vowed to his leaders that this work would definitely sell for a good price and contribute to the aid to Tibet. But now, am I going to be slapped in the face? Lee Song-han took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his face. The failure to sell at auction is a small matter. His identity as the dean of the Shanghai Academy of Painting and Calligraphy is a big deal. If the embarrassing news of his work failing to sell at auction gets out, how can he have the face to continue to hang around in the calligraphy and painting circle? A lifetime of reputation was ruined in an instant. It seems that this auction is destined to be the Waterloo of his life. Lee Song-han closed his eyes silently. At the same time, who was sitting a few rows behind, couldn't help but frown. Why is no one filming Teacher Lee's works? If she had the money, she would definitely take the picture. If I give it to my dad, he will definitely be very happy. Unfortunately, she has no money. Lin Yutong felt a little lost, and a hint of melancholy appeared on his handsome face. This is a work that Dean Lee created specifically for this auction. According to market conditions in recent years, it's practically impossible to buy an authentic work by Teacher Lee at this price. Are you sure no one's bidding? The female host is still making her last bit of effort. However, there was still no response. Just when everyone thought it was going to fail. 880,000. After Chen Dong clicked on his mobile phone to use the tenfold cashback coupon for the charity auction, he raised his number plate. Because there is a requirement for cashback coupons, each bid increase cannot exceed 10% of the starting price of the auction item. So he can only add 80,000 at most. Okay, this gentleman is offering 880,000. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The female host's voice was trembling with excitement. Naturally, no one raised the price. Chen Dong successfully won the auction item. 2 staff members came over, one holding a POS machine and the other holding a calligraphy piece. Pay by card. Chen Dong received Lee Song-han's work in the same boat. There is also a cashback of 8.8 million. Nice. With the protection of a godmother, making money is so easy. Brother Dong, you have good taste. Lin Yutong couldn't help but praise Chen Dong. If my dad knew that Brother Dong had taken photos of teacher Lee Song-han's works, he would definitely look at Brother Dong with new eyes. By then, Dad shouldn't object to her dating Dong Go, right? Hee, I hope so. Lin Yutong's mood suddenly changed from cloudy to sunny. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Dong with admiration, and her gaze gradually became dull. And the two in the front row. At this point, he was so angry that he wanted to explode on the spot. Chapter 61. Photographing a single apartment. Making money is easier than drinking water. The economy is so bad right now, and he's actually buying calligraphy. Is this guy completely out of his mind? Guiji turned his head. He looked at Chen Dong like a fool. Kai Bingbing immediately chimed in. Yeah, calligraphy can make a living. Calligraphy can live in a house. A country bumpkin from the countryside wants to imitate the rich and famous in calligraphy. How ridiculous. Oh, I see. Guiji suddenly lowered his voice and whispered to his girlfriend. This classmate of yours is probably a shill hired by Dean Lee to deliberately bid high for his calligraphy to drive up its market value. Of course it is. You are really smart, husband. You must get that bachelor apartment for me later and show this country guy what is valuable. Don't worry, baby. That apartment won't fly away with me. Guiji took the opportunity to reach out and secretly touched his girlfriend's thigh. Kai Bingbing did not dodge. In order to convince her boyfriend to buy her a house, She gave in to her boyfriend 3 times last night. Touching the thigh was nothing, just basic sex. For the performance of the two, Chen Dong still ignored it. He came to the auction to make money and didn't have the energy to deal with idiots. Sir, Dean Li said that after the auction is over, please wait a moment. He wants to thank you in person. A staff member came over and told Chen Dong something. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. The auction will continue. 10 minutes later. Husband, hurry up, get ready, the apartment is going to be auctioned. Kai Bingbing shouted excitedly. It was as if the monster saw a monk from the Tang dynasty. Don't worry, baby. Wait and see how your husband performs. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Guiji took out his bank card and rubbed it on Kai Bingbing's face. Anyway, the apartment will be sold under his own name, so he can just consider it as an investment. He won't be stupid enough to give a house to a gold digger. Do you all think that rich second generations are fools? Having a wealthy father, they will never do business that will lose money just by being influenced by him since childhood. Now, let me introduce today's hottest auction item. To be precise, it's not an item, but a studio apartment provided free of charge by China Overseas Land Investment for this auction. This apartment boasts a prime location, meticulously renovated, and fully furnished. It's practically move-in ready, and no Shanghai home buying qualifications are required. The starting price is 1.8 million. Bid now. The host just finished his introduction. Immediately, several people raised their number plates at the same time. Chinese people really love buying houses. Although this is just a small apartment, it is almost the most popular in the entire auction. Just less than a minute. The auction price has reached the 2 million mark. Husband, hurry up and raise your sign. It's about to be snapped up by someone else. Seeing that the apartment was in danger, Kai Bingbing hurriedly shook her boyfriend's arm. Okay, I'll lift it right away. Guo Yiji raised the number plate in his hand and raised the price by 10,000. But before he could put his hand down, he was overtaken by someone else. Baby, this house is too popular. Let's wait a little longer. It won't be too late to move at the end. Guiji backed out. Kai Bingbing was just a plaything he found on a whim. He never really wanted to buy a house for Kai Bingbing. Later, if the auction price of this apartment exceeds the market price, even if he does not raise the price, Kai Bingbing will have nothing to say. Okay, then you must buy it for me. Actually, this is for your own good. This apartment is fully furnished and has all the furniture and appliances. You can move in right away. It will be convenient for you to come visit me later. Don't you think it's right, husband? Kai Bingbing still acted coquettishly and cutely, trying her best to coax her boyfriend. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. Since she has given her body, she must get benefits from her rich second-generation boyfriend. If she can't get the apartment, she will lose a lot. I know, honey. Let's see how much this apartment can fetch. Guiji was getting a little impatient. Gold diggers are trouble. All he talks about is money. When he looks for a wife in the future, he absolutely doesn't want a gold digger. From the time he started college to the time he graduated, he played dozens of them, and he was almost sick of them. Guiji and Kai Bingbing were distracted, and each had their own plans. This way, the price of this single apartment in China Overseas Land Investment is still increasing. Perhaps it's because there's no need to qualify to buy a home. Many single white-collar workers who do not have Shanghai household registration want to take advantage of this opportunity. A few minutes passed. The apartment's auction price has soared to 2.6 million, at least 200,000 above its market price. These people are idiots. Wouldn't it be better to spend so much money and just go to the sales office to buy it? Why bother attending a ridiculous auction? Honey, I say, let's not bid on this apartment. It's not worth it. Guiji finally showed his true colors. From the very beginning, he had been coaxing Kai Bingbing and painting big rosy pictures for her. If you want to sleep with him, you can. You want him to spend money? Break up. The next one will be better. This has always been his way of picking up girls. It works every time. After several years of personal experience, he found that many gold diggers seemed smart but were actually idiots. As long as he used sweet words and drove around the road in his sports car for a few laps, these women would take the initiative to check into a room with him and give it to him for free. In the end, he didn't even have to pay for the hotel room. He has the same attitude towards Kai Bingbing. If you dare to make trouble, we will break up immediately. Honey, I've inquired. Buying a bare-bones apartment at the sales office doesn't come with decoration, furniture, or appliances. This apartment being auctioned is their model apartment. Even if I increase the price by another 100,000, it's still a good deal. Kai Bingbing is determined to keep pursuing her boyfriend. Guiji stopped pretending and raised his arm to push Kai Bingbing away. Are you fucking annoying? I said it's not worth it. It's not worth it. A house worth millions. You just bid for it if you want. If you keep being unreasonable like this, we'll break up. I hate brainless girls the most. Guiji, what are you talking about? Seeing her boyfriend's attitude change 180 degrees, Kai Bingbing was immediately frightened. Guo Yiji snorted coldly. Kai Bingbing, let's break up. You are a pure gold digger. We are not suitable for each other. You're a fucking liar. Kai Bingbing couldn't bear it anymore, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She woke up and realized that she had been played by a scumbag. But it was too late. Guo Yiji had already abandoned her and left the venue. During the quarrel, price of this apartment reached 2.8 million, and no one raised the price because it was far above the market price. It would be better to buy it directly from the sales office, where you can choose the floor. Okay, any more bids? 2.8 million per session. The host was about to bring down the hammer. Chen Dong held up the number plate. 2.98 million. The starting price of this apartment is 1.8 million yuan, and the price increase cannot exceed 10% each time. So Chen Dong increased the price by 180,000 yuan. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes turned to Chen Dong. He just spent 880,000 to buy a piece of calligraphy, and now he spent 2.98 million to buy an apartment. This afternoon, Chen Dong became the most dazzling man at this charity auction. No one raised the price again. Pay by card. Chen Dong took over the house purchase contract and other documents, and 29.8 million yuan was deposited into his bank card at the same time. With the 0 yuan shopping mall, making money is easier than drinking water. Cool. Around me, Lin Yutong, who was so beautiful that she was bubbling with energy, sat up straighter with her delicate and graceful body. Having a boyfriend who is so generous. As her girlfriend, she also felt proud. Accept the attention of the whole audience. Look, this is my boyfriend. Is he handsome? Is he super rich? Is he very loving? Lin Yutong felt a little bit proud in her heart and couldn't help showing off a little bit, which made her fair little face look even more delicate and beautiful. Kai Bingbing in the front row was completely shocked. Chen Dong spent 2.98 million to buy the apartment she liked. Pa pa pa. She was slapped in the face. I sat up in shock from my dying illness and found that I was the clown. This time I met Chen Dong. Kai Bingbing was completely humiliated. The image of a Shanghai lady that she had worked so hard to create when she was in school collapsed. Chapter 62. The deposit is close to 150 million. Dong brother, you are hot. After a fierce battle for housing, the auction once again reached a low point, with few people bidding for the next few items. Until the host took out the finale emerald gold and jade necklace. The crowd who waited until the last moment. Finally, I woke up from my drowsiness, rubbed my eyes, and regained my spirits. This lot is provided free of charge by Lao Fengxiang Jewelry. I'm sure you all have your own opinions on its value, so I don't need to elaborate here. It's a top-quality emerald, exquisitely inlaid with gold and jade. The starting price is 2.2 million. Those who know the business, please raise your numbers. Hear the host's simple yet sensational introduction. Chen Dong also rubbed his temples, his eyes focused on the emerald gold and jade necklace. He doesn't care how much the item is worth. He only knew that he had to get this treasure. The charity auction's tenfold cashback coupons have 3 chances to cash back, and he has already used them twice. Not only can he not waste the last one, he also wants to make a lot of money from it. Same as the previous 2 times. After the auction started, Chen Dong did not rush to make a move. Let the rich go first. He can make the final decision with just one stroke. Really, many wealthy people are waiting for this finale item. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. The price increases are getting more and more crazy. The finest emeralds are hard to come by, especially for middle-aged and elderly people who believe in traditional feng shui culture. They think that emeralds symbolize wealth and longevity and are peerless jewels that can be passed down. Once they set their eyes on them, they are willing to spend any amount of money. In just a few minutes, the emerald gold and jade necklace with a starting price of 2.2 million has been chased up to a high price of 3.6 million, and the price is still increasing. In Shanghai, Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh. He originally wanted to finish the bidding quickly and leave, but he didn't expect this group of people to keep chattering here, raising the price by 10,000 or 20,000. There was no other way. In order to earn a tenfold cashback, he could only wait. Xiaodong, do you think this necklace looks good? Chen Dong asked the peerless beauty beside him. Lin Yutong smiled and shook her head. If my grandma were still alive, she would definitely like it. Haha. Chen Dong was amused by the school beauty's humor. Yes, although this necklace is very valuable, the style is too old-fashioned and women under 60 years old cannot wear it at all. He had originally thought of taking a picture of it and giving it to his future mother-in-law. Now it seems that it is better to leave it to his mother. At worst, I can wait until my mom's 60th birthday before wearing it. Brother Dong, are you going to take a picture of this necklace? Lin Yutong asked curiously. Chen Dong nodded. Since we are here, We must buy some things to take back. It is our duty to help Tibet with the disaster relief. After saying that, Chen Dong patted his chest. Brother Dong, you're such a nice person. Lin Yutong's smiling eyes became even more moist. He was indeed the man she liked. He was rich and loving. She would definitely be very happy to marry Chen Dong. Extremely happy. While chatting and laughing, no one is bidding higher for the emerald and golden-laid jade necklace anymore. This lady bid 5.18 million. She's really discerning. Are there any friends who would like to raise the price? Okay, 5.18 million for the first time. The host didn't have time to say it a second time. 5.4 million. Chen Dong raised the license plate, and the increase in price was also 10% of the starting price, without wasting a penny. Wow, this handsome young gentleman has struck again. The female host's tone was very exaggerated. I don't know if they were deliberately creating an auction atmosphere, or if they were really shocked by Chen Dong's handsomeness and generosity. If you don't make a move, it's fine. But if you do, it's a fatal blow. Just like the heroes in martial arts dramas. Which woman doesn't like it? Excuse me, ma'am over here. Would you like to continue following up? The male host looked at the woman who had just made the bid. Chen Dong also turned his head to look curiously. The beauty was about 30 years old, wearing black-framed glasses, with messy hair and casual clothes. She looked like a female slave who had just finished her night shift in the office. There was nothing special about her. 5.42 million. The lady chose to continue raising the price. Chen Dong followed up, 5.64 million. Okay, this gentleman bids. The host didn't have time to finish. 5.66 million. The lady raised the price again. Chen Dong was happy. It was a rare opportunity to meet such a noble person to play with him. Every time he increases the price, it means he can earn 10 times more cash back. If the lady is not tired, he is willing to play this game forever. 5.88 million. Chen Dong followed up again. The lady glanced at Chen Dong, her expression expressionless. 5.9 million. 6.12 million. Chen Dong added another 220,000. It's not that he's trying to show off, but the starting price of this necklace is 2.2 million, plus 10%, so he has no choice. Wow, this handsome man has broken the 6 million mark. Let's give him a round of applause. The female host is very sensational. Chen Dong felt very embarrassed. It was clearly an auction, but it was run like a talent show. The host was probably hired from a TV station, a side effect of having too many entertainment show hosts. As the applause rang out, the attention of the whole audience was once again focused on Chen Dong. From his calligraphy works worth 880,000 yuan, to his single apartment worth 2.98 million yuan, to his current emerald necklace worth 6.12 million yuan, even the many wealthy people present could not help but sigh in admiration at the financial resources of this young man. After the applause died down, the lady with glasses who had been raising the price just now waved to the host, indicating that she would stop raising the price. After the host called out the price 3 times, he struck the gavel. 6.12 million. Chen Dong successfully bought the emerald gold and jade necklace. Today's charity auction raised a total of more than 15 million yuan in donations, with Chen Dong alone taking more than 9 million yuan, making him the well-deserved MVP of the event. Pa pa pa. Spontaneous applause once again filled the entire auditorium. Brother Dong, you are so hot. Seeing Chen Dong become the focus of everyone's attention again, Lin Yutong, Chen Dong's girlfriend, felt extremely proud. Her watery black eyes looked at Chen Dong's handsome face lovingly. I met such a loving boyfriend. She undoubtedly found a treasure. This man, she must spend her whole life loving. Now, Kai Bingbing in the front row felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her head was buzzing. Impossible, this is impossible. Chen Dong is obviously a phoenix man from the countryside. How could he be so rich? Boom. Kai Bingbing's eyes went dark and she collapsed on the chair. Congratulations, sir, and thank you for your support of our charity auction. This time the female host came in person to give Chen Dong the necklace. His eyes were filled with admiration. What a pity. Chen Dong is not interested in this 82-point beauty who has had double-digit love affairs. Follow the procedure and pay by card. Immediately received a 10-fold cashback of 61.2 million on his ICBC card, plus the previous 2 cashbacks of 8.8 million and 29.8 million. In this auction alone, Chen Dong earned 99.8 million, which was almost a small goal, plus the more than 50 million in savings accumulated previously. Chen Dong's bank card balance has reached nearly 150 million, making him a true billionaire. Haha, so good to spend more the more you spend. Chen Dong thanked the system again in his heart. The Zero Yuan shopping mall app is really awesome. Let's go, Xiaotong. After completing the formalities, Chen Dong took Lin Yutong's hand and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the female host quickly called out to Chen Dong. Sir, can I take a photo with you? Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Chen Dong is not a stud. He doesn't want to waste a penny of his energy on women he is not interested in. Walk out of the venue. An old man wearing a Tang-style cotton coat came quickly up to the two of them. Mr. Chen, please stay. Chen Dong stopped and frowned at the stranger in front of him. Excuse me, who are you? Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Li Songshan, the Dean of the Magic City Calligraphy and Painting Academy. Li Songshan said as he handed over his business card with both hands. Chen Dong took it and took a look and found a bunch of titles printed on it. In addition to being the Dean of the Magic City Calligraphy and Painting Academy, this calligrapher Li is also a director of the China Calligraphy Association and a visiting professor at the Magic City Normal University. It's Dean Li, nice to meet you. Chen Dong said politely. Mr. Chen, thank you for taking a picture of my humble work today. Otherwise, I would be so embarrassed. If you don't mind, I would like to give you another work. After his works were met with a cold reception at the auction, Li Songshan also reflected on the situation. He guessed that it was probably because the four words together in the same boat were not auspicious. Usually people would say together in the same boat when they encountered difficulties. The wealthy people who participated in the auction were afraid to avoid these four words, so how could they bid? No need, Dean Li. My taking a picture of your work means I'm willing to accept its value. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Chen Dong has no interest in calligraphy, so naturally he doesn't care whether this work is good or bad. He came here hoping for a tenfold cashback. Now that I have received the money, it doesn't matter whether my calligraphy is good or not. Seeing that Chen Dong had rejected his offer, Li Songshan didn't want to bother himself anymore. He shamelessly added Chen Dong's WeChat and clasped his hands together again, saying, If you need me in the future, Mr. Chen, please feel free to ask. Goodbye. Chen Dong nodded to Li Songshan and walked towards the parking lot with Lin Yutong. In the end, I only took a few steps. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. Someone was chasing him again. Chen Dong turned his head and saw that it was the woman with glasses who had bid with him for the emerald necklace. Thank you to everyone who sent gifts. Happy New Year. Chapter 63. The Gentle Little Witch, the popular Xiaodan Su Qingru. Excuse me, Mr. Chen, could you spare me a few minutes? The woman with glasses came running towards him, panting. Of course you can, sister. Please go ahead. Chen Dong politely called her sister. He actually wanted to thank this lady. If she hadn't kept raising the price, this emerald and golden-laid jade necklace wouldn't have been sold at a high price of over 6 million, and he wouldn't have been able to get the cashback of over 60 million. You know, every price increase is not 20,000 or 220,000 for Chen Dong. Instead, it means 200,000 and 2.2 million. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I'll get straight to the point then. The lady adjusted her glasses, glanced at Lin Yutong, and then turned her gaze back to Chen Dong. Mr. Chen, my name is Zhang Lina, and I'm Miss Su Qingru's agent. I'm here at this charity auction because Miss Su asked me to, specifically for that emerald necklace. Su Qingru? Could it be that female celebrity? Zhang Lina hasn't finished speaking yet. Lin Yutong couldn't help but interrupt her. Yes, Mississippi Qingru is currently in Xingqing recording the Mango TV Spring Festival Gala and can't make it here in time, so she specifically asked me to attend today's auction. Zhang Lina explained. Oh, it seems we are unlucky. Otherwise we would be able to see a big star today. Chen Dong said humorously. Although he is not a fan, Su Qingru's name is not unfamiliar to him. This actress has been a very popular first-line female artist in the past 2 or 3 years. The TV series she starred in are broadcast on major satellite TV stations and are very popular. Mr. Chen, you're joking. With Mr. Chen's ability, let alone Qingru, even the top artists can meet with just a word from Mr. Chen. Zhang Lina has high emotional intelligence, and her few words of praise made Chen Dong feel as comfortable as a spring breeze. No, you're flattering me, sister. Su Qingru is the most popular actress in our Chinese entertainment industry. How can ordinary people like us just meet her? Chen Dong waved his hand modestly. Seeing that the atmosphere is right, Zhang Lina quickly seized the opportunity and said, To be honest, Mr. Chen, Qingru really has something she'd like to trouble you with. If you can agree, Qingru said she would thank you in person and invite you to dinner at her home. Hearing this, Chen Dong became interested. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to have dinner at the home of the famous star Su Qingru. Hearing Zhang Lina's words, Lin Yutong widened her eyes with curiosity. Even the big star Su Qingru has to ask Brother Dong for help and invite Brother Dong to dinner at her home. Brother Dong is really too prestigious. Sister, please tell me, what trouble did Miss Su encounter? Chen Dong is a kind-hearted person. If Su Qingru really needed his help, he would definitely lend a hand. Zhang Lina didn't hide anything and told the truth. Qingruo's grandmother isn't feeling well, so she wanted to give her a spring festival gift. She heard there was a top-notch emerald necklace at today's auction, so she asked me to bid for it. But you, Mr. Chun, sold it to her at a high price. Qingru was extremely regretful when she found out, because she only gave me a bank card with a 6 million balance. So that's how it is. No wonder this sister stopped filming after reaching 6 million. Chen Dong roughly understood what was going on, but there should be no shortage of emerald necklaces on the market. Why did Miss Su only fall for this one? Lin Yutong expressed Chen Dong's doubts. Zhang Lina smiled at Lin Yutong and explained, because Qingru believes that this necklace will appear at the charity auction for disaster relief in Tibet, and the proceeds will be used for reconstruction in the disaster area, which will help many people, so Miss Su felt that giving this necklace to Grandma would be more meaningful and would bless her with health, longevity, peace, and prosperity. Lin Yutong once again acted as a messenger. She didn't do it on purpose, she just didn't want Chen Dong to think that she was just a pretty vase. This young lady is indeed very smart. Zhang Lina nodded approvingly at Lin Yutong, then looked at Chen Dong and said, Qingruo's question is, could you please, Mr. Chun, bear the pain and transfer this emerald necklace to her? She's willing to compensate you an additional 100,000 yuan on top of the transaction price. Lin Yutong was also looking at Chen Dong at this time. I don't know if he will agree to Su Qingru. No problem. Since it's a gift from Miss Su to Grandma, I'm willing to transfer it. But as for the money, forget it. Chen Dong readily agreed to Zhang Lina's request, but he wasn't going to take any money. Once the money is collected, it becomes purely a business matter. Once the money is paid and the goods are delivered, the deal is done. And even if he doesn't ask for money, Su Qingru will owe him a favor. Anyone with a little social experience knows that debts of favor are the hardest to repay. Paying 6 million to buy a favor is indeed not cheap. However, this favor comes from Su Qingru, a popular young actress, which is a very good deal. Thank you, Mr. Chun. After receiving Chen Dong's affirmative answer, Zhang Lina couldn't hide the joy on her face and immediately bowed to Chen Dong. But Mr. Chun, over 6 million is not a small sum. I suggest you accept this money. Otherwise, Qingru might feel guilty. Don't worry, I have a small request. Chen Dong smiled and waved at Zhang Lina. Mr. Chun, please speak. I'd like to add Miss Su's WeChat. Could you please ask her to send me a selfie of hers? Chen Dong stated his demands. Zhang Lina nodded in understanding and agreed. No problem, Mr. Chun. I will tell Qingru right away. A few minutes. Zhang Lina took the phone and told Chen Dong. Mr. Chun, Qingru is very happy and wants to thank you in person, but she can't make or receive calls right now, so she can only add you on WeChat. As soon as the words fell, beep, Chen Dong's phone rang, and there was a friend request on WeChat. The gentle little witch. Seeing this online name, Chen Dong couldn't help but smile. Through friends. As expected, it was Su Qingru without a doubt. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I'll take a picture of you right away. Su Qingru sent a message. Chen Dong replied with a okay. Waited for more than 10 seconds. A close-up photo of a cute and sweet girl appeared in Chen Dong's mobile chat box. In the photo, Su Qingru is smiling with her white teeth showing and making a scissors hand gesture. The background is the Mango TV Spring Festival Gala. Her bright big eyes seem to be able to speak, making people happy after seeing them. She is indeed a rising star in the entertainment industry. Her appearance is probably not inferior to Xiaodong. Thank you, Miss Su. I'll give the necklace to Sister Zhang right away. I'll treat you to a meal when you're free. I hope Miss Su will do me the honor. Chen Dong typed a line of words and sent it over. Su Qingru replied immediately. I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Chun. I'll treat you to a meal when I return to the Magic City. I hope Mr. Chen will honor you. Okay. After Chen Dong replied, he turned off his phone and handed the gift bag containing the emerald necklace to Zhang Lina. Sister Zhang, I've already made an appointment with Miss Su. You can take the things back. Zhang Lina took the necklace and bowed to Chen Dong again. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I won't waste your time then. Well, we're leaving first. Chen Dong said goodbye to Zhang Lina, took Lin Yutong's hand again, and walked into the parking lot. Sit in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After being silent for a long time, Lin Yutong finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and turned to ask Chen Dong. Brother Dong, why didn't you take Miss Su's money just now? More than 6 million can almost buy a house in Shanghai. Of course, it was to create some story with Su Qingru. Chen Dong smiled and said implicitly, if your boyfriend urgently needs a mobile phone, would you be willing to give it to him for free? Oh, I understand. Lin Yutong hung his head, his mood suddenly becoming depressed. Chen Dong is willing to spend so much money for her, let alone Su Qingru, the popular star. An unprecedented sense of crisis spread in my heart. If Brother Dong met Su Qingru, would he kick this ordinary girl away? Lin Yutong inexplicably wanted to cry. Here, this is for your dad. Just as he was feeling melancholy, Chen Dong handed him a paper box containing Li Songshan's calligraphy works. Lin Yutong hurriedly shook her head. I can't accept it. It's too expensive. Chen Dong laughed and said, Take it. Consider it as part of the betrothal gift. Lin Yutong was speechless due to shame. Brother Dong, you are so good to me. Lin Yutong let out a soft cry and couldn't help but fall into Chen Dong's arms. Chapter 64. Going to the Peace Hotel for dinner, the bank sent a flower. After a passionate love affair in the car, Chen Dong drove Cullinan and took Lin Yutong to the Peace Hotel near the Bund, where they planned to have dinner. During his years in Shanghai, he passed by the Peace Hotel several times. However, as a poor boy from the countryside, he didn't even have the courage to go in and take a look. I have no money on me. People also feel inferior. Living in a bustling metropolis, I can only live at the bottom of society, just enough to have food to eat and not starve to death. And now, he has more than 100 million yuan in deposits in his bank card, but he is still not qualified to enter the circle of wealthy people in Shanghai. But at least we can eat and drink freely. What is it like to go to the Peace Hotel for dinner with a 97-point pure school beauty? Chen Dong really wants to know the answer to this question. 5:30 p.m. Chen Dong parked his Cullinan in front of the Peace Hotel. He handed the keys to the parking attendant, took Lin Yutong's hand, and strode into the hotel. At the same time, Jiangbei City. In the president's office of the Jiangbei branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Hu Yunfei turned off his computer and was about to leave work. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Hu Yunfei sat upright in the boss chair and picked up a book to read. A pretty middle-aged woman walked in, closed the door, and said hurriedly, President Hu, I need to report something to you. Her name is Shen Manru. She is 38 years old and is the head of the Personal Finance Department of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Jiangbei branch. Sit down and talk about Manru. When he found out it was one of his own, Hu Yunfei threw the book away and lay back in his boss chair. Shen Manru sat down opposite Hu Yunfei and handed him the information in her hand. Old Hu, this afternoon our internal monitoring system detected that a bank card opened at our branch had a balance exceeding 100 million yuan. You have this customer's information. In a county-level city like Jiangbei, customers with deposits exceeding 100 million yuan are considered super VIPs of the bank. Having discovered a big client, Shen Manru dared not report it. Oh, let me see. Hu Yunfei put on his reading glasses and looked at the information carefully. Chen Dong, male, 19 years old, from Sanhe Village, Jiangbei City. After reading the information, Hu Yunfei took off his reading glasses and asked, This Mr. Chun is only 19 years old this year? Could you have made a mistake? Shen Manru quickly explained. He was 19 when he applied for the card, so he should be 23 this year. Based on the information I have, I guess Chen Dong should have just graduated from college. He has hundreds of millions in savings right after graduation. He's most likely a second-generation rich kid. Are there any wealthy business owners in Sanhe Village? No. I asked my colleagues who are from Sanhe Village. Seeing Shen Manru's determined eyes, Hu Yunfei paused for a moment and then asked, Have you checked the source of his funds? I checked, but there's only a record of the transfer amount, not the transferor. The computer says our branch doesn't have the authority. No authority? That's strange. Hearing Shen Manru's report, Hu Yunfei slumped in the boss chair, lost in thought. It is rare to find a 23-year-old with deposits of over 100 million yuan, and even fewer who do not have the authority to check the transferor. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation since he became the bank president. Could it be that behind this Chen Dong is an indescribable wealthy family? This person is no ordinary person. Thinking of this, Hu Yunfei immediately became nervous. Manru, where is Chen Dong now? Please make some arrangements. I want to visit him in person. Okay, I'll contact him as soon as I get to work tomorrow. Etc. Hu Yunfei suddenly stopped Shen Manru, his yellow eyes rolling around, and asked, Among the new female employees who joined our branch in the past 2 years, are there any particularly beautiful ones? This. Shen Manru hesitated for a few seconds and answered truthfully. Shen Xiyu is pretty and is privately known as the beauty of our branch. Shen Xiyu? Is that your niece? Well, she works under me now. Old Hu, you wouldn't fall for Xiyu, would you? Shen Manru's eyes became a little annoyed. This old guy has already possessed her. Is he going to take advantage of her niece? What are you talking about, Manru? I only have eyes for you. Hu Yunfei stood up, walked behind Shen Manru, put his hands on Shen Manru's shoulders, and rubbed them gently. Manru, I have an idea. Let Shiyu be Mr. Chen's personal financial advisor. After all, young people are easier to communicate with. Our branch must firmly hold on to a big client like Chen Dong, who has hundreds of millions in deposits and a strong background. But Shiyu is my niece from my mother's side. Brothers fight tigers together, fathers and sons fight together in battle, and a niece is more convenient for ideological work. Whether we can protect Chen Dong's deposits depends on you, aunt and niece. Hu Yunfei spoke earnestly. Shin Monru rolled her eyes at the old man, still angry. Shiyu has never been in a relationship before. Old Hu, you are pushing her into the fire pit. Monru, you've always been smart. How could you be so confused at this time? Hu Yunfei lay on Shin Monru's ear and sniffed like a dog. Think about it. Chen Dong is only 23 years old this year. He's definitely not married yet, and Shiyu is beautiful. Do you think that if these two young people get together, will sparks of love fly? Even if we take a step back, Mr. Chen has over 100 million in savings at such a young age. His future is limitless. Would Shiyu be at a disadvantage if she followed him? But Shin Monru wanted to plead for her niece, but Hu Yunfei covered her mouth with his hand. Monru, I still say the same thing. To work in our banking system, you must have a spirit of dedication. You have the most say in this regard. Think about it. You were just an ordinary teller in a township branch, and now you are the head of the personal finance department of our branch. How did you climb so fast? It's because you went down to inspect the work and got drunk and insisted on having sex with someone. Shin Monru blushed as she spoke. Even though she is almost 40 years old, she still looks like a young woman when she is shy, and her charming face is full of the charm of a mature woman. Hu Yunfei couldn't help but reach out and touch the smooth skin of Shin Monru's neck. That's right, if you put in the effort, you will definitely get something in return. You should do Shiyu's work tonight. If you can hold on to Mr. Chen's thigh, she will definitely have no worries about wealth and glory in this life. Old Hu, is there no other way? I'm doing this for Shiyu's own good. Believe it or not, if Chen Dong's information gets out, not to mention other banks, other women in our bank will immediately throw themselves at him. Okay, I'll take Shiyu to the buffet later, and I'll have a good chat with her. Shin Monru compromised. She was able to rise from an ordinary teller at the grassroots level to a senior executive in the branch, and was able to arrange for her niece, who graduated from a junior college, to become a formal employee in the bank, all thanks to the support of Lao Hu. Women want to climb high in this society. You have to step on men's shoulders. She arranged for Shiyu to work in the bank so that she could find a rich and powerful family. Now is indeed a good opportunity. After all, Chen Dong is not a 43-year-old greasy man with a big belly, nor is he a 53 or 63-year-old grandfather. Chen Dong is 23 years old, Shiyu is 22 years old, and their ages are suitable. Some thought in my mind. Shin Monru understood everything and couldn't wait to do her niece's work. That's right, Monru. Of course, you don't have to tell Shiyu all this yet. Just let her continue with her normal job duties as Chen Dong's personal advisor. When the time is right, it won't be too late to explain these principles to her. Don't worry, Lao Hu, I know what's going on. Is your husband back from his business trip? I'll come to see you at your new house tonight. Hu Yunfei hugged the charming young woman in front of him from behind. Shin Monru leaned against the bank president and said, Didn't I just give it to you the day before yesterday? You're old now, so you're not afraid of back pain. Hee hee, I'm still strong even with age. I feel like I'm even stronger now than I was a few years ago. Look at you, you dead ghost. Shin Monru turned around and poked Hu Yunfei's bald forehead with her finger. Don't go too early tonight. I want to have dinner with Shiyu. Come back after 10 o'clock. Okay, I'll take the medicine an hour early. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Bad guy, I'm leaving first. Shin Monru cast a seductive glance at the bank president, twisted her slender waist and plump buttocks, opened the door and left. Chapter 65 Lin Yutong doesn't go home. Chen Dong opens the presidential suite. Waiter, bring me a bottle of wine. After the dishes were served, Chen Dong felt a little greasy in his mouth and called the waiter to order some wine. Lin Yutong asked worriedly, You're driving, can you drink? Chen Dong smiled. It's okay, you can find a designated driver, or just stay here tonight. He had learned online that the Peace Hotel is a 5-star hotel that has both restaurants and guest rooms, and can provide one-stop services for food, drink, accommodation, and entertainment. Hearing this, Lin Yutong's pure and lustful cheeks unconsciously turned red. From the first day in Urban, Chen Dong made that request to her. Unfortunately, she was pregnant at the time, and she couldn't satisfy Chen Dong. She has been holding it in until now. Brother Dong probably wanted to eat her up a long time ago. Sir, this is our wine list. Which one would you like? The waiter held the wine list in both hands and asked Chen Dong to choose. After taking a quick look, Chen Dong pointed at a bottle of red wine and said, Let's go with this one. Okay, sir. You ordered 1996 Lafite red wine. I'll decant it for you right away. The waiter confirmed it again. After Chen Dong nodded, the waiter left with the wine list. Soon, red wine, a decanter, and 2 wine glasses were brought up. The waiter sobered up. He stood aside and poured wine for Chen Dong and Lin Yutong. Thank you, we'll do it ourselves. Seeing that Lin Yutong was a little uncomfortable, Chen Dong waved his hand to send the waiter away. Brother Dong, I'll toast you a glass. Really? With no one around to bother him, Lin Yutong became more proactive and raised his glass to toast Chen Dong. It seems that the school beauties period is completely over. Chen Dong picked up the wine glass, clinked it with Lin Yutong, and drank it all in one gulp with a grin on his face. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Yutong's face became more and more rosy, and she looked so delicate that it made people feel itchy. If the restaurant was not crowded and noisy, Chen Dong really wanted to give her a big kiss. It was not that he could not hold back, but the school beauty in front of him was too tempting. Outside the window, there was a surge of people on the street. Pairs of eyes kept looking towards their building, and Chen Dong seemed to see his former self in them. You sit by the window and look at the scenery. People who are enjoying the scenery are watching you downstairs. When he passed by the Peace Hotel in the past, he envied those who could sit and eat in this building, and fantasized that one day he would be able to find a place for himself in this prosperous and glamorous city. And now, he finally realized his dream. He has a car, a house, and a woman. Sitting in the restaurant of the Peace Hotel, with the school beauty by his side, Chen Dong felt countless envious eyes and couldn't help feeling emotional. People should always have dreams, just in case they come true. Xiaotong, come, let's have another drink. Chen Dong continued to drink with Lin Yutong. Brother Dong, I can't drink anymore. I'll get drunk if I drink anymore. Lin Yutong touched her burning ears, rejected Chen Dong verbally, but still raised her glass and clinked it with Chen Dong's. It's okay. Just stay here if you're drunk. Your family won't urge you to go back, right? Chen Dong asked tentatively. He understood that Lin Yutong was a native of Shanghai and a good girl, unlike Zheng Jinyuan, whose hometown was in another place and who was like a wandering playboy with no one to discipline her and no one to love her. No. Lin Yutong shyly shook her head. Anyway, my mother won't. She agrees with you going to urban. What about your dad? If you don't go back, he won't scold you, right? If I had stayed out overnight before, he would have definitely scolded me to death. But this calligraphy piece by teacher Li Songshan that you gave him should be able to shut him up. Haha, that's good. Now Chen Dong finally felt relieved. It seems that everyone has weaknesses. Fortunately, he has money and can meet everyone's needs. Eat well and drink enough. Chen Dong paid the bill. The waiter gave me a Spring Festival gift box, which was a set of exquisite 32-piece tableware. Here you go, take it back. Chen Dong handed it to Lin Yutong casually. Thank you, Brother Dong. Lin Yutong accepted it without hesitation. She seemed to have gotten used to Chen Dong feeding her and felt like a father doting on his daughter. Since my dad is a nerd and doesn't know how to love others, then she calls others dad. Thinking of this, Lin Yutong subconsciously touched her hot face. What was wrong with her? She actually thought about such shameful things. The two were about to leave the restaurant. Suddenly other customers stood up and protested to the waiter. Why do they get gift boxes for just 2 people? But there are so many of us and we ordered a whole table of food, but we don't even get a penny worth of gifts. That's right, you won't treat someone differently just because they're pretty, right? Call your manager and give us an explanation today. The waiter explained. I'm sorry, everyone, because the gentleman just now spent more than 100,000 yuan. He was given a gift box, and your table only spent more than 8,000 yuan. The crowd was shocked. How can it be 100,000? The dishes they ordered were not even half as much as ours. You're kidding me, kid. If his table costs 100,000, I'll mop the floor for you for free for a month. It's still 100,000. I think you might not even get 10,000. The waiter continued to explain with a smile. Here, everyone. The gentleman ordered a bottle of 1996 Lafite. This bottle alone is worth 128,000 yuan. All the customers at that table who were protesting fell silent. They have never tasted Lafite, but how could they not have heard of Lafite? Coke in the Peace Hotel costs dozens of yuan, and it is normal for a bottle of Lafite that costs tens of thousands of yuan in the market to be sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan here. The mouthpiece bit into the steel plate. This group of people is undoubtedly asking for trouble. The other customers who wanted to watch the fun also retracted their necks. The devil is a money-driven society, and everything is determined by money. Whoever has money is the boss. If you don't have money, you should shut up. Hear their conversation. Was also a little shocked. A bottle of red wine cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Brother Dong was really generous to her. Chen Dong pretended nothing happened. Holding Lin Yutong's hand, he left the restaurant and went to the hotel front desk to book a room. "Hello, please book a presidential suite." Arrived at the front desk, Chen Dong took out his ID card and directly booked the most expensive room. Although there was no tenfold cashback, he didn't mind spending a little more money to show his affection for the school beauty for the first time. "Okay, sir. Because Chinese New Year is approaching, we've rescinded the discount on the Sassoon presidential suite. It's now 98,000 new Taiwan dollars per night. How many nights would you like to book?" I heard the introduction from the lady at the front desk. Lin Yutong smacked her lips, quickly tugged at Chen Dong's arm, and whispered, "Brother Dong, just get a regular room. This one is too expensive." "It doesn't matter. When I stay in a hotel with you, it has to be the best room." Chen Dong grabbed Lin Yutong's small hand and patted the back of her hand gently. "Not to mention 98,000. Even if it's 198,000, what's the problem? He now has nearly 150 million yuan in deposits on his card. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. Tonight is destined to be no ordinary night. He will turn this beautiful and pure girl in front of him into a woman of unparalleled beauty. So, the presidential suite is a must. One night, swipe the card." Chen Dong took out his bank card and swiped it to pay. Immediately afterwards, the lady at the front desk handed over the gold-plated room card with both hands. Number 888. The most prestigious presidential suite at the Peace Hotel. Lin Yutong's heart began to beat faster. She knew that tonight might be one of the most unforgettable memories in her life. Nervous, yet excited. Scared, yet looking forward to it. Lin Yutong bit her lip, as if she had made a great decision, and held Chen Dong's hand tightly. "You two, please come this way." Under the guidance of a personal butler, Chen Dong and Lin Yutong took the elevator to the 10th floor hand in hand. As the heavy door opened, what hits you is a Baroque-style room with a strong retro atmosphere. Chapter 66. Market-level New Year's gift package, Lu Yiyun's beach photo. Please, Presidential Suite 888, also known as the Sassoon Presidential Suite, is the largest, most luxuriously decorated, and most historically rich suite at the Peace Hotel. The private butler proudly introduced the room, as usual. Chen Dong didn't have the patience to listen any further, so he waved his hand and said, "No need to introduce yourself. From now until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, don't let anyone disturb us. A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Tonight is not the bridal chamber, but it is better than the bridal chamber. It is enough to experience these tedious presidential suite services once. Any more will only make people feel that it is a waste of time." "Yes, sir." The butler bowed and left. The door just closed. Lin Yutong's heart beat faster, and she hugged Chen Dong from behind. Chen Dong turned around. He held Lin Yutong's delicate cheeks with both hands. "Xiao Dong, now it's our world for the two of us. Are you happy?" Lin Yutong nodded heavily, with a touching shyness between her brows. With a beauty score of 97, there is almost no flaw on her body. A pretty face is a given, and tall stature is a must. The most rare thing is that Lin Yutong is not a princess like many fair-skinned and beautiful car models. She has perfect development. To put it simply, just be thin where you should be thin. There is meat where there should be meat. Beneath her innocent face lies a graceful figure that can arouse people's desire. Chen Dong likes this kind of girls very much. No, it should be said that many men like this one. However, school beauties are destined to be a rare resource. Not all boys have the opportunity they covet. If he had not been selected by the system, Chen Dong would probably never have the chance to touch the school beauty's hand in his life, let alone book a hotel room, stay in the same room, and then sleep in the same bed. Bo, watch for a long time. Chen Dong couldn't help but kiss Lin Yutong's cherry lips. The sweet feeling spreads from the lips, into the mouth, and reaches every cell in the body. A long time, with a transparent brushed finish. The two parted lips. Lin Yutong raised her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at Chen Dong with watery eyes, her eyes full of shyness and expectation. "Xiao Dong, are you willing to be with me?" Chen Dong asked implicitly. What does booking a hotel room mean? Boys and girls over the age of 18 all understand it, and there is no need for him to explain it. Lin Yutong nodded. "I do. Why wouldn't she want to meet such an outstanding boy like Chen Dong?" Chen Dong's kindness to her was beyond words, starting from shopping at the IFC, to traveling to Harbin, to attending the auction today, and having dinner together at the Peace Hotel. Almost all the time, Chen Dong gave her the best and most noble enjoyment. She buys all the world's top brands, travels in first-class chartered flights, and stays in the best suites and hotels. Which girl wouldn't like to experience this ultimate life of a top wealthy lady? Only a fool wouldn't want to. Lin Yutong's answer was firm and enthusiastic. Chen Dong took the opportunity to make a promise. Xiao Dong, be my woman. I will love you forever. Brother Dong, I love you too. Until death. Bo. Chen Dong kissed Lin Yutong on her fair forehead. Then, his lips continued to move down, passing the tip of the nose, and finally landed on Lin Yutong's lips. Their lips touched again. Gradually, Chen Dong's arms tightly embraced Lin Yutong. Responded enthusiastically, holding Chen Dong's clothes tightly with both hands. When Chen Dong's hand, Lin Yutong stopped him. I want to do it cleanly. She has never been in love and is like a blank sheet of paper. This night, she wanted to be cleaner than snow and more transparent than water. Leave Chen Dong with the most perfect memory. Okay, let's go take a shower first. Chen Dong hugged Lin Yutong like a princess and walked into the bathroom. Do you want me to help you? Putting Lin Yutong down, Chen Dong smiled wickedly. Lin Yutong glared at Chen Dong shyly and said, I can do it myself. I saw a plate next to the bathtub filled with fresh rose petals. Lin Yutong smiled shyly. She understands. Tonight, she will bloom like a rose in front of Chen Dong. It was a sweet night with ups and downs. The next morning, Chen Dong woke up on time at around 7 o'clock. In his arms, Lin Yutong was sleeping soundly, soft, smooth, and tender. What is it like to stay in a presidential suite with a school beauty? Regarding this issue, Chen Dong has more say than anyone else. Everything you smell is fragrant. Everything you kiss with your mouth is sweet. Everything you touch is smooth and delicate. To put it simply, it's just one word. Cool. Fried chicken is delicious. Haha. The taste can only be understood but not described. A truly successful man will not just indulge in love affairs. Gently unplugging his charging phone, Chen Dong opened the Zero Yuan shopping mall app. What gift package will you receive today? View Zero Yuan purchase products. New Year gift package, quantity 1, price 0 yuan. Description: this gift package is specially prepared for the Spring Festival. It includes 20 black pigs, 20 tin sheep, 10 Sichuan cattle, 100 chickens, ducks, and geese, 500 freshwater fish, 500 kilograms of seafood, 200 boxes of dried mushrooms, 500 boxes of global fruits, 1,000 kilograms of vegetables, 200 bottles of mitai, 100 boxes of Wulianya, 200 boxes of ocean blue, and 200 boxes of Great Wall red wine. All New Year goods are beautifully packaged and shipped through cold chain, with delivery within 30 minutes. Oh my god. Even though Chen Dong had purchased products for free several times, he couldn't help but be shocked by the description on the phone in front of him. This is not a New Year gift package at all. It's clearly a vegetable market moved here. 20 black pigs, 20 tan sheep, 10 Sichuan cattle. Who can eat so much meat during the Chinese New Year? Not to mention the New Year. Even if he married 10 wives, it would be enough to hold a wedding banquet. Chen Dong was so surprised that he was worried. If all the goods from these years were delivered to our home, we wouldn't be able to fit them all in the 4 large tiled houses. Never mind, I'll buy it and send it home first. It's not like he can't afford it anyway. Chen Dong filled in his hometown as the delivery address and selected tomorrow morning as the delivery time. After paying 0 yuan, he easily got this batch of New Year's gift packages at the vegetable market level. Exit the 0 yuan shopping app. Chen Dong opened WeChat and checked his unread messages. Last night was very quiet. Almost no one contacted him, and the landlady stopped sending swimsuit photos. Could it be that she was afraid that he would fly to Sanya again to launch a surprise attack? A small red dot appeared in the chat box of the royal sister Lu Yu. Click in. Oh shit. Seeing the message sent by Lu Yu, Chen Dong couldn't help but utter sweet words. Seeing this so early in the morning, he really couldn't stand it. To be precise, what Lu Yu sent was not a message, but some photos of the beach. In the photos, Lu Yun is wearing a light white sports sweatshirt, a gray mini skirt, and a pair of white over-the-knee socks wrapped around her slender legs. On the beach, she strikes a variety of poses, some playful and cute, some pensive and melancholic, some pouting and cute, and some leaping and jumping. Beauty, you are playing with fire. Spend a night with the school beauty. Chen Dong couldn't help but get impulsive again. It is probably the side effect of golden kidney tablets. After taking the medicine, Chen Dong found that not only his kidney function had been greatly improved, but his desire for love had also reached an extreme level. After carefully looking at Lu Yun's photos one by one, Chen Dong felt his blood boiling unconsciously. Fortunately, there is a beautiful school beauty around me. He could only gently wake Lin Yutong up. What? Lin Yutong turned over coquettishly, pushed Chen's hand away, and turned her back to Chen Dong. Hee, you are just an inexperienced and pure school beauty. Do you think you can escape the expression of love like this? Little did I know that this sleeping position. More fragrant. Chapter 67. driving home for the new year and visiting Zheng Jinyuan. Hug Lin Yutong. It was already past 9 o'clock. Chen Dong raised the corners of his mouth and got up reluctantly, getting dressed. He has to drive back to his hometown today and can't stay in this peaceful place any longer. Lin Yutong also got up. She was worried that if she didn't go home, her father would call the police. Brother Dong, I don't want to walk. When preparing to go out, Lin Yutong blushed and acted coquettishly towards Chen Dong. I'll carry you down. Chen Dong easily held Lin Yutong in his arms and received a sweet kiss from the school beauty. After getting out of the elevator, Lin Yutong struggled to get off Chen Dong. There were too many people outside, and she, a 20-something, felt a little embarrassed. You sit here and rest first, I'll go check out. Lin Yutong sat on the sofa in the lobby, watching Chen Dong's tall back walk towards the front desk, her eyes filled with happiness. This is her first man. He will definitely be the only man in this life. She will love him forever, till death. Lin Yutong recalled every moment she had with Chen Dong in her mind, and a blush gradually crept up her fair face. Although no deposit was paid, when checking out, Chen Dong voluntarily paid an additional 1,000 yuan to the front desk. The reason is very simple. The bedsheet left evidence of Lin Yutong's innocence. The restaurant has a free buffet, do you want to go? After completing the checkout procedures, Chen Dong returned to Lin Yutong and asked. Lin Yutong shook her head. No need, Brother Dong. I want to go home early. Dad sent me a message early in the morning. Okay, let's go. I hope you won't be criticized when you get home. No, I'll give you the calligraphy you gave me, Teacher Li Songshan. Dad will definitely be very happy and won't criticize me. Lin Yutong bit her lip and looked at Chen Dong with a dazed look. That's great. If Uncle likes it, I'll ask Dean Li to create a special work for your father next time. Chen Dong was not bragging. Judging from Li Songshan's attitude yesterday, he was obviously trying to get close to him. After all, no matter how famous or high a painter's status is, it still needs to be measured by money. When the work cannot be sold, the reputation and status will plummet immediately. As long as there is money, Chen Dong believes that not only Li Songshan, but even the most famous painter will fall under the magic of money. Brother Dong, you are so awesome. My dad will definitely like you. Lin Yutong's words were very subtle, but Chen Dong still heard the subtext. Doesn't this mean that the future father-in-law likes him very much as a future son-in-law? There's no other way. Even if your dad doesn't like it, you have to learn to like it because I kidnapped his precious daughter, huh? Chen Dong joked. Lin Yutong's cheeks turned red with anger, but her heart felt sweeter than drinking honey. She likes this handsome guy in front of her so much that she doesn't want to be apart from him. Arrived at the parking lot, Chen Dong drove a Rolls-Royce to take Lin Yutong home. On the way, Chen Dong told Lin Yutong something. Xiaotong, I'm going back to my hometown today. A sports car will be delivered from Sanya to Shanghai in the next 2 days. Please sign for it for me. It can be left in the parking lot of Thompson Epine or downstairs of your house. Okay, Brother Dong, drive slowly when you get back. The highway is very congested right now. Bring some food with you. Well, there's also the apartment at Thompson first floor. You'll need to buy some necessities for me too. If you don't have enough money, just let me know and I'll transfer more to you. Of course it's enough, 1 million. A proud smile flashed across Lin Yutong's face. Her man is not only handsome, but also rich. Definitely tall, rich, and handsome. Hee hee, the more I look at him, the more I like him. I can't let him go. 20 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce arrived downstairs of Lin Yutong's house. The two couldn't help themselves and made love again in the car. Seeing that I couldn't control myself anymore, I wanted to go to the hotel again. Lin Yutong pushed Chen Dong away, took Li Songshan's calligraphy, and got out of the car reluctantly. In the car, only when Lin Yutong's back disappeared in the corridor did Chen Dong retract his fiery gaze and drive away. The pure and sexy school beauty with a score of 97 is really addictive. No wonder the incompetent emperors in ancient times did not hold court early in the morning. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and you still have to go to work. Then the music started, and then the dancing began. Chen Dong drove the Cullinan back to the landlord's house. I simply packed a few clothes, stuffed them into the suitcase, turned off the water, electricity, and gas, locked the door, and left. Drive home and celebrate the new year. Arrived at the entrance of the community, Chen Dong stopped the car and bought some dry food at a bakery. Although the drive to Jiangbei was only 4 hours, it would be terrible if he got stuck in traffic and had nothing to eat, as Lin Yutong said. China's Spring Festival travel rush is no joke. One winter vacation when he was in college, Chen Dong returned home a few days late because of something at school. He couldn't buy a train ticket and took a bus back to his hometown. The journey was less than 400 kilometers, but he was stuck in traffic all night and didn't arrive until noon the next day. A group of people on the road were howling with hunger, and when they arrived at the service area, they rushed to buy food like robbers. After buying bread, I walked out. Look up. I saw a spicy hot pot restaurant next to it. Qindong suddenly thought of Zheng Jinyuan, a little girl who loved to eat spicy hot pot. I tossed and turned her all night the day before yesterday, and I didn't ask her all day yesterday. I don't know if the little golden retriever can get out of bed. Go and express your condolences. After all, she is his first woman. It can't be called true love, but those nights of soul-to-soul conversations did relieve his emptiness, loneliness, and coldness, and gave him extremely fulfilling emotional value. Qindong was not a heartless person. He immediately got into the car and drove towards the apartment rented by Zheng Jinyuan. Boom, boom, boom. Zheng Jinyuan, who was lying in bed struggling over whether to go to the bathroom, heard a knock on the door. It must be the delivery man who gets up earlier than a dog. Zheng Jinyuan wrapped herself tightly with a blanket, making it airtight. Open the door. Zheng Jinyuan was stunned for a moment, covering her mouth and unable to believe her eyes. Brother Dong. Thrill and excitement followed. Zheng Jinyuan threw away the sheet and hung on Qindong like a sloth, not caring at all about the cool air outside the door blowing on her smooth skin. Little goblin, you're not afraid of being seen. Qindong carried Zheng Jinyuan, who was only wearing a suspender, into the house and closed the door with his foot. Donggu, why are you here so early in the morning? I thought I wouldn't see you again before the new year. Zheng Jinyuan acted coquettishly, grabbing Qindong's body with her hands. It's still early, it's already past 10 o'clock. Qindong put Zheng Jinyuan on the bed and sat down. The little golden retriever snuggled in his arms. I'm going back to my hometown soon. I want to see you before I leave. If you look okay, I can leave with peace of mind. Touching Zheng Jinyuan's golden hair, Qindong explained his purpose. No, I don't want you to leave. Zheng Jinyuan hugged Qindong's waist tightly and rubbed her head against his chest again and again. Can you stay with me for a while longer? Just for an hour, okay? I can't accomplish much in an hour. I'd better leave. It's time for you to pack up and go back home for the new year, right? I'm going back tomorrow. I've already bought the ticket. Zheng Jinyuan said, sitting up, straddling Qindong's legs, and said coquettishly, you can do a lot of things in an hour. For example? Qindong asked knowingly. For example, Donggu. Zheng Jinyuan swung her legs as if she was riding a children's wooden horse at the supermarket entrance. This little golden retriever really knows how to tease men. Qindong said he couldn't stand it anymore. Wait, I'll give you a New Year's gift. What is it, Dong brother? Here, open it and take a look. Qindong took out a piece of paper from his pocket and stuffed it into Zheng Jinyuan's suspenders. China Overseas Land Investment. Youth Club Apartments. Zheng Jinyuan read the words above and vaguely felt that a huge surprise was about to befall her. Chapter 68. The Proactive Little Golden Retriever, the Bank Lady Shinshiyu. Bo. Qindong kissed the sexy tip of the golden retriever's nose. I bought a bachelor apartment at an auction yesterday, and I'm giving it to you. After the new year, I'll take you to complete the paperwork. Keep this auction receipt for now. Brother Dong, you are so good to me. Woo-woo, I want to cry. Why are you crying? It's just an apartment. Brother Dong has something better in the back, and he'll give it to you. Brother Dong. Zheng Jinyuan let out a soft cry. She really cried. Hot tears slid down her fair cheeks, leaving 2 transparent tear marks. In her 22 years of life, this was the first time a man treated her so well. This is a house in Shanghai. It costs millions easily. She, a little sparrow who flew out of a mountain village, is also going to have a house in the Magic City. What else can this be if not a surprise? It is Qindong's full love for her. It doesn't work anymore. Zheng Jinyuan can't hold it anymore. She wanted to give Qindong a monkey. This is the only thing she has done in her life. Just like Donggu said, if you follow him, you can eat meat, and everything else is nothing. Anyway, college students like her are everywhere. After graduation, they work like slaves for capitalists, toiling away for a few thousand yuan a month. After a few years, they find another slave and marry him. Then the couple continues to work like slaves, and when they have children, they have to leave them in their hometown as left-behind children because they can't afford to buy a house in Shanghai. Then when they are in their 30s or 40s, they are fired by the capitalists and can't find a job. They have to return to their hometown to take care of their children, save money to support their children through college, and then the children continue to work like slaves for the capitalists after graduation, forming a perfect closed loop. Just thinking about a life of endless suffering like this makes one despair. No wonder many young people nowadays don't date, get married, or have children. It's not that they are rebellious, but there is no money. No money for dating. No money to get married. No money to raise children. If they were given 1 million yuan a year for living expenses, they would be willing to have 10 children, let alone get married and have children. Zheng Jinyuan is a self-loving girl. Since she was a child, she was not loved by her father and mother, so she could only be good to herself. Now that there is a man who loves and pampers her so much, she wishes she could give her life to Chen Dong. No more talking, just do it. Zheng Jinyuan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and pushed Chen Dong down on the bed. Yuan, what are you doing? Chen Dong let out a long sigh. The little golden retriever did not disappoint him. Just based on Zheng Jinyuan's proactive spirit of working, she is worth keeping by your side, even if it is just like a little pet. I stayed in Zheng Jinyuan's small room for more than an hour. Get on the road again. It's almost 12 noon. Hope there is no traffic jam. Don't be late for dinner. Onto the highway. The traffic volume was indeed heavy. Fortunately, there wasn't much traffic. After driving for 2 hours, Chen Dong arrived at the service area. He got out of the car, went to the bathroom, washed his face, ate some bread, and drank half a can of Red Bull. Replied to messages from his mother, landlady, Lin Yutong, Li Jingwen, Zheng Jinyuan, and others who cared about him. Unexpectedly, Zhu Kersen also sent a message, asking him if he would return to Jiangbei today and wanted to welcome him. It seems that the general manager of Jiangbei International Hotel is very concerned about his boss. I'm on the highway back to Jiangbei. You don't need to wait for me. I'll go to the hotel when I have time. If I don't have time, I won't go today. You don't have to wait for me deliberately, replied Zhu Kersen. Chen Dong returned to the Cullinan. A crowd was looking at his Rolls-Royce. Car worth tens of millions is so eye-catching that it is impossible to keep a low profile. Especially in the service areas around the new year, many migrant workers like such big toys. Which man doesn't want to buy a luxury car and drive it back to his hometown to bring honor to his family? Since they can't afford it, it's great to satisfy their eyes and take a few photos and send them to the group to show off. In the envious eyes of everyone, Chen Dong got into the big truck, just about to light the fire. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number from Jiangbei. Hello, who is this? Chen Dong answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? A sweet female voice came from the other side. The voice seemed young and a little childish, giving people the feeling of a kindergarten teacher. Yes, I'm Chen Dong. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Shen Shiyu, the account manager of the ICBC Jiangbei branch. Oh, Manager Shen, what's going on? Chen Dong frowned and asked the other party. He opened his bank card at the Jiangbei branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China before going to college. Could it be that the large amount of deposits attracted the bank's attention? Mr. Chen, you can just call me Xiao Shen. Mr. Chen, because your deposit balance has reached the standard for our bank's platinum card, we are planning to upgrade your card at home. When would it be convenient for you? The other end of the phone. In an office of ICBC Jiangbei, Shen Shiyu was reciting lines from an A4 document. Next to her stood a graceful and charming young woman, her aunt Shin Manru. Her aunt invited her to dinner last night and gave her an important task. Try every possible means to serve a VIP customer named Chen Dong well. The core task is very simple: to stabilize Chen Dong's current deposits, gain Chen Dong's trust, and deposit more money into their ICBC Jiangbei branch. If they can convince Chen Dong to borrow money from their bank, then the task will be exceeded. Because attracting deposits and making loans are both important to banks. At first, Shen Shiyu was very resistant. The reason was that she had just graduated and started working at the bank, so she wasn't familiar with the business. She also heard that serving VIP clients could easily lead to being taken advantage of and even losing one's virginity. Helpless, my aunt Shin Manru persuaded me all night. She said Chen Dong was only 23 years old, a handsome young man who had just graduated from college and would not touch her. She also said she could get a promotion and a raise and make her a trainee supervisor. She would only need to serve Chen Dong as a client and would not have to punch in and out at the bank. She would have complete flexibility in her work schedule. If she performed well, she would be rewarded with a Misu 7 at the end of the year. After hearing these benefits, Shen Shiyu reluctantly agreed. So, under the arrangement of her aunt Shin Manru, she made this call to Chen Dong, which was the first step to contact Chen Dong. Here's Shen Shiyu's answer. Chen Dong was completely relieved. The system has always been flawless in its work. It seems that he was worrying too much. Manager Shen, I'm still on my way back to my hometown. I don't know if I'll have free time after I get back. How about this? When I get back to Jiangbei, we can contact each other by phone. Chen Dong replied. There is no New Year's Eve this year. Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. There is still a lot to do after returning home. The New Year gift packages needed to be dealt with. The Jiangbei International Hotel needed to be inspected, and the village beauty Li Jingwen was waiting to set off fireworks with him. This year's Chinese New Year is destined to be a busy one. Chen Dong couldn't guarantee that he would have time to meet Shen Shiyu, the bank lady. Okay, Mr. Shen, I'll contact you after you return to Jiangbei. I wish you a safe journey and a happy spring festival. Shen Shiyu responded to Chen Dong according to the chat tips her aunt wrote for her. After ending the call, Chen Dong continued driving home. In the Jiangbei branch of ICBC, Shen Manru gave her niece a thumbs up. Shiyu, you performed very well just now, especially your voice and tone of voice. It sounded very sweet and attractive. It will definitely leave a good impression on Mr. Shun. Got praised by my aunt. A faint smile appeared on Shen Shiyu's rosy lips. Then she frowned and asked, but Mr. Shin said he might not have time. How can I go to his house to replace his card? Chapter 69. The Shin family has a beautiful woman. Zhu Kersen welcomes Chen Dong. This is easy. Auntie will give you 8 words. Take the initiative and wait for the opportunity. Shin Manru has been working in the bank for nearly 20 years. Visiting clients and other such tasks were trivial matters to her. Newbie Shin Shiyu looked confused after hearing this. Aunt, can you be more specific? I don't understand. Haha, that's great. As long as you're willing to learn, I'll teach you all my skills. Shin Manru likes her niece very much because she sees her younger self in Shin Shiyu, especially the appearance. Many colleagues joked that Shin Shiyu and she looked more like sisters than aunt and niece. Shin Manru liked to hear this. When she was young, she was also known as the most beautiful girl in the Jiangbei branch of ICBC. Her appearance and figure were beyond words. So Hu Yunfei, who was the deputy president of the Jiangbei branch at the time, took the opportunity to guide her work and asked her out at the hotel. Now she has also arranged for her niece Shin Shiyu to work in ICBC, and she is also known as the bank flower of Jiangbei branch. The Shin family has many beauties. Each one is as beautiful as Jiao Chan. Shin Manru decided to take this opportunity to train Shin Shiyu well. If the niece can really get close to the young talent Shin Dong, their Shin family will surely reach a higher level. Aunt, I'm willing to learn from you. Many colleagues have been talking about me behind my back, saying I'm a relative of our branch and a mere figurine. It's driving me crazy. I have to make some progress and shut these gossipers up. Shin Shi pouted in a puffy tone. This little girl has such enthusiasm even though she just started working. It's worth it that your aunt loves you so much. Shin Manru was very happy and took her niece's hand and shook it hard. Shiyu, you have to remember that working in our banking system requires dedication. Mr. Shin didn't reject you, which means he has a good impression of you. Chinese New Year is the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, you should bring some gifts to Mr. Chin's house and express our condolences to him on behalf of our bank. That's called taking the initiative. If Mr. Chin isn't home, you can park your car in front of their house and wait for him. That's called waiting for him. Do you understand what to do now? Oh, that's it. Shin Shiyu nodded as if she understood something. Then he said to his aunt, but aunt, if I, a little girl, go to visit Mr. Chun, will he think that our bank doesn't value him enough as a VIP? Besides, I don't have a car. How about this? I'll go with you tomorrow and drive my Mercedes. Shin Manru felt that her niece's words made sense. The first time I visited Chen Dong, I felt that it was more reliable for her, the head of the personal finance department, to come forward. I can also teach Shi Yu by example, and I hope the little girl can learn from her and see how she deals with male customers. Aunt, should I buy makeup from a group and put on makeup tomorrow before visiting Mr. Chen? Shin Shiyu asked again. Shin Manru waved her hand. No, putting on makeup at your age will make you look too mature. Mr. Chun is only 1 year older than you and may not like mature women. Just wash your hair and dress nicely. Don't put on makeup deliberately. Oh, I know, Andy. As they were chatting, Shin Shiyu suddenly felt overwhelmed. It made her more nervous than going on a blind date. As if getting married. Aunt, what is the identity of this Mr. Chun? Is it worth us mobilizing all these troops? Shin Shiyu still couldn't understand why the bank assigned her such a task. Could it be that she does nothing every day and just revolves around Chen Dong? So what did she become? Chen Dong's secretary? So strange. Seeing that her niece still didn't realize the heavy responsibility she shouldered after all the brainwashing, Shin Manru couldn't help but get anxious. She sighed and said, of course it's worth it, Shiyu. Do you know what the 80/20ths rule means? I've heard of it, but I still don't quite understand. The 80/20ths rule simply means that 80% of results are often determined by 20% of factors. In our banking system, 80% of deposits are generated by 20% of customers. Take Mr. Chun, for example. He has deposited nearly 150 million yuan in our branch. If every family in Jiangbei has 200,000 yuan in deposits, how many families does he represent? After listening to my aunt's explanation, Shin Shiyu's brain was a little confused. She was a little shocked. It turns out that Mr. Chun, who is only 1 year older than her, is a super rich billionaire. Mr. Chun turned out to be a wealthy second-generation man. No wonder the bank values him so much. Shin Shiyu murmured. Upon hearing this, Shin Manru was so angry that she wanted to pull the little girl's ears. It turns out that my niece has forgotten everything she said last night. Chen Dong is not a second-generation rich man. He is a first-generation entrepreneur who started from scratch. Shin Manru emphasized again. Ah, he's so awesome. An expression of admiration appeared on Shun Shiyu's fair and tender face. He earned 150 million at the age of 23. A man like this can definitely be regarded as an idol. I just don't know whether Mr. Chun is handsome or not. But that's not important. As long as a man is rich and has decent looks, that's enough. After all, real tall, rich and handsome men only exist in TV dramas. No, why is she thinking about these things? It's not like she's going on a blind date, but she actually cares about whether he's handsome or not. Shun Shiyu quickly covered her face, fearing her aunt would find out that she was thinking about something unhealthy. So, Shiyu, serving Mr. Chin well is a very, very, very difficult task. You must complete it with all your heart. Important things must be said 3 times. Shin Manru was really worried that her niece would not serve Qindong well. It doesn't matter, let Shiyu take the lead first. If it really doesn't work, she can do it herself. Although she is a little older, she understands men better, and she knows better how to make men happy and how to make men comfortable. Isn't it easy to deal with a young man like Qindong? Thinking of this, Shin Manru touched her face. Look, it's still quite tender. Almost at the same time Shin Manru was training her niece. Jiangbei International Hotel. General Manager's office. Zhu Kersen was also busy in front of the mirror. The 3-door wardrobe was open and the dressing table was filled with various cosmetics. The boss is going back to Jiangbei today. Although she is not sure whether he will come to the hotel to inspect the work, as the general manager, she must be prepared to welcome the boss. She was ready, so it didn't matter if the boss didn't come. If she is not prepared when the boss comes, then she is derelict in her duty as general manager. At the very least, it will make the boss unhappy, and at the worst, the general manager's position will be in jeopardy. Because the hotel has just changed its owner, and unlike before when several shareholders jointly held shares and could check and balance each other, now the hotel has only one owner, Qindong, who holds 100% of the shares, and all decision-making power is in the hands of Qindong alone. Can she continue to be the general manager of Jiangbei International Hotel? It's just a matter of a word from Qindong. So, she must make all preparations today to welcome the boss and entertain him. But which dress looks good on me? Zhu Kersen tried on 5 or 6 sets of clothes in a row, but was not satisfied with any of them. Are all women in the country the same? Even though my closet is full of clothes, when it comes to important moments and I need to dress up, I still feel like I have nothing to wear. How about going to the mall and buying a few pieces? I looked at the time, it was 3:15 in the afternoon. It should still be in time. The boss hasn't gotten off the highway yet, so he won't come to the hotel so soon. Zhu Kersen closed the wardrobe door, picked up the BMW keys on the table, and hurried out of the manager's office. Chapter 70. Going home for the new year with or without money. Encountering the village beauty and Barbie at the village entrance. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Qindong drove his Rolls-Royce off the highway and onto the Jiangbei Outer Ring Road. Half an hour later, it appeared on the village road outside Sanhe Village. Jiangbei is located in the central part of Jiangsu Province, at the junction of North and South China. It has fertile land and a developed water system. Before the Spring Festival, the land of Sanhe Village already gives people a feeling of spring. Qindong opened the car window, breathing the air of my hometown freely. Working, Spring Festival, hometown, New Year, these words put together can't help but make people feel emotional. Whether you have money or not, go home for the new year. Having said that, but this year, how many people who work hard outside dare not go home for the new year because they have not made any money? Don't they want to? No, it's because I have no money. As soon as I get home, people ask me how my work is going, how much I earned this year, whether I bought a house in the city, and when I will buy a car. Also, whose wife earns over 200,000 yuan a year, whose husband buys a house, whose son buys a BMW, whose daughter passes the civil service exam. Every day at home during the Chinese New Year, these sounds are heard in my ears. If you make money and do well, you will naturally enjoy the praise of everyone. If you don't have money, you will definitely lose face. Even if others don't say anything, you will feel ashamed and cannot hold your head up in the village. Little do people know that in the current economic situation, whether they are working, running small businesses, or even newly graduated college graduates, or those over 35 who are like cattle and horses in the office, life is very tiring. It is hard to find a job, it is hard to do business, it is hard to make money, and it is hard to eat shit. A week ago, Qindong is still worried about the new year. Not only did he not make any money, he also owed hundreds of thousands of dollars to his relatives and friends. He was anxious all day long and almost followed his boss to jump off the building. Fortunately, the system was activated at the critical moment. There is a new Zero Yuan shopping mall app on the mobile phone where you can buy a product for 0 yuan every day. In just a few days, his deposits reached over 140 million yuan, and he also received a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a McLaren P1 supercar, a large flat in Thompson Epine, and a 5-star Jiangbei International Hotel for free. The so-called rapid rise to prominence and returning home in glory. That's all, right? Driving the Cullinan worth tens of millions on the roads of his hometown, Chen Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of high spirits. When you reach the CBD at the entrance of the village, you no longer have to worry about the discussions and pointers of the intelligence officers. Haha, thinking of the hometown videos shot by the great artists on Douyin, Chen Dong couldn't help but smile foolishly. We approached the village. Suddenly, 2 girls, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, appeared in Chen Dong's car window. Hey, isn't this the village beauty? Pulling over, Chen Dong lowered the window and called out, Jing Jing. The 2 girls were both surprised when they heard Chen Dong's voice. It seemed that they didn't realize that it was Chen Dong sitting in the car, and they foolishly gave way to Cullinan. Brother Xiaodong. Short and thin girl with beautiful looks walked quickly to Chen Dong. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and the next second, crystal tears fell down like they were free. She is the village beauty of Sana Village, Li Jingwen. What's wrong, Jingjing? Who bullied you? Chen Dong hurriedly got out of the car, hugged Li Jingwen, and patted her back gently to comfort her. Okay, Jingjing, stop crying. I'm back. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat the hell out of him. However, Li Jingwen buried her head in Chen Dong's arms and continued crying. Brother Chen Dong, it's Jiao Wang. At this time, the tall and fat girl spoke. Jiao Wang overheard Jingjing and I chatting. He said you were working as a security guard in the city and that you wasted 4 years of college. You can't even afford a car after graduation, and you'll definitely be single in the future. He also asked Jingjing to be his wife. I understand, Xuejiao. You don't have to say anything. I will teach Jiao Wang a lesson. Chen Dong stopped the tall and fat girl. Her name is Song Xuejiao, and she is a good friend of Li Jingwen. She is nearly 1.8 meters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. She is nicknamed King Kong Barbie by the naughty kids in the village. So although Li Jingwen is not short, she looks like a little baby standing next to Song Xuejiao. The two of them form a cute contrast, but they happen to be the best friends in the village. When it comes to holidays, Li Jingwen spends the rest of her time with Song Xuejiao except playing with Chen Dong. Of course, sometimes the 3 of them would hang out together. I heard from Song Xuejiao that it was Jiao Wang who bullied Li Jingwen. Chen Dong immediately clenched his fists. When the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. Damn it, this damn Jiao Wang. Jingjing is something a jerk like you can get your hands on? You are simply tired of living. Get in the car, Jingjing. I'll take you to settle the score with Jiao Wang. Chen Dong planned to help Li Jingwen get into the car. Brother Xiaodong. Li Jingwen raised her head and looked at Chen Dong with tears in her eyes. Her pretty face looked so charming that Chen Dong felt so distressed that he wanted to step on Jiao Wang and kowtow to apologize to the village beauty. Brother Xiaodong, I was playing with Xuejiao at the village entrance today and showed her the video of your newly bought house. Jiao Wang peeked at my phone from behind and said you were lying. You couldn't even afford a house and were working as a security guard in the Magic City. The video you sent me was someone else's model apartment. Is what he said true? Li Jingwen is just a freshman and has little social experience. She originally trusted Chen Dong very much. From childhood to adulthood, she believed everything Chen Dong said and never doubted him. But you can hear what Jiao Wang said. She couldn't help but feel confused. In Shanghai are so expensive, how could Chen Dong afford one right after graduation? What's more, in the video Chen Dong sent her, the house was large and luxuriously decorated, and it really looked a bit like a model house. She didn't blame Chen Dong for deceiving her with a fake house. But I feel sorry for Chen Dong working as a security guard. During the last live broadcast, Chen Dong gave her so many gifts. If all this money was earned by Chen Dong's hard work as a security guard, she would be heartbroken and guilty. Li Jingwen burst into tears, but it was not because Jiao Wang bullied her. But she couldn't help crying because she felt sorry for Chen Dong. Brother Xiaodong, it's so hard for you to make money. Why are you still so nice to me? Li Jingwen really wanted to hear Chen Dong tell her the answer in person. Of course not. Chen Dong reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of the village beauty's eyes. Then he doted on the village girl's face and said with a smile, I didn't lie to you. I really just bought that house. I can show you the purchase contract later. If you don't believe me, this car can't be fake, right? Pointing to the domineering Cullinan next to him, Chen Dong opened the car door. Wow, brother Qindong, is this car yours? It's so majestic. Before Qindong could react, Song Xuejiao's huge body had already gotten into the car. With this Barbie doll, Cullinan actually looks a little cramped. It's so fucking outrageous. Brother Xiaodong, is this the new car you bought? Li Jingwen was also curious. She didn't know what kind of car it was, but it looked big and powerful, 1,000 times better than Zhao Wang's car. Yes, let me show you the driving license. In order to prove that the Cullinan was his, Qindong had no choice but to find the vehicle driving license from the storage box and show it to the village beauty. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. What kind of car is this, brother Xiaodong? The vehicle model was written on the driving license. Li Jingwen read it, but still had no idea about the car. She really didn't know much about cars. She had only heard that BMW and Mercedes-Benz were good cars. Rolls-Royce? Let me see it. Song Xuejiao took the driving license from Li Jingwen and immediately cursed after looking at it. Holy shit. This thing is a Rolls-Royce. Xuejiao, is this car expensive? Li Jingwen asked her best friend. Song Xuejiao shook her head. I don't know, but the name of this car sounds awesome, doesn't it, Jingjing? Faced with two car idiots, Qindong was speechless. I don't know how to explain it. Let me check. Li Jingwen took out her mobile phone, opened Douyin, and typed in Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Soon a bunch of videos appeared. At the top is the price. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, suggested retail price, 6.91 million to 7.45 million. Oh my god. Li Jingwen was stunned. She stared at Qindong with an incredible look, almost unable to hold the phone. How much is it, Jingjing? Look at you, you're so silly. Song Xuejiao snatched Li Jingwen's cell phone, and when she saw the price, her eyes went blank instantly. Snap! Li Jingwen's cell phone slipped from Song Xuejiao's hand and fell on the floor of the car. Fuck, that's too damn expensive. Song Xuejiao exclaimed, picked up the phone and handed it to Li Jingwen. Zhao Wang, I'm going to crush you. As the earth trembled, King Kong Barbie jumped out of the car and ran towards the village entrance. Chapter 71 Li Jingwen gives her first kiss. Qindong is attacked. I haven't seen you for a few months. Xuejiao has grown a lot stronger. Looking at Song Xuejiao's back, Qindong couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, she is a woman, otherwise, even Qindong, who has taken the bone-transforming tablets, would probably not be a match for this big guy. Zhao Wang, you're on your own. Qindong understood Song Xuejiao's character. Once this strong woman made a move, even a brave man could not hold out for more than 3 minutes. Yeah, Xuejiao has a big appetite. She can eat 5 bowls of rice in one meal. At this time, Li Jingwen also came out of her sadness, and a youthful smile appeared on her face again. 5 bowls of rice. Qindong gasped. Fortunately, her father is the village chief, otherwise he would have bankrupted the family. That's not the case. Li Jingwen held the hem of her clothes with both hands, her clear eyes filled with shyness. She looked up at Qindong and said, Brother Xiaodong, do you think I have changed? Yes, of course. Qindong almost fainted, because the village beauty had never been like this in front of him before. She was as delicate as a virgin. No, she was already a grown-up girl who had just turned 18. But in Qindong's eyes, he always regarded the village beauty as the girl next door, and never had any feelings between men and women. You straightened your hair. You're even prettier than before, hee. Qindong has learned to be smart. To make women happy, just compliment them on their beauty. As expected, after hearing this, Li Jingwen's face turned visibly pinker, as if water would come out if pinched. Brother Xiaodong, I put on makeup today. I knew you would come back, so I put on a ladylike makeup. Does it look good? Li Jingwen pursed her lips and raised her head shyly. A clean and beautiful face was facing Qindong's eyes. Good, looks good. The moment their eyes met, Qindong suddenly felt a heart-beating feeling he had never felt before. Girls change a lot when they grow up, and they become more and more beautiful. Jingjing has grown up and blossomed. More feminine. Even wearing a down jacket can't hide the perfectly developed bulge. Under the black and silky hair, the faint white of the neck is even more tempting. If she wasn't the girl next door whom he had grown up with, he would have probably lost control and kissed her by now. Qindong swallowed unconsciously and then looked up at the sky. No, he has always treated the village beauty as his sister. How could he have such unhealthy thoughts? He has no shortage of women. The landlady, Zheng Jinyuan, Lin Yutong, Lu Yu. Each of them is stunningly beautiful, charming and passionate, a beauty that is one in a million. It's never the village beauty's turn. Qindong wanted to nip his feelings for Li Jingwen in the bud. However, a warmth came over me. Brother Xiaodong. Li Jingwen suddenly hugged Qindong and called him in a tender voice. Jingjing, don't do this. It's not good if someone sees you. Chen Dong was scared. A rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow. No matter how shy he is, he doesn't want to have a scandal with the women in the village. Li Jingwen is even braver than him. Chen Dong stepped back, and Li Jingwen chased him forward, hugging him tighter with her arms. Brother Xiaodong, I like you. I want to be your girlfriend. Bo. Caught off guard, Li Jingwen stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen Dong on the mouth. This was her first kiss. She had been planning this for a long time. Today I finally got what I wanted. Hee hee, Brother Xiaodong, have you never been in love? Why are you even more shy than me? After Li Jingwen's little trick succeeded, she turned around and ran away like a rabbit. This girl actually launched a sneak attack. Chen Dong stood alone in the wind, looking disheveled. He had originally thought of starting a harem, but if the village beauty joined in, it would be difficult to lead the team. If word got out to the village that he was having affairs with other women outside, his parents would be embarrassed. Forget it, I won't think about it for now. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. If the village beauty insists on throwing herself at him, he can only close his eyes and fulfill her wish. After getting into the Cullinan, Chen Dong continued driving home. Arrived at the village entrance CBD. The three-way intersection was filled with old ladies and old men, whispering to each other and looking around. Even if a fly flew into the village, it would be caught and interrogated by them. It's not a good idea to drive straight through. Who knows what these people would say about him behind his back? Chen Dong admitted that he did not have the same aura as did Qianzi when he returned home. Although he had a system, he was just an ordinary billionaire now, not like the Qianzi who had a net worth of hundreds of billions. What's more, he just graduated from college and has not experienced the hard work of the business world. He still has a childish student spirit. Despite this, Chen Dong calmly got out of the car, took out a box of huazi that he had prepared in advance, and strode forward. Auntie, uncle, peeling rosin. No, that's wrong. Come again. Auntie, uncle, we are chatting here, have a cigarette. Chen Dong took out some cigarettes and distributed them to everyone. Hey, isn't this Dongzi? When did you come back? Dong Dong bought a car. It looks pretty good. It must be worth at least 200,000 yuan, right? Oh my goodness, the cars in this big city are so different. There's a woman standing in front of it. It's so fucking sexy. Come to our house and have a chat. I'll introduce you to a girl. She's so pretty. I think you should stop worrying about it. Dong Dong has graduated from university and is making a lot of money in Shanghai. Why would he need you to be his matchmaker? Xiaodong, come home quickly. Your mother was nagging you to come back this morning so she could kill some fish for you. Chen Dong has been obedient and sensible since he was a child. He went to college and has a good reputation in the village. The crowd didn't make things difficult for him, but praised him a few times and let him go. Auntie, uncle, auntie, you guys chat. I'm going home first. After saying hello, Chen Dong was about to drive home. At this time, two figures came towards them from the village. Let me go, you jerk. I won't let you go. I'll let you talk nonsense behind my back. Today you must apologize to brother Chen Dong. As the sound approaches, Chen Dong gradually saw the faces of the two people clearly. The tall one is Song Xuejiao, and the other one is Jiao Wang, who is held in Song Xuejiao's hand like a chicken and keeps wailing. What happened, Xuejiao? Why did you and Jiao Wang get into a fight? Oh my god, Jiao Wang. You bastard. You're so bold as to mess with Xuejiao. Put Jiao Wang down quickly, Xuejiao. Don't tire yourself out. Yeah, Xuejiao, Jiao Wang is a bastard. Don't bother with him. Be good and listen to me. I saw Song Xuejiao carrying Jiao Wang towards me. Everyone hurriedly stood up to stop the fight. Because Song Xuejiao's father is the village chief, everyone is on her side and carefully persuades her to let go of Jiao Wang. Humph, I won't let go. Song Xuejiao was also very strong and didn't feel tired even after carrying Jiao Wang for a long time. You know, Jiao Wang is spreading rumors behind Chen Dong's back, saying bad things about him. Chen Dong clearly has a car and a house in Shanghai, but Jiao Wang is spreading rumors that Chen Dong is a security guard in Shanghai. I checked online, and Chen Dong's car is worth millions. If he's a security guard, how could he afford such an expensive car? Hearing what Song Xuejiao said, everyone was shocked. The whole audience was silent, as if time had stopped. After several seconds, someone dared to breathe loudly. Dong, Dong Dong, is your car really worth millions? Let me tell you, cars in big cities are definitely not cheap. How can a car with a woman standing in front of it be cheap? Dong Dong is really promising. Oh my, our village has produced a talent like Dong Dong. He is the pride of the whole village. He is the pride of the whole village. I'll notify the village chief right away and ask him to host a welcoming party for Dong Dong. It doesn't matter where you eat it. Dong Dong, if you don't mind, why don't you go to my sister-in-law's house tonight? The old hen soup stewed in my sister-in-law's pot is so delicious. Dong Dong, come to my house. I'll ask your sister Juanzi to make you some dumplings. Your sister's cooking skills are really good. I guarantee you'll want more after you try them. Auntie is not lying to you. For a while, after hearing that Chen Dong's car was worth several million, in the blink of an eye, Chen Dong became a popular figure in the eyes of everyone. Folks are so cute. Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 72 Song Xuejiao teaches Jiao Wang a lesson. Chen Dong returns home. Jiao Wang, who was being carried by Song Xuejiao, also turned his head and glanced at Chen Dong's car. Seeing the Rolls-Royce goddess logo in front of him, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Oh my god, Chen Dong actually drove a Rolls-Royce. This was the end. If he offended Chen Dong, he would never have a comfortable year. Okay, stop snatching. Seeing that everyone was scrambling for Chen Dong, Song Xuejiao, who had been holding Jiao Wang, couldn't help but yell, like the roar of a Hedong lion. The CBD at the entrance of the village, which was noisy just now, immediately became quiet. Brother Chen Dong, what do you think we should do with Jiao Wang? Song Xuejiao threw Jiao Wang in front of Chen Dong and stepped on his back. Ahem. Jiao Wang's eyes went dark, and he almost suffocated to death on the spot. Damn, this Barbie doll is stronger than a cow. She is simply a freak. Dong. Dong brother, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I deserve to die. Please save me. Save me. I'm about to be trampled to death. Jiao Wang took a deep breath and asked Chen Dong for help. He knew that Chen Dong had gone to university, was an educated man with a good temper, and would not argue with him. Looking at Jiao Wang, who was being stepped on miserably by Song Xuejiao, Chen Dong didn't want to make things difficult for him. After all, they are neighbors whom you see every day. There is no conflict between the two adults. If things get too awkward during the new year, the villagers will just laugh at you. But he promised the village beauty that he would teach Jiao Wang a lesson. If this kid doesn't suffer a little, he won't learn his lesson. Xuejiao, have you ever seen people swimming in winter? They flutter on the water like ducks. It's really interesting. Chen Dong hinted at Song Xuejiao. Song Xuejiao is tall and strong with a straightforward personality, but she is not stupid. She immediately understood what Chen Dong meant. Jiao Wang, show us your winter swimming skills, or I'll crush you. A small pond next to the CBD road at the entrance of the village. Song Xuejiao picked up Jiao Wang like a chicken again and threw him into the small pond. Fuck, stop it, you lunatic. Jiao Wang struggled desperately, but in the face of absolute power, any struggle was futile. Only a plop sound was heard. The calm surface of the small pond looked like a Xiong 30 firecracker was thrown into it, causing a huge splash. Help, help. Jiao Wang swam desperately towards the shore. Although he could swim, his winter clothes were very thick, and no matter how hard he kicked, his body did not move at all. Serves him right. This Jiao Wang loves to stir up trouble. He should have been taught a lesson long ago. Dong Dong is clearly making a lot of money in the Magic City, but Jiao Wang is deliberately smearing him. This guy is so mean. Luckily, Dong Dong has a good temper. Just do as I say. Send the police to come over and lock Jiao Wang up for a few days. He'll behave himself. I'll have Jiao Wang's father apologize to Dong Dong later. This matter must be taken seriously. Dong Dong is the pride of our village. Anyone who dares to slander Dong Dong again, let alone Jiao Wang, is an enemy of our village. We must resolutely fight to the end. Everyone supported Chen Dong. Only then did they go to rescue Jiao Wang. Xuejiao, well done. I'll buy you some sausage later. Chen Dong knew that Song Xuejiao loved grilled sausages, so he gave this to her as a reward. Song Xuejiao smiled shyly with her delicate face. Thank you, brother Chen Dong. I like the black pepper flavor. I know. I'll buy you 3, no 5. Chen Dong stretched out his hand and agreed to Song Xuejiao. Then I got into the Cullinan and drove home. After passing a few alleys, finally arrived at the doorstep. Everything is still familiar, as if I just left yesterday. Nothing has changed. This is home. No matter how long I have been away, as long as I step into the threshold of my hometown, all the memories of my growth in my mind come alive. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Chen Dong parked the car at the door and walked into the yard and shouted. Xiaodong is back. Hey, kid, I've been waiting for you all day. Come in and drink some water. You must be tired from the journey. Is the train crowded? You seem to have grown a little taller than when you left. Zhou Xiaolan came out of the kitchen wearing an apron to greet her son. As soon as we met, he started asking questions. This is my mom. It's a bit long-winded, but it makes people feel very happy. Chen Dong smiled and hugged his mother. I'm not tired, Mom. I didn't take the train this time. Then how did you get back? By bus. Zhou Xiaolan asked her son in confusion. Chen Dong confessed. No, I drove back. You bought a car? When did it happen? Why didn't you tell us? Do you have enough money? Why didn't you ask your dad to send you some? Enough, Your son is rich now, hee hee. Proud in front of his mother. He didn't dare tell his mother the truth, but he didn't want her to worry about him anymore. Xiaodong, did you buy a car? At this time, a middle-aged man walked out of the main room. He is Chundong's father, Chun Fuxing, an ordinary farmer who is honest, hardworking, and a little concerned about his reputation. Yes, Dad. You've always envied others for having cars, so I bought one with my year-end bonus. Chundong made up a white lie. In fact, the boss of their company has already jumped off the building. Not to mention the year-end bonus. There are still several months' salary that have not been paid in full. Okay, you're great. You didn't bring shame to our Chen family. A heartfelt smile graced Chun Fuxing's dark face. His son is promising, and it brings honor to him as a father. In rural areas, cars are like nuclear weapons. You can choose not to drive them, but you cannot live without them. Now that his son has bought a car, he can finally hold his head high and stand tall in the village. Come on, take me to see your car. Chun Fuxing couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode out. Chundong smiled at his mother and quickly followed his father. You have a nice car. What's it called? An MPV? A UFO? Chun Fuxing doesn't know much about cars either. As soon as he opened his mouth, Chundong laughed so hard that his 8 teeth showed. No, Dad, this is an SUV, which means off-road vehicle. Chundong corrected. Chun Fuxing nodded, seeming to understand. Off-road vehicle. Good. It looks very impressive. No matter what kind of car it is, as long as my son bought one, it is worth being happy. I have worked hard for more than 10 years to support my children's schooling, and this effort has not been in vain. Xiaodong, ask your mom to cook a few dishes. I'll go to the store and buy 2 bottles of good wine. Let's have a good drink tonight. Chun Fuxing was in a good mood and planned to celebrate. I also went to the village to promote the product and found that my son had bought a car. Ha ha ha, happy event. It's as exciting as my son getting into college. Chun Fuxing was just about to buy some wine. A group of people walked towards their house. Heading the team was the village chief Song Jianxi, along with the village accountant and several team leaders. Village chief, why are you here? Chun Fuxing was surprised. It was the first time that so many village cadres came to their house at the same time. Fuxing, Dongdong should be at home. We are here to welcome him back. The village chief showed off the 2 bottles of Tiantilin in his hand. These were fine wines that he had treasured for several months and had not been willing to drink. He was willing to give them all for Chundong, the pride of the whole village. Village chief, is it too expensive for you? Chun Fuxing couldn't understand. His son just came back to celebrate the new year. He is not a celebrity. Does he need the village chief to personally welcome him? No, Dongdong is so successful now. He is the pride of our Sanha village. It's only right that I give him 2 bottles of good wine. As he was speaking, the village chief brought everyone to Chundong's yard. Zhou Xiaolan didn't know what was going on, so she had to cook a few more dishes. Anyway, it was a rare guest for the village cadres to come to their house, so they couldn't ignore them. Chapter 73. There aren't many things, just a few dozen pigs, cattle, and sheep, and a few thousand kilograms of fruits and vegetables. Hello, village chief. Hello, uncles. Chundong greeted everyone politely. Although he has become a billionaire now and has a car and a house in Shanghai, he is still a junior when he returns to the village. When he meets people like the village chief, he still has to show the necessary respect. Dongdong is a very sensible child. That's right. I've watched this child grow up. He's always loved to study, is polite, and is always likable. Dongdong has only been working for half a year, and look at him. He's handsome and talented. He can afford a car and a house in a big city like Shanghai. He's truly the pride of our Sanha village. Next door in Suqian, there's a Qiangdong, and we in Jiangbei have Chundong. I'm putting this on notice today. Dongdong will definitely be even more capable and promising than that Xiangdong in the future. If you don't believe me, we can just wait and see. Song Jianxi and several village cadres surrounded Chundong and praised him highly. This made Chundong feel a little embarrassed. But he is not bragging. He still has more confidence than Deqiangzi. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take the issue of getting a wife as an example. Deqiangzi only has a milk tea sister, but Chundong has at least 3 or 4 confidants, and none of them is inferior to the milk tea sister in appearance and figure. And this is just the beginning. With the 0 Yuan shopping mall app, he can get a big treasure as a reward every day. In a few months or years, he will become the richest man in the world. Thank you, uncles, for your praise. I just started working this year, and I'm still a long way from being as good as Qiangdong. Chundong said modestly. Song Jianxi held his hand and refused. Don't underestimate yourself, Dongdong. Deqiangzi was doing much worse than you when he was your age. When you reach his age, you will definitely be better than him. Uncle believes in you, and everyone in our village believes in you. Thank you for the compliment, village chief. I will definitely continue to work hard. Uncle is not praising you, but I really think highly of you. If you are more promising than Dakiangzi in the future, just don't forget our village. Hee hee, Uncle only has this selfish motive. Don't blame Uncle, Dong Dong. Song Jianqi grinned, revealing a few slightly yellow front teeth. Although Chun Dong hadn't had much contact with him, he had heard from his parents that the village chief was a very upright person. After returning from the army to take over as village chief, the village had undergone significant changes. Not only had the roads been repaired, but streetlights had also been installed, public trash cans and fitness equipment had been added, the number of households receiving minimum living allowances in the village had been reselected, and the 5 guarantee household policy had been implemented. Since the village chief mentioned Dakiangzi, then why doesn't he follow Dakiangzi's example and provide benefits to the villagers? An idea suddenly popped up in Chun Dong's mind. Today's free purchase is a New Year's gift package, which includes various wines, meats, vegetables, fish, seafood, and fruits, almost all in the quantity of a vegetable market. Even if he gives them to all his relatives and friends, less than 1/10 of it will be consumed. Why not take this opportunity to give back to the village? It not only brings honor to my parents, but also adds glory to the Chun family's ancestors. It also brings honor to the family and brings good fortune to the neighbors. Not to mention, when he was admitted to university, the village chief also called on the villagers to donate money to him. After he started working, many villagers trusted him and took out their savings to ask Chun Dong to help them manage their finances. Think of this. Chun Dong said to Song Jianqi, Uncle Song is always thinking about the village. He is a role model for us younger generations. I just want to trouble you with something. Don't be polite to me, Dong Dong. As long as I can help you, I will do my best. It's not a big deal. I just bought some New Year's goods and will be delivering them to the village tomorrow. I'd like to trouble you and the uncles here to help organize the distribution to the villagers. It's not a lot, just a few dozen pigs, cattle, and sheep, a few thousand kilograms of fruits and vegetables, and a few hundred bottles of wine. Chun Dong hadn't finished speaking yet. The faces of village chief Song Jianqi and several team leaders could no longer hide their joy. Xiangdong next door just distributed New Year gift packages to the villagers in his hometown, and it received rave reviews online. Now that Chun Dong said this, doesn't it mean that their village can also receive New Year gift packages? Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll definitely do it beautifully. I said Dong Dong is sensible. He has been smart since he was young. He will definitely surpass Xiangdong from Suqian next door in the future. Of course it is. What's Suqian? How can it compare to Jiangbei? Dong Dong has become rich, but never forgotten his roots. I think this matter must be reported to the town, no, directly to the county. They should issue a plaque to the Chun family with 8 words on it. Rich in the right way, well-educated. Brother Fuxing, Sister Xiaolan, you two will be blessed to have such a promising son like Dong Dong in your lifetime. Sister Xiaolan, my second sister has a very beautiful daughter. She also graduated from university and works in Shanghai. When it's convenient for you, I will bring her over to show you. Several village cadres surrounded Chun Dong and praised him again. Chen Fuxing and Zhou Xiaolan were also pulled to the middle of the main hall to receive praise. Some people even took the opportunity to propose marriage to Chun Dong. Oh, my fault. Zhou Xiaolan was so focused on being happy for her son that she almost forgot that there was food stewing on the stove. That evening, the Chun family's house was brightly lit. The village chief and several cadres took turns toasting Chun Dong's father. Chen Fuxing was drunk, but he was still very happy in his heart. His son was so promising, and he, as a father, had no regrets in his life. Zhou Xiaolan was also forced to drink a few glasses of wine. She was also happy. She had heard people say that housing prices in big cities were expensive and that if one couldn't afford a house, one wouldn't be able to get married. She was also worried that her son would remain single. Now, her son started making money right after graduation and bought a car and a house in the city. Village cadres even took the initiative to propose marriage. Now Zhou Xiaolan not only does not have to worry about her son not being able to find a wife, but as a mother, she also has to keep her eyes open and carefully help her son choose a good daughter-in-law who is good-looking, gentle, well-educated, and well-mannered. Chun Dong pretended that he couldn't drink, so he didn't drink a drop of alcohol. He was worried that once this precedent was set, there would be endless drinking during the Spring Festival. After 3 rounds of drinking, Brother Fuxing, Dong Dong. Someone was shouting in the yard. Who is it? Zhou Xiaolan walked out of the main room to check. Sister-in-law, is Dong Dong home? That damn bastard Zhao Wang is so stupid that he said bad things about Dong Dong behind his back. I came here specially to bring him to apologize to Dong Dong. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry with Dong Dong. Don't argue with that bastard Zhao Wang. It turned out that Jiao Wang and his father Jia Jinkui came to apologize. Chen Dong naturally wouldn't bother with them. The prime minister is a man of great generosity. It would be a laughingstock for him, a billionaire, to argue with a damn bastard. However, just because Chen Dong doesn't bother with Jiao Wang doesn't mean others won't. Fuck you. You're so bored that you dare to say bad things about Dong Dong. I'll slap your stinky mouth. The village chief Song Jianxi raised his hand and slapped him in the face. The other drunken team leaders also started beating him up, and poor Jiao Wang was beaten up by everyone. The yard was filled with ghostly howls. Stayed with everyone for a while. Chen Dong left the main room under the pretext of going to the toilet. Walk out of the gate and drive the Cullinan to Jiangbei City. Zhu Kersen just posted a circle of friends, which is a photo of the night view of Jiangbei International Hotel, with the text, "Learning to wait is a kind of cultivation." Haha, it seems that manager Zhu has been waiting for him in the hotel to guide the work. Chen Dong felt soft-hearted. After seeing Zhu Kersen's status on WeChat Moments, he couldn't bear to let her continue waiting. Now that I'm back, I'll go check out the hotel. After all, it is the first and currently the only property he obtained after activating the system. By the way, I want to feel for myself whether Zhu Kersen is reliable and whether he can continue to serve as the general manager of Jiangbei International Hotel. With this purpose in mind, Chen Dong quickly arrived in Jiangbei City. Following the navigation, the Rolls-Royce drove all the way to the ground parking lot of Jiangbei International Hotel. Finally arrived at the parking lot entrance. However, the security guard did not lift the barrier and asked him for 50 yuan for parking. It's a small county town, but the charges are so high. It seems there is something fishy going on. Chen Dong asked, "Do you have a standard for parking fees?" 50 yuan is too expensive. Prices have increased during the Lunar New Year holiday. Local license plates are charged 30 yuan, and out-of-town license plates are all charged 50 yuan. If you don't want to park, just drive away and don't block the road. The security guard waved his hands impatiently. Chen Dong suppressed his anger and said, "I'm a guest staying here. Isn't parking free? Whether you're eating or staying at a hotel, you'll be charged the same as usual. Are you going to stop at all? You can't afford to pay a few bucks for such a nice car." Chen Dong didn't want to waste time arguing with the security guard, so he scanned the code, paid 50 yuan, and drove in. It is impossible for a small security guard to charge such a blatant amount of money. It is 100% the order of his superiors. I will ask Zhu Kersen when I meet her later, and I will know. Park the car. With a sense of displeasure, Chen Dong stepped into the hotel. Happy Chinese New Year, everyone, and may you prosper and become rich. Chapter 74 Jiangbei Beauty. Zhu Kersen, Chen Dong's love for her. Arrive at the hotel lobby. Chen Dong stopped and looked around. The hotel was decorated in a high-end style, with the style of a five-star hotel. Too bad the management. At this time, a waitress came forward and bent down to ask, "Excuse me, sir, what service do you need? Would you like to have a meal or stay at the hotel? If you want to have a meal, you can order food on the first and second floors of our hotel. If you want to check in, please go to the front desk here to register." The waiter was quite enthusiastic and explained the menu very clearly. No matter what kind of guests come, they can find a place quickly. Chen Dong's attitude towards the hotel service had improved. He smiled and said, "I'm here to look for someone. Is your manager Zhu here?" "Oh, you're looking for our manager Zhu. May I ask your name?" "I'll notify manager Zhu right away. My last name is Chun, Erdong Chun." "Okay, sir. I'll contact manager Zhu right away." The waitress picked up the intercom and quickly received a response. "Mr. Chun, please come this way. Manager Zhu has been waiting for you in the office." I followed the waiter into the elevator and reached the third floor. As I walked out of the elevator, a young woman in a dark red cheongsam came towards me. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. I didn't know you were coming and didn't go downstairs to greet you. Please forgive me." Zhu Kersen bowed to Chen Dong and apologized. Chen Dong saw that the woman in front of him was Zhu Kersen and said lightly, "It's okay, Manager Zhu. Let's go to your office and talk." "Okay, Mr. Chun, please come this way." Zhu Kersen took Chen Dong to the general manager's office. This is a one-bedroom, one-living-room house with a living room outside and an office inside. It is not large, but elegantly decorated. There are succulents on the table and a pot of spider plant next to the sofa with small yellow flowers in full bloom, filling the whole room with fresh floral fragrance. "Please take a seat, Mr. Chun. What would you like to drink?" Zhu Kersen was busy greeting Chen Dong, fearing that there would be any omission. After all, Chen Dong is currently the only boss of the hotel. She is the general manager in name, but in reality, she is just a senior employee. She does not have any shares in the hotel. It only takes a word from the boss to fire her. "Don't be busy, Manager Zhu. Let's sit down and chat for a while." Chen Dong sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. "Okay, Mr. Chun, the tea is a little hot. Please enjoy it slowly. Zhu Kersen brought Qindong a cup of tea, placed her hands in front of Qindong, and then sat down on the sofa opposite Qindong. Really a photo scam. Qindong's eyes wandered over Zhu Kersen, and he found that this general manager was not very good at packaging herself. Although she was so beautiful, the selfie she sent to him was quite ordinary, so much so that he almost thought that Zhu Kersen was just a beautiful passerby on the street. After seeing the real person, I found that manager Zhu is not only good-looking, but also has good looks. Zhu Kersen in front of me was wearing a dark red cheongsam, flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and a pair of dark red high heels on her feet. At first glance, she looked like a retro girl from Hong Kong and Taiwan movies. The same goes for her hairstyle. It's not long hair that falls over her shoulders, nor is it curly hair. Instead, it's a bunch of black hair tied up at the back, which highlights her standard oval face. She has fair and translucent skin, delicate features, and small ears studded with a pair of glittering silver earrings, exuding a low-key and elegant atmosphere. What is even more eye-catching is the big gap at the collar of the cheongsam, which is as bright and white as a crescent moon. Looking down, I see. It's enough to make one's nose bleed. I didn't expect that there is such a beauty in this small city of Jiangbei. The corners of Qindong's mouth unconsciously rose. The boss stared at me for a long time. Zhu Kersen felt extremely uncomfortable. Her heart was beating very fast. What did it mean that her boss just stared at her without saying a word? Could it be that the boss is just hot-blooded and has that kind of idea about her? This is also very possible. After all, the boss is very young. The information shows that the boss is only 23 years old, which is the age when young and passionate people are easily impulsive. But then again, she is several years older than the boss, and the boss is so tall and handsome. Would he fall in love with her sister? I can't guess it, and I can't figure it out. Zhu Kersen touched her face, easing the awkward atmosphere, and took the initiative to say, Mr. Chun, I thought you wouldn't come today. It's almost 10 o'clock now. You must be very tired after driving all day. How about I get you a room so you can rest for the night, and I'll report to you tomorrow. Wait a moment. Qindong was not in a hurry to rest. After taking the bone-renewing tablets, he was full of energy and did not feel tired at all. It is important to do the right thing. Manager Zhu, I just drove into the parking lot, and the security guard charged me 50 yuan for parking. He also said that regardless of whether I eat or stay, I will be charged for it. Is this a rule set by your management? Hearing Qindong's questioning, Zhu Kersen immediately stood up and replied in a panic. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun, this matter is my negligence. I think if we continue to charge parking fees at this rate, the hotel's business will eventually go bankrupt. I'd like to ask your management to hold a meeting and discuss and re-establish the charging standards. Qindong did not blame Zhu Kersen, because he could see that Zhu Kersen seemed to have something to hide. Such a stupid charging policy would never be made by a professional manager who has worked in a hotel for 5 years. Mr. Chun, actually, parking fees weren't charged this way before, because... Seeing Zhu Kersen hesitated to speak, Qindong walked over and gently helped Zhu Kersen sit down. Don't worry, Manager Zhu. Sit down and tell me slowly. I just returned to Jiangbei, and there are many things I don't understand. You can tell me anything. I'm the owner of the hotel. No matter what goes wrong, I will definitely support you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kersen felt a warm feeling in her heart. The boss is young, but so considerate. It's really touching. Since you are not willing to work hard for him, what is there to hesitate about? Zhu Kersen had just sat down when she stood up again. She faced Qindong and reported, Mr. Chun, here's what happened. Our hotel previously managed the parking lot, and it was free for guests. 2 months ago, the hotel's developer suddenly took over ownership of the parking lot, claiming they built it and should be the ones to charge for it. I'm not sure what the shareholders discussed at the time, but the parking lot is no longer managed by our hotel. To reduce customer churn, we can only subsidize parking fees for consumers. Got it. This is not Zhu Kersen's fault. Rather, it is a historical issue left over from the previous shareholders. Qindong waved at Zhu Kersen, motioning her to sit down. I see. Okay, I get it. I'll deal with this matter later. If the parking issue affects the hotel's business, it will be more trouble than good. Although he had never done business, Qindong understood the logic. After all, hotels are a service industry. If the service is not good, customers will naturally not come again. The parking problem may seem insignificant, but it actually has a huge impact on consumers' mood. Just like when he came in just now. If a guest was staying here, he would probably have turned around and left if he had been greeted by the security guard's harassing tone. Yes, Mr. Chun, subsidizing parking fees is just a stopgap measure. It has a huge impact on the hotel's business. I've also negotiated with the developer, but they're demanding 20 million before they're willing to transfer the ownership of the parking lot to us. I can't make this decision. I can only watch them charge exorbitant fees. Zhu Kersen continued to explain to Chen Dong. However, Chen Dong's attention was completely attracted by the beauty in front of him. Zhu Kersen's lipstick-coated almond lips opened and closed, and her delicate little face showed an expression full of grievance, yet pretending to be strong. Chen Dong was so carried away by the sight that he couldn't help but want to show some sympathy for her. I wonder if this beauty is what she appears to be. Chen Dong looked straight at Zhu Kersen and quietly turned on the clairvoyance technique. I wish you all a happy spring festival. May your dreams come true. May you be blessed with good systems. And may you make a fortune. Chapter 75 Zhu Kersen. Mr. Chun, you gave too much. Name, Zhu Kersen. Age, 26. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Love number, 0. Use X-ray vision to examine Zhu Kersen. A transparent panel appeared in front of Chen Dong, which only he could see. 93 appearance? No wonder she looks better in real life than in photos. You have to know that in reality, beauties with a beauty score of over 90 are rare. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhu Kersen's appearance of 93 is ranked among the best in the entire Jiangbei city. The last line is the number of love affairs. It made Chen Dong feel pleasantly surprised and full of surprises. Being able to remain a virgin at the age of 26 is so rare and precious in this flashy era. Not to mention that Zhu Kersen herself is in the service industry. Some people say that any woman who has worked in a hotel will never believe in love, because the relationships between men and women who check into hotels are so chaotic that it can make people drop their jaws. Could it be that manager Zhu has also seen through the world and no longer trusts men? Chen Dong was very curious. If he used his money power on Zhu Kersen, who knows what the result would be? Will this beauty commit herself to him? Men's natural desire to conquer once again stimulated Chen Dong's interest in exploring Zhu Kersen. He didn't want to miss any woman who met these two conditions, with a beauty score above 90 and a virgin. Mr. Chun. Seeing Chen Dong staring at her blankly again, Zhu Kersen became more and more flustered, as nervous as if she had a pair of rabbits in her arms. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu. I will find a way to solve this matter. Chen Dong came back to his senses and smiled at Zhu Kersen. Zhu Kersen smiled back. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Chun. Manager Zhu, you're too polite. This is my job. Who is the developer that's encroaching on our hotel's parking lot? What's the boss's name? Mr. Chun, this developer is Yingguang Real Estate. The owner is Wang Yingguang. He has a strong background and has developed several residential communities locally. He's a well-known figure in Jiangbei. Zhu Kersen reported truthfully. Chen Dong smiled with a relaxed look on his face. He was well known in Jiangbei, but in other words, he was unknown in larger places. He would like to meet such a person. It's a good opportunity to try and see if this newly minted billionaire from Jiangbei can have any influence in the local area. Give me a few days. Before I leave after the new year, I promise to return the management rights of the parking lot to you. Chen Dong looked up at Zhu Kersen. Mr. Chun, are you going back to the Magic City after the new year? Zhu Kersen said in surprise. To be honest, she didn't know much about the new boss, but she could guess that the boss's main business should be in Shanghai, and this hotel in Jiangbei might not be important to him. Well, I'll be leaving after the new year. Manager Zhu still needs to take care of this hotel. Chen Dong's words. This undoubtedly gave Zhu Kersen a reassurance. It seems that the boss is still willing to let her continue to serve as the general manager of the hotel. Please rest assured, Mr. Chun, I will do my best to lead the management team to run the hotel well. Zhu Kersen's pure eyes cast a firm look at Chen Dong. Chen Dong nodded and said the same old thing. Very good, Manager Zhu. I trust you to do the job. Haha. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your trust. Zhu Kersen smiled. She felt safe and relaxed at the moment. At first, she was worried that Chen Dong would scold her or even fire her because of the parking lot incident. It seemed that she was overthinking it. The new boss was not only handsome, but also very gentle. Every word he said touched her heart, like a spring breeze, gently blowing across her heart. This feeling is so warm and comfortable. She is lucky to meet such a boss. She will definitely cherish this job, manage the hotel well, and live up to her boss's trust. Zhu Kersen was full of thoughts, with a faint smile on her rosy cheeks, like a charming female star in Hong Kong and Taiwan movies of the last century. Beautiful. Chen Dong was fascinated by the beauty in front of him. He couldn't help himself, especially her smile, which was intoxicating. Manager Zhu, do you have a boyfriend? Unable to hold it back, Chen Dong finally brought up this sensitive topic. Zhu Kersen was stunned for a moment, then blushed and shook her head. No. Why did the boss suddenly ask this? Could it be that Zhu Kersen didn't dare to think further. If the boss really had that kind of idea about her, it would be hard for her to refuse. Plop, plop. Zhu Kersen couldn't control her heartbeat and quickly covered her chest, fearing that her boss would see her embarrassment. That's good. My decision might affect your marriage prospects. After saying this, Chen Dong deliberately stopped, picked up the cup, and took a sip of tea. The tea brewed by beautiful women is so fragrant. Zhu Kersen was completely confused now. Her curiosity was instantly piqued. She frowned and asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Chun, what have you decided to do?" "It's a small matter." Chen Dong put down the cup, stretched out his hand, and hooked his finger at Zhu Kersen. Zhu Kersen understood and walked towards Chen Dong, but still kept a safe distance of about 1 meter. If she got any closer, she would feel shy and inappropriate. After all, it was not appropriate for her and her boss to have physical contact. "Ku Xin." Chen Dong suddenly called out in an ambiguous tone. Zhu Kersen shuddered suddenly. Why did the boss call her like that? This is too intimate. "Ku Xin, you don't mind me calling you that, right?" "No, I don't mind, Mr. Chun. Please feel free to." Zhu Kersen felt her palms sweating. No, her whole body was sweating. The air conditioner was clearly set at a very low temperature. So why did she feel so hot? Chen Dong looked up at the shy beauty and continued. "Ku Xin, I plan to give you 3% of the hotel's shares." Oh. Zhu Kersen couldn't help but scream again. The boss wanted to give her shares in the hotel, and 3% at that. This surprise was too big, wasn't it? The Jiangbei International Hotel was the only 5-star hotel in Jiangbei. The construction costs alone cost over 100 million, not to mention the renovation costs and land fees. I heard from the people at Yingguang Real Estate that the land of the Jiangbei International Hotel alone was now worth over 500 million. 3% of the shares may not seem like much, but it's actually enough to suffocate her. Zhu Kersen was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. The surprise came so suddenly that she was not prepared at all. I can only be stupid and dumb. Staring at the dazzlingly handsome boss, Chen Dong continued to pursue the victory and gave Zhu Kersen a second critical hit. He crossed his legs, stood up, and approached Zhu Kersen. He looked at the Cheongsam-clad beauty with innocent eyes and continued. Also, starting from the Lunar New Year, for every year you work at the hotel, you will be rewarded with an additional 1% of the hotel's shares. There is no upper limit. Unexpectedly, the boss had a bigger surprise in store for her. Zhu Kersen snorted and her body softened. Chen Dong was quick to grab Zhu Kersen's slender waist with both hands. "Mr. Chun, you gave too much." Holding her forehead with one hand, Zhu Kersen looked at Chen Dong affectionately with a dazed look in her watery eyes. She was just a senior employee and had not made any special contribution to the hotel. How could she be qualified to accept such a generous gift from the boss? Is it a lot? I don't think it's a lot. Chen Dong also looked at Zhu Kersen with deep affection. They looked into each other's eyes. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and only an invisible and inaudible ambiguous atmosphere flowed quietly in the room. The two people's eyes gradually became distant. They were all passionate young men in their 20s. In an instant, the flames of monkey dung were ignited by waves of heat. "Mr. Chun," Zhu Kersen whispered softly while biting her almond-shaped lips. Her charming charm like that of a Hong Kong or Taiwan actress emanated from the slit of her Cheongsam and her flesh-colored stockings, gradually enveloping Chen Dong. Sizzle. Chen Dong tore open the crescent moon at the collar of Zhu Kersen's Cheongsam. Chapter 76. 8 Days of New Year's Joy, winning 100 million. In a flash, it was the next morning. In the executive suite of Jiangbei International Hotel, Chen Dong turned over on the large double bed and touched the smooth and beautiful body. Too fast. From the first time we met to the first time we braced our hands on the glass bathroom door. But it was only a few dozen minutes. This should be Chen Dong's fastest record. Money is really powerful. In arms, Zhu Kersen's soft body exudes a unique feminine fragrance. Chen Dong said that he couldn't smell it enough. He simply couldn't smell it enough. It is probably the side effect of golden kidney tablets. He now feels like a scumbag himself. When he sees a perfect woman with a beauty score of over 90, he uncontrollably wants to conquer her, just like an emperor who wants to expand his territory. Only conquest can make him experience the joy of life. There's no way around it. Once a man has money, he tends to become bad. At the same time, men's happiness is also simple. When drunk, lie on the lap of a beauty. When awake, hold the power of the world. Now that he has the Zero Yuan shopping mall app, if Chen Dong is able to do these two things, he might as well give the system to the readers here. His fingertips slid across Zhu Kersen's snow-white shoulders. Chen Dong felt it again. "Mr. Chen, What do you want to eat? I'll prepare breakfast for you. As the sun rose to the top of the sky, and it was almost 9 in the morning, Zhu Kersen gently pushed Chun Dong's arm away and wanted to get out of bed, but just sat up. A painful sensation like an ant bite came over me. Hiss. Zhu Kersen couldn't help but groan in pain. I'm sorry, Xin, it's all my fault. Chun Dong hugged Zhu Kersen from behind, and his broad arms made the beauty's pink body look even more petite. No, it's okay, I did it on my own, willingly. The matter has been settled, and even if Zhu Kersen complains to her boss, it will be of no avail. Just like a jade mirror, no matter how perfect it is, once it is broken, it cannot be restored. Besides, this is a matter of mutual consent, so the boss cannot be blamed alone. I noticed it, that's why. Chun Dong gently stroked Zhu Kersen's fair cheek and smiled mischievously. Zhu Kersen raised her eyes full of doubt. What did you see? Whether a woman loves you or not? I know. I can see that you actually love me very much. Mr. Chun, you are so bad. Zhu Kersen blushed and snuggled into her boss's arms. Could it be true, as the boss said, that she fell in love with this handsome boy who was a few years younger than her at the first sight? That's impossible. She is obviously immune to men, so how come she fell for him? Maybe the boss offered too much and she just couldn't refuse. Feeling the lingering happiness that Chun Dong brought her, Zhu Kersen fell asleep again. This way, Chun Dong took out his mobile phone, opened the 0 Yuan shopping mall app, and started buying surprise blind boxes every day. 8 days of Happy New Year raffle ticket, quantity 1, price 0 Yuan. Note, this coupon is a virtual item. Click to use it, and a random cash reward of varying value will be automatically deposited into the host's ICBC card. Considering the Chinese New Year holiday, from today until the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the free items available in this mall are all raffle tickets for the 8 days of Happy New Year. Please relax, spend more time with your family, and have a happy and peaceful New Year. Haha. After reading the explanation, Chun Dong couldn't help but laugh. The system is so thoughtful. Knowing that the Chinese New Year is coming, it actually rewarded him with a lottery ticket and directly deposited the cash into his bank card. This is much more reliable than the year-end bonus of an employee. Pay 0 Yuan. Chun Dong successfully obtained the lottery ticket and didn't want to wait even a second, so he clicked to use it immediately. Congratulations on winning 100 million yuan in cash. Approaching. Your ICBC account with the last number 4667 has 100 million yuan deposited into it. Oh shit. I won 100 million yuan in cash on the first day of the 8-day Lunar New Year celebration. That's so cool. With all the tenfold cashbacks he received before, he only made less than 150 million in total. Now, with just a few moves, his savings would increase by 100 million. Who can compare with the speed of making money? Chun Dong admitted that he was a little inflated. Fortunately, there was a beautiful and tender beauty lying in his arms. Before I knew it, another hour had passed. Make money during the day, make money at night, make money when you sleep, make money when you wake up, make money when you eat, make money when you walk, make money every day, make money every year. Chun Dong's cell phone suddenly rang. After I got through, I found out that the New Year gift package was about to be delivered. Chun Dong told the deliverman not to let the convoy enter the village and wait for his call. The distribution of so many New Year's goods was a big problem. Touching the delicate skin of the beauty in his arms, Chun Dong suddenly had an idea. He gently pinched Zhu Kersen and said, Kersen, don't sleep. Come with me to do something. Oh, okay, Mr. Chun. Although she felt as weak as a puddle of water, Zhu Kersen quickly got dressed and got up when she heard her boss calling her. After a quick wash, there was no time to eat breakfast. Chun Dong drove the Cullinan and took Zhu Kersen straight to Sanha village. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce, Zhu Kersen couldn't help but feel shocked. This was her first time riding in such a luxury car. In the small county of Zhongbei, a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions was like a god. No wonder the boss was so mature and prudent despite being young. He ate her up within an hour of meeting her. The boss was possessed by her domineering personality and she couldn't resist at all, so she could only surrender. Zhu Kersen's mind was full of random thoughts, and she couldn't help but recall, and her face flushed. Half an hour later, when Chun Dong's car drove into the village road, the villagers who had been waiting here for a long time were all excited. Last night, the news that Chun Dong was going to distribute New Year's goods to all the villagers spread like wildfire. Early this morning, the village was bustling with people. After learning that Chun Dong had driven out and had not returned all night, many people spontaneously went to the village entrance to wait for him. Hurry, hurry, Dong is back. Everyone line up and applaud. Oh my god, this is too much. What's Daqiangzi from Suqian next door? Our village has also produced a wealthy man. Huh? The whole Sana village was in an uproar when they saw the huge convoy of vehicles loaded with New Year's goods following behind Qindong's car. Village chief, these trucks are loaded with New Year's goods. Find some young and strong villagers to help unload them. The location is the village square. After getting off the car, Qindong said to Song Jianqi who came to greet him. Okay, Dongdong, I'll take care of it. Song Jianqi patted his chest and made the promise. Then Qindong turned his gaze to Zhu Kersen beside him and said, Kersen, help the village chief count the New Year's goods, arrange them according to the categories, and then calculate the list of New Year's goods that each household should receive according to the village's flower list. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll do it right away. Zhu Kersen followed Song Jianqi away. The villagers who were originally watching from the sidelines all volunteered to get busy, some unloading the goods, some unpacking the boxes, some packing the goods. The open space at the entrance of the village instantly became a bustling vegetable market. Everyone work hard. These things were prepared by Dongdong for us. Dongdong is such a sensible kid. How much will all these things cost? That's not your concern. Dongdong is very capable and has made a lot of money outside. These things are just drizzle to him. It's really exciting to see so many New Year's goods. Suqian has Qiangdong, and we in Jiangbei have Qindong. Qindong will definitely defeat Xiangdong. Huh? As they happily packed their New Year's goods, every villager in Sanha village had a face filled with heartfelt excitement. Chapter 77 Japanese manga voice actor Little Loli, Spring Girl Shin Shiyu. After hearing that Qindong came back, early in the morning, Shin Monru and Shin Shiyu, aunt and niece, who had been sitting in the car waiting in front of Qindong's house, quickly got out of the car and ran to the village square. Arrived at the place panting. As their chests rose and fell violently, the aunt and nephew widened their eyes in shock at the mountain of New Year's goods piled up in front of them. Aunt, what happened? I just heard a villager shout that Mr. Chun is going to distribute New Year's goods to the whole village. Let's go and ask a fellow villager. Shin Monru took her niece to the busy villagers. Just about to ask someone. When she looked up, a graceful woman whose dress was obviously different from that of the villagers came into Shin Monru's sight. Isn't this Manager Zhu from Jiangbei International Hotel? Why is she here? Jiangbei is a small county town. Many wealthy people choose Jiangbei International Hotel, the most upscale place in Jiangbei, for dinner invitations and company gatherings. As the director of the Jiangbei branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Shin Monru often goes to Jiangbei International Hotel to spend money, so she knows Zhu Kersen. Hello, Manager Zhu, why are you here? What happened? Why are there so many New Year's goods? I heard that Mr. Chun is going to distribute New Year's goods to the villagers. Is that true? Shin Monru walked quickly towards Zhu Kersen and asked several questions at once. Seeing Shin Monru and the pretty girl following behind her, Zhu Kersen also widened her eyes in confusion. Manager Shin, are you from Sana village? Zhu Kersen asked back. Shin Monru shook her head. No, 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 no. We are here to see Mr. Chun for business. Mr. Chun? Which Mr. Chun? It's Mr. Qindong, who just came back from out of town. Shin Shiyu answered Zhu Kersen before her aunt could. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kersen became even more confused. People from the bank came to see Mr. Chun during the Chinese New Year. Could it be that the boss owed the bank money and was being chased for debt? Manager Shin, do you have anything to do with Mr. Chin? Zhu Kersen asked cautiously. We're looking for Mr. Chun. Shin Shiyu was about to answer again, but her aunt pulled her aside. The little girl is so naive. What if the beautiful woman in front of her is a lobbyist sent by another bank? Wouldn't the news leak out? Shin Monru rolled her eyes at her niece, then turned to look at Zhu Kersen and asked with a smile. Excuse me, Manager Zhu, do you also know Mr. Chin? Seeing that Shin Monru had some doubts, Zhu Kersen no longer concealed the truth and said, Yes, Manager Shun. Mr. Chun is now a shareholder of our Jiangbei International Hotel and the sole shareholder with 100% control. Upon hearing this, Shin Monru and Shin Shiyu, aunt and niece, were shocked. They looked at each other and felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from Qindong's strength. Jiangbei International Hotel is the most luxurious and only 5-star hotel in Jiangbei, with fixed assets of at least 800 million yuan. This Qindong is really rich, with more than 100 million yuan in deposits and over 1 billion yuan in assets. They just found out about this. How much unknown wealth is behind him? I can't imagine it. Shin Monru pretended to be calm and smoothed the hair on her forehead, and Shin Shiyu was almost overwhelmed. Can she, a newbie who just started working, get such a super rich 23-year-old guy? Aunt, I want to go home. Shen Shiyu retreated. She was afraid that she would not dare to speak when she saw Chen Dong. If she opened her mouth, she would stutter and look like a waste. She didn't want that. It was too embarrassing. I'm here, what are you afraid of? Shen Manru glared at her disappointing niece, then looked at Zhu Kersen and said, since Mr. Chen is Manager Zhu's boss, please inform Mr. Chen that Director Shen from the Jiangbei branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China wants to see him. Manager Shen, Mr. Chen may not be able to make it right now. Zhu Kersen deliberately pretended to be in a difficult situation. Having worked in the hotel industry for several years, she is well aware of the complexity of human nature. Although Shen Manru dresses like a noble young woman, she has often booked rooms at the Jiangbei International Hotel with men. As the general manager of the hotel, Zhu Kersen knows all too well what's going on. Chen Dong is not only her boss now, but also her first man. Therefore, she has the responsibility and obligation to prevent all bad women from approaching Chen Dong. Good sister, we are here to upgrade Mr. Chen's platinum card. We just need Mr. Chen to sign, which will only take a few minutes. Please take us to meet Mr. Chen. Thank you, beautiful sister. Not wanting to be looked down upon by her aunt again, Shen Shiyu helped persuade Zhu Kersen. His arm was held by Shen Shiyu's slender little hand. Zhu Kersen suddenly felt a warm current surge in her heart. Oh my God, this voice is so beautiful, so delicate and sweet. Even a woman like her feels her whole body numb when she hears it. She can definitely be a voice actor in Japanese anime. Just for the word good sister, she had to agree to the little girl. Okay, come with me. Zhu Kersen took Shen Shiyu to find Chen Dong. Shen Manru secretly gave her niece an admiring look. This was the strength of the women in their Shen family, no matter whether they were men or women. Kill all. After crossing the small square, the three found Chen Dong chatting with the landlady and others in a Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road. Mr. Chen, someone from ICBC wants to see you. Zhu Kersen knocked on the car door and pointed at Shen Shiyu behind her. Hi, Mr. Chen. Shen Manru stood on tiptoe to greet Chen Dong. She was indeed an indecent woman. Look at her coquettish smile. Zhu Kersen gave Chen Dong a meaningful look and turned away. This way. Chen Dong got out of the car. Shen Manru quickly stepped forward and offered her hand to help Chen Dong. Mr. Chen, please slow down. You were the one who called me yesterday? Chen Dong asked Shen Manru in confusion. This is not like the sweet, childish voice from yesterday. Mr. Chen, it's me. I'm calling you. Shen Shiyu clenched her hands and came in front of Chen Dong. Her already pretty face was now as red as a ripe peach, one side red and the other side green, so small that it could almost be covered by a big hand. Yes, that's the sound. Chen Dong smiled at Shen Shiyu with satisfaction. Having a nice voice is also an advantage for women, because at certain times, a man can satisfy his abundant hormones just by listening to a woman's voice. Receiving Chen Dong's appreciative smile, Shen Shiyu became even more shy. This guy is not only rich, but also so handsome. Ugh, my heart is about to jump out of my chest. I can't take it anymore. I can't look at Mr. Chen anymore. I can't say a word to Mr. Chen anymore. I'm about to explode on the spot. Aunt, help me. What girl doesn't have spring in her heart? At this moment, Shen Shiyu suddenly wanted to fall in love. Received a distress signal from my niece. Hee, hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Shen Manru, the head of the Personal Finance Department of the Jiangbei branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Shen Manru puffed out her chest proudly, wanting to show off her overwhelming personal charm in front of Chen Dong, but she hadn't finished her self-introduction. Your name is Shen Shiyu, right? Why did you come to see me? To upgrade your bank card. Chen Dong looked at the shy Shen Shiyu and asked with a smile. Some people like lowly, some people like mature women. Chen Dong said that only children do multiple choice questions. He wants them all. Although Shen Shiyu was not wearing Lolita clothes, her face and voice were those of a standard little Lolita. After Chen Dong tasted the mature lady, he inevitably wanted to try the Lolita flavor. Now that you are rich and not a scumbag, are you preparing to take the civil service exam? Yes, Mr. Chen, please sign. It will only take a little while for you. Please don't be angry. Shen Shiyu opened her cherry lips, and the moment she spoke, Chen Dong felt itchy. He has decided to eat this lowly. Chen Dong raised the corners of his mouth and smiled mischievously. Chapter 78, Chen Dong. Xiao Shun, are you willing to marry into our village? For Loli's sake. Chen Dong readily signed the agreement and received the upgraded ICBC Platinum card. It took a few minutes to get it done. Are you guys busy? If not, please help me distribute New Year's goods to the villagers. Chen Dong invited Shen Shiyu. Okay, Mr. Chen, since you agreed so readily, I can do free labor for you for a day. Any more than that, because I'm afraid I'll be exhausted to death. After saying this, Shen Shiyu stuck out her tongue at Chen Dong. Such a cute loli. Chen Dong couldn't help laughing. There is strength in numbers. With the addition of two beauties, the team distributing New Year's goods became even more spectacular. Everyone, please send a representative from each household to gather at the village square. The Chun family's Dong Dong has returned from the Magic City and has prepared a batch of New Year's goods for everyone. Every household will get a share. The village chief shouted into a loudspeaker, afraid of missing out on any household. This is how rural work works. The problem is not the lack of resources, but the inequality. If something is needed, everyone should have it. If nothing is needed, no one should have it. If work is not done properly for one household, there will be endless trouble. Even if 3 to 5 years have passed, these troubles will still arise once a conflict occurs. Village Square. The New Year's goods delivered by the transport trucks have been sorted into categories and neatly stacked like small hills, standing one by one. Mr. Chun, I just did some calculations. This year, each family can get an average of 50 kilograms of black pork, 20 kilograms of mutton, 2 bottles of mitai, 1 box of wulianya, 2 boxes of ocean blue. Zhu Kersen reports to Chen Dong. Okay, distribute it to the villagers according to this amount. Chen Dong nodded, very satisfied with Zhu Kersen's work, and praised her with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Kersen. I'm not tired. Zhu Kersen smiled shyly and went about her business with her phone. Dong Dong, come and say a few words to everyone. The village chief Song Jianxi pulled Chun Dong to the stage in the square and insisted that he speak to the villagers. After all, these New Year goods were bought for the village by Chun Dong with real money. When you drink water, you should remember the person who dug the well. They must remember Chun Dong's kindness. All right. Chun Dong Gang stood in the center of the stage. Pa pa pa. Thunderous applause broke out. Almost all of the nearly 100 households in Sanha village gathered in the open space below the stage, applauding Chun Dong with all their might. A few days ago, they were still watching Douyin, envying the neighboring Suqian who had a big qiangzi and sent a big gift package of New Year goods to his hometown. Now, Dong Dong has also appeared in their village and has also prepared a big gift package of New Year goods for them, including meat, chicken, fish, seafood, and wine. Why should they envy Guangming village? They have now become the object of envy of others. Hello, Mr. Chun. We are reporters from Jiangbei TV station. Before Chen Dong could say anything, a female reporter from the TV station arrived and interviewed him with a microphone. It took more than 10 minutes. Chen Dong stood in front of the villagers again. Without wasting your time, I wish all my fellow countrymen a happy spring festival and a joyful new year. Now I will start distributing New Year's goods. Who hated teachers who kept classes after class when he was in school and bosses who kept meetings after work, just said a word and started distributing New Year's goods to the villagers. The villagers who received the delicious pork, mutton, beef, chicken, duck, goose, seafood, fruits and vegetables, mitai, wulianya, and haizilan couldn't suppress their joy, excitement and joy on their faces, and all looked at Chun Dong with gratitude. Dong Dong is so good to us. It's even more practical than the New Year's gifts that Da Qiangzi gave us. We can have a prosperous New Year this year, haha. He's Da Qiangzi, what the hell? How can he compare to Dong Dong? Da Qiangzi only has a milk tea sister. Look at Dong Dong. He has 3 beautiful women standing beside him. Which one of them is not prettier than milk tea? This is the first time I've seen Mao Tai in my life. I didn't expect it was given to me by Dong Dong. This is worth it. I must go to Dong Dong to wish him a happy new year. Brother, it seems like you are older than Dong Dong, right? What's the point of being so senior? Dong Dong has given us so many New Year's gifts. Isn't it only natural for us to wish him a happy new year? You're right, brother. I'll go with you then. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Chun Dong and rode their tricycles to take the New Year's goods they had received home. Looking at the mountains of New Year's goods, everyone couldn't stop smiling and was so happy. Sanha village is a small village with less than 100 households in total. It took less than 2 hours to distribute most of the New Year's goods. Chen Dong asked the village chief to send someone to deliver the remaining food to his home, so that he could give it to his relatives when they came during the Chinese New Year. Although people born in the 90s and aughts are very annoyed by the concept of relatives. But his parents cared, so Chen Dong had to go along with them. I saw all the New Year's goods being taken away. Shin Monru suddenly came to Chen Dong and said enviously, Mr. Chun, do you think I can join your Sanha village household registration? With so many New Year gift packages, who wouldn't be confused? The wine alone is worth tens of thousands of yuan. This may not be a big deal in a big city, but in a small place like Jiangbei, this batch of New Year gift packages is still very attractive. Chen Dong continued to treat Shin Monru coldly. He looked at the little lowly Shin Shiyu behind her and said with a smile, Xiao Shun, are you willing to marry into our Sanha village? Shin Shiyu's cheeks flushed red. This. Of course I am willing, but I am only willing to marry you. You are so rich and handsome. Will you want me? Mr. Chun, you're kidding. How could a nobody like me be qualified to marry into your Sana village? And you can just call her Shiyu. Calling her Xiaoshen makes me feel weird. After Shun Shiyu finished speaking, she pursed her lips, looking delicate and like a cute and playful kitten. Such a cute girl, it must be very pleasant to rub her with your hands. Shen Donggang wanted to continue teasing the little lowly. At this time, Zhu Kersen came over. Mr. Chun, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to the hotel first. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and the restaurant has contracted a lot of New Year's Eve dinners, so I need to go back and keep an eye on it. Shen Dong nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Manager Zhu. By the way, please reserve a table for me for the New Year's Eve dinner. A small private room will do. I'm inviting my family to dinner. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'm leaving first. Zhu Kersen turned and left. After experiencing Chun Dong's coldness several times, Shin Manru felt that there was no point in staying any longer. Just as she was about to take her niece back home, she suddenly received a message on her phone. Manru, Mr. Chin's account received another 100 million yuan in unknown transfers today. You and your aunt and nephew must do everything you can to provide excellent and thorough service to this important client. I still say that when working in our banking system, you must have a spirit of dedication. Remember. Oh my God. Shin Dong's deposit increased by another 100 million. It's so terrifying. In the small county of Jiangbei, there are less than 10 individuals with deposits exceeding 200 million yuan in ICBC, and almost all of them are private business owners who have worked hard for decades. Shin Dong was only 23 years old. He came from a rural area, and his parents were farmers. However, he started from scratch and became wealthy. This ability to make money is comparable to that of brother Xiao Ma in Jiangbei. No wonder he followed the example of Daqi Yangzi from Suqian next door and distributed New Year gift packages to the villagers. They have the ability to do so. Shin Manru, who was known for her experience in battle, became a little nervous at this moment. She swallowed her saliva, put on a flattering smile, and walked up to Chin Dong. Mr. Chun, thank you for your trust in ICBC and for depositing another 100 million yuan with us. From now on, you are our most distinguished super VIP customer at the Jiangbei branch of ICBC. No matter what your needs are, we can satisfy you. Please don't hesitate to ask us for anything. By the way, is your house clean? I'll take Shiyu to clean your house. Is that convenient for you? I've been waiting for you to say this. Shin Dong understood that the time was ripe. He put away his smile, stared at Shun Manru seriously, and said, Manager Shun, I won't bother you with the sanitation of my house, but I just happen to have something that I need your help to take care of. Chapter 79, Li Jingwen's Kiss Attack. Chin Dong can't bear it. Please tell me, Mr. Chun, no matter how hard it is, as long as it is something that ICBC can do, we will do our utmost. Shin Manru expressed her excitement. After being treated coldly several times, Chin Dong finally looked her in the eye. She was not afraid that Chin Dong would bother her, but she was afraid that Chin Dong would not bother her. If ICBC had no value to Chin Dong, it would lose this super VIP customer sooner or later. We have a Yingguang Real Estate in Jiangbei. The owner is Wang Yingguang. Has Manager Shin heard of him? Chin Dong was not polite and directly blamed the scoundrel behind the parking lot to Shin Manru. Anyway, he is the one who has money now. If ICBC can't help him solve the problem, he will change to another bank. However, in a small county like Jiangbei, he believed that banks could handle many things. Wang Yingguang, I know him. He developed many real estate projects in Jiangbei in his early years. It seems that the Jiangbei International Hotel under your name was built by them. I wonder what Mr. Chen wants to see him about. Shin Manru has worked in the banking system for nearly 20 years and has heard of all the prominent figures in Jiangbei. Wang Yingguang and his Yingguang Real Estate also borrowed money from ICBC. Because of the overdue repayment, both parties had a very unpleasant argument, so Shin Manru was impressed by him. Yes, the Jiangbei International Hotel was built by Yingguang Real Estate. It's precisely because of this that Yingguang Real Estate is holding on to our hotel's parking lot and is demanding 20 million yuan from us. I'd like to ask ICBC to intervene and have Yingguang Real Estate return the parking lot to our hotel. The price is 6 million yuan, not a cent more. Shin Dong made his appeal. As for whether ICBC can complete the task, it depends on the other party's strength. This Wang Yingguang is a deadbeat. He even dared to get involved in Mr. Chen's Jiangbei International Hotel. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. ICBC will do its best to handle this matter. Just wait for good news. Shin Manru agreed immediately. She had no idea whether she could complete it, so she had to go back and discuss it with the bank president, Lao Hu. So she only said the ambiguous word, try your best, instead of the affirmative word, definitely. Manager Shun, for Shiyu's sake, I believe in the strength and service attitude of your ICBC. But let me be frank. If you can handle this matter, I will continue to deposit my money with your ICBC. If you can't, don't blame me for choosing another bank. Chen Dong glanced at Shen Shiyu, then turned his gaze back to Shen Manru. Since deposits are a business, everyone takes advantage of each other. You help me, and I help you. If we don't talk about the exchange of interests, do we still need to talk about feelings? She heard Chen Dong calling her name. Shen Shiyu, who had been pretending to be invisible, felt a surge of emotions in her heart. Handsome Guogua, please, you make me feel embarrassed when you say that. That's more than 200 million in savings. How can I be so proud of myself? Shen Shiyu trembled. Even if she was sold 10 times, she would not be worth so much money. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your trust in ICBC. Don't worry, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. I will go back to the bank now to handle it. Please wait for good news. Shen Manru was also trembling. She originally thought that Chen Dong, a young man, would be easy to fool, but she didn't expect Chen Dong to speak so sophisticatedly and directly, only talking about interests and not feelings. In this case, ICBC can only go all out and use all their connections to get this done. After all, Chen Dong is a super VIP with more than 200 million in deposits and a net worth of over 10 billion. Keeping Chen Dong's deposits is equivalent to keeping the god of wealth. Her position will become more and more stable, and she may even be promoted to deputy president. On the contrary, if Chen Dong, the god of wealth, was lost and higher-ups held her accountable, not only would she, a supervisor, but even president who would have to give up his position. Shen Manru did not dare to delay and hurried back to ICBC to report to Lao Hu. Aunt, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Shen Shiyu, who hadn't reacted, hurried after her aunt as she saw her leave. She turned around and waved to Chen Dong. Bye, Mr. Chen. Xiaoshen calls her aunt. Are they aunt and niece? It is very likely, because both of them are very beautiful, with small oval faces, but one is full of the charm of a mature woman, while the other has a childish lowly style. Hee, will there be a chance to have an in-depth communication with both of them in the future? As soon as this thought popped up in Chen Dong's mind, he raised his hand and slapped himself. You are getting worse and worse. You actually dare to fantasize about having an affair with your aunt and nephew. If you continue like this, you will become a real playboy. As everyone left, Chen Dong was also preparing to drive the Cullinan home. Just open the car door. Brother Xiaodong. The village beauty Li Jingwen suddenly poked her head out from behind the car and smiled at Chen Dong foolishly with her beautiful face. Quiet. Chen Dong was startled. He walked over and pinched the village girl's face. You scare me to death. Why are you hiding here instead of going home for the new year? Waiting for you. Li Jingwen stretched her neck and stared at Chen Dong. Brother Xiaodong, I've been waiting for you for so long, and you didn't even play with me when you came back. It's windy today. Take me to the fields to fly a kite. Tomorrow is Chinese New Year. Why are we flying kites? Chen Dong had just finished speaking. Bobo. Bobo. Li Jingwen gave him a barrage of kisses. Brother Xiaodong, I want it. Okay. Since you use this to seduce me, I'll play with you till the end. Okay. I'll take you to fly a kite. Chen Dong shook his head helplessly and agreed to the village beauty's unreasonable request. There's nothing he can do about it. The little girl has been following him around since she was a child. To put it nicely, she's his childhood sweetheart, but to put it bluntly, she's just a snot bubble and a follower. Fortunately, Li Jingwen is quite pretty. If she was like Song Xuejiao, he would definitely slap her in the face. After dinner, Chen Dong drove Li Jingwen to the field path outside the village. They often played here when they were young. They didn't expect that they would play here for more than 10 years. Time flies so fast. Chen Dong couldn't help but think of the past and feel a lot of emotion when he saw the things. Brother Xiaodong, I'm going to let go, run faster. Li Jingwen held the kite, and Chen Dong pulled the string in front. With the help of the spring breeze, the kite flew up all of a sudden. In less than a few minutes, we flew into the clouds. Wow, it's so high. Li Jingwen was as happy as a 3-year-old baby, jumping and dancing in front of Chen Dong. Oh, silly girl, when will you grow up? Chen Dong sighed on the side. Tie the wires to the Cullinan's rearview mirror. The two of them sat in the back seat of the car to rest. Li Jingwen lay on Chen Dong's legs naturally. Feeling uncomfortable, she simply took off her shoes and put her little feet on the seat. The interior of the Cullinan is spacious, but not cramped at all. Hey, I'm dying of fumes. Chen Dong deliberately pinched his nose, pretending to be disgusted by the village beauty's smelly feet. Li Jingwen believed it, and put the feet in front of her nose and smelled them. It doesn't stink, not at all. Seeing the village beauty smelling his feet foolishly, Chen Dong couldn't help laughing. Li Jingwen then realized that she had been tricked. She reached her little hand into Chen Dong's clothes and twisted his waist hard. "Ah, you stinky girl, take my slap." Chen Dong fought back and slapped the village beauty on the butt. Li Jingwen was hit in the vitals and immediately became angry and ready to stand up to fight back. But she forgot that she was inside a car and bumped into the starry sky roof of the Rolls-Royce as soon as she stood up. Boom. Followed by a muffled sound. The village beauty's head was hit and hurt, and then she started crying. "Woo woo, Xiaodong brother, you are such a bad guy, it hurts." Li Jingwen did not fight back. She knelt on the chair and cried to Chen Dong. "Okay, Jingjing, don't cry, don't cry. Let your brother see where you bumped into something." Chen Dong turned sideways and checked the place where the village beauty was hit. Li Jingwen took the opportunity to get into Chen Dong's arms and put her hands into Chen Dong's clothes to tickle him. Who can stand this? Chen Dong grabbed the village beauty's arms and pulled out her two naughty little hands. Fearing that the village beauty would resist, he pressed her down on the seat behind him. "Brother Xiaodong, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." Oh. Li Jingwen pouted and acted coquettishly. "Hiss. Something feels wrong." Looking at the village beauty's rosy cheeks and fair skin, Chen Dong suddenly had an idea. "I can't bear it anymore." Chen Dong made up his mind and kissed Li Jingwen's cherry lips. Chapter 80. 5,000 yuan red envelope for each person. Zhu Kersin falls in love. No wonder they say women are made of water. As Chen Dong came into more and more contact with women, he gradually understood the true meaning of this sentence. Even though it was just a kiss, Li Jingwen had melted into a puddle of water, her whole body so limp that she could barely sit up in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. She had just turned 19, at the prime of her life, and knew very little about matters between men and women. And the more so, the stronger the curiosity. From being hesitant and reluctant at the beginning to getting into the groove later on, and turning passive into active, Li Jingwen hugged her beloved man and let Chen Dong's lips kiss her cheeks, ears, and neck freely. "It's so hot." Li Jingwen felt a fire burning in her heart, and her whole body was about to burn. "Brother Chen Dong, be quiet." Chen Dong was just about to cosplay as a firefighter when he heard the screams of King Kong Barbie outside the car window. "Oh no, Xue Jiao is here to find us." Li Jingwen sat up with a start, touched her hot cheeks, and quickly tidied up her clothes that were messed up by Chen Dong. Chen Dong also rubbed his mouth, opened the car door, and got out. "Xue Jiao, why are you here?" "Brother Chen Dong, please go home quickly. Many people have come to your house to propose marriage. There are several beautiful girls at your door saying they want to marry you." Song Xuejiao spoke her mind and told Chen Dong without restraint. Before Chen Dong could even glance at her, she had already finished her words. Li Jingwen in the car really got angry after hearing this. She jumped out of the car angrily and took Chen Dong's arm to declare her sovereignty. "Xuejiao, Xiaodong already has a girlfriend. Go back and tell those people not to harass Xiaodong anymore. He will not marry them." "Oh." Song Xuejiao turned her sturdy body around and was about to leave when she suddenly turned her head back. "Jingjing, you are not Brother Chen Dong's girlfriend, are you?" Li Jingwen panicked. She really wanted to be Chen Dong's girlfriend, but how could she say this out loud? If her parents and the villagers heard about it, she would be too embarrassed to leave the house. "How could that be, Xuejiao? I have always regarded Jingjing as my sister. She is not my girlfriend." Chen Dong took the initiative to step forward to help the village beauty out of trouble. Unexpectedly, he was immediately met with Li Jingwen's death stare. "You were asking for trouble just now, but now you treat me like your sister. Is there any brother like you in the world?" Li Jingwen was filled with resentment. "I was so scared, I thought you too." Song Xuejiao grinned innocently, but the next second she clenched her fists as big as sandbags and warned Chen Dong. "Brother Chen Dong, if you dare to have any ideas about Jingjing, I will crush you to pieces." On Chen Dong's face turned stiff in an instant. Li Jingwen almost fainted. "Please, Jiao Jiao, I was the one who confessed to Xiaodong. He is innocent. You're shooting yourself in the foot." Li Jingwen was at a loss for words, and she dragged her best friend to run to the village. She wanted to personally tell those who came to propose marriage and those who wanted to marry Chen Dong that Chen Dong already had a girlfriend, so they could do what they had to do. The two just left. Chen Dong didn't dare to go home, so he drove his Rolls-Royce to Jiangbei International Hotel to see how the New Year's Eve dinner was prepared. Arrived at the hotel. Like last time, Chen Dong drove into the parking lot and was about to take out his mobile phone to pay the parking fee. The security guard saluted him. "Hello, distinguished guest. Would you like to have dinner or stay at the hotel?" Chen Dong replied, "Eat. VIP, please come in. The restaurant is on the first and second floors of the hotel." I wish you a pleasant meal. The security guard said as he unlocked the gear lever. This service is obviously much better than last time. Could it be that the ICBC people have already taken care of the parking lot issue? Chen Dong gave the security guard a thumbs up and entered the hotel with doubts. Arrived at the restaurant on the first floor. Many guests who have ordered New Year's Eve dinner have already arrived one after another. The lobby, which is about the size of 5 basketball courts, is a busy scene with waiters coming in and out, preparing for the upcoming dining peak in an orderly manner. In the crowd, Chen Dong glanced at the on-site commander Zhu Kersen. She was still wearing the dark red cheongsam, her 2 straight beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. The high heels on her feet set off her tall figure, and the bun on her head gave her the efficiency of a mature woman, while at the same time revealing the charm of a woman. Ku Xian, thank you for your hard work. Chen Dong walked over and comforted Zhu Kersen with a smile. Mr. Chun, why are you here so early? I was about to call you to ask if you want a car to pick you and your uncle and aunt up. Zhu Kersen didn't expect Chen Dong to suddenly appear in front of her. She couldn't hide her excitement on her pretty face. Now Chen Dong is not only her boss. He is also her first man. Being able to support her in person when she was at her busiest time was like providing timely help, and it almost warmed her heart. Just send a car to pick up my parents at 6 o'clock. I'll stay here with you. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he didn't avoid suspicion and gently hugged Zhu Kersen and patted her back. Since he decided to hand over the Jiangbei International Hotel to Zhu Kersen, he must support Zhu Kersen's work with practical actions. Ku Xian, please gather the waiters. I'll take a minute to explain everything to them. Okay, Mr. Chun. Zhu Kersen quickly summoned the waiters on site. Everyone stood in 3 neat rows, facing Chen Dong and Zhu Kersen. This is our hotel's new owner, Mr. Chun. He owns 100% of our hotel's shares. Let's applaud and welcome Mr. Chen to speak. Zhu Kersen introduced herself to everyone. The waiters also cooperated and applauded enthusiastically. Chen Dong waved his hand to signal everyone to stop and said with a smile, "Let me correct Manager Zhu's mistake first. Since yesterday, Manager Zhu has owned 3% of our hotel's shares, so she is now also a shareholder of our hotel." As soon as the words fell, the waiter applauded again, because they all recognized Zhu Kersen's management. In the past, Zhu Kersen was just a professional manager and their respect was only superficial. Now that Zhu Kersen has also become a shareholder of the hotel, they are not only happy for Zhu Kersen, but also dare not go against Zhu Kersen's management. Today is Chinese New Year's Eve. Everyone has sacrificed precious time with their families to stay at their posts. On behalf of the hotel, I want to say thank you for your hard work. In addition to the original rewards, I will pay out of my own pocket to give all the staff on duty a 5,000 yuan New Year's red envelope. Chen Dong was so happy that he couldn't help but act like a domineering CEO and give money to his employees. 5,000 yuan may not seem like a lot, but it's actually not that much. He now has more than 200 million in deposits, not to mention the Jiangbei International Hotel, which is a cash cow. Taking out 1 or 2 million to distribute benefits to employees is just a drizzle. I heard that the boss was going to give them a red envelope of 5,000 yuan. The whole hall was in an uproar. The waiters were so excited that their hands hurt from clapping. Who says there's no such thing as a free lunch? I just picked up 5,000 yuan for free. The boss is so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for him. Are you still asleep? Do you want me to wake you up? Didn't you see the boss just hug Manager Zhu? They were a handsome couple, beautiful women, and deeply in love. How could you be there? As expected, rich men are the most attractive. Manager Zhu never got too close to men before, but now she must have fallen in love. Everyone was talking in low voices, and apart from envy, they could only work hard. After getting a 5,000 yuan kickback for free, I must work hard to repay my boss. Mr. Chun, it's only 4 o'clock now. I'll get you a room. You can rest for a while first. Immersed in the huge surprise that Chen Dong brought her, Zhu Kersen looked at Chen Dong with a red face. No need to book a room. Just go to your office. Chen Dong looked at Zhu Kersen with a naughty smile in his eyes. Chapter 81. Xiaodong's current status means he must marry a city girl. Chen Dong and Zhu Kersen came to the general manager's office side by side. Just entered the house. Bang. Zhu Kersen took the initiative to close the door and locked it. Next second, a pair of red lips as soft as jade pressed against Chen Dong's mouth. Zhu Kersen couldn't wait to release her endless love, admiration, adoration, touching, excitement, and heartfelt love for Chen Dong. Once a woman is conquered by the man she admires, she will fall completely in love with him. Even though he is a younger brother who is a few years younger than me. Zhu Kersen completely lost her mind. What did it matter that she was older than Chen Dong, And what did it matter that Qindong was the boss? She just really wanted, to feel Qindong's warmth. Xiaodong, hold me tight. Zhu Kersen hugged Qindong's neck and murmured softly. Her rosy cheeks were burning hot all the way to her ears. Although she had just become a woman from a girl, she was already 26 years old, and her body was like a peach in midsummer, ripe as a vine. She no longer called Qindong Mr. Chen. That would make her feel alienated. She wanted to be Qindong's woman. Even though Qindong never said, "I love you" to her. She doesn't care. This man had given her so much, and she was willing to wholeheartedly enjoy this pampering that made every pore of her body blossom with excitement. Kuexine, I may not be able to give you what you want. Qindong hugged the Jiangbei beauty and confessed. Don't say. Zhu Kersen blocked Qindong's mouth with her jade-like fingers that looked like scallions. She didn't want to hear anything at this moment. Qindong insisted. Kuexine, I can give you anything except a marriage certificate. The man's domineering yet doting voice, along with a warm current, blew into Zhu Kersen's ears, causing this charming woman in Cheongsam to tremble uncontrollably. That's enough, Xiaodong. You've given me enough. Zhu Kersen stroked Qindong's chest with her hands, wishing she could merge into this man's bones. Her almond-shaped eyes were blurry, her breathing was rapid, and her face was hot. Qindong had no resistance to such a beauty. He exerted force with both hands and placed Zhu Kersen on the desk. Two beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings swayed in front of him. He used to like black stockings, but now, for the first time, he felt the charm of flesh-colored stockings. I didn't expect that a woman could wear flesh-colored stockings so romantically. This Jiangbei beauty with a 93% appearance value is truly extraordinary. Qindong gritted his teeth and ripped it off. 7 p.m. In a private room of Jiangbei International Hotel, Qindong accompanied his parents to have New Year's Eve dinner. The private room was decorated in a festive and warm manner. The food on the table was delicious, and 3 waiters stood by to provide one-on-one service. Qindong's parents, who had never eaten in such a high-end hotel, were obviously feeling uneasy when they saw this scene. Go down. I'll call you if I need you. Qindong persuaded the waiter to leave, so as to avoid making parents uncomfortable. Mom and Dad, you've worked hard this year. Your son wants to toast you. Qindong picked up the red wine glass containing 1982 Lafite and stood up to toast his parents. Okay, son, you've worked hard too. Chen Fuxing drank it all in one gulp. He has been in a very good mood these past 2 days. His son has made great progress and has become a big shot in the village, which has won him face in front of everyone. The villagers respect him more than the village chief and run over from a distance to offer him cigarettes. It feels so good. It is said that before the age of 30, it is the father who wins face for the son, and after the age of 30, it is the son who wins face for the father. His son Qindong is only in his early 20s, but he has won great face for him. As a father, Chen Fuxing feels particularly proud. Xiaodong, what kind of wine is this? It tastes both bitter and sweet. Zhou Xiaolan took a small sip, and as she was not used to the taste of red wine, she almost vomited it out. You look so ignorant. This is called wine, don't you understand? It's wine made from grapes. Chen Fuxing couldn't help but teach his wife a lesson. Zhou Xiaolan immediately counterattacked. You are so capable. You know so much. And the wine? The waiter clearly said when he poured the wine just now that it's called La Fei, which means to pull it and fly. Do you understand? Seeing the parents bickering like children, Qindong couldn't help but want to laugh. Such a warm atmosphere really makes people feel happy. Boom, boom, boom. There were a few knocks on the door, and the door of the box was pushed open. Zhu Kersen was wearing a festive dark red Cheongsam, holding a glass of red wine, and walked towards Qindong with an elegant step and a smile. Mr. Chen, I'll toast to the 2 elders. After explaining the purpose of their visit, Zhu Kersen bowed to greet Qindong's parents and raised her glass, saying, Uncle and Aunt, I am Xiao Zhu, the general manager of the hotel. Welcome to our hotel for dinner. I wish you a happy spring festival, good health, and all the best. Finished. Zhu Kersen drank the red wine in one gulp. Uncle and Aunt, I won't disturb you while you're having your meal. After toasting, Zhu Kersen bowed to Qindong's parents, then turned and left with the empty wine glass. After closing the door, this girl is pretty. Xiaodong, go ask her if she has a boyfriend and if she's married. Chen Fuxing took a big sip of red wine and squinted his eyes. What are you planning, you damn bastard? Women in the city are hard to please. This girl looks pretty, but who knows if she's easy to get along with. It's better for Xiaodong to find someone he knows well. I think Jingjing is a good girl. She's pretty and well-behaved. I've watched her grow up, so she'd be a good wife. Zhou Xiaolan rolled her eyes at the man and told him who she wanted as her daughter-in-law. As a result, Chen Fuxing was unhappy again and shouted, Jingjing is a good girl, but her father is a pig farmer. I, the son of the Chen family, will never be the son-in-law of a pig farmer. What's wrong with raising pigs? You're still a farmer. Farming is better than raising pigs. Besides, Xiaodong is so well off now, he must marry a city girl. City girls are so great. You bastard. Are you also thinking of kicking me out and marrying a city girl? What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid of the children laughing at you? Chen Fuxing and Zhou Xiaolan argued for a long time. Chen Dong stood up and stood between his parents, one arm around his father and the other around his mother, trying to stop the quarrel. All right, stop arguing. I'll just marry them both home and make them your wives. Not to mention marrying both Zhu Kershen and Li Jinwen. Even if it doubled, it would be a piece of cake for him. The same thing. Nowadays, as long as you have money, you will never lack women, and naturally you will never lack a wife. At worst, I can marry and then divorce and then marry again, making them all ex-wives in name, but wives in fact. Haha. If a woman gives birth to only one child for him, he will have a house full of handsome sons and beautiful daughters. The whole family will be happy and harmonious, and he will be very happy. Fantasizing. Chen Dong's 2 ears were grabbed by his father and mother respectively. What good things are you thinking about, kid? Stop daydreaming, kid. Chen Fuxing and Zhou Xiaolan both warned their son. Ouch, ouch, it hurts, mom and dad, please spare me. Chen Dong's daydream was strangled in the cradle by his parents before it even began. It seems that the matter of getting married has to be put aside. Let's make these beauties his women first. Once the matter is settled, and we have precious grandchildren, will you still dare to refuse? Chapter 82. Zhu Kershen doesn't go home and wins 200 million in cash. The meal was a great pleasure. Although there are not many people, it is simple, warm and happy. After dinner, Chen Dong invited his parents to stay in the hotel, but they refused to stay and were anxious to go back to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Chen Dong asked the hotel to send a car to take them back. And himself. He was in the general manager's office, playing with his mobile phone, waiting for Zhu Kershen to get off work. It's past 10 o'clock in the evening. As the last table of guests for the New Year's Eve dinner left, Zhu Kershen walked back to the office with tired steps, ready to pack up and go home. As a result, the door opened. Chen Dong was sitting on the sofa, looking at her with a smile. Mr. Chen, why? Why didn't you go home? Waiting for you. The fatigue on Zhu Kershen's body disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of joy. And full of joy. What is the happiest thing in the world? For Zhu Kershen at this moment, the happiest thing is this scene. On New Year's Eve, her beloved man is waiting for her to get off work together. Zhu Kershen closed the door and ran into Chen Dong's arms. Her sweet lips naturally pressed against Chen Dong's mouth. I have nothing to repay you with, so I will give you my body. After a passionate love affair, Chen Dong hugged Zhu Kershen's slender waist and caressed the beauty in his arms. When I came here, the parking lot was no longer charging. Did anyone from Yinguang Real Estate come here? Yes. Zhu Kershen lazily sat on Chen Dong's lap and turned her head to look at him. Xiaodong, you are so awesome. You promised me last night that you would help me solve the parking problem. This afternoon, someone from Yinguang Real Estate came, and it was Wang Yinguang himself who came. Oh, what did he say? Chen Dongai touched Zhu Kershen's smooth little face. He's willing to transfer the ownership of the parking lot to our hotel for 6 million yuan. From now on, there will be no more disputes between them and our hotel. He's also willing to return the parking fees collected over the past 2 months. That's good. Now that the parking problem has been solved, the hotel's business should be able to take off. Chen Dong personally experienced the services in the hotel's restaurants and guest rooms. From the moment he entered the hotel lobby, he was impressed by the hotel staff's attitude. They were even more welcoming than the Atlantis Hotel in Sanya, which cost 100,000 yuan a night. This showed that Zhu Kershen was very attentive to management. After all, she was a graduate of hotel management, and Zhu Kershen's service level was impeccable. Of course, the parking lot issue has been giving me a headache. I've been to Yinguang Real Estate several times, but I didn't expect that Wang Yinguang would return the parking lot to us as soon as you showed up. No wonder they say a veteran is worth two. Zhu Kershen looked up to Chen Dong in admiration. A pair of black eyes filled with deep temptation. Chen Dong kissed the tip of Zhu Kershen's nose and said with a smile, "Do you think I'm old?" "No way, I'm older than you. As long as you don't mind me being old, that's fine." "How could that be? You are so naive," Chen Dong said. Soft. Zhu Kershen shyly buried her head in Chen Dong's chest. Then there was another round of passionate kissing. "Are you going home tonight?" Zhu Kershen asked with red ears. Chen Dong shook his head. I'm not going back. What about you? I won't reply either. Zhu Kersen hasn't spent New Year's Eve at home for 2 or 3 consecutive years. This year, since her lover is with her, she will not go back. Wait a minute, I'll get a room. Sitting up from Qindong, Zhu Kersen prepared to go out and get a room. As soon as he stood up, he was pulled back by Qindong. Wait a minute, I'll test whether your desk is sturdy or not. Good. Zhu Kersen covered her face with her hands. Is a desk with a bed comfortable? She couldn't figure it out. No words were spoken that night. Because fireworks are prohibited in Jiangbei, even though it was New Year's Eve, it was quiet everywhere and no firecrackers could be heard in the hotel. This is one of the reasons why the New Year has become less and less interesting in recent years. The Spring Festival is supposed to be a festive day for families to reunite. However, the firecrackers invented by our ancestors have been set off for thousands of years, but now they are not allowed to be set off. Qindong didn't want to say a word about this. He just wanted some people in Jiangbei to see his lip movements. Early the next morning, at dawn, Zhu Kersen struggled out of bed and planned to go home to wish her parents a happy new year. Qindong asked for her bank card number and transferred 2 million yuan to her. Give bonuses to employees. Zhu Kersen looked at the transfer amount and didn't dare to take it. It's too much. There were less than 100 employees on duty last night, and each person was paid 5,000 yuan, which would be enough for almost 1 million yuan. Take it, the rest is your year-end bonus. Qindong said domineeringly that he doted on his woman, and a mere 2 million was nothing to him. Xiaodong, you are so good to me. Zhu Kersen returned to the bed, lay on top of Qindong, and hugged his neck tightly. You are my woman now. Isn't it my duty to treat you well? Qindong kissed Zhu Kersen's red lips, signaling her to go home quickly to reunite with her parents. Go home quickly, or I'll inject another billion into you if you don't leave. You're so mean. Zhu Kersen was scared. From yesterday till now, she didn't know how many billions she had received from Qindong. If she received any more, she would never be able to walk again. By the way, do you want to buy some medicine? Qindong asked with concern. Zhu Kersen kissed Qindong. No need, my relatives just left, it's safe. It's okay if it's not safe. I'll raise the baby if it's born. Would you like to? Of course, as long as you're willing. I'm willing to raise as many children as you want. Qindong was not trying to deceive Zhu Kersen. He loved children very much and of course wanted his own child. Besides, his parents definitely wanted to have a grandson soon. He was a billionaire now, and it was not like he couldn't raise a child. It was just that Zhu Kersen was still young and very career-oriented, so he was afraid that Zhu Kersen would not want to have a child. Just wait. I will give birth to a big fat boy for your Chen family sooner or later. After Zhu Kersen finished speaking, she covered her face and left. She didn't know where she got the courage from. She even said such embarrassing words. Is it because of love? Of course. Since Qindong said that he could not give her marriage, she would give birth to a child with Qindong and raise him by his side. In this way, no matter whether Qindong wants her or not in the future, she would have someone to rely on. Moreover, if she and Qindong had a child together, even if Qindong no longer liked her in the future, he would not completely abandon her for the sake of the child. Although this idea was a bit selfish, as a woman, what was wrong with thinking this way? Besides, she would never fall in love with any man other than Qindong, let alone marry any man. Because no man is as good as Qindong. What's more, Qindong has given her so much. After Zhu Kersen left, Qindong couldn't sleep either. Open the Zero Yuan Shopping Mall app on your mobile phone to check out today's Zero Yuan shopping products. As explained yesterday, this refresh is still for the New Year 8 Days of Joy lottery tickets. After clicking to use, you will win 200 million yuan in cash, which is double what you got yesterday. Then there was a beep. 200 million yuan was immediately deposited into Qindong's bank card, and the deposit balance reached 440 million yuan. Haha. This simple and rough feeling is so fucking great. You don't need to do anything. Just move your fingers, and you can make a net profit of 2 small goals. The Zero Yuan Shopping Mall app is really awesome. Chapter 83. Big star Su Qingru pays New Year's greetings. Shin Manru is so anxious. Only 2 days had passed during the 8-day New Year holiday, and the company had already earned 300 million yuan in deposits. Once everything is done, the deposit will definitely exceed 1 billion yuan. Qindong thought about it, and couldn't help but look forward to it. The Zero Yuan Shopping Mall app can be upgraded automatically. It is currently at level 1. The refreshed Zero Yuan shopping products are mainly various daily necessities and consumer cashback coupons. When the deposit exceeds 1 billion, the Zero Yuan Shopping Mall app system will be upgraded to the 2nd level. At that time, in addition to the predicted information on stocks, funds, etc., the daily Zero Yuan shopping items will also include film and television scripts. Will it be easier to make money then? Chen Dong raised the corners of his mouth, feeling optimistic about this. The system godmother has always doted on him, and the second-level system must be more powerful than the first-level system. This is beyond doubt. Exit the Zero Yuan shopping mall. When Chen Dong opened WeChat, he was flooded with New Year greetings. Landlady, Xiaodong, Happy New Year. I wish you good health, delicious food, and happiness every day in the new year. Except for the blessings. Yu Xiaoqian also sent a big red envelope for transfer, which contained 52,000 yuan. As expected of a wealthy woman in Shanghai, she is generous with her money. Chen Dong replied with Happy New Year and accepted the red envelope without hesitation. The landlady is not short of money. If I don't accept it, she will be sad. I might as well accept it first. At worst, I can pay her back tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of times later. Haha. Lin Yutong, husband, Happy Chinese New Year. In the new year, I will always be by your side, accompanying you through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter of the rest of your life, provided you don't get tired of me. Love you, kiss, kiss. The school beauty sent a love message and 2 kiss emojis. In the brackets made Chen Dong feel a little amused and helpless. He is so charming now that even the school bell feels a little unconfident in front of him. Wife, Happy New Year. I, too, will love you for 10,000 years and will never, ever get tired of it. Chen Dong replied to the school beauty. I just sent a red envelope of 99,999. It means loving you forever. Next came the news about Zheng Jinyuan. Simple and crude, he directly sent a dancing video. In the video, Zheng Jinyuan was wearing yoga pants and a sports t-shirt with her belly button exposed. She was dancing exaggeratedly, with charming eyes, seductive tongue sticking out, and hot moves. Chen Dong felt his blood boiling early in the morning when he saw it. When it comes to controlling men, it has to be the little golden retriever. The emotional value is instantly maximized. Reward 88888 red envelope. If Zheng Jinyuan was in Jiangbei at this time, Chen Dong would have called her over and insisted on injecting 1 billion yuan into her on the spot. Long live Dad. After receiving the red envelope from Chen Dong, Zheng Jinyuan replied immediately. Very rare. Royal sister Lu Yu also sent a message. Just a simple sentence, Happy Chinese New Year. Who is not materialistic. As for Lu Yun, Chen Dong has not made any substantial progress until now, and only got a passionate kiss. Chen Dong was not in a hurry about this. Sometimes it's like watching a Japanese romance movie. If you win easily like Zheng Jinyuan at the beginning, it will be boring. It will be more interesting if you watch a drama movie appropriately. Anyway, Lu Yu has become the canary in his hand. It's nice to play with it after you've familiarized it with the tree. Happy Chinese New Year. Chen Dong also gave Lu Yu a brief reply. We are in perfect harmony and understand each other. True tacit understanding never requires any extra words. Gentle little witch. Happy New Year to you, my benefactor. Let's have dinner together later. See the following message. Chen Dong almost couldn't remember who this person was. After seeing the profile picture, I realized that this was the WeChat account of the popular young actress and big star Su Qingru. Years ago, Chen Dong gave Su Qingru the emerald and gold inlaid jade necklace he bought at an auction, so the two added each other on WeChat, but they didn't chat much. I never thought that the big star still remembered him. Happy Chinese New Year, Miss Su. We'll meet again when you return to the Magic City. Chen Dong replied. Unexpectedly, Su Qingru replied immediately. I'm in the Magic City right now. Hee. I wonder when Boss Chen will be free. Unfortunately, I'm back home. I'll contact you when I get back to the Magic City. Oh, okay. I'll wait for your news. Looking at Su Qingru's reply, Chen Dong couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this big star was quite down to earth. At least he didn't seem to be arrogant during their conversation. He hoped that Su Qingru would also be easy to get along with. Otherwise, he really didn't have the patience to make a woman happy, even if this woman's identity was very unusual. After all, he has no shortage of women now, school beauties, mature women, young wives, young girls, all kinds of women. Finished chatting with Su Qingru. Chen Dong was too lazy to read other messages and directly exited WeChat. These days, not sending New Year greetings is considered a good habit. Close your phone. Chen Dong didn't plan to go home and was going to take another nap. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. You can guess that there must be a lot of people at home right now. I was too pretentious yesterday when distributing New Year's goods to the villagers. Today, the neighbors will definitely come to wish my parents a Happy New Year. Chen Dong doesn't like the hustle and bustle. Showing off is enough once, and it's boring if it happens too often. Anyway, from now on, no one in the village will dare to look down on his parents again. So as a son, he has nothing to worry about. After the Chinese New Year, I will transfer 3 to 5 million yuan to my father and start building a big villa in the countryside. Buy my dad a BMW X5 SUV so that the old man can show off. As he was thinking, Chen Dong fell asleep wrapped in the quilt. At the same time, ICBC Jiangbei branch. President's office. Hu Yunfei paced back and forth excitedly. With the creaking sound of the door, Shun Manru, wearing exquisite makeup, a brand new fur coat, and over-the-knee black leather boots, walked in. Old Hu, today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Can you please be quiet for a while and let others have a good New Year? Shen Manru was a bit temperamental and glared at Hu Yunfei unhappily. Sit down on the sofa with your legs crossed. Manru, happy news, happy news. Hu Yunfei closed the door, sat next to Shen Manru, hugged Shen Manru, and kissed her. What's the good news? Haha. Manru, you don't know yet, but early this morning, Mr. Chun deposited another 200 million into our bank. Hu Yunfei stretched out 2 fingers towards Shen Manru, with an unconcealable smirk in his eyes. He knew that Chen Dong was a big fat piece of meat, but he didn't expect that Chen Dong would give him a New Year's gift package on the first day of the Lunar New Year and deposit 200 million yuan into his card early in the morning. As the bank president, he was so happy that he could wake up laughing in his dreams, so he quickly called Shen Manru over to discuss important matters. 200 million. Shen Manru was shocked and asked in disbelief. Didn't Mr. Chen just deposit 100 million yesterday? And he deposited another 200 million today? Yes, Mr. Chun has 440 million in deposits in our bank, which puts him among the top 5 individual customers. This is too fast. It's so terrifying. Shen Manru touched her hot cheeks, and her heart started beating wildly. Other clients have spent decades to accumulate a fortune of hundreds of millions, but Chen Dong is different. He deposits 100 million, 200 million a day into his card. Who is his background? Does his family run a banknote printing factory? Manru, the provincial bank has noticed Mr. Chun and told us to do everything we can to serve him well. I called you here for this purpose, and I also have good news for you. Hu Yunfei stopped talking halfway to whet Shen Manru's appetite. Tell me quickly, Lao Hu, what's the good news? Shen Manru was extremely anxious. Chapter 84. Using the beauty trap on Chen Dong. The village beauty wants to go on a blind date? Hu Yunfei chuckled and said, Manager Wang from the Personal Finance Department of the Provincial Bank has given me a message. If Mr. Chin's deposits with our bank exceed 1 billion, I will promote you to the position of vice president of our branch. Real? Shen Manru's charming face was filled with surprise. She only has a college degree and was originally just an ordinary teller at a township branch. If she could be promoted to deputy branch manager, it would definitely be an explosive headline and the glory of the entire family. Don't underestimate a mere deputy president of a county-level branch. In a small place like a county, he is definitely a top figure. Whether it is for the elderly to seek medical treatment or for children to go to school, this name will definitely work. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Hu Yunfei leaned over Shen Manru's face and sucked on her lips, then said with a sly grin, When you become the vice president in the future, I'll let you take over your position as the head of the personal finance department. By then, you two, aunt and niece, will be able to walk all over our bank. Old Hu, if you dare to lie to me, I will never forgive you. I can't wait to love you. How could I lie to you? Smooth talk. Shen Manru was almost dying of excitement. She is the vice president, her niece is the supervisor, and the president is her lover. From now on, Shen Manru will be the one who has the final say in the Jiangbei branch. Haha, this huge wealth has finally come to their Shen family. And all this requires just serving Chen Dong well. She is the best at dealing with men. Although she is old and her looks have faded, Shiyu is still young. If she gives her some careful guidance, just based on Shiyu's pretty face, Chen Dong, the young man, will be completely captivated and fall at her feet. Shen Manru couldn't wait any longer and wished she could pass on all her skills to her niece right away. Once Chen Dong is captured, the position of deputy governor is within reach. Haha. Old Hu, I'll go back and ask Shiyu to invite Mr. Chen out to watch a movie. Neza is very popular recently, and I think young people like it. Shen Manru stood up and was about to leave. What's so good about Neza? It's just a cartoon. My son won't even watch it. Hu Yunfei stopped Shen Manru. Women think too simply. We are all adults. Going to the movies is something only young couples without money can do. Would a newly wealthy man like Mr. Chun, who makes a fortune every day, have time to accompany you to the movies? Childish. Hu Yunfei put away his smile and lowered his voice to instruct Shen Manru. The county is holding a New Year's Eve dinner tonight. Newly appointed county magistrate Guo plans to host a banquet for our county's business elite. It won't be a large gathering, probably around 20 people. I've recommended Mr. Chun to the county, and he should be attending. When the time comes, seize the opportunity and have Shiyu go and connect with Mr. Chun after the dinner. Do you understand? Understood. Shinmonru nodded knowingly. How could she not understand Lao Hu's beauty trap? When men drink together, the next thing they tend to think about is how to play with women. Back then, Lao Hu forced her in the hotel under the influence of alcohol, and she also relied on Lao Hu's shoulders to reach her current position. The same goes for poetry. If I could take advantage of the dinner this time and climb into Chundong's bed, you will never have to worry about wealth and glory in the future. Just kidding. A man who deposited 300 million in 3 days. If he stomped his feet in the small county of Jiangbei, all the buildings in Jiangbei would shake. Once she can get close to such a rich man, she, a woman from the Shin family, will definitely be able to move to a higher level. Don't worry, old Hu. Mr. Chun is young, and Shiyu will definitely be easy to capture. Shinmonru is very confident. Back then, she knew nothing, but she completely fascinated Lao Hu. Now that she has been through many battles and is teaching her niece step by step, is she still worried about not being able to defeat Shindong? Don't be careless. Hu Yunfei grabbed Shinmonru's hand and squeezed it gently. Take Shiyu with you tonight. After the banquet, I'll book a room at the hotel and wait for you. Damn it. Shinmonru cursed coquettishly and walked away with her hips twisted. If only she could be 20 years younger, she could serve Shindong herself instead of being toyed around by that old bastard Lao Hu. Fortunately, the good things are kept within the family. Shiyu is also a woman of the Shin family, so it is the same if she can help him win over Shindong. Shiyu, please come to my house as soon as possible. The bank has a very important task for you. On the way, Shinmonru called her niece. She would spend an entire afternoon teaching her niece how to please Shindong. There is no way. In this society where men and women seem to be equal, women must rely on men if they want to get ahead. Shindong slept until noon. I had a quick lunch at the hotel. Drive home in a Rolls-Royce. As we entered the village, the villagers greeted us warmly along the way. Shindong gave them a big gift package of New Year goods, which they could brag about for the rest of their lives. They posted it on their circle of friends and classmates, and everyone was envious. There were even mitai and Wuliangye in the package, so who wouldn't be confused after seeing it? It is no exaggeration to say that because of Chundong's New Year gift package, more and more people came to Sanha village to propose marriage, and girls from several neighboring villages all wanted to marry in Sanha village. Arrived home. Shindong stopped the car at the door and walked into the yard. Good job. Seeing the mountains of gifts piled up in the yard, Shindong almost thought he had entered the wrong place. Dad, Mom, what's going on? Xiaodong, where did you go this morning? Why did you come back just now? Have you eaten? Zhou Xiaolan walked out of the main room wearing new clothes and complained to her son with a smile on her face. Early in the morning, all the young and old men in the village came to pay New Year's greetings. They waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come back. These are all gifts from the villagers. I'm almost worried to death. How can I deal with so many? After a few days, let's ask the village chief to distribute it to the villagers. We can't finish all of it, so we need to keep it for a long time to prevent it from expiring. Shindong took a quick look and found that the things delivered were basically various foods. There are milk, yogurt, ham, beer, nuts, noodles, duck eggs, roast chicken, biscuits, various drinks. Although it is not worth much, it is at least a token of the kindness of the neighbors. Shindong was very satisfied with this. As long as the villagers are not ungrateful, it will be worth it for him to distribute the New Year gift packages to everyone. Your father and I plan to give some to the elderly and poor households in the village, and send the rest to the township nursing home. Zhou Xiaolan preached to her son. Shindong nodded. Okay, you and my dad will handle it. By the way, Mom, where is my dad? I want to discuss something with you. At noon, the village chief specially came to our house to invite us to dinner. Your father was drunk and fell asleep in the house. Zhou Xiaolan said this with uncontrollable pride on her face. She might not even come even if she invited him to her house for good wine and food. And now, because her son had become successful, she and her husband had become famous in the village. Wherever they went, a crowd of people surrounded them. Before dawn, people came to pay New Year's greetings, and the yard was crowded. The gifts piled up like a mountain. They didn't even make lunch. Everyone gave a bowl of meat. She gave a plate of fish. The table was so full that there was no room for more. It would take 3 to 5 days to finish the food. Looking at her son, Zhou Xiaolan looked relieved. Tell my dad to drink less. Drinking too much is bad for his health. I'll talk to you guys when he wakes up. Return to Shanghai with peace of mind after a few days. In the countryside, when you have money, you build a new house. Bring honor to your family and make your head stand high. This has been the case for decades. Chen Dong was just about to enter the house. Zhou Xiaolan held him back and whispered, Xiaodong, I heard someone proposed marriage to Jingjing. Go and see how old this girl is. Her father is too impatient. Oh my god. The village beauty wants to go on a blind date. Chen Dong was hit hard. He just stayed out all night, but his house was robbed. I'll go check it out. How dare you steal my childhood sweetheart? You're kidding me. Chapter 85. Now that the matter has been settled, are you still afraid that the Chun family will default on the debt? A two-story building in Sanha village. In the yard, Li Jingwen, wearing cotton pajamas, sat obediently on a small stool next to an older man wearing glasses. To be honest with you, I don't really want to go on a blind date at all. It's my dad who forced me to do it. If you have any questions, just ask directly. Li Jingwen pouted, with a hint of sadness on her face. You can tell at first glance that he is very reluctant. She was only 19 years old after the Chinese New Year and had just started her freshman year of college. How could we be related by chance? But her father had already made arrangements for her, so she had no choice but to meet him. After listening to Li Jingwen's words, the man with glasses didn't seem angry. He scratched his head and said, Actually, I don't want to go on a blind date either, but my family is pushing me hard. Besides, my family sells feed, and yours raises pigs. My dad said we're a good match. That's what my dad meant. He said you graduated from an agricultural university and studied veterinary medicine. If his pigs get sick in the future, you can help treat them. Oh, I really don't understand. Does a pig farmer have to have a veterinarian as his son-in-law? Li Jingwen was outspoken and complained about her father to the man with glasses. She could see that the man with glasses was actually quite honest. Naughty boys don't go to veterinary school. But she doesn't want to go on a blind date. You can't go against your own wishes just because the blind date guy is honest. Besides, she has someone she likes. I can only refuse the guy with glasses. Of course not. Even if the blind date doesn't work out, I can still come and treat the pigs if you need me. The man with glasses could see that Li Jingwen was not interested in him, so there was no hope of getting him to sit there any longer. Stand up and get ready to go. Then I'll be leaving first. We'll contact each other later. In fact, he didn't even add Li Jingwen on WeChat. Just being polite. Well, take care. Li Jingwen felt quite embarrassed. This was her first blind date, and she had no experience. It wasn't fun at all. It was all her father's fault for messing things up. Your daughter is just in college, and you are so anxious to find a husband for her. After the man with glasses left, Li Jingwen's father, Li Dagong, walked out of the house, lit a Li Chuan cigarette, and started puffing away. How's it going, Jingjing? This kid is very honest. Do you like him? No, Dad, I said I don't want a blind date. Don't arrange one for me anymore. Li Jingwen tugged at the corner of her clothes impatiently. She is also a person. Why does no one in the family respect her opinion? I heard my daughter was so uncooperative. Li Dagong was immediately furious. Going to that lousy university makes you cocky, right? What else can you do if you don't go on blind dates? I'm telling you, if you dare to talk nonsense in school, I'll break your legs. If you dare to marry someone from another place, I'll have no daughter like you. After drinking some wine at noon, Li Dagong's face turned red, and he started threatening his daughter. This is the case in rural Jiangbei. Sooner or later, a daughter will become an outsider, so the sooner she gets married, the easier it will be for her. Even after going to college, many girls start dating before they are 20 years old and get married as soon as they graduate from college. Li Jingwen has been a good girl since she was young. I dare not disobey my father. But I don't want to be controlled by my dad. She is a human being, not a slave. What era is this? Why are you still doing this? Don't worry, Dad. I won't fall in love in college, let alone marry someone from another place. But I won't go on blind dates anymore. You don't have to arrange any more for me. In a few years, I'll naturally find someone local to marry. Li Jingwen's attitude was also very firm. She is not an old maid who cannot get married, so she has no other choice but to go on blind dates. Just based on her face, no matter whether she is a junior high school classmate or a high school classmate, as long as she calls out in the class group, at least 7 or 8 boys are willing to marry her. But she wouldn't do that, because the person she likes is Chen Dong. However, she didn't dare tell her father the truth. Can you find it if you want to? Don't think that going to college is a big deal. What's the point of going to college? There are quite a few college graduates in our village. How much can they earn in a year? How many of them make more than I do raising pigs? Speaking of this, Li Dagong became even more excited. As a large pig farmer, although the pig market is sometimes good and sometimes bad, on average he has made hundreds of thousands of yuan in the past few years. He has built a new 2-story house and is considered one of the rich people in the village. Nowadays, there are so many college students, and many of them cannot find jobs. In the end, you still have to rely on your family's support. The kid we just talked about is studying veterinary medicine. His family runs a feed business, and they make at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a year. His parents have already bought him a house and a car in the city. If you marry him, our two families will be well matched, with complementary strengths. You're an only child, and he's an only son. When we're older, won't all this family property belong to you too? Jingjing, listen to Dad. Dad will never push you into trouble. Li Dagong tried his best to persuade his daughter. His wife passed away last year due to pneumonia, leaving behind their daughter, which has become a source of worry for him. He won't be able to sleep well until he finds a good husband for his daughter. Li Jingwen was unconvinced and retorted to her father, who said going to college is useless. Brother Xiaodong just graduated from college, and he still bought a car and a house in Shanghai. Li Dagong was speechless. Chen Dong did make money. Otherwise, he would not have distributed New Year gift packages to every household in the village. It turns out Jingjing likes the boy from the Chen family. Li Dagong suddenly understood. No wonder his daughter was so unwilling to go on a blind date. This was the crux of the matter. But would a super rich man like Chen Dong fall in love with the daughter of a pig farmer? Jingjing, Dong and I are not the same kind of people. He will definitely marry a city girl in the future. Look at Da Qiangzi from Suqian next door. He married a girl from Jinling who is more than 10 years younger than him. With our family's conditions, the Chen family will definitely not look down on us. Li Da was just bragging about how much money he made. But when Chen Dong was mentioned, he suddenly fell silent. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Compared with ordinary villagers, the Li family lived a good life, but compared with Chen Dong, even a single hair of theirs was thicker than his waist. My daughter wants to marry Chen Dong, but that's unrealistic. Hearing this, Li Jingwen also fell silent. After a while, she murmured, Brother Xiaodong, he is not that kind of person. What my dad said makes sense. Brother Xiaodong is so rich, drives a luxury car worth tens of millions, and lives in a big mansion in Shanghai. Would he be interested in a country girl like her? Brother Xiaodong never disliked her before. Now it's hard to say. In the past, Brother Xiaodong would take her out to play whenever there was a holiday. Now, it's hard to even see each other. As I thought about it, crystal tears rolled down my cheeks. Li Jingwen was so sad that she cried bitterly. Well, Li Dagong sighed helplessly. His daughter fell in love with someone she shouldn't like, and there was nothing he could do as a father. He couldn't just kneel down and beg Chen Dong. If begging Chen Dong would be helpful, he wouldn't mind sacrificing his old face. Unfortunately, begging was useless in this kind of thing. Just then, followed by the roar of an engine. Li Jingwen wiped away her tears and couldn't help but stand up and look outside the yard. Quiet, quiet. Chen Dong's voice came from outside. It's Brother Xiaodong, Dad, Brother Xiaodong is here. Li Jingwen was overjoyed, and her previous unhappiness disappeared in an instant, and she ran out happily. Could it be that there's really a chance between these two? Li Dagong was also confused. If Chen Dong really wanted to be with Jingjing, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. With such a rich son-in-law, he would have to walk sideways when he went out. Why not invite Chen Dong to dinner at home? Take the opportunity to get this kid drunk, and then arrange for him to sleep in the same room with Jingjing, and wait until the matter is settled. Are you still afraid that the Chen family will default on the debt? Li Dagong squinted his eyes and took a few deep puffs of liqueur. Chapter 86 Chen Dong kisses Li Jingwen, a natural beauty. Brother Xiaodong, why are you here? When they came out of the yard, Li Jingwen raised her eyes full of surprise and looked at Chen Dong infatuatedly. Chen Dong didn't answer but asked, Are you crying? The village girl's big eyes were watery and red, and it was obvious that she had just cried. Did you have an argument with your dad? Chen Dong gently wiped the corners of the village girl's eyes. Li Jingwen sniffed and tried hard not to cry. Well, my dad insisted on me going on a blind date, and I didn't want to. I heard about it too, so I came to take a look. By the way, where's your blind date? Let's go? Come in the car. I'll take you for a ride. Chen Dong opened the passenger door. Li Jingwen stopped after looking down at her cotton pajamas. I didn't change my clothes. She wanted to leave a bad impression on her blind date, so she dressed casually and didn't wear any makeup, mainly looking like she had no makeup on. How could Chen Dong not see it? He smiled and comforted her. It's okay. You look good in any clothes. Li Jingwen smiled without saying anything, and her mood gradually brightened. As expected, Brother Xiaodong loves her the most. Get in the car. Chen Dong drove a Rolls-Royce and brought the village beauty to the riverbank outside the village. The spring breeze blows across the earth. The grass sprouted tender green shoots. A beautiful world full of vitality. Your dad is such a fool. Why would he arrange a marriage for you when you're so young? At least he should wait until you graduate from college. Chen Dong sat in the car and stood up for the village beauty. He is also annoyed by blind dates. So he simply hid away. The main thing is, how many good men can rely on blind dates to find a wife? A truly good man like him doesn't need blind dates at all, and there is no shortage of women around him. I won't go on blind dates even after graduating from college. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth and said angrily. After this blind date, she hated her father. What kind of blind date is this? It's clearly destroying people's self-esteem. It forces two unrelated people together, and they may have to live together for their whole lives. It's scary to think about it. Then I won't. Chen Dong supports the village beauty. Such a pretty girl is not unmarriageable, so why would you date her? Brother Xiaodong. Li Jingwen turned her head and looked at Chen Dong. When I graduate from college, will you marry me? Ahem. Oh my god. Village girl, please don't be so direct with your questions. Chen Dong was so shocked that he broke out in a sweat. Well, it depends on whether you have a boyfriend by then. Don't worry, Brother Xiaodong. I've said that I only like you in this life. I won't like any other boy except you, including blind dates. Even if my dad beats me to death, I will never go on a blind date again. Li Jingwen was firm in her attitude. Ever since she could remember, she has been Chen Dong's follower. Chen Dong has always protected her since she was little, taking her to fun places and giving her the delicious food. Even when she was in junior high school, she still followed Chen Dong to the river to take a bath. She was afraid of being criticized when she got home, so after taking a bath, they would find a deserted place to dry their clothes before they dared to go back. If she didn't marry Chen Dong, who else could she marry? Marry your blind date. Ugh, I might as well be an old maid for the rest of my life. Li Jingwen waited for Chen Dong's answer. Thought for a while. Chen Dong nodded. Okay then, if you graduate from college and I'm not married yet, and you're not married yet, then we'll get married. Got the promise from Chen Dong himself. Li Jingwen was so happy that a flower bloomed on her face. Ignoring the girl's modesty, she leaned over and kissed Chen Dong on the mouth. Bo, the little girl is not ashamed anymore. Kiss him at every turn. Chen Dong looked at the village beauty with a smile, and he really enjoyed the kiss. Let him kiss her. At worst, he could really marry her home in the future. Jingjing was pretty, had a good personality, and was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. She had absolutely no messy past, so there was nothing wrong with her being his wife. After all, they are childhood sweethearts. Being able to get married and have children together is also a good story. As for the other close female friends, except Lin Yutong, Chen Dong did not make any promises to others. At worst, I can marry Lin Yutong first, then marry Jingjing after getting divorced. Call him a scumbag? Then he is a scumbag. These women insisted on relying on him. What could he do? If you can't accept it, leave him. He would never force them to stay. Although he thought so, Chen Dong believed that these women could not be driven away. What a joke. He is already a successful man with a net worth of over 10 billion. With the Zero Yuan shopping mall app system, he can buy a big item for 0 yuan every day. Sooner or later, he will become a top boss who can call the wind and rain. Which woman would be so unhappy? Leave him. Unless you're out of your mind. Chen Dong stared at the village girl's face with a smile. The more he looked at her, the more charming she became. Her cheeks were so rosy and tender that they seemed to be able to squeeze out water. No wonder people say that girls have skin like babies. Li Jingwen, without makeup, was still beautiful as always. She was indeed a natural beauty. He really wanted to. Brother Xiaodong, what are you looking at? Li Jingwen's ears were burning from being stared at. Chen Dong reached out and pinched the tip of the village girl's delicate and small nose. Look at my future wife. She's so beautiful. I want to kiss her. Hate it, didn't I just kiss you? You kissed me, I didn't kiss you. Chen Dong cheated. Li Jingwen was pure-minded and obediently offered her red lips. Okay, I'll let you kiss me, just once. Bo. Chen Dong got what he wanted and put his mouth on the village beauty's cherry lips. It's really sweet. Jingjing, come sit here and let your future husband see you. Chen Dong moved his chair back and beckoned to the village beauty. Li Jingwen knew that Chen Dong would do something bad, but she still climbed onto Chen Dong's legs obediently. She didn't know what was going on. Ever since Chen Dong kissed her in the back seat yesterday, she had wanted to be with Chen Dong. Maybe this is the attraction of falling in love. Jingjing, let me ask you a question. What do you like about me? Chen Dong asked with a smile, while hugging the village beauty on his lap. Li Jingwen blushed. I don't know. Anyway, I just like you. I'm happy when I see you, and sad when I can't see you. I want to be with you 24 hours a day. If you marry me, you have to give birth to a big fat boy for me. Are you willing? Yes. Do you know how to do it? Do you want me to teach you? Hate. Li Jingwen buried her head in Chen Dong's clothes. She certainly won't. It seems I have to secretly learn it online. She will be 19 after the Chinese New Year. Shouldn't she be able to stay in a hotel with her future husband? Li Jingwen was so embarrassed that her heart beat faster. She grabbed Qindong's back tightly with both hands and dared not move. TSK, are you shy? What does it matter? You're going to marry me sooner or later anyway. Come on, let your husband see this charming little face again. Qindong said gently. Li Jingwen raised her head obediently. Hey, it looks really good. A triumphant smile appeared on Qindong's lips. He slowly lowered his head and kissed the village beauty's red lips again. Li Jingwen's head turned red and white, and she could clearly feel the warmth of Qindong's mouth. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her cheeks were so red that they seemed to be dripping blood. She wants to escape, but Qindong held her tightly in his arms. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Outside the car window, the vast earth seems to be reviving with the spring. Make money during the day, make money at night, make money when you sleep, make money when you wake up, make money when you eat, make money when you walk, make money every day, make money every year. Until a rapid ring of the cell phone rang. Hello, who is this? Qindong held Li Jingwen in one hand and answered the phone with the other. Hello, Mr. Chen. The county is holding a New Year's Eve dinner. County Magistrate Gua is entertaining the leaders of Jiangbei's business community. I implore you to attend on time. The time is 7 o'clock tonight, and the venue is the Jinling Hall of the Jiangbei International Hotel. Chapter 87. 100,000 renminbi living expenses per month. Shen Xiu wearing JK white silk. After hanging up the phone, Qindong looked at the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, and there were still a few hours before the dinner, so I could still play some games with the village beauty for a while. Jingjing, let's go sit in the back. Although the front seats of Cullinan are also very spacious, the back seats are definitely more comfortable. Qindong suggested sitting in the back. Li Jingwen guessed that Qindong was going to do something bad to her like he did yesterday, but she still agreed shyly. It's strange, she also seems to like the feeling of being in love. Everything changed when I went to college. University is indeed a place where people can grow. I'm only a freshman now. When she turned 20 in her sophomore year, she went to a hotel with Xiaodong. Thinking of this, Li Jingwen's face turned red and she was too shy to look up. Brother Xiaodong, who called just now? Sitting in the back seat, leaning into Qindong's arms, Li Jingwen asked while shaking her little feet. The county clerk notified me to attend a dinner at 7 o'clock tonight. They said that County Magistrate Guo would be attending in person. I guess they want us, the people who have returned from other places, to invest in our hometown. Qindong had never experienced such a thing and could only guess. He had activated the system only a dozen days earlier, and his deposits were less than 500 million yuan. He had not expected that upon returning to this small city of Jiangbei, he would be treated as a guest of honor by the county magistrate. It seemed that the economic situation in his hometown had not been very good in the past 2 years. The county magistrate invited you to dinner? Brother Xiaodong, you're so awesome. Li Jingwen climbed up from Qindong and looked at him with admiration. Although she was not vain, she knew that it was a great honor to be treated to a meal by the county magistrate. She was proud of Qindong from the bottom of her heart. She thought that if she married Qindong in the future, she would die happily. Bo. Li Jingwen kissed Qindong excitedly. Brother Xiaodong, when you become rich, you won't kick me out, right? Hey, you're so heavy. There's no way I can kick you. Qindong deliberately tried to make Li Jingwen happy. In fact, the village beauty is very slim and has no extra fat on her body. Her back feels smooth and feels great. Hate it, I'm not fat at all. Li Jingwen raised her little pink fist and hit Qindong. You're not fat yet. I can't. Hold it. That's from aerobics. It's not fat at all. You still do aerobics. Aren't you a basketball babe type? Qindong was a little worried. When he was in college, he watched the performances of the basketball cheerleaders. They wore cool sports t-shirts, showing their belly buttons and thighs, and danced sexy dances on the basketball court. He didn't want his future wife to perform this kind of show in front of boys. Of course not. We learned that in physical education class. Li Jingwen explained. Qindong finally felt relieved, but he still reminded her. You are not allowed to learn that kind of sexy dance in college. It will make people become bad, you know? I know, I definitely won't learn it. You are not allowed to live stream anymore. There are too many bad men on it. You never know when you might get scammed. Don't you watch the live broadcast too? Li Jingwen asked back. She also wanted to earn some pocket money through live streaming and then go to Shanghai to visit Qindong during summer vacation. I'm a man, and the most I could get scammed out of watching live streams is some money. If you're a girl, you'd lose everything if you got scammed, understand? Qindong agreed to marry Li Jingwen because he valued her clean and pure nature. Unlike many city girls who are only in their teens, they are found to have many gynecological diseases once they get married, and some even lose their fertility. They dress like goddesses on the outside, but are so dirty behind the scenes that it is hard to describe. Li Jingwen is now in college, and there are too many temptations out there, so he has to give her many warnings. Oh, I see. Li Jingwen lay obediently in Chen Dong's arms. She has been Chen Dong's follower since she was a child. She would do whatever Chen Dong asked her to do, and naturally, she would not do anything Chen Dong didn't let her do. It's just that you don't dance or broadcast live. She can definitely do it. Don't even think about working part-time in college to make money. I'll give you 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Ask me for more when you're done. After saying that, Chen Dong immediately took out his mobile phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Li Jingwen. His bank card now has no limit, so he can transfer as much as he wants, which is very convenient. 100,000 yuan for living expenses is too much. I only spend 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. Li Jingwen absent-mindedly turned on her cell phone. Check the transfer amount carefully. The two big eyes were staring motionless. 200,000? Brother Xiaodong, the wedding gift here is only 188,000. You want to scare me to death. Look at you, you're such a loser. Chen Dong flicked the village beauty's head with his finger. It's only 200,000 yuan and you're so excited. If a man gave you 500,000 or 1 million, wouldn't you run away with him? No wonder people say girls should be raised in wealth. Girls who have never seen the world are indeed more likely to be toyed with by rich second generations. There was such a girl among Chen Dong's university classmates. A fake rich second generation invited a girl to get a room with him by using a Dior lipstick worth more than 300 yuan, and the girl actually agreed. It was such a cheap deal. I've never seen so much money. Li Jingwen considers herself not materialistic. But when faced with the 200,000 yuan transferred by Chen Dong, she did feel her heart beating faster, and she couldn't control it even if she wanted to. Now you see it. Remember, Jingjing, no matter how much money other men spend on you in the future, I will always spend twice as much as them. So you must resist temptation and wait obediently to become my wife. Understand? Chen Dong teaches the village beauty again. Li Jingwen nodded vigorously. I know, Xiaodong brother. Even if you don't spend money on me in the future, I am willing to marry you. That's right. I like you to be as clean as water. After saying that, Chen Dong hugged Li Jingwen tightly. Alas, a girl who is too pure is also a headache. If you are not careful, you will be cheated. Otherwise, I should eat it quickly to avoid any more troubles. But the village girl is not even 20 years old yet, so I really can't do it. At the same time, Jiangbei, Waterside Garden Community. In a large house of 180 square meters, Shen Manru is teaching her niece Shen Shiyu step by step. Aunt, it's so cold. Are you sure you want me to wear this outfit? Shen Shiyu pointed at the JK suit on her body and asked tremblingly. Of course, you just graduated from school, so wearing JK is suitable for you now. But in a few years when you are older, wearing JK will not look good anymore. Shen Manru repeatedly adjusted her niece's clothes in front of the mirror. Women, you should wear clothes that suit your age. If you look young, wear something younger. If you look mature, wear something more mature. If you are my age, wearing JK will make you look forced and young, which will make men feel disgusted. Hearing my aunt's heartfelt words, Shen Shiyu nodded repeatedly, seeming to understand, but not quite. Aunt, which pair of stockings should I wear? Try white stockings. Nowadays, most women wear black stockings. Mr. Chen must have been tired of seeing them. If you wear white stockings, it will be eye-catching to him. Any man would want to touch them. Shen Manru threw a piece of white silk to her niece. Shen Shiyu changed into it obediently, then put on some black leather shoes. He stood in front of the mirror and turned around a few times. Not to mention, it looks pretty cute. In Japanese comics, she was full of girlish charm, especially the white stockings on her legs, which she couldn't help but touch a few times. Does it look good, Aunt? Shen Shiyu showed off to her aunt. Pull the skirt up a bit. It's too long. It must leave men with a lot of imagination. Shen Manru was always finding faults in everything, fearing any negligence. Whether or not he can take the position of vice president is very important tonight. As long as Shiyu can confuse Chen Dong, the matter will be a sure thing. I emphasize again, Shiyu, no matter what Mr. Chen does to you, you must not resist. As long as you give, there will be rewards. Whether you can surpass your aunt in this life and live a life of wealth and glory, and whether our Shun family can move to a higher level and further enhance its status in Jiangbei, depends on your performance tonight. Don't worry, Auntie. I promise I can complete the task. Shen Shiyu bit her lip and said confidently. Chapter 88. Whoever loves his woman, he will love her. Is there a mysterious boss behind Chen Dong? 6 o'clock in the evening. Sending the village beauty home, Chen Dong drove to Jiangbei International Hotel. Park your car and enter the lobby. General Manager Zhu Kersen had already been waiting here. How are the preparations going? Have the guests arrived? Chun Dong and Zhu Kersen had a phone call in advance, and he attached great importance to the county banquet tonight. After all, the dinner was held on his territory, and he had to leave a good impression on the guests, which would also be good for the hotel's business. Reporting to Mr. Chun, several clerks have arrived from the county, but the guests haven't arrived yet. Zhu Kersen is a cautious person, although she had already called Chun Dong Xiaodong in private. But in public, she still calls Chun Dong Mr. Chun. She was very clear about her identity. To put it nicely, she was Chun Dong's woman. To put it bluntly, she was Chun Dong's canary. Only, Chun Dong respected her, loved her, and gave her a lot. For Zhu Kersen, this was enough. It's still early. Please wait a little longer. I guess we'll be here soon. Chun Dong patted Zhu Kersen's shoulder and was about to go to the box to rest. At this time, 7 or 8 people who looked like migrant workers and security guards pushed and shoved into the hotel lobby. Pay back the money. Give us back our hard-earned money. It is only natural to pay back your debts. The migrant workers shouted slogans, and the security guards pushed them out with all their strength. Everyone stop, what's going on? Zhu Kersen hurried over to check the situation. Chun Dong quickly followed. Reporting to Mr. Zhu, several of them came to Wang Yingguang, saying that they did work for Yingguang Real Estate and didn't get paid. A security guard reported to Zhu Kersen. It is obvious that this is a labor dispute. Chun Dong asked Zhu Kersen, Wang Yingguang is also attending the banquet tonight. Yes, Mr. Chun, Wang Yingguang is indeed on the list given by the county. He is too unreliable. The banquet is about to start, and a group of people came here to make a fuss and demand their wages. If the county magistrate saw them, he would think that our hotel owed money and refused to pay it back. Speaking of Wang Yingguang, Zhu Kersen became furious. She had been busy all afternoon preparing for the county banquet in the evening. If Wang Yingguang messed it up, she would definitely point at Wang Yingguang's nose and scold him. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Chun Dong looked at the workers and walked up to them, saying, Brothers, I'm the owner of the hotel. Wang Yingguang, the one you're looking for, hasn't arrived yet. How about this? I'll treat you all to a meal and a drink at the restaurant next door. When Wang Yingguang arrives, I'll take you to ask him for your wages. Is this okay? Now is the peak dining time. The influence of a few people causing trouble here is very bad. Calm him down first. Seeing Chun Dong's sincere attitude. After discussion, several private businessmen agreed to Chun Dong's arrangement. Thank you in advance, boss. We don't want to affect your hotel's business, but we really can't find Wang Yingguang. It's not easy to make money these days. Yingguang Real Estate hasn't paid us for half a year, and my children at home are still waiting for tuition to be paid. Yeah, if we weren't desperate, we wouldn't want to cause trouble during the new year. The migrant workers complained and followed Chun Dong to the restaurant. Arrange a private room for them, and serve them good wine and delicious food first. Chun Dong instructed Zhu Kersen. Zhu Kersen immediately arranged for waiters to entertain the migrant workers. As soon as the food and wine were served, 7 or 8 migrant workers began to eat and drink without any hesitation. This matter has been temporarily stabilized. Return to the lobby. Zhu Kersen looked up at Chun Dong and admired the man's ability to handle things from the bottom of her heart. He calmed the migrant workers' emotions with just a few words, showing a maturity far beyond his age. No wonder I have no resistance to him. Such a man is really charming. Mr. Chun, Wang Yingguang is coming later. Should we tell them? Zhu Kersen pointed in the direction of the box and asked. Chun Dong nodded. Of course, it's only natural to pay back debts. If Wang Yingguang doesn't pay back the money he owes during the new year, is he still a human being? In the past, during the slack season, Chun Dong's father also worked on construction sites. He knew that making money was not easy, and asking for money was even harder. Migrant workers do the hardest, most tiring, and dirtiest work. In this society, their status is the lowest. Some migrant workers climbed up tower cranes to ask for their wages, and some even had their legs broken by the boss's henchmen. Those who owe money become the bosses, and those who are owed wages become the grandsons. Damn, what kind of world is this? Chun Dong is not a shit guy who is too lazy to complain. But, now that this matter has come into his hands, he will see it through to the end. Tonight's banquet was arranged by County Magistrate Gua. He's just been transferred to our county and probably doesn't want to see anything discordant happening under his nose. Zhu Kersen carefully reminded the boss. Chun Dong smiled nonchalantly and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. As expected, not long after the migrant workers entered the box, tonight's distinguished guests arrived at the hotel one after another. They were all well-known figures in the Jiangbei economic circle, including bank presidents, pharmaceutical factory owners, real estate developers, and others. Zhu Kersen led the guests into the Jinling Hall with the welcoming staff. Jinling Hall is the hotel's most upscale private room, usually used for official receptions. This time, County Magistrate Guo personally ordered a banquet for business leaders at the most luxurious hotel in Jiangbei. The staff recommended the Jinling Hall of Jiangbei International Hotel, which shows the importance of this private room. Manager Zhu, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look more beautiful again. Hee. I wonder which young man will be so lucky as to marry Manager Zhu in the future. Manager Zhu has high standards. I'm afraid he wouldn't look down on men from our small place. Almost all the visitors knew Zhu Kersen and made jokes that left people speechless. Zhu Kersen could only greet him with a smile. This is also the sadness of working in the service industry. Even though she is the general manager of the hotel, in the eyes of these big guys, she is no different from a senior waiter. After all, their consumers are God. If the prominent figures in Jiangbei do not come to support the hotel business will gradually go bankrupt. Chen Dong was unhappy. Whoever's woman is his own, he will love her. Tonight, he must find an opportunity to support Zhu Kersen and warn these men to be polite to Zhu Kersen in the future. Hey, Mr. Chen, hello. Hu Yunfei walked into the hotel and recognized Chen Dong sitting on the sofa booth at first sight. Although it was the first time they met, he had seen Chen Dong's photo countless times. He was a major financial backer of their bank. Even if he couldn't remember his parents, he had to remember Chen Dong's face. Let me introduce you. This is President Hu from the Jiangbei branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Seeing that Chen Dong didn't recognize the visitor, Zhu Kersen hurriedly introduced him. My name is Hu Yunfei. You can just call me Old Hu. If Mr. Chen doesn't mind, you can call me Brother Hu. Hu Yunfei took the opportunity to get close to Chen Dong. Chen Dong didn't follow his lead. He shook Hu Yunfei's hand and said hello calmly. Hello, President Hu. Well, Hu Yunfei was frustrated and had a flattering smile on his face. As the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Jiangbei, almost no one in Jiangbei dared not to give him face. Even the newly appointed county mayor Guo met with him as soon as possible. But he didn't dare to be angry with Chen Dong. He couldn't afford to offend a big money man who had deposited 300 million in 3 days. What's more, he commissioned people from the provincial bank to investigate the source of Chen Dong's funds, but it still showed that he did not have enough authority. What does that mean? This means that behind Chen Dong, there is almost certainly a mysterious big boss in the imperial capital. Hu Yunfei is a big shot in Jiangbei. In the eyes of the big guys in the imperial capital, he is just an ant. Even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to offend Chen Dong. On the contrary, he must seize the opportunity of the trust that the big bosses in the capital have in ICBC, serve Chen Dong wholeheartedly, satisfy Chen Dong, and satisfy the big bosses behind Chen Dong. Only then can he sit firmly in his position and have the possibility of moving to the next level. It is precisely because of this. He specifically recommended Chen Dong to County Magistrate Guo and told him the secret of Chen Dong's unknown identity. At tonight's dinner, Chen Dong is undoubtedly the most distinguished guest. However, apart from him and County Magistrate Guo, no one else knew about it. Monru, have you and Shiyu arrived at the hotel? Mr. Chen is here. Be prepared and dedicate yourself to the cause at any time. After entering the box, Hu Yunfei secretly sent a message to Shin Monru. Dear big guys, please use your lucky hands and ask for a free update. Thank you. Chapter 89 Chen Dong crushes the crowd. Zhu Kersen becomes famous. 6:50 p.m. Jiangbei International Hotel. Jinling Hall. In the luxuriously decorated private room, under the huge crystal chandelier, about 20 people were sitting in front of a revolving dining table that could accommodate 30 people at the same time. This dinner was arranged by the county, and everyone's seating was carefully selected. The main seat facing the door was left empty, undoubtedly reserved for County Magistrate Guo. On the left of the main seat sat a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was the former richest man in Jiangbei and the CEO of Hongtu Real Estate, Zhang Defa. To the right of the main seat is Chen Dong. Chen Dong was a little puzzled by this arrangement. Whether based on age or assets, it is not his turn to sit in this position. Who cares? Since it was the county's arrangement, he just sat down first. Chen Dong drank tea leisurely. On his own turf, he can do whatever he wants. Just now in the parking lot, I saw a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Wow, this car looks so majestic. It's worthy of being a man's dream car. No way, there are people driving Rolls-Royces in our small county. I've never seen one before. Rolls-Royce? I don't even dare to think about it in my lifetime. I originally wanted to buy a Farahed M9 by the end of the year, but when I looked at my savings, I decided to just keep driving my old A6. Business has been tough these past 2 years. I'm not afraid of you all laughing at me, but my pharmaceutical company had a turnover of 200 million last year. At the end of the year, we did our financial inventory. Guess what the net profit was? Pharmaceuticals are making huge profits. They should make at least 30 million in profit. 30 million? Bro, the net profit is 2.62 million. Tell a lie and I'll be struck by lightning. Well, I believe that. Given the economic situation last year, it was considered a good thing not to lose money. Everyone was chatting at once. Except Chen Dong. The others are all old faces in Jiangbei's business community and are already familiar with each other. This young man looks a little unfamiliar. May I ask if you are also from Jiangbei? Zhang Defa took the initiative to talk to Chen Dong. He knew very well that since he could sit right next to the county magistrate, he must be very powerful. Hu Yunfei, who was sitting next to Chen Dong, introduced him. This is Mr. Zhang from Hongtu Real Estate. He is the richest man in Jiangbei and the big brother in our circle. The real estate business has been in decline in recent years, and Zhang Defa is no longer the richest man in Jiangbei. However, Hu Yunfei still calls him the richest man to give Zhang Defa face. After all, he is the oldest among the people present. Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Chen Dong. Chen Dong stood up and shook hands with Zhang Defa. Didn't introduce myself. He used to be a social animal working like a slave in an office building. He had never participated in such occasions, so he didn't know how to deal with these people. It seems that he still needs to learn a little in the future. After all, with the Zero Yuan shopping mall app, his business will definitely grow bigger and bigger, and it is inevitable that he will have to deal with all kinds of rich people. Brother Zhang, don't underestimate Mr. Chen's youth. He is already a rising star in Jiangbei's business community. The place where we are sitting now is Mr. Chen's territory. Hu Yunfei was praising Chen Dong on the side. Zhang Defa was stunned when he heard this. President Hu, are you saying that Brother Chen is the owner of the Jiangbei International Hotel? That's right. Mr. Chen owns 100% of the hotel shares and doesn't owe the bank a penny of loan. Hu Yunfei nodded and added, by the way, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan you just mentioned is Mr. Chen's car. Boom. The other spectators were all shocked, and they looked at Chen Dong repeatedly with incredible eyes. What surprised them was not that Chen Dong was the hotel's sole shareholder, but it was Hu Yunfei's last sentence. Nowadays, which businessman doesn't owe money to the bank? The bigger the business, the more bank loans you can get. What does it mean to not owe the bank money? That means the company's cash flow is sufficient and can fully support the normal operation of the company. Business has been so difficult these past 2 years, there's no bank loan? And the car is a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. So terrifying. Everyone was surprised. No wonder Chen Dong can sit next to the county magistrate. He has the ability to do so. Hello, Mr. Chen. Nice to meet you again. Zhang Defa of Hongtu Real Estate. Zhang Defa took the lead in handing his business card to Chen Dong. Others followed suit. Except for Hu Yunfei. All the more than 20 guests attending the banquet in Jinling Hall came to Chen Dong and respectfully handed over their business cards. Chen Dong was slightly embarrassed. Because he doesn't have a business card. In the service room of the box, Zhu Kersen quietly observed everything outside, and a feeling of pride arose in her heart. As expected of her man, he became the focus of the audience as soon as he appeared. Those present here are not ordinary people. They are all well-known figures in Jiangbei. The worst one has a net worth of over 100 million. Chen Dong is the youngest, but the most popular. His strength undoubtedly crushes everyone else. In addition to liking rich men, women also admire strong men. Who can resist a man like Chen Dong who is both rich and praised by everyone? The key is that Chen Dong is still so handsome. Just looking at Chen Dong's face, Zhu Kersen's ears turned red. Thinking of everything Chen Dong did to her in her office, Zhu Kersen's heart started beating wildly, and a warm current surged from the bottom to the top. Tonight was probably going to be another sleepless night. I'm sorry I'm late. At 5 minutes past 7 in the evening, County Magistrate Guo finally arrived and walked into the box accompanied by his secretary. Everyone quickly stood up to greet him. This must be Brother Chen Dong, right? He is indeed a handsome man. Heroes have always emerged from youth. County Magistrate Guo walked to his seat and extended his hand to Chen Dong before he sat down. Chen Dong shook hands with the County Magistrate openly and said, County Magistrate Guo, thank you for your compliment. No, I've heard that Mr. Chen is a low-key person. When I met him today, it was indeed true. County Magistrate Guo sat down and introduced to the crowd. I don't know if you've heard that Mr. Chen deposited 300 million yuan into our Jiangbei Industrial and Commercial Bank in just 3 days. That's quite a large sum, haha. As soon as the words fell, all the business leaders present were shocked. 300 million in 3 days? I guess your family runs a banknote printing factory? The overall environment is not good this year. They worked hard all year round, but couldn't even make a net profit of 3 million. Some even lost a lot of money. However, Chen Dong was able to deposit 300 million in 3 days. His ability to make money is really crazy. Come on, come on. I suggest that we toast to Mr. Chun together for the first glass of wine tonight. County Magistrate Guo raised his glass and clinked glasses with Chun Dong first. He took the lead in flattering Chun Dong tonight, not because Chun Dong had a lot of savings. To be honest, a boss with a net worth of over 10 billion would not make a county magistrate like him bow down to him like this. The real reason is, Hu Yunfei told him that even the provincial branch of ICBC had no authority to check the source of Chun Dong's funds. This is what makes people feel horrible. Possible for ordinary people to be able to block provincial travelers? I can't imagine it. County Magistrate Guo has been working in the officialdom for more than 20 years. From an ignorant young man, he has become the local official in Jiangbei. He knows the ins and outs better than anyone else. Those with great power can crush an elephant with just one finger. Seeing that the county magistrate was so respectful to Chun Dong, the others were not willing to be left behind and rushed forward with their glasses to toast Chun Dong. Mr. Chun, I've done it. Please do as you please. Almost everyone says this. Chun Dong had no choice but to follow them and let them drink if they wanted. He couldn't drink much anyway, so he only took a small sip each time. Mr. Chun, I'm Wang Yingguang from Yingguang Real Estate. I'd like to offer you a toast. Wang Yingguang followed the crowd and toasted Chun Dong. Result. Are you Wang Yingguang? Chun Dong picked up the wine glass and splashed the wine on Wang Yingguang's face. The whole audience was in an uproar. Chapter 90 in this world, the one who owes money is the grandfather, and the one who asks for money is the grandson. Mr. Chun, I have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this? Wang Yingguang wiped the Matai liquor off his face and licked it with his tongue, not wanting to waste it. Everyone looked at Chun Dong in confusion. Today is the reception dinner held by the county. Even if Chun Dong and Wang Yingguang have a grudge, it should not be brought up at this time. County Magistrate Guo was also confused, but he didn't say anything. On the contrary, he was even more certain in his heart that Chun Dong's background was definitely not simple. The fact that he dared to pour wine on a real estate boss in front of him, the county magistrate, showed that Chun Dong did not take him, the county magistrate, seriously at all. In other words, the person behind Chun Dong holds a much higher position than the county magistrate. This person is quite important. County Magistrate Guo straightened his back slightly and decided to wait and see what Chun Dong would say. Chun Dong sneered, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Wang Yingguang indifferently. What did you say to Manager Zhu when you entered the hotel just now? Chun Dong remembers it very clearly. The man who flirted with Zhu Kersen as soon as he entered the hotel was none other than the bastard Wang Yingguang. He now wants to make an example of someone to scare the monkeys and tell everyone present to respect his woman in the future. I didn't say anything. Wang Yingguang flatly denied it. Even an idiot could see at this moment that Chun Dong was protecting Zhu Kersen, and the relationship between the two was extraordinary. If he admitted to molesting Zhu Kersen at this time, he would surely die. Wang Yingguang is not that stupid. Even the county magistrate flatters Chun Dong. He can't afford to offend such a man. Last time, because of the hotel parking lot incident, ICBC President Hu Yunfei almost stopped the loan to Yingguang Real Estate, causing their company to go bankrupt. This shows Chun Dong's power. Wang Yingguang would not be so foolish as to overestimate his own capabilities and use an egg to hit a stone. Mr. Chun, calm down. Let that bastard Lao Wang apologize to Manager Zhu, and we'll be done with this. County Magistrate Guo is treating us to dinner tonight, so we can discuss anything privately. Hu Yunfei stepped forward to smooth things over. Chun Dong was the person he recommended to the county magistrate. If things really get embarrassing, he will lose face, and it will also leave a bad impression on the newly appointed county magistrate. Chun Dong did not express his opinion. Hu Yunfei pulled Wang Yingguang aside and called Zhu Kersen at the same time. Manager Zhu, I'm sorry. I really can't remember what I said to you. No matter what I said, you were so generous and forgiving. Don't bother with a rough guy like me. I'm sorry, please calm down. Wang Yingguang apologized to Zhu Kersen obediently. Although it was embarrassing for him, a grown man, to bow his head and apologize to a woman. But it's better to lose face than go bankrupt. He had seen Chun Dong's power, so naturally he didn't dare to offend Chun Dong again, including Chun Dong's girlfriend. If he dared to tease her again, he would cut off his dirty tongue and feed it to the dogs. Mr. Wang, some things can be solved with an apology, but some things require you to pay real money. Zhu Kersen was grateful to Chun Dong for standing up for her. Naturally, I also have to share Chun Dong's worries. She said this deliberately to lure out the migrant workers who were asking for their wages from Yingguang Real Estate. Because Chun Dong had just promised those migrant workers to help them ask Wang Yingguang for money. Manager Zhu, what are you talking about? I don't seem to understand. Wang Yingguang scratched his greasy head, looking confused. What real money? In the last parking lot incident, Yingguang Real Estate only collected 6 million from the hotel, but reluctantly sold the ownership of the parking lot to Jiangbei International Hotel. Could it be that their hotel also plans to take back the 6 million? Wang Yingguang's heart was pounding. It's the new year, don't let him lose money. Kuxian, stop talking nonsense with him and go get those migrant workers over here. Chen Dong, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Everyone at the scene, including County Magistrate Guo, was confused and didn't understand what Chen Dong meant. Okay, Mr. Chen. Zhu Kersen nodded, picked up the intercom in her hand, and walked towards the door while talking. Soon, 7 or 8 people dressed as migrant workers followed Zhu Kersen into the box. Wang Yingguang, you son of a bitch, pay us back. Damn it, I finally caught you. Let's see where you can run today. You've been putting it off from National Day to New Year's Day, and from New Year's Day to Chinese New Year. Today is already the first day of the Lunar New Year. Are you going to pay me the wages I owe you? If you don't, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. We migrant workers are human beings too. You bosses are living off the fat of the land. But why don't you see how hard life is for us poor people? Meet Wang Yingguang. The migrant workers were very excited. Several of them pushed Wang Yingguang to the ground and beat him up without saying a word. Ahem. County Magistrate Guo was worried that the situation would get out of hand, so he pretended to cough and signaled the people around him to stop the fight. Brothers, calm down. If you have anything to say, talk it over nicely. Yeah, don't let anything happen during the new year. Every family has old and young people. If something happens, it will be hard for everyone. Zhang Defa and Hu Yunfei hurried forward to pull the migrant workers. However, the migrant workers ignored them. Calm down, what the hell? You can be calm when you don't have money for the new year? You can be calm when your child doesn't have money for tuition? Calm down next to your mother. At worst, we'll die together. I'm only worth a life, so who's afraid of who? If we don't get paid today, no one can expect a good new year. It would be better if you don't try to stop the fight. When the migrant workers heard someone pleading for Wang Yingguang, they stepped on him even harder, making him unable to move. Chen Dong and Zhu Kersen watched the show coldly from the side. They understood each other very well and didn't say a word. Manager Zhu, what's going on? Where did they come from? Hu Yunfei was afraid of offending the county magistrate, so he asked Zhu Kersen. Zhu Kersen raised her eyes and said truthfully, just before the dinner started, these migrant workers suddenly broke into the hotel, yelling at Wang Yingguang to demand their wages. Most of the hotel guests were scared away. Mr. Chun had no choice but to treat them with good food and wine. Now that Mr. Wang is here, if I don't give them an explanation, how can I continue to run my hotel? Upon hearing this, Chen Dong looked at Zhu Kersen with appreciation. This is a very well said thing. Not only did it point out that Wang Yingguang was the culprit, but it also pointed out the difficulties of the hotel. Boss Wang, what you did was dishonest. Nowadays, you can't owe money to anyone except the migrant workers. Yes, Lao Wang, we've been told repeatedly not to withhold wages from migrant workers. You're defying the law and you deserve a beating. It's not easy for every family during the Chinese New Year. Mr. Wang, just grit your teeth and return the money. Many people stood up to accuse Wang Yingguang. See, the atmosphere is in place. County Magistrate Guo cleared his throat and said, Wang Yingguang, quickly pay the migrant workers. If this happens again, you can close down Yingguang Real Estate. Since the county magistrate has spoken personally, Wang Yingguang dared not disobey. Okay, I'll pay you back now, whatever you owe me. A profiteer is a profiteer. Wang Yingguang didn't really have no money to pay back the migrant workers, but it was deliberately dragged on. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. If you owe a little here and a little there, the debt will be huge when added together. Moreover, withholding wages is not like taking out a loan from a bank. Not only do you not have to pay interest, you can even get less. Originally, they owed 120,000 yuan, but in the end, they could send the migrant workers away by paying 100,000 yuan. Even so, migrant workers still have to thank God and even kowtow to their bosses to thank them for what they owe them. In this world, the one who owes money is the grandfather, and the one who asks for money is the grandson. Anyone who has to pay knows what it feels like. Several migrant workers took the IOUs and settled their accounts with Wang Yingguang one by one, getting back the wages that were owed to them. Thank you, boss. You are such kind people. Good things happen to good people. I wish the boss great fortune. I'm sorry to bother you. Thank you. Before leaving, the migrant workers thanked Chen Dong and Zhu Kersen one after another. He also spat at Wang Yingguang a few times. What the people want. The difference is obvious. County Chief Guo saw all this and kept nodding in praise. He is rich, righteous, and not afraid of getting into trouble. This young man has a bright future. Chapter 91. Chen Dong supports Zhu Kershin. Shin Shiyu takes off her leggings. I'm sorry to spoil your fun. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. After the migrant workers left, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Zhu Kershin picked up the wine glass and apologized to everyone. Although she is the general manager of the hotel and has Chen Dong's protection, in the final analysis, in a small county town, the hotel business depends entirely on the care of the wealthy people present. The boss can ignore other people's face, but she, the general manager, cannot. Manager Zhu, you're too polite. Old Wang was too ruthless. He owed the migrant workers their wages during the Lunar New Year holiday. He should be the one to be punished. Yes, this wine must be given to Lao Wang. Everyone tried their best to protect Zhu Kershin. After experiencing that scene just now, these shrewd guys all saw the situation clearly. Chen Dong was the absolute protagonist of tonight's banquet. Even the county magistrate had to act according to his wishes. One could imagine how powerful Chen Dong was. The relationship between Zhu Kershin and Chen Dong is by no means a simple superior-subordinate relationship. Who here hasn't experienced that thing between men and women? Giving face to Zhu Kershin is giving face to Chen Dong. If you don't dare to offend Chen Dong, you can't offend Zhu Kershin. Otherwise, if Chen Dong gets angry, who knows who will get wine splashed in the face? As the boss of Yingguang Real Estate, Wang Yingguang is a big shot in Jiangbei. He is usually very powerful, but tonight he is like a weakling. He didn't even dare to scream when Chen Dong poured wine on him. A lesson for us. Zhu Kershin did what he said and drank 3 glasses of wine in a row. Everyone had a drink together. County Magistrate Gua, thank you for visiting our Jiangbei International Hotel tonight. I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment. Walking up to County Magistrate Gua, Zhu Kershin raised his glass and toasted the magistrate in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. When I first arrived in Jiangbei, I heard that the Jiangbei International Hotel had a dashing general manager. Seeing him today, I can see he's truly extraordinary. Not only is he beautiful, but he can also hold his liquor quite well. County Magistrate Gua stood up and drank the wine in his glass in one breath. In the past, not to mention he's just the general manager of a hotel, even a real estate developer with a net worth of over 10 billion. He wouldn't drink so happily. Tonight is mainly to give face to Chen Dong. Who knows who is standing behind Chen Dong? Even the provincial bank does not have the authority to check the source of his funds. Was not deeply shocked by this power. Xin, drink less. I'll have a drink with County Magistrate Gua. Chen Dong called Zhu Kershin's name ambiguously. In this situation, according to the rules, he should call him Manager Zhu. But his name is Xin. It was to let everyone present understand that Zhu Kershin was his, and that they had to be more respectful to Zhu Kershin in the future. If anyone dared to make such a rude joke again, he, Chen Dong, would be in trouble. Mr. Chen, I toast to you. County Magistrate Gua did not have the slightest air of a county magistrate. He was respectful and raised his glass with both hands to toast Chen Dong. This respect is unique tonight. Everyone gasped. After coming to a state of confusion, they lined up to toast Chen Dong. Mr. Chen, I'm Lu Ming, the president of Jiangbei Construction Bank. If you need any funds, just let me know and I'll do it. You're welcome. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Zhang Xing from the Jiangbei branch of the Agricultural Bank of China. It's our first meeting. I hope you can give me some guidance on my business. The 2 presidents of China Construction Bank and Agricultural Bank of China, who were also guests of honor at tonight's banquet, toasted Chen Dong one after another. Seeing this, Hu Yunfei on the side became a little anxious. Both of them are his competitors, especially the Agricultural Bank of China. Having developed in Jiangbei for decades, they have a wide customer base and will resort to any trick to attract VIPs. While other banks offer free gifts like rice, oil, and shopping cards, the Agricultural Bank not only gives away chickens, ducks, and piglets, but a few years ago, they even used tour buses to take a group of elderly men in their 60s and 70s to the provincial capital for foot massages, under the guise of experiencing foot health and focusing on foot health. Such an opponent is truly terrifying. No, we must serve Chen Dong a hearty dish tonight. Monru, Mr. Chen didn't drink much tonight. Tell Shiyu to be proactive. Our competitors have already contacted Mr. Chen. The situation is critical. Whether you can take the position of vice president is crucial tonight. Remember this. Hu Yunfei sent another message to Shin Monru. If the honey trap works, the possibility of stabilizing Chen Dong is very high. On the contrary, if I can't tie Chen Dong down with my beauty, in the style of the Agricultural Bank of China, within 3 days, we will send elite troops to win over Chen Dong. This has become an open secret in county-level banks. No matter what means, the key is to win over VIP customers. In terms of internal competition, The competition among banks is no less than that in the college entrance examination. Especially in recent years when the economic situation has not been optimistic, it is common for companies to compete for customers for performance. Hu Yunfei was restless and kept praying in his heart that Shun Monru and her niece could successfully capture Qindong tonight. At this time, in a suite on the 16th floor of the hotel, after receiving the news from the president, Shun Monru seized the last opportunity to provide pre-job training to her niece. Remember, Xiu, if a man pursues a woman, it's like a mountain between them. If a woman pursues a man, it's like a layer of gauze between them. When you meet Mr. Chen later, you must take the initiative and have some insight. If Mr. Chen takes the initiative to tease you, you should go along with him. You can be reserved, but don't really resist. What if Mr. Chen isn't interested in me, Aunt? What should I do? No, men like beautiful women. With a face like yours, how many men can resist if, for example, Mr. Chen doesn't want to have that kind of relationship with you? You must find an opportunity to actively arouse Mr. Chen's interest. For example, pretend to fall and sprain your ankle and ask Mr. Chen to check your injury. Or say you saw a cockroach and take the initiative to crawl into Mr. Chen's arms for protection. Or, say the air conditioning is too strong and you're sweating and need to take a shower. Then pretend you forgot to bring underwear and ask Mr. Chen to bring you clothes. Anyway, these are the routines. You act according to the situation, do you understand? After listening to my aunt's teachings, Shen Shiyu smacked her lips. This routine is too explicit, isn't it? Do I really have to rely on these despicable means to deceive Mr. Chen's feelings? Why couldn't it be that she and Mr. Chen were in love with each other and fell in love on their own initiative? I understand, Auntie. I will definitely behave well. Shen Shiyu clenched her little pink fists tightly. Her aunt loved her very much since she was little. She bought her clothes and cell phones, chose her university and major, paid her tuition, arranged a job for her after graduation, and planned her future life. Her aunt was so good to her, so of course she had to listen to her aunt. Isn't it just about persuading Qindong to continue being an ICBC customer? In order for her aunt to become the vice president, she is willing to devote herself to the career. Aunt, should I take off my leggings? Shen Shiyu asked, tilting her head. This child is teachable. The women of the Shen family are very intelligent. Since Shiyu was able to figure this out on her own, it will be just a matter of time before she can win over Mr. Chen. Shin Monru nodded with satisfaction. Okay, men hate leggings the most, so just don't wear them. But don't leave them hanging, otherwise it will make you look too exposed. I understand, Auntie. Shen Shiyu immediately squatted down and took off her leggings. Chapter 92 Qindong generously donates money, and President who secretly gives a surprise. Jiling Hall. After 3 rounds of drinking, the man opened up completely. County Mayor Gua took the lead in complaining, saying that it is difficult to collect the current urban and rural medical insurance. The task was originally due on New Year's Day, but there is still a gap of more than 10% after the new year. 400 yuan a year is more than 1,000 yuan for a family of 3, and with 2 elderly people, it's 2,000 yuan a year. Rural families are really unwilling to pay. Don't even mention other people. My mother-in-law and father-in-law are reluctant to pay. They are old and have little income. They usually don't want to spend a penny. If you ask them to pay 400 yuan each a year, who would be willing to do so? I remember it was only over 200 a year a few years ago, but now it's going up every year, 20 a year, 20 a year. The rate of increase is so fast, it's already 400 a year in the blink of an eye. If it continues to rise like this, I estimate that even fewer people will pay in the future. You can pay it, but the problem is that it doesn't work when you're seeing a doctor. You can't claim for medication or for drips. If you don't use it in a year, you have to pay again the next year. It's like the money is wasted. In the eyes of rural people, it's better to buy a few more pounds of pork. Last year, the economy was bad, and many people were living off their savings. They saved every penny they could. 400 yuan a year, that's 1,000 to 2,000 yuan for a family. It was too much of a burden, so it was normal for them not to pay. In a nutshell, there's no money. If we had money, everyone would definitely be willing to pay. Everyone was talking at once. At first glance, the content of the discussion does not seem like a conversation between billionaire bosses. However, this is indeed the case. Once the economy goes down, life becomes even more difficult for these bosses. Bank loans need to be repaid, employee salaries need to be paid, and gifts and bribes cannot be spared. We used to be accustomed to spending lavishly and cannot save money on daily expenses. Some families have children studying abroad, which is also a considerable expense every year. As the saying goes, even the landlord has no surplus food. It used to be easy to make money. It's hard to make money now. Almost everyone is holding on. Selling houses doesn't make money. Selling medicine doesn't make money. Running restaurants doesn't make money. Trading tobacco and alcohol doesn't make money, running 4S stores doesn't make money, and e-commerce doesn't make money. I don't know who made the money. Everyone has their reasons. 400 yuan a year is indeed a considerable expense here, especially for the elderly. County Magistrate Guo frowned and counted on his fingers, saying, I have some data. The older you get, the lower your contribution rate is. This is especially true for those in their 70s and 80s, who pay less than half of their contributions. These are precisely the people who need medical insurance coverage the most. Everyone nodded in response. The county magistrate's data is definitely correct, and this is the actual situation. Some young people gritted their teeth and paid for themselves and their children, because some schools have regulations that if the family does not pay for medical insurance, the children will be sent home and can return to school when the payment is made. The elderly often live alone, and their household registration is not with their children, so no one cares about them. Not to mention not paying for medical insurance. Some elderly people, even if they have paid for medical insurance, are unwilling to go to the hospital when they are sick. Who can afford the cost of thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars? Especially when you have a serious illness like cancer, you just go home and take painkillers to hold on. And when you can't hold on any longer. Qindong had also heard of this, because his parents didn't pay for urban and rural medical insurance in the past few years. It was only after Qindong's persuasion that they started dating in the past 2 years. This year it has risen to 400 yuan a year, and rural people are really feeling the pain. County Magistrate Guo, how many people over 60 in our county are not covered by basic medical insurance? Qindong's words had just fallen. Swish. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Could it be that Qindong wants to? County Magistrate Guo was also excited, his voice trembling as he said, about 10,000 people. I'm not sure of the exact number, but that's roughly the number. Okay then, I'll pay for their medical insurance this year. Qindong said it lightly and domineeringly. Boom. The whole audience was shocked. 400 yuan per person, 10,000 people would be 4 million yuan. Mr. Chun is so generous. I admire you so much. You are indeed a talented young man from Jiangbei. I am ashamed to be inferior to you. Mr. Chun, the elders and fellow villagers of Jiangbei will all remember your great kindness. I suggest that the county must vigorously commend Mr. Chun for his righteous act, so that everyone in the county will remember Mr. Chen's good deeds. Whether it's flattery or from the heart. Everyone present was shocked by Qindong's behavior. 4 million may not seem like a lot, but it is actually a lot. Don't be fooled by some companies and celebrities online who donate millions or tens of millions of dollars at every turn. In fact, in small counties, there has not been a single person in many years who can give hundreds of thousands of dollars back to society without asking for anything in return. Mr. Chun, on behalf of the 460,000 people in our county, I thank you. County Magistrate Guo also stood up emotionally and shook Qindong's hand tightly. He had just been transferred to Jiangbei, and Qindong's move was undoubtedly giving him a big welcome gift package. He must remember this favor. At the very least, all future receptions in the county will be held at the Jiangbei International Hotel. County Magistrate Guo, you're exaggerating. It's just a few million, not worth mentioning. I was born and raised in Jiangbei. Now that I have some ability, it's my duty to give back to my hometown. Forget about the commendation or anything like that. Qindong said politely. He really thought so in his heart. Half a month ago, he was still worried about not having enough money to go home for the new year. But now, he has more than 400 million yuan in savings, a net worth of over 1 billion yuan, and owns luxury houses and cars. Despite having a system, he still feels uneasy occasionally. I always feel that this money comes too quickly and too easily. Donating some money can buy you peace of mind. Besides, 4 million is not a lot of money for him. You can easily earn back your money by purchasing something for free every day. My money is all in our Jiangbei ICBC. If you need any, just ask President Hu for it. I'll be returning to Shanghai in a few days, so please keep an eye on this matter. Qindong gave another instruction. Hu Yunfei was flattered and immediately patted his chest and said, Please rest assured, Mr. Chun, ICBC will go all out and conscientiously implement this charitable act. Finished. Hu Yunfei secretly slipped a room card to Qindong and whispered, It's New Year's Day, so I'm giving Mr. Chen a small gift. I hope you don't mind it. Good. Qindong accepted it with a smile. He is a VIP customer of ICBC, so it's not too much for him to receive some gifts from the bank. At this time, opposite Qindong, Zhu Kersen was staring at her first and only man. So cool. The donation was 4 million yuan at once. Moreover, the money was spent with kindness and righteousness, taking care of the vulnerable groups in Jiangbei who needed the most attention, and truly interpreting what it means to be a great hero who serves the country and the people. If it were in ancient times, Qindong would definitely be a hero. Zhu Kersen completely admired Qindong. She used to think that this man was just rich and handsome, but now, she has a deeper understanding of Qindong. For such an outstanding man, she must give birth to a big fat boy for him, on genes from generation to generation. Tonight, she wants to reward her man well, with everyone's endless praise for Qindong. The banquet finally ended. Zhu Kersen went to the hotel entrance and saw the guests off one by one. And Qindong, take the room card to receive his gift. I wonder what surprise president who has prepared for him. Chapter 93 Shin Shiyu. Oh, brother Qindong is bad. Beep beep. Qindong opened the door with the room card. The lights inside are on. Walk in. A girl with twin ponytails wearing white JK stockings is lying on the bed playing with her cell phone. Oh shit. Did I walk into the wrong room? Sorry, wrong place. Without waiting for the girl to stand up, Qindong turned around and walked back. Wait a minute, brother Qindong. You're not in the wrong place. The girl's voice came from behind. Qindong stopped, turned back, and looked carefully with wide eyes. Damn, isn't this the little Lolita from ICBC? So it's you. I thought I walked into the wrong room. Qindong finally felt relieved. If he made a mistake, others would think he was Shi Lang. Since he was from ICBC, he must have come to the right place. Shin Shiyu walked up to Qindong in white silk stockings, biting her lip, shaking her twin ponytails, and smiling foolishly. You're not in the wrong place, brother Qindong. I've been waiting for you here all night. Oh, you're waiting for me? What for? Qindong was puzzled. Hu Yunfei said that he had prepared a gift for him. Could it be that this little Lolita was the surprise prepared for him by the industrial bank? Yes, brother Qindong. I am here to serve you. Although her aunt Shin Manru had told her several times, when she saw Qindong, Shin Shiyu became nervous and didn't know how to answer Qindong's questions. Serve me? What's the meaning? Qindong chuckled and roughly guessed what was going on. It seems that President Hu of ICBC is an old hand. He actually came up with this trick of giving a living person as a gift to him, the super VIP of ICBC. It's interesting, really interesting. Okay, very good. In this case, Qindong simply took advantage of the situation and planned to enjoy the little Loli's service. He took off his shoes, crossed his legs, and sat on the sofa. You have a nice outfit. Can you dance? Qindong squinted his eyes and looked at Shin Shiyu. JK suits are his favorite, especially when Shin Shiyu is wearing a pair of white stockings. Her slender legs are tightly wrapped, and under the ultra-short plaid skirt, her thighs are not even as thick as his arms. It is hard not to feel itchy after seeing this. What's even more rare is that Shin Shiyu actually tied her hair into 2 ponytails tonight, and her Lolita look was fully realized. It looks good, you must look at it carefully. I only know how to do a little fortune dance. If I don't do it well, please don't laugh at me, brother Qindong. Shin Shiyu grabbed a ponytail and said shyly. Qindong smiled and said, No matter how you dance, I like it. Okay, then I'll start dancing. Shin Shiyu played music with the speaker on her mobile phone, followed the rhythm, and stood in front of Qindong to dance a very popular fortune-attracting dance on Douyin. To be honest, the dancing is not that good. However, Qindong was fascinated by it. The JK girl with white stockings dances in front of him alone. Isn't it more attractive than watching the girls in the live broadcast room? Pa pa pa. Qindong applauded Shin Shiyu. It's a good dance. I like it very much. Hee, thank you brother Qindong for the compliment. I will learn more next time and perform for you when I have the chance. Shin Shiyu turned off the music, stood in front of Qindong, holding her 2 ponytails, not knowing what to do next. Her aunt told her to be more proactive and told her several ways to seduce Qindong. But she couldn't remember anything because her mind was so hot. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come here and sit next to me. Qindong stretched out his hand and pulled Shin Shiyu to sit down. Feeling the warmth of Qindong's hand and smelling the faint scent of alcohol on Qindong, Shin Shiyu suddenly felt a little nervous. She had promised her aunt that she could devote herself to her career, but when the critical moment came, she seemed to back down. Come on, she's never been in a relationship before. It was her first time being alone in a room with a man. If Qindong really did that, she would probably be scared to tears. How old are you this year? Qindong asked worriedly. Judging from her clothes and appearance, he was not sure whether Shin Shiyu was an adult. If the other party is under 18 years old, he dare not take the law lightly. I'm 21 years old. Shin Shiyu answered truthfully. She went to college at the age of 18 and studied at a 3-year college. She has passed her 21st birthday, but she is not yet 22 years old. Oh, you look so young. You still look like a high school student. Qindong looked carefully at Shin Shiyu's pretty face, but he was still not reassured. By the way, you can use X-ray vision to see it. Name, Shin Shiyu. Age, 21. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Love number, 0. Chen Dong secretly used the power of clairvoyance on Shen Shiyu. Immediately, a transparent panel appeared in front of him, displaying Shen Shiyu's personal information. She is indeed 21 years old. She is 158 centimeters tall and weighs only 80 kilograms, a typical lowly figure. With a beauty score of 92, she is considered a very rare top-level beauty. Even if she does not reach the level of a school beauty, she still stands out among girls. See the love number 0 in the last line. Chen Dong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. A perfect beauty with a beauty score of over 90. Haha, it seems he will be busy again tonight. Brother Chen Dong, please stop staring at me like that. It makes me feel uneasy. Are you tired? How about I give you a leg massage? Shen Shiyu is essentially a simple little lowly. Chen Dong stared at her and smiled foolishly, which made her scared to death. Forget about the leg massage. I'm afraid it will tire out your small body. Chen Dong grabbed Shen Shiyu's hand and touched it gently. Then the other hand was placed on Shen Shiyu's white stockings. She is indeed a petite lowly. Her small arms and legs would probably be broken if a little force was applied. Not to mention a punch. Even a finger would probably make her cry. TSK. It's really a bit hard to know where to start. Chen Dong is enjoying a different feeling. Plop. Shen Shiyu suddenly knelt down on her knees in front of him. Brother Chen Dong, do you want to bully me? I'm so scared. I've never been in a relationship before. Can you be a little gentler? Or, can you hug me first? Or, can we go take a shower together? Haha, what a cute little lowly. Faced with the helpless Shen Shiyu, Chen Dong couldn't help laughing. Okay, I'll carry you to take a shower. Chen Dong held Shen Shiyu's plaid skirt with one hand, grabbed her white silk legs with the other, picked up the little lowly, and walked towards the bathroom. Oh, I'm so scared. Shen Shiyu's little head with 2 ponytails burrowed into Chen Dong's arms, her hands tightly wrapped around Chen Dong's neck, her little feet wrapped in white silk pressed together, and she shivered like a kitten. Don't be afraid, it's just a shower. Didn't you say you wanted to serve me? I'll give you a chance, hee. My aunt said that men's mouths are lies. You must be lying to my brother Chen Dong. Oh, brother Chen Dong is bad. Since you said I was bad, why did you stay in the room and wait for me? That's because my aunt said I have to serve you well so that you will deposit your money in our ICBC. And my aunt also said that you are handsome and rich. If I become your woman, I will enjoy endless wealth and glory. Shen Shiyu got nervous. Her mind went blank. She blurted out all the secrets her aunt had told her. Chen Dong couldn't help laughing after hearing this. This little Lolita is so innocent and cute. So what do you think? Are you willing to be my woman? Of course I am willing. You are not an old man. I like handsome guys like you. Hee, but you must be gentle. Ha. We're just taking a shower. Where are you thinking of going, you bad girl? Oh my god, brother Chen Dong is so bad. Shen Shiyu wanted to avoid Chen Dong's dishonest hand, but she had nowhere to hide in Chen Dong's arms. Feet hard. The white stockings are swaying in the air like 2 butterflies dancing. Chapter 94. Winning 300 million for free, the landlord's wife's selfie. The first time I ate loli, Chen Dong said it tastes great. The next day, the second day of the Lunar New Year, Shen Shiyu was still sleeping lazily in Chen Dong's arms. The fixed biological clock has woken Chen Dong up. Touched the pink loli. Chen Dong took the phone and opened the 0 Yuan shopping mall app. Life is life. The most important thing is a profitable career. If he didn't have money, let alone a 92-point perfect loli, I'm afraid even an 82-point passerby beauty wouldn't even look at him. Chen Dong was very clear about this. Check out today's free deals. Not unexpected. It's still the lottery ticket for the New Year's 8 Days of Joy. Pay 0 yuan to buy. Click use. Congratulations on winning 300 million yuan in cash. Woohoo! 100 million the day before yesterday, 200 million yesterday, and 300 million today. This speed of making money is faster than a rocket. It is worthy of being the 8 days of joy during the Chinese New Year. If this continues, Chen Dong's mouth will be crooked with laughter. It feels so damn good. You don't have to do anything, and you can achieve at least one small goal every day. Is there anything better than this in the world? 0 Yuan Shopping Mall app. Thai pants are hot. If this app could be sold, I guess everyone would rush to buy it if it costs 10,000 yuan per download. No, let alone 10,000. Even if it's 100,000 or 1 million, people will rush to grab it. Looking at the text message from the bank, Chen Dong could hardly believe his eyes. In just over 10 days, his savings had reached 740 million. It was more than 400 million yesterday, and it increased by 300 million in 1 minute. I wonder if people from ICBC are investigating him behind his back. Of course, Maybe people have already investigated him. After all, large transfers like this will be included in the bank's monitoring. If an ordinary person withdraws 50,000 yuan, the bank will ask what the purpose is and where the money comes from, not to mention that his income is often over 100 million yuan. But Chen Dong believed that the system was foolproof. No matter how they investigate, he can rest easy. Otherwise, he would have been taken away for questioning long ago. But this also reminded Chen Dong that it was time to start his career. Although this kind of income was good, he did not feel a sense of accomplishment, and he felt a little uneasy. Now that he had money, he might as well do some small business and create some momentum. That way, if he was investigated, he would have a suitable reason to explain the source of his income.